The Invincible Big Shot is about to be born. Chapter 316 to Chapter 393. The forefather of Shadow Poison Spatial Divine Artifact. Ian Lin and the others were shocked. Hui nodded. Yes, it's the forefather of Shadow Poison Spatial Divine Artifact. Several hundred years ago, when he bought a jade disc at an auction, he took out his Spatial Divine Artifact to pay for it. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. He has the forefather of Shadow Poison Spatial Divine Artifact. Could they be the ones who killed the forefather of Shadow Poison? The demon god sect expert who wanted to grab Lu Yiping's shoulder trembled. A light flickered in Hu Yi's eyes. Even if they didn't kill the forefather of Shadow Poison, I'm afraid there's someone behind them. Let's not think about that golden light mouse, let's look for another one. Although golden light mice were rare, as far as they knew, there should be more than one on the toxic continent. The 7 demon god sect experts left in bewilderment. After the demon god sect experts left, inside the valley, Lu Yiping looked at the golden light mouse on his shoulder and smiled. Little guy, why aren't you coming down? The golden light mouse jumped down from Lu Yiping's shoulder and cupped its fists at Lu Yiping, bowing in gratitude. Many thanks for saving my life, Lord. This golden light mouse was able to escape from Hu Yi's group all the way here. It was definitely not weak. Have a seat. Lu Yiping pointed to a spot near the bonfire. The golden light mouse did not stand on ceremony and sat down. Lu Yiping smiled and threw a jug of myriad eras wine to the golden light mouse. In ancient times, one of his in-name disciples was a golden light mouse. Therefore, Lu Yiping felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the golden light mouse in front of him. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the golden light mouse began to chat. The next day, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the toxic continent. The golden light mouse bid farewell to the two and returned to the depths of the toxic continent. After leaving the toxic continent, Lu Yiping and Hui passed by a nearby city and heard many experts talking about the birth of the heavenly will. The mandate of heaven is about to be born. Many experts are rushing to the heavenly path. Lord Sikong Nan of the Ionic God Manor has already led the experts of the Ionic God Manor to the heaven's path. Not only Lord Sikong Nan, but Heaven's Vault Palace, Cold Solitude Sect, Divine Dragon Valley, Golden Buddha Temple, Ying family, and Changsun family have also led their experts to Heaven's Road. I heard that the top 10 experts on the supreme list of the Eternal Star Zone are all heading to Heaven's path. Is there something different about the birth of destiny this time? Every 100 generations, the primal chaos heavens will come into being. Some say that the primal chaos heavens will be born this time. Therefore, the competition for the heavens this time will be even more intense than before. I wonder if the Che clan's 14 totem Lu Yiping has gone to Heaven's Road. There seemed to be no movement from Che Fu. 14 totems? TSK. That's unprecedented. That said, even the exalted Sikong Nan, the master of our Ionic God Manor, is taking action. Even if the exalted Lu Yiping has 14 totems, he still won't be able to do anything. The discussions reached Lu Yiping's ears. In addition to discussing the birth of the heaven's will, they were also discussing the death of forefather Shadow Poison. Several days later, the news of forefather Shadow Poison's death had spread, causing a huge commotion in the Deep South Plain and the Eternal Star Zone. The death of anyone in the top 100 of the sovereign ranking was a big deal for the Eternal Star Zone, not to mention someone like forefather Shadow Poison, who was ranked 36th on the sovereign ranking. Primal Chaos Heavens will, Taurus Longjiao said. I wonder what level of Primal Chaos Heavens will come into being. Even Primal Chaos Heavens will had different levels of strength. Level 1 Primal Chaos Heavens was the lowest, while Level 10 Primal Chaos Heavens was the highest. In the primordial era, Level 7 and 8 Primal Chaos Heavens wills had been born. Maybe a Level 10 Primal Chaos Heavens will come into being, Lu Yiping said. It's been a long time since a Level 10 Primal Chaos Heavens will has appeared. Taurus Longjiao nodded. Che Tsiping's luck is pretty good. When he fuses with a Level 10 Primal Chaos Heavens will, even if it's just a single Heavens will, he'll be able to tear apart God Kings with 4 or 5 Heavens wills with his bare hands. The two of them didn't stay for long as they passed by the city and returned to the boundless plain. Now that the Heavens will was about to come into being, they had to meet up with Che Tsiping and head to the Heaven's Path. The Heaven's Path was a spatial passage that led to the divine world. Although it was called a path, it was incomparably vast, even bigger than the Eternal Star Zone. every time the heavens will came into being, it would appear in the heavens path. Therefore, to compete for the heavens will, one had to head to the heavens path. Of course, every time the heavens will came into being, it was also the most chaotic and bloody time in the heavens path. At that time, not only would the experts of the eternal star zone head to the heavens path, but also the experts of the lower realms. Even some old antiques that had been cultivating in seclusion for many years would appear in the heavens path. Sikong Nan was the eternal divine Manner's Manor Lord, the strongest person in the eternal star zone. However, even he didn't dare to say that he was invincible in the lower realms. That was because the lower realms were boundless, and no one knew how big they were. Even more so, no one knew the strength of the nameless old antiques hidden in some uninhabited star zone. For example, Che Tsiping had swallowed 2 million year 9-colored divine mushrooms, allowing him to live from the ancient era until now. In the boundless star zone, there were definitely terrifying existences that had lived from the ancient era until now. Some of them were even older than Che Tsiping. In this generation, the birth of the primal chaos heavens would definitely alarm these old antiques. The heavens path would be filled with all kinds of people, and blood would flow into the sea. Before long, Lu Yiping and Li Chia entered the boundless plain. When they arrived at the great dragon continent, they discovered that it was much livelier than before. Just as Lu Yiping and Li Chia were about to enter the Ziwei city, a young man struck up a conversation with Lu Yiping and Li Chia. "Brothers, do you know how to get to the Ziwei city?" Hearing this, Lu Yiping told the young man the direction of the Ziwei city. The young man thanked Li Chia and flew towards the Ziwei city. As Lu Yiping and Li Chia approached the Ziwei city, they discovered that more and more experts were heading towards the Ziwei city. After asking around, they found out that the Che Manor was recruiting guest elders, and everyone was heading towards the Ziwei city. Soon, the Ziwei city came into view. When Lu Yiping and Li Chia returned to the Che Manor, they saw that it had changed greatly. In the past few years, it had expanded several times. Moreover, the entrance of the Che Manor had undergone a makeover. In front of the Che Manor's entrance, there was a long queue. Clearly, they were all here to apply for the position of guest elder. Lu Yiping also saw the young man who had asked for directions earlier. Those who came to apply were mostly ancient god realm experts. The guards at the entrance recognized Lu Yiping and Li Chia. Seeing that it was Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, they excitedly knelt down in greeting. "Lord Lu, you're back." Lu Yiping nodded, allowing the guards to rise. Then, he entered the Che Manor under the excited guards' gazes. Just as they entered the Che Manor, they saw Che Peng, Che Suping, Che Xiaoning, and the rest coming out after hearing the news. "Lord, you're back." Che Ziping came to Lu Yiping and Li Chia, bowing with excitement. Lu Yiping allowed Che Peng to rise, then asked with a smile, "Did anything happen in the Che family these past few years?" Hearing Lu Yiping's question, Che Peng hurriedly replied, "Nothing happened." Then he smiled, "Ever since the battle with the Black-White Deity Palace, our Che Manor's door has been trampled by experts from all over the world." Che Peng's words made Lu Yiping, the Dragon Horn Golden Bull, and Che Xiaoning also laughed out loud. However, Che Xiaoning's laughter was a bit abrupt, causing her father, Che Suping, to give her a sidelong glance. Lu Yiping and the rest entered the Che Manor's main hall under Che Peng's and Che Suping's greeting. After everyone sat down, Che Peng told Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in detail about the events of the past few years. It turned out that after Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao destroyed the Black-White Deity Palace, experts from all over the boundless plains and even the surrounding plains rushed to Ziwei City, wanting to submit to the Che Manor. After some consideration, Che Peng recruited ancient god realm experts from all over the world. Che Ziping personally tested every expert that came and went through various selections. In the past few years, he had already recruited more than 100 ancient gods. During this period, the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Weidong, personally came over and said that he was willing to sell the Wu family to the Che Manor. Subsequently, Che Peng bought the surrounding manors. Now, the Che Manor had expanded by 5 to 6 times. "Oh right, Lord, the city lord of Ziwei City has changed." Che Ziping said, "The new city lord is a core disciple of the Xianxia family." The Xianxia family was ranked very high among the 100 families. It was a giant among the top 10 families, much stronger than the Su family. After the new city lord, Zhang Sunyu, came to visit our Che Manor. His attitude was very humble. Che Ziping said. After listening, Lu Yiping muttered, "The heavenly mandate is about to come into being. Prepare, we will head to the heavens path tomorrow." Che Peng stood up and respectfully acknowledged. At this time, Che Suping stepped forward and bowed with a worried expression. "Lord, I heard that the primal chaos heavenly mandate will come into being in this generation. At that time, a few terrifying old antiques will come into being. Even existences more terrifying than Lord Sikong Nan will appear in the heavens path. Even more terrifying than Sikong Nan was a god king with 11 wills. Even though Lu Yiping was a 14-totem ancient god with astonishing battle prowess, he was no match for such an existence." It was no wonder that Che Suping was worried about Lu Yiping and Che Jiping. Hearing this, Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, "An existence even more terrifying than Sikong Nan? It's not like we haven't met before." Che Suping was stunned. She had seen him before. Che Ziping smiled at Che Suping and said, "Don't worry. With Milord and Lord Xiaojin here, nothing will happen." Che Suping nodded. The next day, Lu Yiping's group of 3 left Ziwei City under the respectful escort of the Che family's experts. Lu Yiping's group of 3 boarded the Black Dragon flying ship and soon disappeared into the horizon. Towards Heaven's Road. It's been a long time since I've been to the Heavenly Road. I wonder how the Heavenly Road has changed. Standing at the bow of the Black Dragon flying ship, Taurus Longjiao reminisced. Che Jiping smiled. "I heard that the current Heavenly Palace's goddess is extremely beautiful." Heavenly Palace was one of the 3 great forces of Heaven's Road. During the ancient myriad gods era, Taurus Longjiao and the Heavenly Palace's goddess had an ambiguous relationship. "Oh, is that so?" Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, "However, I'm now the same as Master, focused on cultivation and pursuing the Supreme Tao. I'm no longer interested in women." Che Jiping was stunned. When Lu Yiping heard Che Jiping mention Heavenly Palace, he fell silent. Heavenly Palace was founded more than 2 million years ago. Its founder was called Song Song and was his disciple in name. However, very few people knew that Song Song was his disciple in name. Even Che Jiping didn't know this. Even the people of the Master of Myriad Gods generation didn't know this. This was because Song Song was hundreds of thousands of years older than the Master of Myriad Gods. The Black Dragon flying ship tore through the stars at an extremely fast speed and approached Heaven's Road. Heaven's Road wasn't far from the eternal star field. They only needed to pass through a dozen star fields to reach it. However, there were still a few months before the birth of the heavenly mandate, so Lu Yiping and the others weren't in a hurry. Half a month later, the 3 of them arrived at Heaven's Road. They saw a huge road, which was countless miles wide and long, lying in front of the vast river of stars. On Heaven's Road, there were countless planets, planes, continents, sects, and families. The eternal star field was the strongest star field in the lower realm. However, Heaven's Road didn't belong to any star field. Heaven's Road was the place closest to the upper realm. It was even more ancient than the eternal star field. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao walked towards the plain in front of them. This plain was the outermost plain of Heaven's Road. It was also the most famous plain in Heaven's Road. It was called the 8 Desolates Plain. Experts from various starfields would pass through the 8 Desolates Plain. 8 Desolates Plain was the only way. 8 Desolates Plain didn't belong to any sect. It was the most chaotic place. After arriving in the airspace above 8 Desolates Plain, Lu Yiping kept the Black Dragon flying ship and walked towards the city with Taurus Longjiao and Che Ziping. City of Death. Above the city gates, there were 2 words written in ancient script. Moreover, the words were still dripping with blood. It seemed like the blood hadn't dried yet. Lu Yiping could see that the 2-word City of Death contained a blood river formation. As long as there was a battle in the City of Death, blood would flow out from the 2 words. Therefore, the 2-word City of Death would always be dripping with blood. The blood was still warm. The formation isn't bad. Taurus Longjiao looked at the 2 words and said. He followed Lu Yiping. Although his zither skills weren't that good, he was still good at formations. Lu Yiping's group of 3 walked into the City of Death. By the time Lu Yiping entered the City of Death, the blood on the city gates had completely disappeared. The blood river formation stopped working. Not long after Lu Yiping's group entered the City of Death, someone finally noticed that the blood on the city gates had disappeared. The blood on the city gates has disappeared. What's going on? The blood on the city gates has been flowing for hundreds of thousands of years, it has never disappeared. More and more people in the City of Death heard the news and gathered around the city gates. Seeing that the blood on the city gates had indeed disappeared, everyone was discussing and puzzled. What? The blood on the city gates has disappeared? The patriarch of Death City's #1 family, Ren, was surprised when he heard the news. The blood river formation on the city gates was arranged by his Qi family's ancestors. Unless someone destroyed the blood river formation, the blood on the city gates couldn't have disappeared. Ren rushed to the city gates in a hurry. Seeing that the blood on the city gates had indeed disappeared, he asked his subordinate with a solemn expression, "Did anyone destroy the blood river formation?" "I've already inquired about it." The passers-by all said that they didn't see anyone do it. His subordinate quickly replied. "Didn't see anyone do it?" Ren's expression became even more serious after listening to his subordinate. Could it be that the other party used divine sense to break the blood river formation? He slowly said. A super expert in formations came to the City of Death. His Qi family's ancestors' array formation was infinitely close to the realm where anything could form an array. This blood river formation had been operating for hundreds of thousands of years and no one had ever broken it. But now, it was broken by someone. Moreover, it was broken without any of the experts in the ghost town noticing. "Patriarch, do you want to check who entered the ghost town just now?" The Qi family's subordinate asked. Ren pondered for a moment and said, "Check who entered the ghost town in the past hour." The Qi family's expert complied. The Qi family was the #1 family in the ghost town. Therefore, the result came out very quickly. In the past hour, there were more than 300 sects and forces that entered the ghost town. "Oh, you're saying that old man Tianbei entered the ghost town?" Ren's eyes narrowed. Old man Tianbei was the #1 array master in the Eternal Ancient Star Field, and also the 4th strongest expert in the Eternal Ancient Star Field. "Yes, Patriarch." The Qi family's subordinate said. Old man Tianbei and his 3 disciples entered the ghost town at the same time. Ren nodded hearing that. Other than old man Tianbei, the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion's mansion master and their experts also entered the ghost town. The Qi family's subordinate continued. The Silver-Winged Divine Mansion sent many experts this time, and each of them is an expert. Silver-Winged Divine Mansion's mansion master, Silver-Winged King Emu. Ren said solemnly. "Yes, Silver-Winged King Emu." The Qi family's expert replied respectfully. The Eternal Ancient Star Field was the #1 star field in the lower realm, and the Silver-Winged Star Field was the #2 star field in the lower realm. One could imagine the strength of this Silver-Winged King Emu. Moreover, everyone knew that this emu was obsessed with array formations. His mastery of array formations had reached an unimaginable level. The old housekeeper sitting beside Ren said, "Was it old man Tianbei and the Silver-Winged King who broke the blood river formation?" Ren said, "Pass down the order, tell the Qi family's disciples to restrain themselves and not provoke old man Tianbei and the Silver-Winged King." As the #1 family in the ghost town, the Qi family's disciples were used to being domineering in the ghost town. "Patriarch, rest assured, I've already passed down the order." After Lu Yiping's trio entered the ghost town and passed by a small tavern, they heard a pleasantly surprised voice, "Big brother Lu." Lu Yiping turned around and saw more than 10 people walking out of the tavern. They were none other than Su Ting from Northern Wilderness Starfield's Azure Thunder Divine Sect, Sword Ancestor Zhou Kan, as well as Tang Qing and Tang Shuiyao from Stellar Moon Peak. Behind Tang Shuiyao was Tang Ben. Taurus Longjiao smiled when he saw Tang Ben. "Little Ben, it's you." Tang Ben laughed heartily as he rushed over. Taurus Longjiao picked Tang Ben up. "Big brother Xiao Jin, big brother Lu, I told you that you would definitely come to heaven's path this time." Tang Ben laughed happily. It was the laughter of a reunion after a long separation. Lu Yiping also smiled and patted Tang Ben's head. He and Taurus Longjiao liked Tang Ben very much. Lord Lu, Lord Xiao Jin, Lord Che, Su Teng, Sword Ancestor Zhou Kan, Tang Qing, and the rest were overjoyed. They all stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Lu Yiping's trio. Tang Shuiyao came to Lu Yiping's side and said, "Big brother Lu." Lu Yiping nodded with a smile, "Miss Shuiyao." He then asked Su Ting, "Why are you here?" Su Ting smiled embarrassedly. "After receiving Lord's guidance and the spiritual herbs that Lord left behind, I formed the 10 totems a few days ago and wanted to come to Heaven's path to take a look." He then added, "We're just here to take a look and have no intention of fighting for Heaven's path. Moreover, Lord Xianxia and the rest might also come to Heaven's path, so we came to see if we could meet Lord Lu and the rest." Tang Ben smiled, "I pestered old ancestor Su Ting to come. I haven't seen Big Brother Lu and the rest for a few years, so I wanted to come and see Big Brother Lu." He then blinked and said, "Of course, my sister also wants to see Big Brother Lu." Tang Shuiyao was stunned and her face blushed. She pretended to be angry at her little brother who liked to cause trouble. Tang Ben stuck out his tongue and giggled. "Lord Lu, shall we talk inside?" Su Ting asked Lu Yiping, indicating that they should sit down in the small tavern first. Lu Yiping nodded and returned to the small tavern with Azure Thunder God Zhongzhong and the rest. The tavern was not big, about 100 meters wide, with 20 to 30 tables. The inside of the tavern was already full. After everyone sat down, Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the rest started chatting with Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Ziping. Before Lu Yiping left, he strengthened the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's protective array and left behind a lot of Star Chaos water. Hence, the Azure Thunder Divine Sect was thriving in recent years. However, Che Ping had killed the God of Destruction, Copper God, and 100 Northern Barons Grand Commanders in the Northern Baron Divine Manor. Hence, the Northern Baron Institute principal Hao Lianbi had vented his anger on the Azure Thunder Divine Sect and had been suppressing them for the past few years. "Oh, Hao Lianbi has been suppressing the Azure Thunder Divine Sect in recent years." Taurus Longjiao's face turned cold. Su Ting said, "I heard that Hao Lianbi was from the Silver-Winged Divine Manor before he became the Northern Wilderness Prefecture Lord." "Silver-Winged Monarchy Mu?" Che Ziping was surprised. Even in the Eternal Star Field, the Silver-Winged Monarchy Mu's reputation was great. His strength was enough to intimidate many star fields. Su Ting nodded, "Yes, the Silver-Winged Monarch. I heard that Hao Lianbi was a guard of the Silver-Winged Divine Manor. Later, he was recognized by the Silver-Winged Monarch and was appointed as the Northern Wilderness Prefecture Lord." Lu Yiping nodded. In fact, many of the prefecture lords were appointed by Eternal Star Field Sikong Nan and Silver-Winged Monarchy Mu. Many of the prefecture lords were their subordinates. Su Ting said, "Hao Lianbi is also in the Heaven's Path and is with the Silver-Winged Divine Manor's experts." "Lord, you must be careful of the Silver-Winged Divine Manor's experts." Su Ting and the rest only knew that Che Ziping had displayed his 12 totems in the Nether Sea and killed the Nether God Ingfei. They did not know what had happened in the Eternal Star Field. Suddenly, Su Ting stopped and looked outside the tavern with a stunned expression. Several people walked in, and one of them was Hao Lianbi's daughter, Hao Lian Qingyue. Other than Hao Lian Qingyue, there were several young men and women. One of the young men was wearing the Silver-Winged Divine Manor's brocade robe. Hao Lian Qingyue and the rest followed behind him. "It's you guys." Hao Lian Qingyue was surprised to see Su Ting. When she saw Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Ziping, she exclaimed, "Qingyue, you know them?" The young man in the Silver-Winged Divine Manor's brocade robe asked when he saw Hao Lian Qingyue's reaction. "Young Master Yiquan, he is Lu Yiping," Hao Lian Qingyue said. The young man was Yimu's nephew, Yiquan. Yiquan was shocked when he heard the name. He looked at Lu Yiping and asked, "You're Lu Yiping, the one with 14 totems? You're the one who annihilated the Black-White Divine Matter?" "What? 14 totems," Su Ting, Sword Ancestor Zhou Can, and the rest were shocked. Even Tang Ben and Tang Shuiyao looked at Lu Yiping in disbelief. Hao Lian Qingyue was also shocked. Like Su Ting and the rest, she did not know what had happened in the boundless world. Because the Black-White Divine Manor's annihilation had only happened a few years ago, many star fields did not know about it. In the tavern, the other experts were also in an uproar as they looked at Lu Yiping in shock and suspicion. This blue-robed young man has 14 totems? It was no wonder that these people were suspicious. Even in ancient times, there were only 13 totems. They had never heard of a 14-totem ancient god expert. Young Master Iquan, could it be someone with the same name? Helian Qingyue asked Iquan. Same name? Iquan looked at Lu Yiping in confusion. At this moment, Lu Yiping said to Helian Qingyue indifferently, go back and tell your father that if he dares to touch Azure Thunder Sect again, even if he has Silverwing God Mansion's protection, I will still cut off his head. Whether it was Helian Qingyue or the other young men and women, they were all furious. Even Iquan's face sank. Even if this person was really Lu Yiping with 14 totems, he might not be too arrogant. Cut off the head of Northern Wilderness God Mansion Master. On the surface, it was a warning to Northern Wilderness God Mansion Master Hao Lianbi, but it was also a warning to Silverwing God Mansion. Iquan's face turned cold as he said, Your Excellency, is this a warning to our Silverwing God Mansion? Lu Yiping said, You can understand it that way. A young man behind Iquan couldn't help but fly into a rage. Brat, even if you are really Lu Yiping with 14 totems, you are still just an ancient god. You, an ancient god, dare to speak nonsense to our Silverwing God Mansion. Any 7 Wills God King from our Silverwing God Mansion can crush you to death. Oh, is that so? Lu Yiping's face was calm. He didn't seem to move, but the young man behind Iquan was suddenly sucked to Lu Yiping by a shocking force. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yiping, what are you doing? My father is the great commander of Silverwing God Mansion, an 8 Wills God King. The young man couldn't move at all. He was shocked and angry. 8 Wills God King? Taurus Longjiao sneered and sent the young man flying with a slap. He landed on the street outside the tavern. You broke my god vein and totem. The young man vomited blood and looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. Iquan and the others glared at Taurus Longjiao. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Iquan glared at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Scram. Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly. If you continue to be long-winded, I'll crush all of you to death. Feeling the killing intent from Taurus Longjiao, Iquan didn't dare to say anything more. He brought the injured young man and left with Helian, Qingyue, and the others. Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the rest watched Iquan's group leave in a daze for a long time. At this time, in a certain residence in the Ghost City, the Silver-Winged King Yimu and the experts of the Silver-Winged Divine Matter were chatting happily with Old Man Tianbei. We haven't seen each other for several thousand years. Senior Tianbei is even more graceful than before. The Silver-Winged King Yimu smiled at Old Man Tianbei. Old Man Tianbei, who had a face full of white hair and a pair of spirited eyes, laughed and said, I'm old. After a few more years, I'm afraid my old bones won't be able to walk anymore. How can I be compared to Manor E? Both of them flattered each other. Imu smiled and said, Senior Tianbei, why don't we work together for the birth of the Heaven's Will? Old Man Tianbei looked at Imu and the experts around him, and an idea flashed in his mind. He smiled and said, How do we work together? There's only one Chaos Heaven's Will. Just as Imu was about to continue, he saw Iquan and the others walking in with miserable expressions. When Senior Commander Chen Ting saw Iquan's injured son, Chen Ji, he stood up in shock. Imu could tell that Chen Ji's god vein and totem were broken with a single glance. He frowned and asked Iquan, what happened? Iquan didn't dare to conceal anything, and he quickly told Imu everything. He didn't add any details, and told him what Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao said. When the experts in the hall heard Lu Yiping warning Hao Lianbi that if he dared to touch the Azure Thunder Divine Sect again, even if he had the protection of the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion, he would still be beheaded, their faces turned cold. Old Man Tianbei was also surprised. Of course, he knew about the Black-White Deity Palace. However, even though Lu Yiping had 14 totems, and it was shocking, wasn't it too inappropriate for him to provoke the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion? Did Lu Yiping really say that? Imu's face sank. It's absolutely true. Iquan quickly said, Nephew doesn't dare to exaggerate. Those were Lu Yiping's words. The other youngsters from the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion also spoke. A person with 14 totems provoking our Silver-Winged Divine Mansion, interesting. Imu suddenly smiled at Old Man Tianbei, Senior Tianbei, what do you think of this Lu Yiping? Old Man Tianbei smiled, even though 14 totems is unprecedented, he's still just an ancient god. However, everyone is speculating whether or not this Lu Yiping has 15 totems. Imu shook his head. In the ancient times, even the master of myriad gods only had 13 totems. This Liu Yiping being able to condense 14 totems is already a miracle. How can he condense 15 totems? Clearly, he didn't believe that Liu Yiping could condense 15 totems. Or rather, he didn't believe that 15 totems existed in this world. Then he smiled. This Liu Yiping dares to provoke our silver-winged divine mansion. I'm curious about his confidence. Then he added, Senior Tian Bei, shall we go meet this Liu Yiping together? Old man Tian Bei smiled. Alright, I also want to see what 14 totems look like. I heard that this Liu Yiping's totems are bigger than Ziwei City. Hence, Imu, old man Tian Bei, and the rest headed towards Liu Yiping's little tavern. Imu was the silver-winged divine mansion's mansion master, while old man Tian Bei was the 4th-ranked expert on the ancient star field sovereign list. Both of them appeared at the same time, and their imposing manner attracted the attention of all the experts in the Ghost City. I heard that there's a 14-totem expert in the ancient star field called Liu Yiping. Just now, Liu Yiping crippled the divine veins and totems of the silver-winged divine mansion's disciples. What, a 14-totem ancient god? That's impossible. When the news of the tavern spread, all the experts were shocked. In a certain courtyard in the Ghost City, myriad god sect's patriarch Wang Fengwen smiled indifferent when he heard the news. Liu Yiping provoked the silver-winged divine mansion? Does he think that the silver-winged divine mansion is our myriad god sect and the black-white palace? Let's go and see how Liu Yiping dies. He led the myriad god sect's experts to the little tavern. Inside the little tavern, Liu Yiping and the rest were about to leave after settling the bill when they sensed the powerful auras of the silver-winged divine mansion's experts. Everyone looked over and saw Imu and old man Tian Bei chatting and laughing as they walked over. Behind them were the silver-winged divine mansion's experts and old man Tian Bei's 3 personal disciples. It's the silver-winged monarch. And old man Tian Bei. An expert exclaimed. When Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the rest heard this, their faces changed. To them, existences like the silver-winged monarch and old man Tian Bei were supreme existences that they could not touch. They also saw the Northern Wilderness Divine Mansion's mansion master Hao Lianbi, who was hailed as the strongest person in the Northern Wilderness star field. He was following behind the silver-winged monarch's group. Second update, 1 p.m., Imu stopped his conversation with old man Tian Bei when they arrived at the small tavern. He turned to look at Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others inside. This glance made Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others feel as if they were facing heaven and earth. In their eyes, the silver-winged monarch Imu was the heavens, everything in this world was as weak as dust before him. Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others felt the urge to kneel and worship him. Just as they were about to kneel, Taurus Longjiao let out a cold harumph. Su Ting, Zhou Can, and the others shuddered, and their eyes cleared. Imu couldn't help but look at the bull with a surprised expression. Soon, the silver-winged monarch Manners group arrived at the small tavern. Imu's gaze shifted from Taurus Longjiao to Liu Yiping, and he smiled. Looks like you're the 14th totem Liu Yiping. He then looked at Liu Yiping from head to toe, commenting, not bad, your aura is deep like the abyss, and your divine soul is firm. The smile on Imu's face disappeared as he continued, my nephew said that you warned Hao Lianbi that if he dares to touch the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, even with the silver-winged monarch Manners' protection, his head will be chopped off, right? That's right. Liu Yiping answered indifferently. Imu called out, Hao Lianbi. Hao Lianbi, who was at the back of the group, hurried to Imu's side and bowed, Lord. When we return, I permit you to mobilize the Northern Desolate Divine Mansion's army and annihilate the Azure Thunder Divine Sect for me. Imu said, after you annihilate the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, I will reward you handsomely. Everyone's expressions were colorful. Imu was telling Liu Yiping that he did not want Hao Lianbi to touch the Azure Thunder Divine Sect, and that he wanted to annihilate it. Hao Lianbi was stunned, then he said happily, rest assured, Lord, after we return, I will mobilize the army and annihilate the Azure Thunder Divine Sect. Then, he added, Lord, the dozen people standing behind Liu Yiping are the Azure Thunder Divine Sect's experts. Oh. Imu looked at Su Ting and Zhou Can who were standing behind Liu Yiping, and said with a smile, since that's the case, kill these people first, then annihilate the Azure Thunder Divine Sect when you return. Hao Lianbi respectfully complied, then raised his head to look at Su Ting, Zhou Can, Tang Shuiyao, Tang Bin, and the others. Indifferent expressions appeared on the faces of the several thousand silver-winged divine mansion experts behind Yimu as they looked at Lu Yiping. Many of their auras locked onto Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Che Peng. Yimu looked at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Che Che Peng and said indifferently, "Lu Yiping, I advise you not to interfere." Otherwise, however, as soon as he said this, a sword light suddenly flashed past. Everyone's eyes lit up. In the next second, everyone saw Hao Lianbi's head being tossed into the air. It was only after Hao Lianbi's head fell to the ground that Hao Lianbi's headless corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Before everyone's eyes, Hao Lianbi's head slowly rolled to Yimu's feet. The silver-winged divine mansion's experts were similarly stunned as they looked at the head at Yimu's feet. Yimu and old man Tian Bei also looked at the rolling head with astonishment. "Father!" Hao Lianqingyu, who was at the back, cried out in grief. Yimu suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Yiping with an ugly expression. He saw that a long sword had appeared in Lu Yiping's hand at some point in time. Indifferent expressions appeared on Yimu's face as he looked at Lu Yiping. His face was gloomy as he said, "Before coming here, I was still thinking about how to appreciate your talent. I was thinking that if you were willing to submit to me and work for me, I might be able to help you obtain a heaven's will in this era. But since you're courting death, then don't blame me." Light surged from his body. There is no need for Lord Manor Lord to take action to kill an ancient god. At this time, Senior Commander Chen Ting, who was standing beside Yimu, spoke, "This subordinate is willing to take action on behalf of Lord Manor Lord." Yimu hesitated for a moment before nodding. As the Manor Lord of the Silver-Winged Divine Manor, killing Lu Yiping, an ancient god, was indeed beneath his dignity. If news of this spread, he would become a laughingstock. Immediately, Chen Ting walked towards Lu Yiping with killing intent in his eyes. He circulated the divine energy in his body and heaven's wills flew out one after another. There were actually 8 heaven's wills, each heaven's will was more than 200 li wide. The 8 heaven's wills hung in the sky above the Jiutian. Astonishing laws of heaven and earth swept out, alarming the experts in the city of death. A god king with 8 heaven's wills. Who is it? Some of the experts who didn't know what happened in the tavern were shocked. Somewhere in the city of death, several young men and women looked at the 8 heaven's wills in surprise. "Ask around and find out who's doing it," a beautiful woman in the lead said. Soon, they found out. "Fourth senior sister, it's someone called Lu Yiping who killed the Silver-Winged Divine Manor's people. The Silver-Winged Divine Manor's Grand Commander Chen Ting wants to kill this Lu Yiping." One of them said, "However, there are many experts in the city of death saying that this Lu Yiping is an ancient god with 14 totems. Moreover, his totems are shockingly big." The fourth senior sister shook her head and laughed, 14 totems? Even our heavenly palace can't nurture an ancient god with 14 totems. This Lu Yiping has 14 totems? What a joke, only an idiot would believe it. Right at this time, heaven and earth shook violently. Not only was the city of death shaking, even the space outside the city was shaking. In the next moment, the heavenly palace's people saw a black shadow that covered the sky flying out. The city of death was bigger than Ziwei City. It was noon, and the sun was high in the sky. But when the black shadow flew out, the city of death fell into darkness, and all the sunlight disappeared. As the black shadow rose, a shocking aura rushed out, creating waves of energy. The heavenly palace's people were shocked. Then, another unbelievably huge shadow flew out, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth. Soon, there were 13 totems. These are totems? 13 totems. The heavenly palace's fourth senior sister stuttered. Just as her words fell, another totem flew out. The 14th totem broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, slowly rising. The ground of the city of death was shaking, and all the buildings were shaking. 14 totems. One of the heavenly palace's female disciples blurted out. The heavenly palace's fourth senior sister was dumbfounded. Was it really 14 totems? Just when everyone thought it was over, heaven and earth shook violently again. Moreover, it was an unprecedented tremor, as if something wanted to come out. The space in the city of death felt like it was going to explode. While everyone was still in shock, Lu Yiping's 15th totem flew out. When Lu Yiping's 15th totem flew out, not only were the Heavenly Palace's people dumbfounded, all the experts in the City of Death were aghast. Even Emu and Old Man Tianbei were astounded, unable to believe their eyes. This Lu Yiping really condensed 15 totems. The silver-winged divine mansion's great commander Chen Ting was shocked, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He was confident that he could kill Lu Yiping with 15 totems. This Lu Yiping must die. Just when he was about to go all out, suddenly, another black shadow flew out from Lu Yiping's body. 16 totems. Third update, 5 p.m. Everyone's mind went blank when they saw the 16 totems that flew out from Lu Yiping's body. The Heavenly Palace's fourth senior sister and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Especially the Heavenly Palace's fourth senior sister, her beautiful eyes, heart, and soul were all shaken. She knew that the Heavenly Palace had exhausted countless resources to nurture a 14-totem expert, but they were still unable to do so. In the end, the Heavenly Palace's old ancestor had no choice but to give up, saying that it was impossible for a 14-totem ancient god to exist in this world. But now, they actually saw 16 totems. 16 totems, what kind of monster was this? There was actually such a monstrous existence in this world. Is this going to shake the myriad worlds? The Heavenly Palace's fourth senior sister trembled. The silver-winged divine matter and the experts in the ghost city also stopped moving when they saw the 16 totems in front of them. Everyone in the ghost city was looking at the 16 totems in the sky. The Qi family's patriarch, Qi Ren, and the Qi family's experts were also looking at the 16 totems in shock. 16 totems, I actually saw the birth of a 16-totem ancient god. In this world, any monstrous genius is a joke in front of him. Qi Ren muttered to himself. With the 16 totems hanging above the Jiutian, the ghost city was completely engulfed in darkness. In the sky, other than the 16 totems, there was nothing else. The 16 totems were the sky. The silver-winged King Emu was the first to recover from his shock. He couldn't help regretting his actions. If he didn't come earlier, he wouldn't have formed a grudge with Lu Yiping. Now, it was a death grudge, and now, there was no turning back. The killing intent in his eyes was unprecedentedly strong. There was no turning back. If this Lu Yiping didn't die today, then in the future, the ones who would die would be him and the silver-winged divine matter. Today, Lu Yiping must die. With his strength as one of the 10 heavens mandate god kings, he was confident that he could kill Lu Yiping with 16 totems. Just as Emu's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong, and he was about to urge the power of the 10 heavens mandate god kings to deal a fatal blow to Lu Yiping, the world shook violently again. Emu and everyone else was stunned. What's going on? The people who were shocked by the 16 totems were shocked. Could it be? Old Man Tianbei looked at Lu Yiping in shock. At the same time, the 4 senior sisters of the Heavenly Palace also thought of the same question. Their beautiful eyes were also full of horror. Does he have more? Also, as soon as she finished speaking, another totem flew out. This totem seemed to be bigger and brighter than all the previous totems. 17 totems. Emu stopped channeling the heavenly will and said, his eyes wide open. Su Tung, Zhou Kan, Tang Qing, and the others looked at the 17 totems. Are you trying to blow up the heavens? Tang Ben said in a daze. Taurus Longjia chuckled. The 17 totems rolled up layers upon layers of airwaves, and rushed out of the ghost town, and even rushed towards the heavenly road outside the ghost town. Heaven's road was countless miles wide, but at this moment, the 17 totems were rolling up a shockwave, with the ghost town as the center. It was continuously spreading towards the surroundings of Heaven's Road. Some of the experts who rushed to Heaven's Road were about to fly towards the ghost town when they suddenly saw layers upon layers of airwaves rushing out from the ghost town. Then, they swept through the layers of space in Heaven's Road, spreading towards the boundless Heaven's Road. A frightening power spread out. The experts outside the city were so frightened that they stopped what they were doing. What is this? A Heaven's Mandate God King asked in a daze. Look, what is that? Another 11 totem ancient gods suddenly pointed above the ghost town. Everyone looked at the sky above the ghost town through the layers of airwaves. They saw 17 incomparably huge shadows were suspended in the sky above the ghost town. Black suns, that was the first reaction. But when they took a closer look, their breathing quickened, and their bodies trembled. Totems? A god king with 7 wills spoke with difficulty. 17 totem ancient gods? Totems, they had never seen such huge and resplendent totems. The appearance of the chaos wills this time actually attracted 17 totem ancient gods. An 8 wills god king was shocked. At this time, Liu Yiping stood on the street outside the tavern with his hands behind his back. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like the ruler of the heavens. Tang Xueyao looked at Liu Yiping, her chest heaving up and down. Liu Yiping was more than 1.8 meters tall, standing under the 17 totems like a speck of dust. But at this time, he was so majestic in everyone's eyes. The silver-winged god Manor's Grand Commander Chen Ting looked at the 17 totems in horror. His legs had long since turned to jelly from fright. It was as if he had contracted a soft disease and couldn't stand straight no matter how hard he tried. Chen Ting's 8 wills were like a rock standing under 17 mountains in front of the 17 totems. Liu Yiping looked at Chen Ting. The 17 totems trembled, and immediately, heavy energy crashed down like a heavenly river. Chen Ting's 8 wills exploded in an instant. Chen Ting's body froze, and his 8 wills exploded at the same time. He couldn't resist or escape at all and was directly blasted to death. Everyone trembled. This was an 8 wills god king, an invincible existence in some star fields. But now, he was blasted to death in a single breath by an ancient god. Imu and the experts from Silver-Winged God Manor felt their hearts twitch when they saw Chen Ting die in a single blow. Liu Yiping looked at Imu and the experts from Silver-Winged God Manor and said, "It's your turn now, you can all attack together." Imu's expression was ugly. What did Liu Yiping just say? He wanted him and the several thousand experts from Silver-Winged God Manor to attack together? His expression sank. He glanced at the 17 totems and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked coldly at Liu Yiping. Attack together? Liu Yiping, you think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to kill you. I don't believe that your 17 totems are that strong. Strong enough to contend against my 10 heavens will god kings. Having said that, Imu activated the 10 heavens wills in his body. Space shook violently as heavens wills flew out one after another. Each of them was 1,000 miles long. 1,000 miles heavens will, that's a level 10 heavens will? Everyone was shocked to see this. There were strong and weak heavens wills. Generally speaking, 100 miles or less was a level 1 heavens will, 200 miles was a level 2 heavens will, and so on. Below level 3 heavens wills were more common, but those above level 7 were extremely rare. As for level 10, they were even rarer. Above the 10th level were the 11th, 12th, and 13th levels. Above the 13th level was the Primal Chaos Mandate. No one expected Imu's heavens will to be level 10. Amidst everyone's shock, Imu's 10 heavens wills all flew out. The 10 heavens wills circled in the sky and emitted rays of light. They swept up thousands of layers of energy waves and collided with the energy waves of the 17 totems. 9 p.m. 4th update, the light from the 10 ranked 10 fate beasts intertwined. Everyone was shocked to see Imu's 10 ranked 10 fate beasts. Generally speaking, it wasn't easy to fuse with 1 ranked 10 fate beasts, but Imu had fused with 10, no wonder Imu dared to fight Liu Yiping alone with 17 totems. A normal god monarch with 10 fate beasts wouldn't be able to fight against Liu Yiping with 17 totems. But now, Imu had 10 ranked 10 fate beasts. Everyone looked at Liu Yiping's 17 totems and then at Imu's 10 ranked 10 fate beasts. They were guessing the result of the battle. Liu Yiping's expression was calm as he looked at Imu's 10 ranked 10 fate beasts. At this time, silver runes appeared all over Imu's body. Soon, the surface of his body was covered by silver runes. From afar, Imu looked like a strange golden person. Furthermore, behind Imu, there were 2 huge silver wings. Following the transformation, his aura rose again. Silverwing bloodline. One of the 10 primordial bloodlines. The crowd exclaimed. 10 ranked 10 fate beasts in addition to one of the 10 primordial bloodlines, the Silverwing bloodline. Imu's huge silver wings suddenly flapped as he jumped up and arrived in front of Liu Yiping in an instant. His 2 fists punched at Liu Yiping. Silverwing Heavenly Light Fist. Silverwing Heavenly Light Fist, this was the strongest inheritance of the ancient Silver-Winged clan. When Imu punched out, the power of his 10 fate beasts fused together with his fists. 2 huge silver fists broke through the air. The silver fists blasted open layers of space and created a terrifying fist wave. Space whimpered. The Death City trembled as if it couldn't withstand the power of Imu's 10 fate beasts. Chiron roared, "All families in the Death City, activate the defensive formation." Rays of light shot into the sky and covered every corner of the Death City. Layers of formation energy spread out and swept out. Under the protection of the myriad of clans formation in the ghost town, the ground and buildings in the ghost town began to undergo an astonishing transformation. They became dazzling gold, as if they were plated with layers upon layers of golden radiance. When Liu Yiping saw Imu's silver-winged heavenly light fist, Liu Yiping responded with a punch of his own. When Liu Yiping punched out, the 17 totems shook, and layers of power fused into Liu Yiping's fist. Heaven and earth suddenly paused. Layers of chaotic light shot out from Liu Yiping's fist. What is this? Chaos. No one had ever seen anyone use their fists to produce the light of chaos. The light of chaos collided with the silver-winged heavenly fists. Rumble, amidst the earth-shaking explosion, a terrifying light exploded. The ghost town's myriad of great formations were instantly shattered layer by layer. The sound of explosions resounded incessantly. The duo's power continued to spread to the surroundings. Under their power, the surrounding buildings instantly turned into nothingness. Retreat quickly. Old Man Tianbei shouted in alarm. He quickly retreated while protecting his 3 personal disciples. The experts of the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion had already retreated far away. However, the duo's power was too terrifying, and the impact spread far and wide. Some of the experts of the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion were instantly affected and were sent flying. Some were directly smashed into pieces. As everyone retreated in shock, Imu's body also paused. He was sent flying through the air, smashing through layers of buildings before finally smashing through the ghost town's walls and falling out of the ghost town. The place where Imu smashed through rumbled, sending sand and rocks flying. 10 level 10 divine monarchs in addition to the 10 ancient bloodlines were still sent flying by a single punch. Everyone looked at Imu, who fell outside the ghost town and was covered by the ghost town's walls with shock. A divine monarch with 10 divine wills could be said to be at the peak of the lower realm. However, he was still sent flying by Liu Yiping, an ancient god. An ancient god sending a divine monarch with 10 divine wills flying was unheard of. However, they witnessed it with their own eyes today. The people from the heavenly palace who rushed over were in disbelief when they saw this scene. Can an ancient god's strength reach this level? The 4th senior sister had a complicated expression. Lord Manor Lord. The group of experts from the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion rushed to the ghost town and blasted away the rocks that buried Imu. Imu was lying on the ground. Just as the Silver-Winged Divine Mansion's experts were about to rescue Imu, a ray of silver light shot out from Imu's body. The silver light grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the 10 level 10 divine wills in the air trembled as a powerful energy rushed out from Imu's body. Imu slowly stood up. Golden flames began to emerge from the silver light. Everyone looked over and saw that the shattered silver divine armor on Imu's body was actually repairing itself. This is the undying power of the undying bloodline? A female disciple from the heavenly palace exclaimed. The undying bloodline was somewhat similar to the phoenix's nirvana power. Imu looked at Liu Yiping in shock and anger. Suddenly, he waved his hands and the power of the 10 divine wills turned into countless light runes that fell from the sky like rain. This is a time rune. Lord Imu wants to arrange a time divine formation. Someone shouted. The crowd was in an uproar. The time divine formation was one of the top 10 ancient formations. In terms of power, it was ranked second. However, it was extremely difficult to arrange a time divine formation. Not only did one need to comprehend the profundity of time, but one also needed to reach an extremely high level in the study of formations. Old Man Heaven Sorrow was shocked to see Imu arrange a time divine formation. He was the #1 formation master in the eternal star field, but even with his attainments in formations, he couldn't arrange a time divine formation. It didn't take long for the talismans to merge together, forming a series of images that surrounded Liu Yiping. Die. Imu waved his hands and countless time diagrams revolved, forming a long river of time that emitted a shocking time light. Under this time light, everything withered and aged. Liu Yiping was also drowned by the light from the river of time. The power of the river of time surged for a long time. Liu Yiping's figure completely disappeared into the light from the river of time. Everyone was stunned. Even Emu was surprised. Right at this time, everyone saw a figure walk out from the light from the river of time. It was Liu Yiping. "You're fine after being hit by my time divine formation." Emu couldn't believe it. Everyone looked at Liu Yiping in shock. Liu Yiping's expression remained unchanged. "Is this considered a time divine formation?" Emu was dumbfounded. The time divine formation he had arranged wasn't considered a time divine formation? "Alright, I'm not going to play with you anymore," Liu Yiping said. He raised his hand and punched out. Emu saw a time river that was several hundred times bigger than his time divine formation flying out from Liu Yiping's fist. Emu was drowned by the time river in an instant. The time river surged towards the end of heaven's path. 10 level 10 destiny god kings were completely annihilated. Once again, I would like to thank Loengrenke, Holifsk, and Xiao Yan. Villains are always better than hypocrites. Also, I would like to thank QQ Reader Ji Yun, Crooked Ware, The Smiling Proud Wanderer, Nangong Laosi, Steady, The World, R, Green Flower Latte, and other readers for their frequent tips. In the future, I will add an update for those who tip 30,000 book coins in a single day on Jidian's main website. As Emu was blasted to the end of heaven's path, his 10 rank 10 fate wills also began to crumble. In the end, all of them disappeared and returned to heaven and earth. Everyone stared at the end of heaven's path, unable to shift their gazes away for a long time. A god king with 10 fate wills being killed, this was extremely shocking. Even in the past battles for fate wills, it was rare for someone with 10 fate wills to fall. But now, before the fate wills were born and the battle had yet to begin, a god king with 10 fate wills was killed. Moreover, it was a god king with 10 fate wills, and the silver-winged divine manners Emu, Ionic divine manners Sikong Nan and silver-winged divine manners Emu were known as the 2 manor masters of the lower realm. Many manor masters of star fields were under their command. But now, one of the 2 manor masters, Emu, had died in the hands of an ancient god. Everyone's mood was complicated as they looked at the light blue figure standing with his hands behind his back and the 17 totems in the sky. Liu Yiping looked at the experts of the silver-winged divine manor and old man Tianbei. The experts of the silver-winged divine manor and old man Tianbei's expression changed drastically as they retreated in fear. "Lord Liu, please don't misunderstand. Emu and I only met by chance." Old man Tianbei explained, "We have no intention of becoming enemies with Lord Liu." Vice Manor Master Xu Gao cupped his fists and said, "Emu is courting death by becoming enemies with Lord Liu. We have no intention of becoming enemies with Lord Liu." His attitude was respectful and sincere. The commanders and vice-commanders of the silver-winged divine manor exchanged glances. In the crowd, Yiquan was staring at Liu Yiping with killing intent. At this time, Xu Gao suddenly turned around and sent Yiquan flying with a palm strike. When Yiquan landed on the ground, his body had cracked and his vitality was fading away. He was dead. Yiquan was only a peak late-stage ancient god. How could he withstand a palm strike from Xu Gao's 10 fate wills? Everyone was shocked at Xu Gao's ruthlessness when they saw Xu Gao kill Yiquan without hesitation to express his intentions to Liu Yiping. The experts of the silver-winged divine manor kept quiet out of fear. There were 2 god monarchs with 10 wills. One was Emu and the other was Xu Gao. Now that Emu was dead, Xu Gao's cultivation was the strongest. With his prestige, no one dared to say anything. After that, Xu Gao struck again, killing Qingyue on the spot. Then, he turned to Liu Yiping and said, "Master Liu, don't worry. When the time comes, I will send another expert to appoint the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture as an ally." Then, he added, "Or, I will let someone from the Azure Thunder Divine sect take over as the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture's chief." Liu Yiping retrieved the 17 totems and asked, "Let the Azure Thunder sect take over the Northern Wilderness Divine Prefecture?" Xu Gao hurriedly said, "Yes, of course. In the future, the Azure Thunder Divine sect doesn't need to listen to the orders of my Silver-Winged Divine Mansion." Liu Yiping nodded, then asked Su Ting to take over the position of the Northern Wilderness Prefecture Lord. Su Teng was overjoyed and respectfully complied. Then, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Su Teng, Tang Bin, and the rest left the scene. Everyone watched as Lu Yiping's group left, but no one said a word. Shu Gao felt his legs trembling. Fourth senior sister, are we still going to the Qi family? A female disciple from the heavenly palace asked. Fourth senior sister Yan Hong looked at the direction Lu Yiping left with a complicated expression and said, let's not go to the Qi family for now. First, let's report to the palace master that in this era, a monstrous genius with 17 totems has appeared. Soon, the news of the 17 totem ancient gods killing the silver-winged Emperor Emu spread throughout the heavens path. The heavenly palace. Xiaoqing was stunned for a long time when he heard the news. Then, he exclaimed, 17 totem ancient gods? The heavenly palace's ancestors were equally shocked. That's impossible. One of the ancestors exclaimed, in the ancient times, there were only 13 totems. Our heavenly palace has exhausted countless resources, but we were unable to cultivate 14 totems. How can there be a 17 totem ancient god in this world? The other ancestors also had a look of disbelief. This was hard to believe. 17 totems was simply unimaginable. In the main hall, the ancestors were all agitated. After a long while, the heavenly palace's palace master Xiaoqing said, Yan Hong and the rest saw it with their own eyes. Many experts in the ghost town also saw it. This person is called Lu Yiping. He killed the silver-winged Emperor Emu with the power of 17 totems. The ancestors were dumbfounded. The silver-winged emperor is dead? One of the ancestors stuttered. The ancestors were well aware of the silver-winged Emperor Emu's strength. Some of them had even fought with Emu. Emu's strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the ancestors in the heavenly palace. Such an existence was killed by an ancient god? Dead. Xiaoqing sighed. Yan Hong said that Lu Yiping's totems were shockingly huge. They had never seen such a huge totem before. When the 17 totems were summoned, they covered the entire ghost town sky. At that time, the ghost town was plunged into darkness. The shockwaves created by the 17 totems rushed out countless miles outside the ghost town. The silver-winged emperor was killed by a divine time fist. The 17 totems had covered the entire ghost town sky. Although no one knew how big the 17 totems were, they could imagine the scene. Was it Old Devil Time's divine time fist? One of the ancestors suddenly asked. Yes. Xiaoqing nodded. However, when Lu Yiping punched out with his divine time fist, the river of time filled the heavens and earth. Emu was blasted several miles away from the ghost town. Silence filled the hall. After a long time, one of the ancestors said, it doesn't matter if he has 17 or 18 totems. No matter who obstructs our heavenly palace from competing for the Chaos Heaven's will, they will all be killed. Xiaoqing did not say anything. At this time, the group of Aeon God Manners experts who had rushed to the Heaven's Path also received the news of the Silver-Winged Emperor's death. Young Manor Lord Sikong Yifei was stunned for a long time. The Silver-Winged Emperor died in Lu Yiping's hands? Lu Yiping is a 17 totem ancient god? The Aeon God Manor Lord Sikong Nan stood up with a frown on his face. He didn't say a word as he walked to the front of the palace gates and looked at the distant sky. After Lu Yiping killed Emu, the heaven's path shook violently and became much quieter. The 17 totem ancient gods were like a curse that weighed down on the hearts of the experts who came to the heaven's path. Even the 10 Wills God Kings who usually ruled over a star field or several star fields felt their momentum weakened when they led their subordinates to the heaven's path. TSK, 17 totem ancient gods killed a 10 Wills God King. This Lu Yiping, I'm afraid only 11 Wills God Kings can fight him, right? However, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now, many 10 Wills God Kings see Lu Yiping as a thorn in their side. I've heard that many 10 Wills God Kings and 11 Wills God Kings have the intention of joining forces to kill Lu Yiping. Now that the primal chaos heavens will has appeared, I wonder who will get their hands on it. The experts from various forces discussed fervently. In a certain residence in the ghost city, Lu Yiping also heard the discussions about him in the outside world. However, he didn't take it to heart. My lord, the Massacre God Pavilion's envoy is outside and he requests to see you. Che Ziping came in and reported to Lu Yiping. The Massacre God Pavilion, like the Heavenly Palace, was one of the three strongest forces in the Heaven's Path. 9 p.m. Second update. Oh, Massacre God Pavilion's envoy? Lu Yiping muttered, let him in. Chepung nodded and went out. Not long later, he let a middle-aged man in. The middle-aged man was very tall and was around 2.5 meters tall. He was even thicker than Taurus Longjiao. When he walked, he gave off a very heavy feeling. Lu Yiping could tell that the other party was a god king with 10 wills. After Zhuang Yiming entered, he softened his footsteps and walked to Lu Yiping. He cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Massacre God Pavilion's Zhuang Yiming greets Lord Lu. Massacre God Pavilion asked you to come and see me. What's the matter? Lu Yiping asked. Zhuang Yiming cupped his fists and said respectfully, our Massacre God Pavilion and Xianxia sect are holding a meeting of heroes. We have invited god kings with 10 wills to participate and discuss the chaos destiny. Pavilion Master asked me to invite Lord Lu. Oh, god kings with 10 wills. Taurus Longjiao chuckled. Our master isn't a god king with 10 wills. Zhuang Yiming quickly smiled. Lord Lu's battle strength is comparable to a god king with 11 wills. You are an important guest that our Massacre God Pavilion has invited. He then took out an invitation and respectfully presented it to Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping took the invitation and looked at its contents. Alright, I got it. You can go back. Lu Yiping said. He didn't say whether he was going or not. Zhuang Yiming said respectfully, at that time, our Massacre God Pavilion will be waiting for Lord Lu's arrival. He bowed and left. Taurus Longjiao looked at the invitation and said, Massacre God Pavilion and Xianxia sect are holding a meeting of heroes? It seems like Massacre God Pavilion and Xianxia sect are working together? Xianxia sect was as famous as Massacre God Pavilion and Heaven Palace. They were also one of the 3 major powers in Heaven's Road. Che Ziping said, Massacre God Pavilion and Xianxia sect are holding a meeting of heroes and inviting god kings with 10 wills. I don't think their intentions are pure. Lu Yiping said, let's go and see what Massacre God Pavilion and Xianxia sect have to say. The news of Massacre God Pavilion and Xianxia sect organizing the heroes gathering quickly spread throughout Heaven's Road. Old Man Tianbei, Sikong Nan, and the other god kings with 10 heaven's wills had all received invitations from Massacre God Pavilion and Xianxia sect. Father, the Massacre God Pavilion is holding this heroes gathering. I'm afraid it's a hangmen banquet. Sikong Ifei said. Sikong Nan thought for a moment and said, there's no harm in going. With so many divine kings with 10 heaven's wills gathered, the Massacre Divine Pavilion and the Qianyuan sect wouldn't dare to play any tricks. I also want to meet some old friends. As the master of the Ionic God Palace, Sikong Nan naturally had many friends who were god kings with 10 wills. The next day, Lu Yiping and the others set off for the Massacre God Pavilion. Su Ting also followed Lu Yiping's group of 3 to the Massacre God Pavilion. However, Zhou Can, Tang Shuiyao, Tang Bin, and the rest were waiting for Lu Yiping's group in the ghost town. Lu Yiping's group of 4 took the Black Dragon flying ship. Nothing happened during the journey. 2 days later, the 4 of them arrived at the Massacre God Pavilion. The Massacre God Pavilion was located in the depths of the Heaven's Path. The entire plain was occupied by the Massacre God Pavilion. Regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Palace or the Qianyuan sect, they both occupied a plain in the Heaven's Path. When Lu Yiping's group of 4 arrived, the experts of the Massacre God Pavilion immediately welcomed Lu Yiping's group into the Massacre God Pavilion's headquarters. They arranged a palace for Lu Yiping's group of 4 to stay in. Su Ting looked at the endless palaces of the Massacre God Pavilion and the experts that were as vast as the sea. He was extremely shocked. Even Che Ziping was inwardly shocked when he saw the grandeur of the Massacre God Pavilion. In the Ionic star field, there were very few ancient gods with 11 totems. However, in this place, 11 totems ancient gods were not rare. This Massacre God Pavilion does have some grandeur. Taurus Longjiao said. Su Ting smiled bitterly. The Massacre God Pavilion covered the entire plain. The experts were as vast as the sea. Divine kings with heaven's wills could be seen everywhere. Honestly speaking, this was the first time he had seen a sect that was so powerful. There were still a few days before the gathering of heroes. Hence, Liu Yiping's group had nothing to do. They left the palace and strolled around casually. Other than a few forbidden areas in the Massacre God Pavilion that they couldn't enter, the Massacre God Pavilion didn't have any other restrictions. I heard that this time, our Massacre God Pavilion has invited 4 divine kings with 11 totems. What? 4? That's right. This time, when the primal chaos heavens will appeared, many reclusive old antiques have appeared. Among the 4 old antiques, 3 of them are from the Middle Ancient Era, and 1 of them is from the Ancient Era. I heard that he is the senior brother of the Master of Myriad Gods. What? The senior brother of the Master of Myriad Gods? That's right. I think he is called the Master of 10,000 Swords. In front of them, a few experts of the Massacre God Pavilion were discussing. Xianxia was also shocked. The senior brother of the Master of Myriad Gods? As for Su Ting, he was even more shocked. The Master of Myriad Gods had dominated countless star fields in the past. His legends were still being talked about by many star fields experts. Right now, the Massacre God Pavilion had actually invited the senior brother of the Master of Myriad Gods. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were puzzled. According to what they knew, the Master of Myriad Gods didn't have any senior brothers. They knew that the Master of Myriad Gods had only accepted 1 disciple, the Master of Myriad Gods. This can't be real, right? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Taurus Longjiao sneered, of course it's fake. How could there be any senior brothers in Su City? Right at this time, several old men walked over from afar. Similar to Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, they weren't wearing the Massacre God Pavilion's robes. It was obvious that they were also experts invited by the Massacre God Pavilion. When they heard Taurus Longjiao's words, they couldn't help but look over. Brat, what did you just say? Did you say that my master's identity is fake? Indifferent looks appeared in the eyes of one of them. Another person looked at Su Ting and said, didn't the Massacre God Pavilion say that they would only invite God Kings with 10 heavenly wills? An ant like that also has the qualifications to enter? Taurus Longjiao mocked, if an ant like you has the qualifications to enter, why can't he? You're courting death. One of them punched at the bowl. Godly King Tian Ming's power gushed out. Faintly, 6 heaven's wills appeared around him. He was a godly king with 6 heaven's wills. However, Taurus Longjiao didn't even look at him as he sent a slap over. Pa! A loud and clear sound rang out. The other party was sent flying by Taurus Longjiao, smashing into a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak in the distance was where one of the Massacre God Pavilion's branches refined pills. The golden walls of the palace were shattered in an instant. The palace collapsed, and the golden walls were riddled with holes. In the distance, the Massacre God Pavilion's experts who were talking about the Master of Myriad Gods were stunned. The other disciples of the Master of Myriad Swords were also stunned when they saw their senior brother being sent flying. Soon, countless Massacre God Pavilion's experts flew over. When the experts from the Massacre Divine Pavilion saw the mountain peak and the alchemy palace that had been destroyed beyond recognition, their expressions turned ugly. One of the experts from the Massacre God Pavilion looked at the dragon horn golden bull and said in a low voice, "You are an honored guest invited by my Massacre God Pavilion. However, you dare to act as you wish in my Massacre God Pavilion's territory and even destroy my palace and alchemy mountain. Aren't you looking down on my Massacre God Pavilion?" All of the Massacre God Pavilion's experts' gazes landed on Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's group. One of the Master of 10,000 Swords disciples raged, "My master is the Master of 10,000 Swords, and he was invited by you to the Massacre God Pavilion. Now that my senior brother is injured in your sect, you have to give us an explanation." The expressions of the Massacre God Pavilion's experts changed. They naturally knew what kind of existence the Master of 10,000 Swords was. The Master of 10,000 Swords was the person with the highest status among the people invited by the Massacre God Pavilion. Just as the Massacre God Pavilion's experts were about to speak to Taurus Longjiao, a figure whistled through the air. When the Massacre God Pavilion's experts saw the newcomer, they quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Ancestor." The newcomer was Zhuang Yiming, one of the Massacre God Pavilion's ancestors. Any god king with 10 heavens wills was the Massacre God Pavilion's ancestor. After Zhuang Yiming arrived at the scene, he walked over to Lu Yiping, cupped his fists, and bowed with a smile. Lord Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. Everyone here is an esteemed guest invited by my Massacre God Pavilion. Please don't make a move on account of my Massacre God Pavilion. If there's anything wrong with our hospitality, my Massacre God Pavilion will apologize. He then turned to the Massacre God Pavilion's experts and said, "This is Lu Yiping, Lord Lu." The Massacre God Pavilion's experts were shocked. 17 totems Lu Yiping? Even the Master of 10,000 Swords disciples were shocked. When the Massacre God Pavilion invited a God King with 10 heavens wills, they thought that these people would at most be a God King with 10 heavens wills. This young man was actually Lu Yiping. Even though Lu Yiping was an ancient god, Lu Yiping's status far surpassed a God King with 10 heavens wills. His status was comparable to a God King with 11 heavens wills. Taurus Longjiao looked at the Master of 10,000 Swords disciples and asked, "You still want to make a move?" The Master of 10,000 Swords disciples hesitated. "Go back and tell your master not to use the title of the Master of 10,000 Gods senior brother to swindle others," Taurus Longjiao said. The Master of Myriad Gods disciples had ugly expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Lu Yiping, Long Jiaojin, and the others left. Watching Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's group disappear, the Master of Myriad Gods disciples clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with hatred. When Zhuang Yiming saw that the Massacre God Pavilion's experts were still standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but berate them, "Why aren't you saving them?" Only then did the Massacre God Pavilion's experts react, and they hurriedly rescued the Master of 10,000 Swords' eldest disciple from the mountain peak. Under the treatment of the Massacre God Pavilion's experts, the eldest disciple of the Master of 10,000 Swords finally regained consciousness. After that, the other disciples of the Master of 10,000 Swords brought him away. After they left, Zhuang Yiming returned to the ancestral land. Not long after, the Master of 10,000 Swords disciples returned to their palace and met with him. When the Master of 10,000 Swords learned that his eldest disciple had been severely injured by Lu Yiping's slave, his face sank. "Also, Master," his slave warned Master not to use the Master of Myriad Gods' name to swindle others. His second disciple added. The Master of Myriad Gods' face instantly turned murderous. "I'm using the Master of Myriad Gods' name to swindle others? Master, this Lu Yiping is simply too presumptuous. Even a slave like him dares to scold Master, and he even injured eldest senior brother to this extent." His second disciple raged, "Master, if you don't respond to this matter, how will the God King realm experts with 10 wills look at us?" The Master of 10,000 Swords' eyes grew colder. "There's no hurry. In any case, the hero assembly will be held in a few days. At that time, in front of the God King realm experts, I will prove to Lu Yiping that I'm not the Master of Myriad Gods' junior brother." At this time, inside the Massacre God Pavilion's ancestral land, Zhuang Yiming was recounting the conflict between Lu Yiping and the Master of 10,000 Swords disciples to Huang Fushi and a group of ancestors. Huang Fushi, who had 11 wills, said solemnly, "I'll go and mediate." Right at this time, a dignified voice came from the depths of the Massacre God Pavilion's ancestral land, "No need to mediate." Hearing this voice, Huang Fushi, Zhuang Yiming, and the others hurried to their feet and bowed respectfully, "Lord Ancestor Xian." That Ancestor Xian's voice sounded again, since Lu Yiping's subordinates believe that the Master of 10,000 Swords is using the Master of Myriad Gods' name to swindle others, then spread the news. Moreover, spread it so that everyone knows about it. Incite the Master of 10,000 Swords' hatred towards Lu Yiping. During the hero assembly, it's best to let the Master of 10,000 Swords and Lu Yiping fight, or let the God King realm experts with 10 wills come to blows. Huang Fushi was stunned for a second, but he understood Ancestor Xian's meaning. As for the conflict between Lu Yiping and the Master of 10,000 Swords disciple, it quickly spread. The experts of the Aeon Divine Matter who rushed over to the Massacre God Pavilion also heard the news. Sikong Ifei said, "I heard that the Master of 10,000 Swords isn't an ordinary God King with 11 wills. I wonder who's stronger between him and Lu Yiping." Sikong Nan said solemnly, "If Lu Yiping is really just a 17-totem ancient god, he's dead for sure when facing the Master of 10,000 Swords." Sikong Ifei and the experts of the Aeon Divine Matter were shocked. "Father, is the Master of 10,000 Swords that strong?" Sikong Ifei couldn't help asking. Very strong. Sikong Nan nodded with a solemn expression. I thought that he had already ascended to the higher realms. I didn't expect him to remain in the lower realms. The master of 10,000 sword strength can only be described as terrifying. During the Middle Ages, he was already able to kill a god king with 11 wills. What, he was able to kill a god king with 11 wills in the Middle Ages? Sikong Ifei and the others were shocked. A god king with 11 wills, even in the heaven's path, was a peak overlord. Now that the master of 10,000 swords was able to kill a god king with 11 wills in the Middle Ages, how terrifying would his strength be after hundreds of thousands of years? That's right. Sikong Nan said solemnly, the master of 10,000 swords cultivates the supreme sword Tao, focusing on the Tao of offense. His attacks are terrifyingly strong. Even with 11 wills, he can easily kill an expert of the same realm. During the Middle Ages, he was already a god king with 11 wills. A god king with 11 wills in the Middle Ages, Sikong Ifei and the others found it hard to imagine the master of 10,000 swords' current strength. Therefore, if Liu Yiping is only a 17-totem ancient god, he's dead for sure. Sikong Nan said, he might not even be able to take 3 moves from the master of 10,000 swords. Sikong Ifei and the others' eyes widened. Couldn't take 3 moves, did that mean he could only take 2 moves from the master of 10,000 swords? Sikong Nan frowned, I didn't think that the master of 10,000 swords would also come out to compete for the primal chaos heaven's will. This is definitely not a good thing for us. In Sikong Nan's view, the master of 10,000 swords, who was even more terrifying than Liu Yiping, had come out to compete for the primal chaos heaven's will. Several days quickly passed. During these days, Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others stayed in the palace to cultivate and didn't go out. On the day of the hero gathering, Zhuang Yiming came early to invite Liu Yiping and the others. 9 p.m. Second update, an ordinary god king with 10 heavens wills wouldn't be qualified for Zhuang Yiming, a god king with 10 heavens wills, to personally invite Liu Yiping. However, Zhuang Yiming had personally invited Liu Yiping. From this, it could be seen that the Massacre God Pavilion valued Liu Yiping. Under Zhuang Yiming's invitation, Liu Yiping and the rest headed towards the venue of the Gathering of Heroes. The Gathering of Heroes was held at Massacre God Pavilion's Heaven Upholding Peak, which was one of the highest peaks of Massacre God Pavilion. However, even though Heaven Upholding Peak was the highest peak of Massacre God Pavilion, it was still quite far from the main hall. Not long later, Liu Yiping and the rest saw Heaven Upholding Peak. Heaven Upholding Peak, just like its name, towered into the sky. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of feet tall it was. Starting from the waist of the mountain, it was shrouded in clouds. Looking at the towering Heaven Upholding Peak, Taurus Longjiao sneered inwardly. On the surface, there wasn't anything special about these palaces. However, there was a secret hidden beneath each palace. There were array cores beneath each palace, and all the array cores were linked together to form a heaven-suppressing god slaughtering array. Furthermore, each array core had been strengthened by Massacre God Pavilion. Once this heaven-suppressing god slaughtering array was activated, even a god king with 10 heavens wills would find it hard to escape. However, this heaven-suppressing god slaughtering array was extremely hidden. Even a god king with 12 heavens wills wouldn't be able to see through it. Of course, it couldn't escape the eyes of Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Liu Yiping's expression was calm. Everyone arrived at the plaza in front of Heaven Upholding Peak and landed in front of a magnificent palace. Zhuang Yiming said respectfully, Lord Liu, please. Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the rest entered the palace. The interior of the palace was very spacious. When one walked in, it was like an ant crawling inside. There were many thrones on both sides of the palace. Every throne was made with extremely expensive divine crystals. They were extremely glorious, and the light from the thrones reflected off each other. There were already many experts sitting on the 2 thrones. They were all god kings with 10 heavens wills who were invited this time. Behind these god kings stood a group of experts who were their subordinates. For this hero gathering, the Massacre God Pavilion had invited a total of over 200 god kings with 10 heavens wills. For example, the Eternal Star area had more than 10 god kings with 10 heavens wills. It wasn't strange that there were more than 200 god kings with 10 heavens wills in the hundreds of thousands of star areas. Of course, the lower realms were vast and boundless. There were definitely more than 200 deity kings with 10 wills. Seeing Lu Yiping and the others enter with Xuan Yiming, many of the god kings with 10 wills turned to look at Lu Yiping. On the highest throne at the very front, an extremely fat old man with long red hair also looked at Lu Yiping. "He's Lu Yiping?" the old man asked indifferently. "Master, it's him." A young man behind the old man hurriedly said, "I saw it clearly when I was in the ghost town. He was the one who activated the 17 totems to kill Emu." The old man nodded and looked at Lu Yiping. Scarlet light surged in his eyes as he emitted a mysterious energy. He wanted to see through Lu Yiping. This old man was one of the 411 Heavens Wills God Kings invited by the Massacre God Pavilion. His name was Jiming Tian, and he had already intimidated many star areas during the Middle Ancient Era. However, no matter how hard Jiming Tian looked, he couldn't see anything. The feeling he got from Lu Yiping was that he was in a state of chaos. Jiming Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Lord Lu, this is your seat." Zhuang Yiming brought Lu Yiping to the second throne at the very front and said. Jiming Tian couldn't help but frown. He was an 11 Heavens Wills God King who had made a name for himself during the Middle Ancient Era. However, the Massacre God Pavilion had arranged for him to be the 5th seat. Lu Yiping was in second place. Although Lu Yiping's battle strength was comparable to an 11 Heavens Wills God King, he was still just an ancient god. Seeing Lu Yiping sitting on the second throne, a disciple behind Jiming Tian couldn't help but say, "What qualifications does Lu Yiping have to sit on the second throne? The Massacre God Pavilion must be blind." In the main hall, the other 10 Heavens Wills God Kings were also whispering to each other, occasionally looking at Lu Yiping. Sitting on the 6th throne was the Aeon Divine Matters Manor Lord, Sikong Nan. Sikong Nan also frowned when he saw that Lu Yiping was in second place. He was the first Star Domain's Manor Lord and had control over countless star domains. Although he was at the peak of the 10 Heavens Wills God King realm, his battle strength wasn't any weaker than an 11 Heavens Wills God King. He was only placed in 6th place, but Lu Yiping was in second place. A while later, the other two 11 Heavens Wills God King realm old fogies arrived one after another. They were placed in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Although they didn't say anything when they saw that Lu Yiping was in second place, they were clearly unhappy. "The Sovereign of 10,000 Swords has arrived." Just as the main hall was filled with people, an expert from the Massacre God Pavilion shouted from outside. Everyone turned to look at the main hall's entrance. An elegant young man wearing a white brocade robe walked in, followed by 5 old men. For many people in the main hall, this was their first time seeing the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords. When they saw that the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords was an elegant and scholarly young man, they couldn't help but be surprised. The Sovereign of 10,000 Swords led his disciples into the main hall. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took was like a lotus flower. Many experts in the main hall had solemn expressions when they saw the lotus flower beneath the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords' feet. "Lotus flowers blooming with every step," Sikong Nan said as he stared at the lotus flower beneath the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords' feet. In ancient times, when a sage passed down the Tao, golden lotuses would bloom from the ground. The golden lotuses contained supreme grand Tao laws, and the lotus flower beneath the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords' feet contained supreme sword laws. Even the 311 Heavens Wills God King realm old fogies had solemn expressions. The Massacre God Pavilion's experts led the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords to the first throne. When they passed by Lu Yiping, the eldest disciple behind him said to the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords, "Master, he is Lu Yiping." The Sovereign of 10,000 Swords turned to look at Lu Yiping. 17 totems? The Sovereign of 10,000 Swords glanced at Lu Yiping from the corner of his eyes, then walked to his seat and sat down. With the arrival of the Sovereign of 10,000 Swords, the main hall was quickly filled. A short while later, the Massacre God Pavilion's Pavilion Master Huang Fushi and Qianyuan Sect's Sect Chief Yao Kai led the Massacre God Pavilion and Qianyuan Sect's experts into the main hall. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai were both 11 Heavens Wills God Kings, and behind them were 10 Heavens Wills God Kings from the Massacre God Pavilion and Qianyuan Sect. In the Eternal Star Field, there were several tens of thousands of worlds, but there were only slightly more than 10 Heavens Wills God Kings. Now, the Massacre God Pavilion and Xianyuan sect had 2010 Heaven's Wills God Kings. Seeing this, the hearts of the experts in the main hall sank. It was clear that the Massacre God Pavilion and Xianyuan sect had more than that. The Massacre God Pavilion and Xianyuan sect's strength exceeded many experts' estimation. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai walked to the center of the main hall and sat down. After taking their seats, Huang Fushi was the first to speak. The Massacre God Pavilion and Xianyuan sect are holding a great assembly. Huang Fushi and Brother Yao Kai are deeply honored to have all of you here. He then raised his cup. Let me toast everyone. Everyone raised their cups and drained them. Then, Huang Fushi started to chat with everyone. They were all talking about unimportant topics. After 3 rounds of wine, the sovereign of 10,000 swords suddenly questioned Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping, your servant said that I used the sovereign of myriad gods' name to swindle others. Is this true? The sovereign of 10,000 swords' voice reverberated in the main hall, and sword chi filled the air. Everyone stopped what they were doing. First update tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m., Lu Yiping didn't say anything. Taurus Longjiao chuckled, what? You don't like it so you're looking for a beating? Everyone was startled and had a strange expression. The master of 10,000 swords began to laugh, and his laughter grew louder and louder. It was a laugh of extreme anger, and anyone could hear the fury and killing intent in his voice. Looking for a beating? The Lord of Myriad Swords said, you're right, I really want to try being beaten. At this point, a shocking aura erupted from his body. The palace trembled. The sky-bearing peak shook as well. Next, a dazzling heavens will that was 1,200 miles long flew out. The power of the heavens will swept out and filled the entire hall. Level 12 heavens will. Sikong Nan blurted out. Everyone stared at the heavens will that flew out in shock. For example, the Silverwing King, Yi Mu, had a level 10 heavens will. But now, the Lord of Myriad Swords had a level 12 heavens will. At the same level, there was a huge difference between a level 10 and 11 Heavenly Fate Realm. A level 11 Heavenly Fate Realm Cultivator could easily defeat a level 10 Heavenly Fate Realm Cultivator. Moreover, the difference between the 12th and the 10th level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Next, another heavens will flew out. It was also 1,200 miles long and was also a level 12 heavens will. Soon, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th heavens wills appeared. Soon, 10 12th level heavens wills appeared in the sky. Their terrifying power created waves that crashed into the surrounding mountains. The towering sky peak trembled as if it was about to collapse. At this time, the 11th heavens will flew out. It was also a level 12 heavens will. A godly king with 11 heavens wills and all of them are level 12. Old Man Heaven's Sorrow and the other godly kings in the hall were shocked. Many godly kings only fused with 3 or 4 heavens wills. Even someone like Old Man Heaven's Sorrow, who was ranked 4th on the sovereign leaderboard, only fused with 9 heavens wills. But now, the Lord of Myriad Swords had fused with 12 heavens will. Seeing the Lord of Myriad Swords level 12 heavens will, everyone finally understood why the Lord of Myriad Swords could easily kill a god monarch with 11 heavens will. Ordinary 11 wills god kings at the same level of cultivation probably wouldn't even be able to take a single blow from the Lord of Swords. The shockwaves from the 11-12th level heavens wills swept out in all directions. Sensing the astonishing power of the Master of Swords heavens will, even Crimson Ming Tian, Huang Fushi, and Yao Kai, who all had 11 wills, paled. The Lord of Swords summoned his 11 wills and casually waved his hand. Their power surged out and fused with the sword energy, aiming for Taurus Longjiao. I do want to see how it feels to be whipped by someone, but I don't know if a slave like you has the strength to do so, the Master of 10,000 Swords said coldly. Tens of thousands of sword chi instantly arrived in front of Taurus Longjiao. Every ray of sword chi was unfathomable. Each strand of sword chi contained power that surpassed the full-powered strike of many 10 wills god kings. Sword attacks were strong to begin with, and with the Master of 10,000 Swords 11 wills, one could imagine how terrifying they were. Sensing the destructive power of the sword chi, all the experts present quickly retreated. At the same time, they all looked at Lu Yiping, wanting to see how Lu Yiping would save his slave. Lu Yiping was indeed a 17 totem ancient god, but he probably wouldn't be able to stop the Lord of Swords 11-12th level heavens wills. However, To everyone's surprise, Liu Yiping sat there motionlessly as if he had no intention of making a move. Amidst everyone's confusion, the world began to violently tremble. Next, a huge totem flew out. Each of the Lord of Swords' 12th level heavens will spanned 1,200 miles, but they were pitifully small before this totem. Looking at the incomparably huge totem in front of them, everyone was stunned. They looked at the dragonhorn golden bowl in disbelief. Liu Yiping's golden retriever's totem is also this big. Xikong Yifei was shocked. Liu Yiping's totem is also this big? An expert who had never seen Liu Yiping's totem before asked. No, Liu Yiping's totem is even bigger than this. An expert shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Even bigger than this? Next, the second, third, and fourth totems flew out one after another. In an instant, there were 12 totems. After the 12th, the 13th totem flew out. 13 totems. Everyone was shocked. The Lord of Swords' expression sank. I don't believe that you have 17 totems like Liu Yiping. Next, 14, 15, 16, and 17 totems flew out, overwhelming everyone. The 17 totems hung in the sky, illuminating the world with their radiance. 17 totems. Everyone was stunned. But at this time another totem flew out. 18 totems, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Liu Yiping's slave actually has 18 totems. Just when everyone thought that it was over, they saw another totem fly out of the sky. 19 totems. The several disciples behind the Lord of Swords trembled. Old man Tian Bei and the rest of the divine kings with 10 heavens' wills felt their bodies sink as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on them. At this time, the power of Taurus Longjiao's 19 totems had already surpassed the power of many divine kings with 10 heavens' wills. But it was not over yet. Under everyone's gaze, another 2 totems flew out. 21 totems emitted resplendent light in the sky. Terrifying energy waves swept towards the Massacre God Pavilion's mountain peaks. Everyone stared at the 21 totems in the sky in a daze. The Massacre God Pavilion's pavilion master Huangfu Shi, Qianyuan Sect's sect master Yao Kai, and the rest were also stunned. 21 totems. Xikong Nan could no longer feel his own heartbeat. Taurus Longjiao suddenly struck out with his palm. As his palm struck out, lightning filled the sky. A giant lightning palm smashed apart the Lord of Swords' sword Qi, scattering the 11 level 12 heavens will's power. Then, it continued to strike at the Lord of Swords. The Lord of Swords stared at the giant lightning palm that blotted out the sky. In his shock, he punched out, wanting to block the lightning palm. However, the lightning palm blasted away his fist force in the blink of an eye, striking with unstoppable momentum. Everyone watched as the Lord of Swords was sent flying by the lightning palm. The throne behind him exploded, and the Lord of Swords himself was sent flying, crashing into Huangfu Shi and Yao Kai. Huangfu Shi and Yao Kai dodged in fear. Just as they dodged, the Lord of Swords smashed through their thrones. In the end, the Lord of Swords was sent flying out of the hall, rolling all the way to the edge of the heaven-raising peak. Everyone was silent. The Lord of Swords with 11 level 12 heavens wills was sent flying just like that. Everyone looked in Liu Yiping's direction, but this time, they weren't looking at Liu Yiping, but at Taurus Longjiao. The Lord of Swords who was sent flying lay motionless on the ground. A long time later, he slowly stood up. The Lord of Swords stared fixedly at Taurus Longjiao, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was shock, disbelief, anger, and killing intent in his eyes. Courting death. His voice was frosty. At this time everyone saw another heavens will flying out from his body. 12 heavens wills God King. Second update, 4 p.m., everyone stared at the Lord of Myriad Swords' 12th will in awe. A 12 wills God King. Crimson Mingtian muttered. A 12 wills God King has appeared. Xikong Nan and the rest were shocked beyond words. The appearance of a 12 wills God King shocked everyone. It was no less shocking than Taurus Longjiao's 21 totems earlier. The 12 wills spanned across the Jiutian. Their terrifying power caused the Jiutian's airflow to boil. The Lord of Myriad Swords walked step by step towards Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. With every step the Lord of Swords took, a lotus of light would surge out from beneath his feet. Like vines, streams of sword energy would wrap around the Lord of Swords' body. Moreover, as the Lord of Swords moved forward, the number of vine-like streams of sword energy would increase. What kind of sword energy is this? A god king exclaimed. Sword energy could actually take the form of vines. One had to know that sword energy was formless. It wasn't easy for it to take physical form, let alone take the form of vines. Sword energy can take on a myriad of forms. Is this sword transformation? Old man Tianbei asked. However, he wasn't too sure. Sword transformation was an extremely high level of sword Dao. It was also the highest level of sword Dao in the lower realm. The Lord of Myriad Swords' footsteps were firm. The sword light around his body grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the sword light turned into pillars that pierced the firmament. Holes were blasted in the firmament. The 12 wills circled around the Jiutian, forming a formation diagram. Is this the fusion of wills? Crimson Ming Tian was shocked. Although a single will was powerful, its power was more or less dispersed when activated. However, when the wills fused together, their combined power would far surpass the scattered power of the wills. However, the fusion of wills was too difficult. Even Si Kongnan couldn't succeed after countless years of hard work. Huang Fushi, Yao Kai, and the rest were shocked to see the Lord of Myriad Swords fusing his wills. The more wills one had, the harder it was to fuse them. Die. All of you, die. He roared and waved his hands. The sword energy turned into a river of swords for an unknown length of miles. The power of the 12 heavens wills fused together and rushed towards Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Che Peng, and Su Ting. The sword river instantly pierced through layers of space and arrived in front of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao at a terrifying speed. Everyone held their breaths. When the master of myriad swords used 12 wills, his power exceeded the bull's. Now, the 12 wills had fused together. Would Lu Yiping and the bull be able to stop him with the addition of the sword form power? Taurus Longjiao looked at the river of swords with a calm expression. The golden retriever above his head flickered with golden light, and the surrounding space shook violently. The 22nd totem flew out. While everyone was still in a daze, 23, 24, 25, 26 totems flew out one after another. 13 golden flame totems, roiling dragon chi, and the divine world's laws resembled golden dragons. The other 13 totems flickered with lightning, forming a sea of lightning chi. Lightning gods stood tall between heaven and earth. When Taurus Longjiao punched out, a fist imprint tore through space, accompanied by the roar of 10,000 dragons and the crackling of lightning. Rumble, a thunderous explosion sounded as Taurus Longjiao's fist imprint collided with the river of swords. The river of swords exploded. Then, with overwhelming momentum, the fist imprint arrived in front of the Lord of 10,000 Swords. Alarmed, the Lord of 10,000 Swords was instantly sent flying out of the heaven-upholding peak. After smashing through the opposite peak, the Lord of 10,000 Swords crashed into the third peak, then the fourth, and the fifth, all the way to the end. Rumbling noises resounded endlessly, and the sound of mountains collapsing could be heard. As far as the eye could see, sand and dust billowed, filling the sky. Everyone was speechless. The 10,000 Sword Sovereign's disciples were deathly pale. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai's hearts pounded madly. Taurus Longjiao retrieved the 26 totems. Lu Yiping said to Huang Fushi, massacring God Pavilion Master, I remember you said that the purpose of the gathering was to discuss the birth of the Chaos Heaven's will. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Great waves roared in their hearts, unable to calm down. Huang Fushi collected his thoughts, suppressing the shock in his heart. He cupped his fists and smiled, Lord Lu is right. Then, he turned to the Crimson Underworld Heaven's Si Kongnan and the other experts who were hiding in the distance and said, everyone, please take a seat. We will now discuss the birth of the Chaos Heaven's will. Inside the Crimson Underworld Heaven, Si Kongnan and the others looked at the crumbling Great Hall and the broken throne with only the legs of the chairs remaining. They hesitated for a moment, but in the end they returned to their seats. Those who only had one chair leg sat on the other. Those who didn't even have a chair leg sat on the chair legs, supporting their buttocks. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai didn't even have the legs of their chairs, they were just sitting there. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were still present, so no one dared to say that they wanted to leave. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai shared the information about the Chaos Heavens while that the Massacring God Pavilion and Qianyuan sect had gathered. However, when they spoke, they couldn't concentrate and spoke intermittently. Bored, Lu Yiping bid farewell to Taurus Longjiao and left with Che Peng and Su Ting. When they left, Lu Yiping did not expose the heaven-suppressing god slaughtering formation. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai personally sent Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao off. After leaving the heaven-suppressing peak, Lu Yiping did not stay in the Massacring God Pavilion any longer. He left the Massacring God Pavilion with Taurus Longjiao and the rest. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left, Qi Mingtian, Si Kongnan, and the rest of the experts also left. The grand gathering ended abruptly. After everyone left, Huang Fushi went to the Massacring God Pavilion's ancestral land and reported the results of the gathering to Ancestor Xian. Initially, the Massacring God Pavilion had planned to cause conflict between Lu Yiping, the Myriad Sword Sovereign, Qi Mingtian, Si Kongnan, and the rest, then use the heaven-suppressing god slaughtering formation to kill the Myriad Sword Sovereign, Lu Yiping, and the rest. However, Taurus Longjiao's strength changed Huang Fushi's mind. Ancestor Xian was silent after hearing the report. It was obvious that he was digesting Taurus Longjiao's information about the 26 totems. Lord Ancestor Xian, when the Chaos Heavenly will appears, I think we should give up and withdraw from the competition? Huang Fushi asked cautiously. With Taurus Longjiao's strength, who would be able to compete with him, not to mention, there was also Lu Yiping who was even more terrifying. Ancestor Xian did not say anything. The news of the gathering quickly spread to the Heavenly Palace. Xiaoqing and the rest of the Heavenly Palace's ancestors were dumbfounded. 26 totems? Xiaoqing stuttered. Previously, Lu Yiping had 17 totems, which was shocking and unbelievable. This time, it was even more ruthless as he had 26 totems. Xiaoqing and the rest felt that it was absurd. According to the experts present, this Lu Yiping subordinate should have 2 kinds of supreme bloodlines, and each kind of bloodline has condensed 13 totems. Thus, there are 26 totems in total. One of the Heavenly Palace's ancestors said. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. If we can grasp this method, the ancestors with 2 kinds of supreme bloodlines might be able to condense more than 20 totems in the future. 9 p.m. Third update. Oh. The Heavenly Palace's palace master, Xiaoqing, was moved. No one could resist the temptation of condensing more than 20 totems. He had 2 bloodlines. If he could master the method to condense more than 20 totems, the Heavenly Palace would be invincible in the lower realm. However, when he thought of Taurus Longjiao's 26 totems, Xiaoqing sighed and shook his head. Even if we ask Lord Heavenly Ancestor to take action, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill Lu Yiping, the Golden Retriever subordinate. Moreover, there's still Lu Yiping. The ancestor said, if we can lure Lu Yiping and his subordinates into our Heavenly Palace's heavenly array, with Lord Heavenly Ancestor's strength and the help of our Heavenly Palace's several hundred ancestors, we might be able to suppress Lu Yiping and his subordinates. The heavenly array was the Heavenly Palace's strongest divine array. At the same time, it was hailed as the #1 divine array in the lower realm. It was personally set up by their Heavenly Palace's founder. Its terrifying power could kill any divine king. Xiaoqing shook his head. Let's talk about this later. However, this thought started to take root in his mind. After Lu Yiping's group left the Massacre God Pavilion, they were about to return to the ghost town. On the way, they passed by a certain plain and heard someone talking about the appearance of the immemorial Heavenly Quartz treasure. The appearance of the immemorial Heavenly Quartz treasure. Lu Yiping asked the other party, little brother, how did you know about this? Taurus Longjiao threw a heaven-grade origin stone worth 1 billion to the other party. The other party received the heaven-grade origin stone and was stunned for a moment. Then, he told Lu Yiping everything he knew. After a while, the other party left. The Sun Moon Star Plain. Lu Yiping looked at the other party's figure and muttered. According to the expert just now, someone had discovered the immemorial Heavenly Quartz Palace in the Sun Moon Star Plain. It was suspected to be the immemorial Heavenly Quartz main palace. The Sun Moon Star Plain was located in the depths of the Heavens Road. The deeper one went into the Heavens Path, the more difficult it was to traverse. This was because the deeper one went, the stronger the grand formations and restrictions became. Some grand formations and restrictions were set up by some old antiques that were hidden in the depths of the heavens path, while some grand formations and restrictions were born from the heavens and earth. Furthermore, the deeper the heaven road went, the colder the Yin-Chi, the divine flame, the lightning, and the spatial storm would be. Even god-kings with 5 or 6 wills would find it hard to reach the sun, moon, and stars plane. My lord, you and Lord Xiaojing can enter the sun-moon-star plane. Su Ting and I will wait for you in the city of death, Che Ziping said. It would be inconvenient for Lu Yiping to bring the two of them into the sun-moon-star plane. Lu Yiping pondered for a bit and said, very well, wait for me at the city of death. Once the heavens will comes out, I'll bring all of you there to compete for the heavens will. Since there were still a few months before the birth of the heavenly will, Che Ping and Su Ting didn't have to follow him all the time. Che Ping and Su Ting acknowledged and saluted before returning to the city of death. After Che Ping and Su Ting left, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao continued to fly deeper into the heaven path. The deeper they flew into the heavens path, the fewer the planets and planes they passed by along the way. In the end, the number of uninhabited planets and planes increased. The conditions in the depths of the heaven path were extremely harsh. Even god-kings didn't dare to cultivate in these planets and planes. Of course, there were exceptions. Some planets and planes had some auras, and these auras weren't weak. Most of them belonged to god-kings with 7 wills and above. Lu Yiping and Su Ting even found an old antique with 12 wills. His aura wasn't any weaker than the Lord of Myriad Swords. However, Lu Yiping and Su Ting didn't pay any attention to him. They continued to fly without stopping, heading straight for the sun-moon-star plane. Just as the two of them were heading towards the sun-moon-star plane, the heavens path in front of them shook violently. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the void without warning, blocking their path. These bolts of lightning included the 5 elements lightning, purple gold lightning, myriad transformation lightning, and even traces of chaos lightning. It was common to see this kind of lightning rain on the heavens path. It would last for several hours or even several days. Therefore, the two of them didn't wait for the lightning rain to stop. They directly broke through the lightning and continued forward. After entering the lightning rain, Lu Yiping didn't put up any defenses, allowing these bolts of lightning to strike his body. After traveling for several thousand li, the two of them passed through the lightning rain zone and continued forward. Just like that, after passing through the lightning, spatial storms, and frigidine ice, the two of them finally arrived at the sun-moon-star plane. The sun-moon-star plane was shrouded in a layer of black fog, preventing others from seeing the situation inside. Within the black fog, there were faint glimmers of light, as if the sun, moon, and stars were floating within. The two of them broke through the black fog and entered the sun-moon-star plane. Inside the sun-moon-star plane, there was no sunlight. There was a kind of light similar to starlight and moonlight. The surrounding scenery looked somewhat dreamy. But the strange thing was, there was no moon or stars in the sky. No one knew where these lights came from. The two of them flew forward. Since they didn't know the exact location of the Archean Heavenly Quartz Palace, they could only use their divine sense to search. Just as Lu Yiping and Huang Xiaolong were searching for the Archean Heavenly Quartz Palace, the news of the Archean Heavenly Quartz treasures appearing in the sun-moon-star plane spread. Various forces rushed over. Inside the plane, they would occasionally encounter some fierce beasts. These fierce beasts were generally several hundred zhang tall, and some were even several thousand zhang tall. The dragon horn gold directly sent them flying. Half a day later, just as the two of them were searching, the foundation tree in Lu Yiping's body suddenly shook violently. Lu Yiping was stunned, then he was overjoyed. There were foundation tree blocks in the sun-moon-star plane, and judging from the violent shaking, there should be a lot of them. Immediately, Lu Yiping flew in the direction he sensed. In the end, he and Taurus Longjiao arrived in front of a sea area. The water in the sea area was like the starry sky, dark blue in color. The two of them parted the water surface and entered the seabed. Not long after, they saw a large group of palaces under the sea. However, some of these palaces were already in a state of collapse, and some were missing a few corners. They must have been bombarded by a supreme force. Arriving in front of the palaces, Taurus Longjiao stared at the palaces. These are the Archean Heavenly Quartz Palaces. These palaces were made of rare materials from the Archean era, and the runes on them were extremely similar to the runes on the heavenly steel. Lu Yiping nodded. These palaces were the Archean heavenly quartz palaces, but it was hard to say if they were the main palace. The Archean heavenly court ruled over thousands of worlds. The palaces stretched for billions of miles, as long as a galaxy. These palaces that occupied tens of thousands of miles were only a small corner of the Archean heavenly quartz palaces. The two of them flew into the palaces. The foundation tree blocks were in the depths of these palaces. Although these palaces had been bombarded by a supreme force, some of the palaces' grand arrays and restrictions still had power, and they were not weak. Of course, the power of these grand arrays was useless against Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The two of them arrived at the depths of the palaces without any obstructions. When Lu Yiping arrived at the deepest part of the immemorial heavenly court, the tree's reaction became even more intense. It trembled violently, as if it was about to break out of its body. Lu Yiping blasted open the palace's restrictions and landed in front of the deepest palace with Taurus Longjiao. This palace was the largest palace in this complex of palaces. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and spanned several thousand miles. Looking at the palace in front of him that was tens of thousands of feet tall and surrounded by shocking lightning, Taurus Longjiao was bewildered. Could this be the primordial lightning god's cultivation palace? The lightning god of the immemorial heavenly court was an extremely powerful general of the immemorial heavenly court. It shouldn't be. Lu Yiping shook his head. In the past few years, he had comprehended the heavenly steel and had gained some understanding of the immemorial heavenly court. The palace in front of him shouldn't be the lightning god's cultivation palace, but the treasury of the lightning division. The immemorial heavenly court was divided into 108 divisions. The lightning division had hundreds of lightning generals and trillions of lightning soldiers. Among the 108 divisions of the immemorial heavenly court, the lightning division's combat strength could be ranked in the top 3. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived in front of the palace gates. The palace gates were extremely tall, at least 10,000 feet tall. Standing in front of the gates, they looked extremely small. Taurus Longjiao looked at the grand formation above the gates and exclaimed, "Amazing, this is the Purple Firmament Thunderbolt Grand Formation?" The Purple Firmament Thunderbolt Grand Formation was one of the strongest killing formations of the immemorial era. Its power was much stronger than the 10 great ancient divine formations. The 10 great ancient divine arrays were far inferior to the Purple Firmament Thunder All-Extinguishing Array, the strongest killing array of the primordial era. Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement. Looking at the Purple Firmament Thunderbolt Grand Formation above the gates, he said, "The technique is almost perfect. It should have been set up by the lightning division's paramount gods." He continued, "But it's a pity that this complex of palaces was struck down by someone's supreme power. When the Purple Firmament Thunderbolt Grand Formation blocked the enemy's attack, it was also destroyed, losing 99% of its power. Therefore, the Purple Firmament Thunderbolt Grand Formation's power was only 1/10 of what it used to be. Of course, even if it was only 0.1%, it was still extremely terrifying. Overgods were terrifyingly powerful, and the Violet Firmament Thunder Apocalypse Formation was more than capable of easily annihilating the entire Sun-Moon-Star plane. Lu Yiping raised his hand. Lightning flickered and struck the door in front of him. Immediately, the 10,000 extinguishing thunderbolts on the door rumbled. The power of the 10,000 annihilation lightning was vast and boundless, like a boundless sea of lightning. However, under the suppression of Lu Yiping's palm, it was unable to pour out. This continued for a while before Lu Yiping slammed his palm down. Finally, the lightning power of the door dissipated. The Purple Firmament Thunderbolt Grand Array stopped. Lu Yiping pushed with his palm and the door to the treasury was pushed open. When the door to the treasury was pushed open, all that could be seen was the flash of lightning. All kinds of lightning flashed, filling the entire space of the treasury. In front of him were all kinds of thunder attribute materials and treasures. There were also all kinds of thunder attribute herbs. Seeing these thunder attribute herbs, the Taurus Longjiao swallowed hard. His granny, these were thunder attribute herbs cultivated by the primeval heavenly court. Each one was a rare treasure. If an ordinary mortal martial artist were to sniff these herbs, their medicinal energy would rise to an astonishing level. Even the tree ginseng and Taoist divine pill in the master of myriad gods abode paled in comparison to these thunder attribute herbs. They weren't even on the same level. Liu Yiping waved his hand, and a Thunder Attribute spiritual herb fell into his palm. This Thunder Attribute spiritual herb was completely golden in color, and it flickered with golden lightning. As for the flower, it was very strange, it was shaped like a palm. This Thunder Attribute herb was the golden palm thunder flower that had disappeared since the primeval era. Liu Yiping plucked the flower and placed it in his mouth. It melted as soon as it entered his mouth, filling his mouth with a fragrant aroma. Golden lightning flickered all over his body, and from a distance, he looked like a god of lightning. With these herbs from the primeval heavenly court, his cultivation speed of the immortal skywood art would be much faster. The Taurus Longjiao also took a Thunder Attribute herb and chewed it like a cow chewing grass. It tasted pretty good. Liu Yiping continued forward. After passing through countless Thunder Attribute herbs and materials, he arrived at the deepest part of the treasury. There were countless tree chunks floating in the air. They were all kinds of divine tree chunks. Besides the foundation tree, there were other tree chunks. Liu Yiping even saw a few Sun Fusang tree chunks. Previously, he had found the Sun Fusang tree chunks in the Hingyuan Plains Divine Earth Lightning Volcano. They had already matured, but in the past few years, their growth had been slow. If he merged with these Sun Fusang tree chunks, his growth would be astonishing. The Sun Fusang tree was a natural spiritual root, and like the foundation tree, it was one of the 4 great divine trees. It would be of great use in the future. However, other than the foundation tree chunks and the Sun Fusang tree chunks, the other tree chunks were ordinary. Liu Yiping summoned the foundation tree. As soon as the 70,000-meter-tall foundation tree appeared, chaos chi spread out like waves, and the light of the great Tao shone brightly. As soon as the tree of creation appeared, all the tree of creation pieces in the treasury took the initiative to fly toward the tree of creation and attach themselves to its incomparably thick trunk. Then, the tree of creation pieces glowed at the same time and fused into the tree of creation bit by bit. As these foundation tree chunks merged with the foundation tree's radiance became even more resplendent, and its vitality surged. The black and yellow light in the chaos chi gradually increased. 78,000 meters, 79,000 meters, the foundation tree quickly grew to 80,000 meters. When the foundation tree grew to 80,000 meters, its luxuriant leaves glowed brightly, and the 9th level of the immortal skywood art finally appeared. Liu Yiping sat cross-legged under the foundation tree and began to comprehend the 9th level of the immortal skywood art. While Liu Yiping was comprehending the 9th level of the immortal skywood art, groups of experts arrived in front of the palace complex. These are primordial materials, and looking at these patterns, it's the unique refining method of the immemorial heavenly court. These palaces must have been built by the immemorial heavenly court. The heavenly palace master Xiaoqing looked at the palaces in front of him and exclaimed, "I can sense boundless treasure qi in the depths of these palaces." One of the heavenly palace's ancestors laughed. Xiaoqing took out a palm-sized divine artifact that resembled the 8 trigrams and infused it with his heavenly mandate divine force. In an instant, the 8 trigrams divine artifact's radiance surged. Under the 8 trigrams divine artifact's radiance, Xiaoqing could sense the fluctuations of the array formations in the surroundings. "Everyone, follow me inside," Xiaoqing said to the group of Heavenly Palace's experts. He took the lead and entered the palace complex, flying towards the depths of the palace complex. The group of Heavenly Palace's experts quickly followed. Not long after the group of Heavenly Palace's experts entered the palace complex, an old man clad in black battle robes appeared. This old man was a 12 heavenly mandate god king, but his aura was much stronger than the sovereign of 10,000 swords. After the old man arrived, he also flew towards the depths of the palace complex. After ancient god realm experts integrated with their heavenly mandates, their totems did not disappear. Therefore, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao naturally had heavenly mandates. Update 5 p.m. In the treasury deep within the palace complex, Liu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree of creation. While fusing with the tree of creation, he was comprehending the 9th level of the immortal skywood technique. After a few days, Liu Yiping had completely comprehended the 9th level of the immortal skywood technique. The tree of creation had also fused with all the tree of creation in the treasury. It had grown to more than 90,000 meters, almost reaching 100,000 meters. The chaotic chi around the tree of creation was surging endlessly like the sea. There were more and more black and yellow lights in the chaotic chi. This was a sign that the chi of heaven and earth was about to be produced. Once the tree of creation grew to 100,000 meters, the chi of heaven and earth would truly be produced. He kept the tree of creation. At this time, the Sun Fusang tree had also fused with all the Fusang tree pieces in the treasury. Its growth was astonishing. It was already more than 1,000 meters tall. Around the Fusang tree, a faint golden flame spread. At the same time, a kind of gas similar to the chaotic chi was surging around the Fusang tree. This was the chi of the sun. A kind of innate spiritual chi that was comparable to the chaotic chi. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stood under the Fusang tree. They felt very warm. Taurus Longjiao smiled. In the future, when we go to a world of ice and snow, it's most suitable for us to summon the Fusang tree for warmth. Taking out one of the innate spiritual roots, the Fusang tree of the four great sacred trees for warmth. Only Taurus Longjiao could come up with such an idea. Lu Yiping smiled. That's a good idea. However, when we roast meat and drink wine in the future, we can also roast meat and eat it. Taurus Longjiao smiled. Roasting meat with the sun fire of the Fusang tree should be more fragrant, tender, and delicious. Both of them laughed. After keeping the Sun Fusang tree, Lu Yiping took out Mount Buzhou. Looking at the rainbow gourd root on Mount Buzhou, he said, "We have to find a way to find the spring of life. If this goes on, the spring of life will be used up soon." In the past few years, he had been persistently watering the rainbow gourd root. The spring of life was almost used up. However, he also knew that it would be difficult to find the spring of life in the lower realm. Thus, he would have to ascend to the upper realm. Lu Yiping put away Mount Buzhou and the seven-colored gourd root. Then, he started collecting the treasures in the treasury with Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping stored all the spiritual herbs, divine pellets, and spiritual veins into the purple gold gourd, nourishing them with the purple gold chaos chi. As for the refined iron, ores, and other materials, they were all stored in the cauldron of heaven and earth. There were many secret manuals and books in the treasury, many of which were records of the immemorial celestial court and the events of the immemorial era. Thus, Lu Yiping also took them all. If he flipped through them later, he might be able to find the ruins of the immemorial celestial court's main palace. It was even possible to find Jian Shu's main body back then. After collecting everything in the treasury, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the palace. After exiting the palace, Lu Yiping lifted the palace with one hand and took it with him. The palace was made of excellent materials. He could refine it again and integrate it into his everlasting star palace. Moreover, he could repair the purple firmament thunderbolt all-extinguishing formation in the palace. By then, the power of his everlasting star palace would increase significantly. After taking the palace, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao did not leave immediately. Instead, they continued to stroll around to see if they could find anything useful. Although this group of palaces was not the main palace of the immemorial celestial court, the purple firmament thunderbolt all-extinguishing formation, which was set up by the Thunder Tribe's supreme gods, was still destroyed. This showed how strong the enemy was. I wonder if the destruction of the immemorial celestial court had anything to do with the Dark Boar race. Taurus Longjiao suddenly said. Lu Yiping's eyes were deep as he said, perhaps. Even if the Dark Boar race did not have such strength back then, it should have something to do with them. After the destruction of the immemorial celestial court, the Dark Boar race rose rapidly. Lu Yiping guessed that the Dark Boar race must have obtained some of the treasures of the immemorial celestial court. As Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao strolled around, they encountered many experts from other forces fighting over the items in the palaces. These experts were either from Heaven's Path, Eternal Star Field, Silver Wing Star Field, or other star fields. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao ignored these fights. However, when Lu Yiping passed by one of the palaces, Lu Yiping saw two parties fighting and stopped. Green Devil Race. Taurus Longjiao was surprised when he saw one side fighting. On one side was a skinny old man. He was a Green Devil Race expert, a god king with 10 heavenly wills. The Green Devil Race was one of the strongest devil races in the ancient times. During the Myriad Gods era, the Green Devil Race's strength was only second to the Eternal Night Race and Purple Extreme Devil Race. On the other side were two female disciples from the heavenly palace. Both sides were clearly fighting over the items in the palaces. The two female disciples were not weak either. One of them was a god king with 10 heavenly wills, while the other was a god king with 9 heavenly wills. However, even with the two of them working together, they were still suppressed by the skinny old man. The green devil race's old man snickered. Every time he attacked, he would release monstrous devil chi that contained a shocking green energy. This was the green devil poison in the green devil race's bloodline. Lu Yiping's group didn't conceal their auras when they arrived. Therefore, all three of them noticed Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. We are disciples of the heavenly palace. Young masters, please help us. The heavenly palace will be eternally grateful. The female disciple with 10 heavenly wills shouted. Help us? The green devil race's old man smiled indifferent. Suddenly, he leaped up and arrived in front of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in the blink of an eye. He sent a palm towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. It was clear that he wanted to silence Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao casually waved his hand and sent the green devil race's old man flying. The green devil race's old man was sent flying. After crashing through several palaces, he rolled to the edge of a plaza. Then, his body began to crack and burst apart, turning into minced meat. The two women from the heavenly palace were stunned. Killing a godly king with 10 heavenly wills with a wave of his hand, this golden retriever was a godly king with 12 heavenly wills. Only a godly king with 12 heavenly wills could have such strength. Even a godly king with 11 heavenly wills wouldn't have such strength. It took a long time for the two women to react. After some hesitation, they approached Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and bowed. Many thanks for saving us, sirs. Lu Yiping had the two women rise. At this time, the sound of whistling wind could be heard as a large group of experts flew over. It was the heavenly palace master Xiaoqing and a group of ancestors. When Xiaoqing and the heavenly palace's ancestors saw the scene, Xiaoqing asked the two women, Shireen, what happened? The godly king with 10 heavenly wills woman briefly explained the situation. Xiaoqing and the others were shocked when they heard that Taurus Longjiao had killed the green devil race's godly king with 10 heavenly wills with a wave of his hand. Xiaoqing approached Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. After thanking them, he cupped his fists and asked, how should I address you, sirs? Something happened at home, so the update is late. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Originally, today's update was planned to be 3, but now it can only be 2. Tomorrow, I'll update 3 times. Tomorrow, the first update will be at 12. Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping said. Lu Yiping, Xiaoqing and the heavenly palace experts were shocked. This blue-robed young man in front of them was Lu Yiping? Then this golden retriever next to him was the expert who killed the master of 10,000 swords? So it's Lord Lu. Xiaoqing hurriedly said respectfully, then looked at Taurus Longjiao. I presume this is the lord with 26 totems who killed the master of 10,000 swords? Taurus Longjiao looked at the respectful Xiaoqing and said, you're the current palace lord of the heavenly palace? Xiaoqing hurriedly said yes, then warmly chatted with Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. After a while, he invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to the heavenly palace as guests, saying that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had saved Shireen and Lu Yiping. He wanted to be a good host and thank Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, then the two of us will stay in the heavenly palace for 2 days. When the heavenly palace was founded, he stayed in the heavenly palace for a few days. After that, he didn't enter the heavenly palace again because he wanted to see how the heavenly palace had changed. Xiaoqing was secretly happy when he saw Lu Yiping agree. He smiled and said, not at all, not at all. 2 lords can stay as long as you want. Then, he and the heavenly palace experts invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to the heavenly palace. After leaving the palace complex, they didn't stay any longer. They left the Sun-Moon-Star Plain and flew towards the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace wasn't far from the Sun-Moon-Star Plain. A few days later, they arrived at the heavenly palace. Lord Lu, the heavenly palace is in front of us. Xiaoqing pointed at a huge plain in front of them. I know. Lu Yiping said. Xiaoqing was stunned, then asked with a smile, Lord Lu, have you been to my heavenly palace before? Lu Yiping looked at the plane in front of him and said emotionally, "I've been here before." Xiaoqing and the experts of the Heavenly Palace were surprised. "When did Lord Lu come to my Heavenly Palace?" Xiaoqing was puzzled and couldn't help but ask with a smile. He had been the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Palace for more than 200,000 years, but he didn't remember Lu Yiping coming to the Heavenly Palace. "Many years ago," Lu Yiping said. "Many years ago? Could it be 300,000 years ago?" Xiaoqing thought to himself. He maintained his composure and smiled as he invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao into the Heavenly Palace. Afterwards, Xiaoqing personally arranged a palace for Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to stay in. He also said that there would be a banquet tonight to thank Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Then, he asked Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao what they thought. Lu Yiping did not refuse. Xiaoqing was delighted and said with a smile, "Then I'll come over tonight to invite both of you." Then, he bowed and left. Taurus Longjiao looked at Xiaoqing, who was leaving, and said, "This person is hypocritical. He invited us to the Heavenly Palace with such great hospitality. I'm afraid he doesn't have good intentions. Maybe the banquet tonight won't be a good one." Lu Yiping's face was calm. "Let's see what kind of banquet he's going to host tonight." After Xiaoqing left, he did not return to the main palace. Instead, he entered the ancestral land and went all the way to the deepest part of the ancestral land. He stood in front of a palace. "Lord Ancestor," Xiaoqing called out carefully. "What's the matter?" A voice came from the palace. The voice was as calm as a dry well. Xiaoqing first reported that Taurus Longjiao killed the master of 10,000 swords with 26 totems. Oh, 26 totem ancient gods killed the master of 10,000 swords. In the palace, the Lord Ancestor was obviously shocked. "Yes, Lord Ancestor," Xiaoqing said. "According to the experts present, Lu Yiping's subordinates have 2 bloodlines. Each bloodline can condense 13 totems. The 2 bloodlines add up to 26 totems. Xiaoqing has been thinking these days that if we can obtain the method to condense more than 20 totems from 2 bloodlines, the strength of the Heavenly Palace will skyrocket. We will be truly invincible in the lower realms." In the palace, the Lord Ancestor was silent for a while. After a while, Xiaoqing told him about his encounter with Lu Yiping in the Sun-Moonstar Plain and how Lu Yiping had invited them to the Heavenly Palace. "Oh, Lu Yiping and Lu Yiping are now in the Heavenly Palace?" the Lord Ancestor asked. "Yes, Lord Ancestor. I'm thinking that although Lu Yiping and Lu Yiping's strength is amazing, we can use the Sky Matrix to suppress and capture them." Xiaoqing said, "With Lord Ancestor's strength, coupled with our hundreds of ancestors and trillions of disciples, we can definitely suppress Lu Yiping and Lu Yiping." Sky Matrix. The Lord Ancestor said, "How do we lure them into the Sky Matrix?" Clearly, the Lord Ancestor was also tempted. Xiaoqing smiled, "I'm holding a banquet tonight and invited Lu Yiping and Lu Yiping. They have already agreed to attend." "Oh." The Lord Ancestor raised his voice. At this time a light flashed and an extraordinarily handsome young man came out of the palace and appeared in front of Xiaoqing. "Lord Ancestor." Xiaoqing hurriedly greeted the young man. The young man asked, "You mean to say that the banquet will be held inside the Sky Matrix?" "That's what I mean," Xiaoqing answered. The young man called Lord Ancestor's eyes flickered as he considered Xiaoqing's suggestion. "Lord Ancestor, the power of our Heavenly Palace's Sky Matrix is said to be able to kill all God Kings." Xiaoqing continued, "With your strength, Heavenly Ancestor, and our Heavenly Palace's patriarchs and billions of disciples, no matter how strong Lu Yiping and his subordinates are, they won't be able to escape from the Heavenly Formation. Moreover, we can ask Lord Heavenly Beast for help." The Heavenly Palace had a guardian divine beast. It was the mount of the founder of the Heavenly Palace. Everyone thought that the Heavenly Beast had followed the founder of the Heavenly Palace into the upper worlds, but that was not the case. The Heavenly Beast had always been cultivating in a secret space in the Heavenly Palace. No one knew how strong the Heavenly Beast was. However, it was definitely terrifying. The Lord Heavenly Beast cultivates a secret art that allows it to enter a state where it isn't empty and doesn't leave Heavenly Lake. As long as Heavenly Palace isn't in danger, there's no need to disturb it. He then released his aura and 13 heavens wills flew out. Each of them was level 13. Level 13 Heaven's wills were the strongest below the Chaos wills. As long as the Chaos wills didn't appear, they were invincible. The Lord Ancestor had 13 level 13 Heaven's wills. It wasn't Xiaoqing's first time seeing the Lord Ancestor's Heaven's wills, but he couldn't hide his shock. With me and the Sky Matrix, it's enough to suppress Lu Yiping and his companion. The Lord Ancestor said. Yes, Lord Ancestor. I'll go prepare now. Xiaoqing said. Yes, go. The Heavenly Ancestor said, don't let Lu Yiping and his companion get suspicious. Don't worry, Lord Ancestor. I understand. Xiaoqing bowed and left. Everything was normal in Heavenly Palace. The experts were busy preparing for the banquet. Night gradually fell. Xiaoqing came to Lu Yiping and his companion's palace and personally welcomed Lu Yiping and his companion. Lu Yiping and Yi Shiwen followed the other party to a palace. This is the palace for the banquet? Taurus Longjiao asked casually. Yes. Xiaoqing smiled, this palace is called the Qianyin Palace. It is our heavenly palace's most important and ancient palace. We only host a banquet here to welcome the heavenly palace's most important and distinguished guests. Normally, this Qianyin Palace is closed. Lu Yiping looked at the Qianyin Palace in front of him and asked indifferently, is that so? The Qianyin Palace was built when the Heavenly Palace was founded. At the same time, it was also the core of the Heavenly Formation. At this time, the group of ancestors waiting at the Qianyin Palace's entrance came over and saluted Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, inviting Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao into the palace. Xiaoqing walked to the palace's entrance and pushed the doors open. He smiled and said, two lords, I've already prepared a banquet. Please. Lu Yiping's expression was calm as he walked into the Qianyin Palace's main hall with Taurus Longjiao. The Qianyin Palace's main hall was very big. Taurus Longjiao's eyes swept over the main hall as he commented, this Qianyin Palace is quite grand, even bigger than the Massacre God Pavilion's towering sky peak. Xiaoqing smiled, this Qianyin Palace was built when our heavenly palace was founded. Taurus Longjiao nodded, no wonder. After entering the main hall, Xiaoqing invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to a seat of honor. Lu Yiping did not stand on ceremony and followed Taurus Longjiao to the seat of honor that Xiaoqing mentioned and sat down. Xiaoqing's smile became even more radiant seeing this. He and the group of ancestors went to their seats and sat down. Xiaoqing looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and said, Lord Xiaojin killed the Lord of 10,000 Swords 12 heavenly mandate god kings with a single strike from 26 totems, shocking the world. Who doesn't know of Lord Xiaojin's fame? Then he raised his cup, come, I toast to Lord Lu and Lord Xiaojin. He added, this wine is the best wine in our heavenly palace. It's called the Undrunk Immortal. Lu Yiping picked up the wine cup and said, the wine is good, but it's a pity that it's still a little lacking. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Xiaoqing was startled. Was he missing something? He drained his glass. Subsequently, Xiaoqing and the Heavenly Palace's ancestors raised their cups and toasted Lu Yiping and Huang Xiaolong. After 3 rounds of wine, Xiaoqing smiled and said, Lord Xiaojin has 26 totems. Now, the outside world is guessing about Lord Lu Yiping's totems. Some say that Lord Lu Yiping might have 27 totems, or even 28 totems. Seeing that Xiaoqing was testing him, Lu Yiping shook his head and said, I am not the 27th totem, nor am I the 28th totem. Xiaoqing smiled and said, some speculate that Lord Xiaojin has 2 major bloodlines, each of which can condense 13 totems. The 2 bloodlines add up to 26 totems. I'm curious as to how Lord Xiaojin learned of such a secret technique. Taurus Longjiao smiled. You want to know? Xiaoqing smiled. With such a secret technique, who wouldn't be tempted by it if they could condense more than 20 totems? If Lord Xiaojin is willing to tell us, our heavenly palace will be eternally grateful and take out precious treasures to thank the 2 of you. At this point, Xiaoqing didn't hide it anymore. Just now, the heavenly formation's power had completely locked onto Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao looked at Xiaoqing and the heavenly palace's ancestors and smiled. What if I refuse to tell you? Xiaoqing shook his head. Refuse to tell? Then his face suddenly turned cold. Then I can only offend you. He and the heavenly palace's ancestors all burst out with light. Every corner of the heavenly palace's main hall vibrated with light. Rays of light fell from the sky, enveloping the heavenly palace and the surrounding mountain peaks. Shocking power filled the air. Amidst the rays of light, countless rainbow-colored array symbols floated down like snowflakes. Heavenly formation. Lu Yiping looked at the rainbow-colored array symbols floating down and put down his wine cup. Xiaoqing smiled. That's right, heavenly formation. Our heavenly palace's number 1 killing array is also the lower realm's number 1 divine array. The heavenly formation that can kill all god kings. After saying this, he and the heavenly palace's ancestors flickered with light and teleported away from the heavenly palace's main hall. Xiaoqing's voice sounded from the sky above the heavenly palace. Lu Yiping, the heavenly formation hasn't fully activated yet. If you tell us the secret technique to condense more than 20 totems now, it's not too late. Taurus Longjiao smiled and continued to drink wine with Lu Yiping. At this time, a figure appeared outside the heavenly palace. It was the heavenly palace's heavenly ancestor. Heavenly ancestor. Xiaoqing and the heavenly palace's ancestors hurriedly bowed. Activate the heavenly formation with all your might. The heavenly ancestor indifferent said, don't hold back. Yes, heavenly ancestor. The heavenly ancestor's light surged and 13 level 13 heavens wheels flew out. Each of the 13 level 13 heavens wheels spanned 1,300 miles and shone brightly. Shocking power poured out from the 13 level 13 heavens wheels. This power suppressed the heavens. It covered the layers of space. Under the bombardment of the 13 level 13 heavens wheels, astonishing cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. Heavenly ancestor is invincible. The heavenly palace's ancestors were excited to see the heavenly ancestor's 13 level 13 heavens wheels. They all summoned their own heavens wheels. Some had 11, some had 12, some had 10, and some had Jiutian wills. All of them were god kings with 7 or more heavens wills. Several hundred heavenly palaces' ancestors poured their power into the heavenly formation, causing it to shine even brighter. The entire heavenly palace was drowned in its light. The heavenly formation's power was like a boundless ocean, swallowing everything within the heavenly palace. The heavenly formation was hailed as the number 1 divine formation in the lower world. It was said to be able to kill all god kings. The heavenly ancestor was a god king with 13 heavens wills. Activating the heavenly formation was enough to kill any god king with 13 heavens wills. Now, with the addition of Xiaoqing and hundreds of celestial palace patriarchs, the power of the sky formation had reached an unbelievable level. The destructive power blasted the Qianyun Palace into nothingness. The Qianyun Palace and everything around it were reduced to nothingness. The formation's power raged and battered Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao over and over again. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were completely swallowed up by the formation's light. The heavenly ancestor and Xiaoqing were still worried even after the formation's power struck them 40 to 50 times. They continued to use the formation's power. This went on for a long time. The heavenly palaces group only stopped after the formation's power had struck them nearly 100 times. Lord Heavenly Ancestor, what if Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao are killed by our continuous attacks? Xiaoqing asked worriedly. Their ultimate goal was to obtain the secret art to condense more than 20 totems. If Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao died, their efforts would be in vain. The heavenly ancestor said, don't worry. If Lu Yiping's subordinates can kill the master of 10,000 swords so easily, they won't die so easily. The heavenly formation's light gradually dissipated, revealing Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were still sitting there, sipping their wine. Their blue robes were still spotless, and their golden retriever was still shiny. The heavenly ancestor, Xiaoqing, and the rest of the heavenly palace's ancestors were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were completely fine under the combined efforts of the heavenly palace's ancestors. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stood up at this time. How can you be fine? Xiaoqing stuttered. How can we be fine? Lu Yiping smiled faintly, because this heavenly formation was set up by me. What? You set up the heavenly formation casually? Xiaoqing and the rest of the heavenly palace's ancestors were stunned. The heavenly ancestor seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. What a joke, you set up the heavenly formation casually? Why don't you say that you're the founder of our heavenly palace? Who doesn't know that this heavenly formation was created by our heavenly palace's founder? The heavenly ancestor's voice was cold. I don't believe that you can withstand the heavenly formation's strongest killing formation, the power of the 99 layers heaven. Just now, the heavenly formation's strongest killing formation was not activated. The heavenly ancestor was afraid of killing Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, so he did not activate the heavenly formation's last layer, which was also its strongest killing formation. The heavenly formation's strongest killing formation was called the 99 layers heaven. Once activated, half of the heavenly palace's ancestral root's power would be sucked away, and it would take tens of thousands of years to recover. This was also the reason why he did not activate the heavenly formation's strongest killing formation earlier. All ancestors, heed my command, activate the 99 layers heaven. The heavenly ancestor's cold voice resounded through the world. Xiaoqing was stunned. Lord Heavenly Ancestor, this. Heed my command. Activate the 99 layers heaven. The heavenly ancestor shouted again. Xiaoqing did not dare to say anything else, and he and the rest of the heavenly palace's experts once again activated all of their heavenly fate's power. With a wave of their hands, countless runes flew out and merged into the void. Above the void light vibrated, a huge hole appeared. Dazzling light continuously from within the hole. A terrifying power gushed out from the depths of the void, as if it came from the 99 levels of heaven. Such a force no longer belonged to the lower realms. It was above all the forces in the lower realms. When the seal of the 99 heavens was activated, power surged. All the experts in the Celestial Palace could sense that the power of the Celestial Palace's ancestral root was continuously gathering above the Qianyun Palace. Even Xiaoqing and the patriarchs of the Heavenly Palace felt their souls tremble when they sensed the power of the 99-layered heavens formation. Even the heavenly ancestors with 13 level 13 heavens will trembled when facing such power. Exalted Heavenly Ancestor, Xiaoqing said, trembling with fear, if Lu Yiping and the others are destroyed by the power of the 99-layered heavens, then what about the secret magic of forming more than 20 totems? The Sky Ancestor was somewhat regretful. He knew that the Sky Array's strongest killing array, the 99-layered heavens, was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. The power of the 99-layered heavens was far beyond his understanding. With such power, it could probably blast through a plane in one blow. If Lu Yiping and the others died, they wouldn't be able to learn the secret magic of forming more than 20 totems. However, once the formation was activated, they wouldn't be able to stop it no matter how hard they tried. Therefore, they could only let the formation continue to operate. The Heavenly Palace's disciples were horrified when they sensed the terrifying power of the formation. The power of the 99-layered heavens formation, kill. The Heavenly Ancestor waved his hands and endless power roared from the hole in the void. This terrifying power from the upper realms arrived above Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in an instant. Lu Yiping remained calm as he watched the power of the 99-layered heavens formation crashing down. Suddenly, light surged from Lu Yiping's body. Golden runes condensed into a golden bell. The golden bell expanded in an instant, bigger than a city, towering between heaven and earth. The surface of the golden bell was surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, earth, water, fire, and wind. A 5-colored light illuminated the world. The golden bell exuded a shocking amount of chaos chi. This chaos chi wasn't the chaos chi that existed between heaven and earth, nor was it the chaos chi of the heavenly ancestor. As the golden bell spun, the chaos chi roiled. Terrifying waves of energy swept out in all directions. The surrounding mountains were reduced to dust by the shock waves. Boom, the 99-layered heavens formation's power slammed into the golden bell. An earth-shattering boom resounded, shaking the heavenly ancestor, Xiaoqing, and the heavenly palace's ancestors. Their ears hurt. When the 99-layered heavens formation's power slammed into the golden bell, it caused waves of energy that shot out in all directions. Retreat! The heavenly ancestor was alarmed. He roared and was the first to flee. Xiaoqing and the heavenly palace's ancestors fled in fear. Shocking waves flooded heaven and earth. Wherever the waves passed, everything was reduced to dust. Some of the heavenly palace's god-kings with 7 and 8 wills were too slow. They were swept up by the waves and turned into blood mists. Even some god kings with 9 wills were swept up and turned into blood mists. When the waves finally stopped, the heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the rest looked over. The mountains and palaces around the Qianyun Palace had all disappeared. Nearly half of the heavenly palace's 700 to 800 ancestors had died. The heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the rest were still in a state of shock. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They looked over and saw the golden bell standing high in the sky, unmoved by the 99-layered heavens formation's power. Dust billowed around the golden bell. But Lu Yiping stood under the golden bell, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. There wasn't a speck of dust on his body. The heavenly ancestor and the rest were shocked speechless, looking at the golden bell in disbelief. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Condensing such a golden bell, taking the heavenly formation's strongest attack, it was completely fine. This was the primordial chaos bell chant. This chant was formed by comprehending the primordial chaos bell. The primordial chaos bell had the power to suppress the primordial chaos world, reversing the power of space and time in the myriad worlds. It was known as the #1 defensive treasure in the myriad worlds. This chant was formed by comprehending the primordial chaos bell. Its power was obvious. Lu Yiping looked at the heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the rest of the heavenly palace's ancestors. He didn't move, but the golden bell above his head emitted a deafening chime. The sound of the bell reverberated, dimming the heavens and earth, shaking the universe. The heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the others' heavenly wills shattered inch by inch. Even the heavenly ancestors' 13-level heavenly wills were shattered beyond recognition. Their souls seemed to have suffered a devastating blow, causing them to vomit blood. Right at this time, an aura stronger than the heavenly ancestors soared to the sky from a certain space in the heavenly palace. Then, a giant beast the size of a mountain peak walked out from the void. When the heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the rest saw this giant beast, their despair was replaced by joy. Lord Heavenly Beast. Let me recommend my last book, I Am the Ancient Dominator, which was first published on QQ and finished a few months ago. It was only serialized on Qidian last month, so many of Qidian's friends might not have read it. Welcome to Qidian and friends who have not read it. Lord Heavenly Beast, please save us. Seeing the heavenly beast's arrival, the heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the rest shouted with all their might. The heavenly beast turned to look at the heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the others. Seeing the heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the others' heavenly wills shattered and their souls scattered, the heavenly beast frowned. The heavenly beast had been sleeping in the heavenly palace's secret space, but when the bell rang and the heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the others were injured, the heavenly beast turned to look at the golden bell. This is the chaos bell? The heavenly beast was shocked. However, it wasn't sure. Then, it looked at the blue-robed figure standing below the golden bell. At first glance, the heavenly beast felt that the blue-robed figure was very familiar, but when it looked closer and saw the blue-robed figure's face, the heavenly beast shuddered violently. Its lake-sized eyes widened, and its long-dormant memories were awakened. You are? The heavenly beast trembled in excitement. The heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the others were surprised to see the heavenly beast coming over to Lu Yiping's side. Lord Heavenly Beast, his name is Lu Yiping. Xianxia explained. Lu Yiping. When the heavenly beast heard Xianxia say that the young man's name was Lu Yiping, it lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. Rumble, its mountain-like body smashed the mountain peak below into pieces. Sand and dust billowed endlessly. The heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the heavenly palace's ancestors were dumbfounded. Their lord heavenly beast lost its balance when it heard the name Lu Yiping. Amidst the rolling dust, the heavenly beast ignored the sand on its body and crawled out, trembling as it looked at Lu Yiping. Ancestor, you're the ancestor. Ancestor, you're finally here. The heavenly beast's lake-sized eyes turned red at the mention of the heavenly beast. The heavenly ancestor, Xianxia, and the heavenly palace's ancestors trembled as if they were struck by lightning, looking at the blue-robed figure in front of them with disbelief. Ancestor, did Lord Heavenly Beast just address Lu Yiping as Grandmaster? Their Lord Heavenly Beast was Xianxia's disciple in name. If it called Lu Yiping Grandmaster, wouldn't that mean that Lu Yiping was the master of their heavenly palace's Grandmaster? The hearts of the heavenly ancestors and the others shook violently. At this moment, they suddenly recalled that Lu Yiping had said that he had casually set up this heaven array. So it was true. Could this sky array really have been casually set up by Lu Yiping? Taurus Longjiao, who was standing at the side, looked at the heavenly beast that looked like a chaotic divine mountain and said, "You are Xiaosong's little mount from back then?" Xiaosong, the sky ancestor, Xiaoqing, and the others trembled. Wasn't the founder of their celestial palace called Song Song? The heavenly beast looked at Taurus Longjiao and stuttered, "Lord Xiaojin." Taurus Longjiao looked at the heavenly beast in front of him and laughed, "It's really you, little guy. You were so skinny and malnourished in the past, but now you're so fat. It seems like you've been eating better than me all these years." When the heavenly ancestor, Xiaoqing, and the others heard Taurus Longjiao say that their lord heavenly beast was fat, their stomachs twitched, and it affected their internal organs, causing them to grit their teeth in pain. When the heavenly beast heard Taurus Longjiao say that it was fat and ate better food than him, it couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Then, it excitedly walked over to Lu Yiping, squatted down, and raised its front paws in a kowtowing posture, kowtowing to Lu Yiping. Little Tian kowtows to Grandmaster. The heavenly beast's eyes were still red. "Grandmaster, you're finally here. Master has been waiting for Grandmaster for hundreds of thousands of years." When Master didn't see Grandmaster coming, he ascended to the upper realm. When Song Song founded the celestial palace, Lu Yiping stayed for a few days. When he left, he said that he would come again when he was free, but Song Song had waited for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, he could only ascend to the upper realm. Thus, Song Song had ascended to the upper realm more than 1,000,000 years ago. When the heavenly beast mentioned this matter, Lu Yiping sighed, "I was delayed by some matters in the past." Then, he had the heavenly beast stand up. As for what matters, Lu Yiping didn't say, and the heavenly beast didn't dare to ask. Lu Yiping dismissed the chaos bell tactics, and the chaos bell above his head dissipated. The heavenly beast turned to look at the heavenly ancestor, Xiaoqing, and the rest of the celestial palace's ancestors in the distance. His face sank as he shouted, "All of you, come here. Quickly kowtow to your ancestor." The heavenly ancestor, Xiaoqing, and the group of ancestors shuddered as they approached Lu Yiping. All of them knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Lu Yiping, crying and begging for mercy from Lu Yiping. The heavenly beast remained silent. Lu Yiping looked at the kneeling heavenly ancestor, Xiaoqing, and the group of ancestors with a cold expression. He said to the heavenly ancestor and Xiaoqing, "It was your idea to snatch the secret technique to condense more than 20 totems, wasn't it?" The heavenly ancestor and Xiaoqing were terrified, kowtowing repeatedly. "Ancestor, please spare our lives. We didn't know your identity. If we did, we wouldn't have dared, absolutely wouldn't have dared. We only did this for the celestial palace." Xiaoqing cried as he tried to defend himself. The heavenly ancestor also tried to defend himself. "For the celestial palace?" Taurus Longjiao sneered, "I think you're not only doing this for the celestial palace, but also for yourselves." A loud boom resounded. Xiaoqing and the heavenly ancestor were slammed into the ground by Taurus Longjiao. Their divine armors shattered, leaving them on the verge of death. Just now, Taurus Longjiao's palm strike had shattered their divine veins. The other ancestors trembled, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Lu Yiping said to the heavenly beast, "Choose another heavenly palace lord. These two will be punished for betraying their master and ancestors." Betraying their master and ancestors, this kind of punishment was heavier than killing the heavenly ancestor and Xiaoqing. The heavenly palace's ancestors curled up into a ball, not daring to breathe loudly or move. The heavenly beast respectfully complied to Lu Yiping's order. When the heavenly ancestor and Xiaoqing heard Lu Yiping punish them for betraying their master and ancestors, they fainted on the spot. As for the others, Lu Yiping went on, "All of them will be punished by facing the wall in the ancestral land for 10,000 years. If there is no important matter, they are not allowed to leave the ancestral land for 10,000 years. Their 10,000 years of salary will be confiscated." The heavenly palace's ancestors were only obeying orders, they couldn't be killed. Hearing this, the heavenly palace's ancestors kowtowed and thanked Lu Yiping with tears of gratitude. After thanking Lu Yiping, the heavenly palace's ancestors returned to the ancestral land to face the wall for 10,000 years. Subsequently, the heavenly beast arranged a place for Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to stay. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stayed in the heavenly palace. At the same time, Lu Yiping ordered the heavenly beast to send people to the ghost town to bring Che Shipeng, Su Tung, Tang Ben, Tang Shuiyao, and the rest to the heavenly palace. The heavenly beast listened to Lu Yiping's order and was worried about the others, so he personally left the heavenly palace and headed to the ghost town. Ghost town, inside a tavern. These days, Tang Ben had been staying in the tavern every day. Bored to death, he would drag Tang Shuiyao out for a stroll. Tang Shuiyao was stubborn and could only accompany Tang Ben for a stroll. The two of them arrived at the trading market. "Big sis, it's the heavenly fate dragon bone." When they passed by a shop, Tang Ben's eyes lit up when he saw a set of dragon bones displayed inside. He walked in with Tang Shuiyao. 9 p.m. Second update, Heavenly Fate dragon bones were the bones of a Heavenly Fate God King Realm Dragon Clan expert. A Heavenly Fate God King Realm Dragon Clan expert's bones were very useful to Tang Ben, who had condensed the Dragon Clan's supreme godhead. Tang Ben stopped in front of the Heavenly Fate dragon bones and stared fixedly at them. The shop assistant smiled and said, "This little brother has good eyesight. This Heavenly Fate dragon bone is not an ordinary Heavenly Fate dragon bone, but the bones of a Heavenly Fate God King Realm Dragon Clan expert. Moreover, this Heavenly Fate Dragon Clan expert was a 9-clawed golden dragon when he was alive." Tang Ben was tempted by the shop assistant's words, and he looked at Tang Shuiyao with anticipation. "Sister, this Heavenly Fate dragon bone, how about we buy it?" Tang Shuiyao asked the shop assistant, "How much is this set of Heavenly Fate dragon bones?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "We don't sell this Heavenly Fate dragon bone for spirit stones, only star chaos water, 40,000 drops of star chaos water. 40,000 drops of star chaos water." Tang Shuiyao and Tang Ben were shocked. 40,000 drops of star chaos water was an astronomical figure to the two of them. Although Lu Yiping had given them some star chaos water, it was not a lot. Can it be cheaper?" Tang Ben asked, unwilling to give up. The shop assistant smiled and said, "Not much cheaper, at most 100 drops less." At this time, a young man and woman walked over. The woman smiled and said, "Where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to covet the Heavenly Fate dragon bone without money?" The man smiled and said, "When the Heavenly Fate dragon bone appeared, many families from smaller galaxies rushed to the heavens path. It's normal for there to be a lot of country bumpkins in the ghost city." Tang Ben's little face puffed up in anger. The woman's gaze fell on Tang Shuiyao and said, "Your looks are not bad, but you're just a four-totem ancient god." A four-totem ancient god asking for the bones of a Heavenly Fate dragon clan expert, what a joke. Tang Shuiyao's brows furrowed. So what if he's a four-totem ancient god? Tang Ben couldn't resist retorting, "Who said that ancient gods can't ask about the Heavenly Fate dragon bone? Is there a rule that says one can only ask if he has the money to buy something?" Then, he looked the woman up and down. "Could it be that you have 40,000 drops of stellar chaos water on you?" The woman was a divine king of heaven's mandate. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, she became angry out of humiliation. Although 40,000 drops of star chaos water wasn't a large number to her, it wasn't a small number either. She didn't bring so much star chaos water with her today. She looked at Tang Ben and said coldly, "A true divinity actually dares to offend me, truly a little thing that doesn't know life from death." Speaking up to hear, she suddenly swung her sleeve at Tang Ben. The heavenly mandate divine power surged and instantly blasted toward Tang Ben. Tang Shuiyao's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, a person appeared in front of Tang Ben in a flash and blocked the woman's heavenly mandate divine energy with a palm strike. There was a loud explosion. The woman was forced to take a few steps back. When Tang Ben saw who it was, he was delighted. Lord Che. The newcomer was none other than Che Ziping. When Che Ziping heard that Tang Ben and Tang Shuiyao had come out, he was worried that something might have happened to them, so he came out to check on them. The woman was pushed back by Che Peng. Just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly saw that it was Che Peng. Her pretty face changed. "It's you." Her companion also recognized Che Peng, and his face also changed. "You know who I am?" Che Peng asked. The woman nodded and came to Che Peng's side. She bowed slightly and said, "We are people from the Aeon Celestial Matter. We followed our manor lord to the Slaughter God Pavilion's hero assembly. Chepeng was enlightened. The woman said in fear and trepidation, "We didn't know that this little brother was your junior. We had eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us." Recalling the scene of Taurus Longjiao killing the sovereign of 10,000 swords with a single punch, she knelt down and kowtowed. The other men also bowed and apologized. Che Ziping looked at the woman who was kowtowing and begging for mercy, and said coldly, "Forgive you? You're mistaken, he's not my junior." Then, he added, "He's Lord Lu and Lord Xiaojin's little brother." The woman trembled in fear at Huang Xiaolong's words, and blood drained from her face. This true divinity realm country bumpkin was Lord Lu and Lord Xiaojin's little brother? A short while later, Che Ziping, Tang Bin, and Tang Shuiyao left the shop and returned to the inn. Just as they arrived at the inn's waiter rushed in, saying that there was a Heavenly Palace's expert looking for them. A Heavenly Palace's expert? Chepeng, Su Tong, and the rest were shocked. The Heavenly Palace, Slaughter God Pavilion, and Qianyuan sect were the three biggest forces in the heaven's path, and many people felt that the Heavenly Palace was the leader of the three. Legend had it that the Heavenly Palace had an invincible old antique from 2 million years ago. "Let's go out and take a look," Che Ziping said and walked out of the inn with Su Ting and the rest. When they came out, they saw a 4 to 5 meter tall muscular man standing outside the inn. The muscular man exuded a heart-palpitating aura. Che Ziping's heart tightened, and he cupped his fists. "May I know why this lord is looking for us?" The muscular man was none other than Heavenly Beast. Heavenly Beast looked at Chepeng and smiled. "You're Chepeng, right? The ancestor sent me to bring you to the Heavenly Palace." Ancestor, Chepeng, Su Tong, and the rest were puzzled. The Heavenly Beast threw a token to Chepeng. Chepeng looked at it and saw that it was Lu Yiping's token. He was shocked as he looked at the muscular man in front of him. "Lord Lu is your ancestor? Since when did Lu Yiping become this Heavenly Palace's expert's ancestor?" He didn't seem to have heard anyone mention this in the ancient times. The Heavenly Beast nodded and smiled. "The ancestor and Lord Xiaojin are currently in the Heavenly Palace. He sent me to bring you to the Heavenly Palace, saying that the ghost town isn't safe." Chepeng didn't doubt the Heavenly Beast's words. He, Su Tong, Tang Bin, and the rest packed their things and left the ghost town, following the Heavenly Beast to the Heavenly Palace. Everyone boarded the flying ship brought by the Heavenly Beast. On the flying ship, Chepeng asked the Heavenly Beast, "May I know how to address Lord?" The Heavenly Beast pondered for a moment and said, "The ancestor and Lord Xiaojin call me Xiao Tian, you can call me Lord Xiao Tian." In the past few days in the ghost town, everyone had heard many legends and stories about the Heavenly Palace. They couldn't help but ask about the Heavenly Beast. The Heavenly Beast answered with a faint smile. Tang Bin asked, "Lord Xiao Tian, I've heard from many experts in the ghost town that your Heavenly Palace has a super terrifying existence from 2 million years ago, is that true?" Everyone looked at the Heavenly Beast. The Heavenly Beast smiled. "You can say that, but it was less than 2 million years ago, more than 1,900,000 years ago." Chepeng and Su Ting were shocked hearing that. The legends were true? The Heavenly Beast actually had such a terrifying existence? I didn't expect the legends to be true. Che Ziping sighed. "Such an existence, he's probably invincible in the lower realm." Invincible in the lower realm? The Heavenly Beast shook his head, saying, "Compared to the ancestor, he's too weak. The Chaos Heavenly Fate will be born tomorrow." Chepeng, Su Tong, and the rest were stunned. Su Ting stuttered, "Lord Lu is so strong? That existence in the Heavenly Palace is a terrifying existence that has lived for close to 2 million years. I've heard that his strength has long surpassed a god king with 13 heavenly wills." The Heavenly Beast chuckled, "A god king with 13 heavenly wills? To the ancestor, he's just an ant." A god king with 13 heavenly wills was an ant. Su Tong, Tang Qing, and the rest felt their hearts trembling. They knew that Lu Yiping was strong, but they didn't expect a god king with 13 heavenly wills to be an ant in front of Lu Yiping. Even Chepeng was inwardly shocked. In fact, even he wasn't clear about Lu Yiping's true strength. The Heavenly Beast said, "The Chaos Heavenly Wills will appear soon. At that time, you will see the ancestor's strength." Tang Bin asked curiously, "This lord, your position in the Heavenly Palace should be very high, right?" The heavenly beast glanced at Tang Ben, but did not speak. As the flying ship flew, the experts they met along the way retreated in fear when they saw the heavenly palace's flying ship. When the heavenly beast brought Che Peng, Su Teng, and the rest back to the heavenly palace, the massacre god pavilion and Xianyuan sect also received the news. Oh, the heavenly palace's experts brought Che Peng, Su Teng, and the rest back to the heavenly palace? The massacre god pavilion's pavilion master Huangfu was puzzled. The Qianyuan sect master Yao Kai muttered, could it be that Lu Yiping has joined forces with the heavenly palace? Huangfu asked one of the massacre god pavilion's subordinates, do you know which ancestor brought Che Peng, Su Teng, and the rest back to the heavenly palace? The massacre god pavilion's subordinate shook his head, unfamiliar face, I've never seen him before. He's 4 to 5 meters tall and extremely muscular. Yao Kai frowned, if Lu Yiping has really joined forces with the heavenly palace, it's not good news. One Lu Yiping was hard enough to deal with. With the addition of the heavenly palace, the massacre god pavilion and Xianyuan sect's chances of obtaining the chaos heavenly wills. Huangfu eyes flickered. No matter what price we have to pay, we must obtain the chaos will. Brother Huangfu, what do you mean? Yao Kai asked. Blood Sea Holy Sect. Huangfu said slowly. Hearing this, Yao Kai was puzzled. Then, he thought of something and exclaimed, the Blood Sea Divine Sect from 2 million years ago? Huangfu nodded, that's right, it's the sect of the Blood Sea from 2 million years ago. I've already found the whereabouts of the sect of the Blood Sea and sent people to contact them. As long as we can cooperate with them, we won't need to fear Lu Yiping and the Heavenly Palace. Yao Kai said hesitantly, but the Blood Sea Divine Sect doesn't have a good reputation. Back then, the Blood Sea Divine Sect had created a sea of blood to cultivate their evil arts. They had slaughtered countless ancient gods and divine King Tianming. This had incurred the wrath of the masses. They had been surrounded by countless experts from various sections. In the end, they had fled elsewhere. Huangfu said in a low voice, the winner takes all. If we can obtain the primal chaos destiny, it doesn't matter if we work with the Blood Sea Divine Sect. The heavenly beasts piloted the flying ship and brought everyone deeper into the heavens road. The spaceship finally entered an incomparably huge plain. Tang Qing, Tang Ben, and the rest looked at the endless palaces in front of them, the countless patrolling heavenly palace experts, and the various divine beast mounts in the air. All of them were shocked beyond words. The entire plain is the heavenly palace's sect? Tang Qing stammered after a long time. The heavenly beasts nodded with a smile. Che Peng and Su Ting had seen the massacre god pavilion before, but now that they saw that the heavenly palace's sect was even bigger than the massacre god pavilion, they couldn't help feeling shocked. The heavenly beasts brought everyone to the center of the heavenly palace. Lord Little Heavenly Beasts, there are several thousand continents in this heavenly palace, right? Tang Ben asked. The heavenly beasts smiled, to be exact, there are 39,643 continents. More than 39,000 continents, everyone was flabbergasted. At this time, a group of patrolling Heavenly Palace disciples appeared in front of them. When this group of patrolling Heavenly Palace disciples saw the Heavenly Beasts group, they knelt down from afar. In the beginning, everyone didn't think much of it, but as they moved closer to the center of the Heavenly Palace, they saw the Heavenly Palace's elders, grand elders, hall masters, and city lords kneeling on the ground. In the end, when they saw the Heavenly Palace's deputy palace master, he also knelt down. Only then did everyone start to wonder about the Heavenly Beast's identity. Lord Little Heavenly Beasts, I heard that the Heavenly Palace has a heavenly ancestor, a god king with 13 wills. Are you that heavenly ancestor? Che Peng asked. The Heavenly Beast shook his head, I'm not the heavenly ancestor. When Che Ziping and the rest relaxed, the Heavenly Beasts added, I'm the expert you mentioned earlier who has lived for 2 million years. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, they looked at the Heavenly Beasts in shock. Wait a minute, this person in front of them is the Heavenly Palace's expert who has lived for 2 million years. Then, who is the Heavenly Palace's ancestor, Lord Lu? The Heavenly Beasts brought everyone to a majestic palace in the center of the Heavenly Palace. He then knelt down and said, Ancestor, Che Peng and the rest have arrived. The palace's doors opened, and a blue-robed figure and a golden retriever walked out. They were none other than Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Big brother Lu, big brother Xiao Jin. Tang Bin rushed over when he saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao smiled and carried Tang Bin in his arms. Everyone must be tired from the journey. Little heavenly beasts, arrange a place for everyone to stay. We'll hold a banquet tonight. Lu Yiping said to the heavenly beasts. The heavenly beasts complied respectfully. Subsequently, Che Peng, Su Tong, and the rest settled down in the heavenly palace. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. In these few months, Lu Yiping studied the fortune jade disc and heavenly steel during the day, and cultivated the longevity secret art and immortal skywood technique at night. Every day, the purple gold gourd would absorb the chaos chi from the tree, turning it into purple gold chaos water. During this time, Lu Yiping would occasionally give pointers to the heavenly beast's cultivation. The heavenly beast's strength had improved significantly. Ancestor, we've received news that the Massacre God Pavilion has contacted the Blood Sea Divine Sect and has joined forces with them. The heavenly beasts said to Lu Yiping. Blood Sea Divine Sect, huh? Lu Yiping's eyes were deep as he said, I know. Another month passed in this manner. On this day, space suddenly shook without warning. It was a faint tremor. Not only the space where the heavenly palace was located, but the countless worlds and planets in the heaven's path were also shaking. All the experts in the heaven's path were alarmed. Everyone looked up and saw the sky above the heaven's path was filled with golden light. It's the heavenly mandate. The heavenly mandate is about to be born. This was a sign that the heavenly mandate was about to be born. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao also exited the palace. At this time, the heavenly beasts, Che Peng, and Su Ting also appeared beside Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Let's go. Lu Yiping immediately sent out a burst of energy, sweeping up Che Peng and Su Ting as they soared into the sky. Taurus Longjiao and the heavenly beasts followed closely behind. At the same time, countless heavenly mandate god kings and powerful ancient gods rushed out from all the worlds and planets in the heaven's path, rushing towards the location of the heavenly mandate. The heavenly mandate was about to be born, and all the ancient gods and heavenly mandate god kings could sense the location of the heavenly mandate's birth. Many of the Middle Ages and ancient eras old antiques hidden in the depths of the heaven's path also came out, rushing towards the location of the heavenly mandate's birth. Second update, 5 p.m., Lu Yiping led the group to a certain place in the heaven's path. Under the starry sky, shocking waves of energy swept out continuously. Rays of light surged as terrifying energy gathered. A terrifying pressure pressed down from above. Even Che Peng, who had 12 totems, felt suffocated. Needless to say, Su Tong, who had 10 totems, felt even more suffocated. The starry sky in front of them cracked open, and golden light poured down like a waterfall. Something seemed to be brewing in the cracked starry sky, as though something was about to come out. Following the arrival of Lu Yiping's group, various experts also arrived. The first to arrive were the Massacre God Pavilion and Qianyuan Sect's experts. However, the Blood Sea Divine Cult's experts were nowhere to be seen. When Huang Fushi and Yao Kai saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, they didn't greet them. However, when they saw the heavenly beasts beside Lu Yiping, they were puzzled. Was this the expert who had brought Che Peng, Su Tong, and the others to the heavenly palace? Following the arrival of the Massacre God Pavilion and Qianyuan Sect's experts, the Ionic Divine Manor and other experts also arrived. Beside the Ionic Divine Manor's Manor Lord, Sikong Nan, was a green-robed old man. The green-robed old man's aura was concealed, but even Huang Fushi and Yao Kai, who had 11 heavenly wills god kings, felt apprehensive when they saw the green-robed old man. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai frowned when they saw the green-robed old man. They were also trying to guess his identity. After the arrival of the Ionic Divine Manor and other experts, another large group of experts arrived. It was Qi Ming Tian, Han Mo, He Yao, and other 11 heavenly wills god kings. However, the one leading the group wasn't Qi Ming Tian, Han Mo, or He Yao. Instead, it was a bald man shrouded in golden light. He exuded a ferocious aura, and there was a large scar between his eyebrows. The great saber nefarious emperor. Seeing the bald man, the green-robed old man beside Sikong Nan spoke. Huang Fushi was stunned. Then, he recalled an ancient name and his expression changed. The great saber nefarious emperor. Yao Kai, Sikong Nan, and other heavenly wills god kings of the older generation were shocked. The Great Blade Evil Emperor, this was a terrifying existence that resounded throughout Heaven's Road more than 1,000,000 years ago. The bald brawny broadsword Evil Emperor looked at the green-robed old man beside Sikong Nan and chuckled, "Old monster Titan spirit." "What? Giant spirit old monster?" "He is the founder of the Giant Spirit Devil sect, old monster giant spirit." The Giant Spirit Devil sect was a super sect from more than 1,000,000 years ago. Back then, the Giant Spirit Devil sect's strength wasn't any weaker than the Massacre God Pavilion or the Heaven Origin sect. As the founder of the Giant Spirit Devil sect, the Giant Spirit Devil Old Monster's fame had spread far and wide. Old Monster Titan Spirit's seniority was very high. Even an existence like the Master of Myriad Swords would have to call him senior. Some people even said that the Giant Spirit Monster and the King of Eternal Darkness's Master, the Thousand Illusion Swordmaster, were best friends. Some of the people who had heard of the Giant Spirit Devil sect were shocked when they found out that the green-robed old man was the founder of the Giant Spirit Devil sect. Some of the people who hadn't heard of the Giant Spirit Devil sect were also shocked when they heard the surrounding experts' explanation. Soon after, more experts arrived. Almost all of them were led by God Kings with 10 Heaven's Wills. Some were led by God Kings with 11 Heaven's Wills, and some were even led by God Kings with 12 Heaven's Wills. God Kings with 12 Heaven's Wills were very rare. However, now that the Primal Chaos Heaven's Will had appeared, these God Kings with 12 Heaven's Wills appeared one after another. Huang Fushi looked over. Altogether, there were 11 God Kings with 12 Heaven's Wills who came. Before long, the surrounding space was filled with experts from all sides. If there weren't a billion, there were at least a few 100 million. A few 100 million wasn't a lot. However, one had to know that almost all of them were ancient gods with 10 totems and above. This was almost all of the ancient gods with 10 totems and above in the lower realm. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the heavenly beasts were the first to arrive. Therefore, they were standing closest to the place where the Heaven's Wills appeared. However, the experts who came later didn't dare to overtake Lu Yiping's group of 3. Old Monster Zhu Ling and Evil Emperor Dadao looked at the backs of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. "It's him, the 26 totem ancient god?" Evil Emperor Dadao stared at Taurus Longjiao and asked Qi Mingtian. "Yes, Lord Evil Emperor." Qi Mingtian quickly replied. Evil Emperor Dadao chuckled, 26 totem ancient god, the only one since ancient times. "I wonder if he can block my heaven-traversing blade." Green-robed old monster Zhu Ling looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and muttered to himself, "A master with 17 totems and a subordinate with 26 totems. Interesting." Sikong Nan said, "Some people speculate that Lu Yiping's totems are definitely more than 17 totems." Old monster Zhu Ling's eyes flickered with green light as he said, "Whether it's 17 totems or not, we'll know in a while." At this time, golden light poured down crazily from the split space in front of him. The surrounding airwaves rolled violently. Some of the ancient gods nearby were sent flying by the airwaves. Some of the ancient gods retreated in shock. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the crack in the starry sky, staring at it without blinking. Evil Emperor Dadao transmitted his voice to Qi Mingtian, Han Mo, and He Yao. "When the Heaven's Will appears, use all your strength to activate the God-splitting saber formation. Only snatch the Chaos Heaven's Will." Then, he added, "No matter who snatches the Chaos Heaven's Will, kill." Qi Mingtian, Han Mo, and He Yao complied. Old monster Zhu Ling also transmitted his orders to Sikong Nan and the rest. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai also transmitted their orders to the Massacre God Pavilion and Xianyuan sex experts. Under the starry sky, an austere atmosphere filled the air. In the split space, the golden light became even more dazzling, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Evil Emperor Dadao, Old Monster Zhu Ling, Huang Fushi, Yao Kai, and the rest held their breaths. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded like chaos heavenly thunder. In the next moment, golden light burst out from the split space. One after another, Heaven's Will flew out from the split space like a galaxy. A total of 7 Heaven's Will, the smallest Heaven's Will was 300 miles long. It was a grade 3 Heaven's Will. Some were 500 miles long, some were 600 miles long, and some were 1,300 miles long, and the largest heavens wheel was incomparably vast, reaching 70,000 miles long. It emitted a resplendent light that overshadowed the other 6 heavens wheels. Chaos Heavens Wheel. Grade 7 Chaos Heavens Wheel. Grade 1 Chaos Heavens Wheel was 10,000 miles long. Grade 2 Chaos Heavens Wheel was 20,000 miles long. The Chaos Heavens Wheel in front of them was a Grade 7 Chaos Heavens Wheel. When everyone saw the largest heavens wheel, they became excited. Their eyes burned with passion as they rushed toward the Chaos Heavens Wheel. The bald evil Emperor Dedao was the fastest. He turned into a ray of saber light as he rushed toward the Chaos Heavens Wheel. At the same time, he roared, "The Chaos Heavens Wheel is mine. Anyone who tries to snatch the Chaos Heavens Wheel from me will die." Just as the evil emperor rushed toward the Chaos Heavens Wheel, old monster Zhu Ling also rushed to the sky at the same time. The other 12 heavens wheels were slower than the 2 of them. When the evil Emperor Dedao and old monster Zhu Ling were about to reach the Chaos Heavens Wheel, a purple devilish chi akin to a heavenly river pierced through the layers of space. 9 p.m. Third update. This purple devil chi river was extremely fast, arriving in front of nefarious Saber Emperor and old monster Titan Spirit in the blink of an eye. Both of their faces changed when they sensed the terrifying power contained in the purple demonic chi river. At that moment, they no longer cared about fighting for the Chaos Destiny. A huge saber appeared in the hands of the great saber evil emperor. This saber was several hundred feet long and engraved with all kinds of mysterious patterns. With the nefarious saber emperor's divine power infused into it, the saber glowed brightly as saber chi shot out. He abruptly slashed at the river of purple devil chi. Giant Spirit also struck out with his palms, and 2 enormous green flame palms met the purple devil chi river. Rumble, a loud explosion shook the heavens. Destructive power swept out. Some of the 12 Wills God Kings behind the Great Blade Evil Emperor and Old Monster Titan Spirit were pushed back by the destructive power of the 2. Everyone looked over in shock and saw a black-robed man covered in purple flames flying through the air. Purple Extreme Devil Clan. The Great Saber Evil Emperor and Old Monster Titan Spirit's eyes narrowed. Just now, when the 2 of them joined forces, they barely managed to block the attack of this purple Extreme Demon Expert. It was clear that this purple Extreme Demon Expert was very powerful. The Extreme Purple Demon turned into purple flames and instantly arrived before the Chaos Destiny, reaching out to grab it. Just as the Great Saber Evil Emperor and Old Monster Titan Spirit were about to make a move, 2 light pillars, 1 black and 1 white, shot towards the purple Extreme Devil Clan's experts. The black and white beam of light was no weaker than the purple river of demon chi. The purple Extreme Demon Expert was forced to retreat. Then, a black figure and a white figure walked out. Xuanzu. Become an ancestor. The newcomers were Ancestor Xian of Massacre Divine Pavilion and Ancestor Qing of Qianyuan Sect. Both of them were existences comparable to the heavenly ancestors of heavenly palaces. Ancestor Xian and Ancestor Qing appeared and grabbed at the Chaos Heavenly Will. But at this time, the purple Extreme Devil Race's experts, the Great Saber Nefarious Emperor, and Old Monster Titan Spirit also made their moves. The 5 of them fought each other. Slaughter God Pavilion, Heaven Origin Sect, Aeon God Matter, Crimson Underworld Heaven, Han Mo, Black Demon, and the other 11-12 Heavens Mandate God Kings were also engaged in battle. Instantly, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The Massacre Divine Pavilion, Heaven Origin Sect, Great Saber Nefarious Emperor, Old Monster Titan Spirit, and the others were fighting for the Chaos Heavens Will. Most of the Heavens Will God Kings present knew that they had no chance of obtaining the Chaos Heavens Will, so they were fighting for the other Heavens Wills. This time, in addition to the 7th grade Chaotic Fate, there was also a 13th grade Heavens Will. The 13th level of Heaven's Mandate was something people like Sikong Nan could only hope for. Therefore, Sikong Nan and the other experts all rushed toward the level 13 destiny. Lu Yiping looked at the experts from the purple Extreme Devil Race fighting against the Great Saber Vile Emperor, Old Freak Titan Spirit, Ancestor Xian, and Ancestor Qing. His expression was calm. It seemed like these purple Extreme Devil Race experts were the leaders of the purple Extreme Devil Race. Lu Yiping was a little disappointed when he saw the 7th grade Chaos Fate. He thought that he would get a 10th grade Chaos Fate, but it was only a 7th grade one. But then again, it was almost impossible for something like level 10 to exist in the lower realm. Unless it was the upper realm. Lu Yiping reached out with one hand and the 70,000-mile chaos fate flew toward Lu Yiping. Heaven's wills had their own spirituality. The higher their level, the more powerful they would be, and the more difficult it would be to struggle. A 7th-grade Chaos Heaven's will was something that even old antiques like the Great Saber Heretical King and eccentric Titan Spirit would find difficult to absorb. But now, this 7th-grade Chaos Heaven's will was completely unable to resist Lu Yiping's attempt. The Purple Extreme Devil Race's Great Chieftain, Great Saber Nefarious Emperor, Old Monster Zhu Ling, Xianxia, Qingzhu, Massacring Gods Pavilions Huangfushi, Yao Kai, Qiming Tian, Han Mo, Black Demon, and the others who were fighting for the Chaos Heavenly will stopped and attacked Lu Yiping. Purple Flame Palm, Boundless Great Saber, Giant Spirit Hammer, God-Slaying 10th Form, Sky Rend, Universe Desolate Skyfinger. The Purple Extreme Devil Race's Great Saber Vile Emperor, Old Freak Titan Spirit, Ancestor Xian, and Ancestor Qing launched their strongest attacks at the same time. The 5 strongest attacks shook the heavens' path. The destructive power caused the surrounding airwaves to disperse. Some of the God Kings with 10 heavenly wills couldn't dodge in time and were blasted away by the 5's attacks. Even the God Kings with 11 heavenly wills were no exception. The God Kings with 12 heavenly wills were frightened and they retreated in a hurry. When the 5's attacks brushed past the God Kings with 12 heavenly wills, their faces were blown out of shape. The divine armors on their bodies were blown away. The God Kings with 12 heavenly wills felt their pores opening. Just as the Purple Extreme Demon Clan First Leader, Great Blade Evil Emperor, and the other 4 heavenly beasts were about to reach Lu Yiping, all of a sudden, the heavenly beasts by Lu Yiping's side pushed their palms forward like a bulldozer. When the heavenly beast's palms pushed out, a terrifying light wave blasted out from its palms. The light wave shattered layers of space, shaking heaven and earth as it collided with the Great Saber Vile Emperor, Great Saber Vile Emperor, and the other 4's attacks. Rumbling noises reverberated in the air. The Purple Extreme Demon Clan's great leader's purple flame palm was blasted apart. Purple flames splattered in all directions, and the limitless broadsword's blade energy was sent flying back. The giant spirit hammer was sent flying into the air, and whatever Godslayer's 10th style and Heaven Desolate heavenly finger were all blasted apart. The Great Saber Vile Emperor, Great Saber Vile Emperor, and the other 4 staggered back. Whereas the heavenly beast stood firm like a mountain, not moving an inch. What? Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the Great Saber Vile Emperor, Great Saber Vile Emperor, and the other 4's backs. Then, they looked at the heavenly beast standing beside Lu Yiping, aghast. Even Che Peng and Su Ting jumped in fright. Although the Great Saber Vile Emperor and the other 4's backs did not activate their heavenly wills, everyone had witnessed their terrifying strength. Yet, the 5 of them were still pushed back by the heavenly beast. The Great Saber Vile Emperor, Great Saber Vile Emperor, Old Monster Titan Spirit, Ancestor Xian, and Ancestor Qing looked at the heavenly beast with astonishment. Huangfushi and Yao Kai were even more shocked. Lord Ancestor Xian, he's from the Heavenly Palace. Huangfushi said to Ancestor Xian. Heavenly Palace. Everyone was shocked. Since when did the Heavenly Palace have such a terrifying existence? Ancestor Xian and Ancestor Qing looked at the heavenly beast. Suddenly, a thought flashed in their minds, and their faces tightened. You're the Heavenly Palace's existence that has lived for 2 million years? Ancestor Xian stuttered. Sikong Nan and all the Crimson Underworld Heavens experts stopped in their tracks, astonishment written all over their faces. The burly man standing respectfully behind Lu Yiping was actually the Heavenly Palace's legendary existence that had lived for 2 million years. Indifferent, the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace Master looked at Ancestor Xian and said, "It's me." Everyone's hearts shook. It was really him. The Grade 7 Chaos Heavenly Fate landed in front of Lu Yiping. With a tap of his finger, Lu Yiping sent a surge of energy into the Grade 7 Chaos Heavenly Fate, and the Chaos Heavenly Fate became obedient. Subsequently, Lu Yiping flicked his finger, and the Grade 7 Chaos Heavenly Fate flew towards Che Peng. Everyone was shocked, unable to comprehend. Lu Yiping actually didn't want the Grade 7 Chaos Heavenly Fate and wanted to give it to his subordinate. Seeing that Lu Yiping wanted to give the Chaos Heavenly Fate to Che Peng, the Great Saber Vile Emperor roared, "Everyone, attack! Don't let them merge with the Chaos Heavenly Fate." With that, the Broadsword King activated his Heaven's Wills. 13 Heaven's Wills flew out, all of them were at the 13th level, however, he was at the peak of the late stage, much stronger than the Heavenly Ancestor from the Heavenly Palace. After the Broadsword King, Downlord Titan Spirit also activated his Heaven's Wills. He was also at the 13th level. Ancestor Xian and Ancestor Qing used their Heaven's Wills as well. They were also 13 Will God Monarchs. The Purple Extreme Demon Race's first commander shone brightly with 3 layers of light. 3 primordial bloodlines. Everyone exclaimed. The Purple Extreme Demon Race's first commander actually had 3 primordial bloodlines. Apart from the Purple Extreme Demon Race's bloodline, he also had 2 other bloodlines. Kill. Violet Lightning. The first commander roared and activated his 13 Heaven's Wills and 3 primordial bloodlines. He suddenly punched at Che Pong. The power of the fist was vast, and purple lightning filled the sky, enveloping Lu Yiping, the Dragonhorn Golden Bull, Tian Shou, and Su Ting. The Broadsword King, Downlord Titan Spirit, Ancestor Xian, and Ancestor Qing also used their 13 Heaven's Wills to unleash their strongest attack. Evil Saber soaring the heavens. Downlord Moonhammer. Godslayer's 11th style, Myriad Destruction. Universe Grotto Fist Seal. Their voices echoed across the world. The saber energy was sharp and crossed countless miles, cutting through the layers of space. A towering saber appeared in the sky. This saber was evil and seemed to be the source of all evil. Evil energy roared like the sea. The evil saber slashed down with billowing evil energy and terrifying saber energy, aiming for Lu Yiping's group. Behind Old Monster Giant Spirit, a giant spirit god appeared. The giant spirit god held a giant hammer in its hand, and it smashed down at Lu Yiping and the others with the momentum of a divine moon. Before the giant hammer had even landed, the destructive power caused the air in the air to explode. At the same time, a blade of light appeared in Xianzu's hand. He slashed out, and under the light of the blade light, the gods whimpered as if they were about to die. As for Ancestor Qing, it was a fist imprint that was as big as a mountain. As the fist imprint rotated, ancient runes flashed faintly as white light blossomed. Seeing this, the heavenly beast no longer hid its true form and returned to its original primal chaos sacred mountain form. Its Heaven's Wills flew out with 13 as well. However, everyone was shocked when they saw the last Heaven's Will. Chaos Mandate. The last heavenly beast's heavenly fate was the primal chaos heavenly fate, moreover, it was a level 8 chaotic fate. The primal chaos heavens will stretched for 80,000 miles like a river of primal chaos, blocking the path of the purple extreme devil tribe's first commander and the vile king. The heavenly beast raised its head to the sky and roared. The roar swept up layers upon layers of giant waves, and the roar filled the heavens and earth. Everyone's mind buzzed, and they could no longer hear anything. The sound waves continued to spin like a hurricane, instantly expanding. The sound wave infused with the power of the 8th level chaotic mandate met the purple flame lightning, evil blade, gigantic spirit hammer, Godslayer blade, and chaos grotto heaven fist. Rumble. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens. Space trembled, and shockwaves shot out. Heaven and earth trembled. Xikong Nan, Huang Fushi, Yao Kai, Qi Ming Tian, and the others retreated in panic. The purple extreme devil tribe's first commander, the vile king, giant spirit, Ancestor Xian, and Ancestor Qing were forced back several hundred miles, vomiting blood. Everyone was shocked. 5 god kings with 13 Heaven's Wills joined forces, but they still vomited blood. Everyone looked at the heavenly beast's level 8 chaos mandate. At this time, Che Peng began to integrate with the level 7 chaos mandate. Ignoring his injuries, the vile king roared, "Don't let them integrate with the chaos mandate. Activate the god-splitting saber formation, kill." Qi Ming Tian, Han Mo, Black Demon, and the other god kings formed the god-splitting saber formation. They circulated their chaos mandate's god force, and the sabers in their hands slashed out. Giant Spirit roared, "Set up the Ionic Divine Formation." Xikong Nan led the group of Ionic Divine Matters experts to activate the Ionic Divine Formation. The Massacre God Pavilion's experts, Qianyuan Zhongzhong, also activated the Massacre God Grand Formation and Qianyuan Grand Formation. The other 12 Heaven's Wills God Kings also activated their formations, attacking Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Heavenly Beast, Che Peng, and Su Ting. In an instant, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Heavenly Beast, and the others became everyone's common enemy. Hundreds of millions of experts attacked, and the vast energy blasted through the layers of space in the heaven's path. The space around the heaven's path also showed signs of being blown away by the vast energy. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Light shone for 1,000,000 miles. Looking at the vast energy coming from hundreds of millions of experts, even someone as strong as Heavenly Beast paled. These hundreds of millions of experts were all ancient God realm experts with 10 totems and above. No matter how strong he couldn't withstand the combined attack of hundreds of millions of experts. Lu Yiping looked at the terrifying energy coming from the hundreds of millions of experts. His expression was calm as the light vibrated, and totems bigger than Ziwei City flew out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 17, 26. The evil saber in the evil saber emperor's hand continued to slash down, laughing sinisterly. Ridiculous, an ancient god wants to use the power of totems to block the attack of hundreds of millions of experts. No matter how many totems you have, you will still die. Hundreds of millions of experts, most of them were ancient gods with 10 totems and above. Heaven's Will's God Kings alone had tens of millions. In the evil saber emperor's opinion, even the strongest ancient god would be blasted into smithereens. 27, 28, soon, there were 30 totems. 30 totems stood in the void, shining brightly, and the surrounding space crumbled inch by inch. Under the starry sky, energy waves surged like a volcano about to erupt. Even in the faraway big plains, there were 30 totems shining brightly. The 30 totems rolled up huge waves, constantly attacking the heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure covered the sky, and all the experts were shocked. 30 totems. Si Kong Nan was tongue-tied. Everyone was shocked, even the evil saber emperor, old monster giant spirit and the others were shocked when they saw the 30 totems that almost covered the starry sky. So what if there are 30 totems, you will still die? The evil saber emperor sneered. But then, the smile on his face froze. 31 totems slowly rose up. Then, 32, 33, soon, there were 40 totems. The 40 totems' light illuminated heaven's path like it was daytime. Even the newly born heaven's wills were knocked askew by the 40 totems' power. Everyone felt that the entire space was about to collapse from the pressure. Everyone felt that they were as weak as dust. The hundreds of millions of experts were shocked. The surrounding plains, under the impact of the 40 totems, trembled, and cities floated away. But it was not over yet. 41 totems, 42 totems, 43 totems, 49 totems. When the 49 totems broke through the void, the vast starry sky felt like it was about to explode. The tremors were intense. At this moment, everyone's eyes were glued to the 49 totems in the sky, forgetting where they were. At this moment, the light from the 49 totems was comparable to 49 suns. At this moment, the starlight was completely obscured by the 49 totems. 49 totems. Huang Fushi and Yao Kai were shocked beyond words. They could no longer feel their hearts beating. Qi Mingtian, Han Mo, He Yao, and the other 12 Heaven's Will's God Kings felt their minds go blank. Even the great saber nefarious emperor, old monster titan spirit, and the other 4 were shocked. 49 totems, there was actually someone who could condense 49 totems in this world. What kind of monsters were this pair of master and servant? This could no longer be called a monstrous genius. The 49 totems stood tall in the void, eternal and indestructible. They emitted a primordial dragon flame that devoured the heavens. The turbulent airflow in the surrounding starry sky had stopped at some point in time. It had stopped boiling. It had completely stopped. The great saber nefarious emperor, old monster titan spirit, and the others noticed that their attacks had slowed down. Lu Yiping stood with his hands behind his back. His light blue figure stood under the 49 totems, and his cold eyes emitted a heart-palpitating chill. When the purple extreme devil race's great saber nefarious emperor, old monster titan spirit, and several 100 million experts' attacks arrived in front of him, Lu Yiping moved, punching out. Boom! When Lu Yiping punched out, it was as if his fist had struck the deepest part of the world's heart. A thunderous boom rang out, echoing through countless plains. The great saber evil emperor and the others, as well as the experts in the surrounding plains, felt as if this punch had struck the deepest part of their hearts. As Liu Yiping's fist blasted out, 2 rolling fist imprints broke through the air, sweeping up layers of huge waves, transforming into a towering river. The 49 totems' light surged, and their power merged into the 2 fist imprint rivers. These 2 fist imprint rivers flickered with the light of time and space. There were shadows of gods floating within them, primordial saints discussing the Tao, and everything in heaven and earth. The 2 giant rivers were displaying all the power of heaven and earth. The great saber evil emperor, old monster titan spirit, and the others couldn't describe the shock they felt when they saw the 2 fist imprint rivers. They only felt that these 2 fist imprint rivers were the pinnacle of heaven and earth's power. The power contained in the giant river of fist prints was beyond their comprehension. It was a power that did not belong to this world. To be precise, it was a power that did not belong to the lower realm. Boom, the fist imprint river carried the 49 totems, and its vast and boundless power collided with the power of the great blade evil emperor, old monster titan spirit, several 100 million ancient gods, and tens of millions of god kings. Loud rumbling sounds rang out without end. The only thing left in everyone's mind was this rumbling sound. The surrounding plains trembled from the rumbling. From afar, these plains looked like they were suffering from spasms. The 2 fist-shaped rivers collided with the great saber nefarious emperor's forces, plowing away the great saber nefarious emperor's forces and pushing them forward, closing in on the great saber nefarious emperor's forces. Unstoppable, this was everyone's first thought. In this world, there was no one and no power that could block these 2 giant rivers of fist prints. The great saber nefarious emperor's forces were like a gust of wind in front of these 2 giant rivers of fist prints. It was a gust of wind, all the gust of wind was blown away, and blasted away. Even if they were separated by 10,000 miles, the fist-shaped rivers of fist prints illuminated the great saber nefarious emperor's forces, causing their faces to turn red. They were like soft persimmons that were about to be violently kneaded. Retreat! The great saber nefarious emperor, old monster titan spirit, ancestor Xian, and ancestor Qing screamed at the group of experts behind them. Then, they fled in a frenzy, using all their strength to escape. Some of the ancient gods and god kings blocking the great saber nefarious emperor and old monster titan spirit couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying. When the great saber nefarious emperor and the others turned around to flee, they heard a buzzing sound behind them. This was the sound of the fist imprint river cutting through space. The buzzing sound grew louder and louder until it covered all the sounds in the world. One after another, ancient gods were plowed away. One after another, god kings were blasted away. One after another, totems were blasted away. One after another, heaven's wills were blasted away. Looking from afar, these ancient gods and god kings were like bubbles being blasted away by 2 rapidly moving mountains. Miserable screams rang in the air. Perhaps it was because the screams were too concentrated, but when these screams mixed together, it became a kind of heaven and earth rhythm. The great saber nefarious emperor, old monster titan spirit, and the others felt a terrifying force closing in on them. Turning around, they saw 2 fist-shaped rivers that covered the starry sky. How could they be so huge? Compared to before, these 2 fist-shaped rivers seemed to have grown several times bigger, more than 10 times bigger. The great saber nefarious emperor and the others noticed that their speed was as slow as a turtle before these fist-shaped rivers. The 5 of them felt despair. Before this kind of power, who wouldn't feel despair? When the god kings with 7 heavens' wills were plowed away, it was the god kings with 8 heavens' wills, and then the god kings with 9 heavens' wills. Finally, it was the god kings with 10 heavens' wills like old man Tianbei. The fist-shaped rivers arrived in front of the Aeon's divine matters Manor Lord Sikong Nan. Sikong Nan looked at the river of fist-shaped rivers that grew bigger and bigger. For a moment, he didn't feel fear. He only felt that the fist-shaped rivers were so gentle, just like the light of a mother. In the blink of an eye, he was blasted away by the fist-shaped light and lost consciousness. After Sikong Nan, it was the god kings with 11 and 12 heavens' wills. In the end, the fist-shaped rivers plowed away the great saber nefarious emperor and the others, all the way to the end of the starry sky. The fist-shaped waves rolled endlessly. All of a sudden, a loud explosion resounded. It was the sound of an uninhabited planet being blasted apart. A long time later, the fist-shaped waves dissipated and the explosion stopped. Lu Yiping retracted his fists and stood with his hands behind his back. Che Peng, Su Teng, and even the heavenly beasts were dumbfounded. They felt that their ancestors' power was too strong. Hundreds of millions of ancient gods and god kings felt like they were dying. Lu Yiping pulled the level 13 heavens will to his front and flicked it to Su Teng. At the same time, his other hand pulled a figure from the edge of space. It was the purple extreme demon race's great leader. Lu Yiping naturally wouldn't let this great leader die so easily. Thus, he only blasted the great leader to the brink of death. Looking at the purple extreme demon clan's great leader who was on the verge of death, Lu Yiping tapped his forehead with a finger. Countless memory fragments flew out from his head. A while later, Lu Yiping looked at the great leader's memory fragments. Then, he clenched his fist and crushed the great leader. With Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's help, Che Ziping and Su Ting successfully fused the Chaos and Level 13 Heavens Will respectively. As for the other 5 Heavens Wills, Lu Yiping didn't waste them. He had the heavenly beasts collect them so that they could be used by the Heavenly Palace's experts. Heaven's Wills that were born could be preserved. The higher the level of the Heaven's Will, the longer it could be preserved. 9 p.m. Third update, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the rest did not linger and returned to the Heavenly Palace. A long time after Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the rest left, the experts from the surrounding plains finally dared to approach the scene. When they were certain that Lu Yiping's group had left, they dared to approach the space where Lu Yiping's group had been standing. Everyone looked over and saw that under the starry sky far away, there were broken divine armors, severed limbs, heads, and blood everywhere, golden blood. Isn't that the Aeon's divine manners manner lord, Si Kong Nan? A god king Tian Ming stared at a large head in the distance and stuttered. The eyes of the human head could not hide the fear in its heart. It was the Aeon's divine manners manner lord, Si Kong Nan. Lord Si Kong is dead. Everyone was shocked. Is that the massacring god pavilion's manor lord, Huang Fushi? Someone noticed Huang Fushi's head. Not far from Huang Fushi was the Qianyuan sect master, Yao Kai's head. Along the way, the corpses of the gods' manors manor lords and heaven's path super sects manor lords were everywhere. At the end, they saw the great blade nefarious emperor, old monster titan spirit, ancestor Xian, and ancestor Cheng's corpses. Is this the end of the world? The experts who rushed over felt their mouths go dry when they saw the corpses littering the ground. In the past, when the heavenly wills appeared, there were god kings who died, but not many. Moreover, there were no god kings with 10 heavenly wills that died. But now, there were corpses of god kings with 11 and 10 heavenly wills everywhere. After this battle, countless galaxies would enter an era of desolation. After this battle, many super sects would decline and perish. 49 totems. A god king Tian Ming muttered to himself. His mind was filled with the shocking scene of Lu Yiping activating the 49 totems. 49 totems annihilated several hundred million ancient gods in one move. 10 million god kings, no one dared to imagine this kind of power. Could this Lu Yiping be the god king Tian Ming? A god king Tian Ming suddenly asked. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this. If it was just one ancient god, even if it had 49 totems, it wouldn't be able to exterminate a few 100 million ancient gods and 10 million deity kings, right? Only God King Tian Ming could conjure such power when using the 49 totems. His heavens will must be the Chaos Heavens will. He might even be a rank 10 Chaos Mandate. A Destiny God King guessed. Level 10 Chaos Destiny, everyone was shocked. As for the Chaos Heavenly Fate battle, it quickly spread throughout the various stellar domains. When Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Tian Shou, and Che Peng returned to the Heavenly Palace, they immediately took out the remaining 5 Heaven's Wills and gave them to the Heavenly Palace's experts. Although Heaven's Wills could be preserved, they could not be preserved for long, usually only for a few days. If they did not fuse within a few days, they would turn into laws and return to heaven and earth. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao then left the Heavenly Palace. From the memory fragments of the great leader of the Purple Extreme Devil race, he had learned about the headquarters of the Dark Borer race in the lower realms. The headquarters of the Dark Borer race in the lower realms was extremely far away from the Heaven's Path. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao did not stop and finally arrived at a deserted stellar domain. The headquarters of the Dark Borer race in the lower realms was in a certain plane in this stellar domain. Liu Yiping identified the direction and headed east with Taurus Longjiao. Soon, they arrived at a certain plane in the east. This plane was extremely large. On the surface, there was nothing special about it, as if it was the same as the surrounding plains. However, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao could see that the entire plane was enveloped by an invisible array. Liu Yiping opened his eye of lightning punishment and passed through the layers of space in the great array. Within the plane, there were endless palaces and countless divine beasts. Disciples of the Dark Borer race flew in the sky in an endless stream. The entire plane was the headquarters of the Dark Borer race. Although there were not as many disciples as the Heavenly Palace, Massacre God Pavilion, and Qianyuan sect, every one of them was an expert. Almost all of them were masters of the plane and above. Moreover, most of them were ancient gods. There were millions of Divine King Heavenly Mandate during the fight for the Heavenly Mandate. Although there were millions of Divine King Heavenly Mandate among the hundreds of millions of experts, that was the total number of Divine King Heavenly Mandate in countless stellar domains. However, the Dark Borer race alone had millions of Divine King Heavenly Mandate. Taurus Longjiao also opened his eye of heaven and saw through the situation in the plane. Liu Yiping looked at the experts of the Dark Borer race in the plane with a cold gaze. He did not take action immediately. Instead, he waved his hands and countless array talismans flew out and merged into the great array of the plane. Soon, the great array that enveloped the plane was under his control. Then, Liu Yiping strengthened the great array before stepping into the plane with Taurus Longjiao. Who is it? As Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao did not conceal their auras, they were discovered by the experts of the Dark Borer race as soon as they entered the plane. A large group of experts from the Dark Borer race rushed over. Liu Yiping did not do anything and a lightning pool appeared above his head. This lightning pool gathered all kinds of divine lightning from the heavens and earth. The lightning pool expanded in an instant and countless divine lightning rained down like rain. Instantly, the experts of the Dark Borer race were drowned by the divine lightning and fell from the sky like a rain of locusts. When they landed, the thousands of experts of the Dark Borer race were reduced to ashes. The Dark Borer race had the ability to regenerate. Even if they were destroyed, their flesh and soul could still heal. Therefore, Liu Yiping's divine lightning directly reduced them to ashes. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stepped forward. Soon, the experts of the Dark Borer race rushed over from all directions. Looking at the experts of the Dark Borer race rushing over from all directions, a lightning god appeared behind Liu Yiping. The lightning god was so tall that it reached the sky. It held a lightning hammer in its hand and countless divine lightning surged around its body. The lightning god suddenly smashed the hammer down. The experts of the Dark Borer race who rushed over from all directions were shocked. Retreat! However, the lightning hammer instantly smashed down. There was a loud boom. The ground shook and the mountains cracked. Countless mountains and countless palaces were reduced to ashes. Countless experts of the Dark Borer race were blasted into the ground by the lightning hammer. Then, two black and white dual blades appeared in Liu Yiping's hands. Life and Death Wheel. You are the primordial era supreme. A Dark Borer race expert recognized the black and white dual blades in Liu Yiping's hands. Liu Yiping's face was cold as he swung the black and white dual blades in his hands. The heavens and earth changed. The originally scorching sun in the sky instantly turned into a black abyss and the ground turned completely white. The life and death wheel turned into two blades of light that cut through the experts of the Dark Borer race. It flew to the end of the sky. Taurus Longjiao changed into his original form. A huge golden bull that stood between the heavens and earth roared at the sky. The roar turned into sound waves that shook the experts of the Dark Borer race and caused them to fall down one after another. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, a man and a bull, headed toward the center of the headquarters of the Dark Borer race. As Liu Yiping approached the center, the creation tree in his body shook violently. To Liu Yiping's surprise, the creation jade disc was also shaking. Liu Yiping was overjoyed when he felt the creation jade disc vibrating in his body. It seemed like the creation jade disc was not the only thing in the Dark Borer race's headquarters, while Liu Yiping and the Dragon Horn Golden Bull were invincible as they made their way to the center of the Dark Boar race's headquarters, Xianxia received a report from her subordinates. "Oh, Creation Wheel? The Primordial Era Honored One?" Xianxia was surprised. It seems like the human race's Saint Emperor Qin Yushu had followed the Primordial Era Honored One? Yin Hong sneered. Back then, Qin Yushu was forced to flee and almost died. Xianxia stood up and said, "Let's go out and take a look." Among the top 10 experts of the Myriad Gods era, more than half of them were taught by this ancient era's revered one. This person is proficient in array formations, alchemy, and painting. If we can recruit him, we will have another general. Then, he left the main hall with the others. As soon as the thousands of Dark Boar race experts left the main hall, they saw two figures, one blue and one gold, flying toward them. Wherever they passed, the Dark Boar race experts who tried to stop them were turned into blood mist or ashes. Xianxia squinted his eyes when he saw the creation wheel in Liu Yiping's hand. Soon, Liu Yiping arrived in front of the Xianxia and the others. When Liu Yiping arrived, the creation tree and creation jade disc in his body vibrated even more violently. Mount Buzhou was also shaking violently. When Liu Yiping felt the vibration of Mount Buzhou in his body, he couldn't help but look at a mountain range to the east of the Dark Boar race's headquarters. That was where the treasury of the Dark Boar race was located. "You are the Primordial Era Honored One?" Yin Hong looked at Liu Yiping with an indifferent expression. "You are quite bold to barge into the Dark Boar race's headquarters." Back then, the human race's Saint Emperor Qin Yushu wanted to explore the Dark Boar race and was chased by us like a dog. Just as he finished speaking, he was suddenly sent flying by a huge golden rod. He flew for tens of thousands of miles and smashed through countless mountains. The experts of the Dark Boar race were stunned. Then, they looked at Taurus Longjiao angrily. It was Taurus Longjiao who had attacked them. Courting death. Kill. Xianxia's face darkened as he shouted. The experts of the Yinba race immediately activated their heaven's wills. They were all godly monarchs with more than 10 heaven's wills. Many of them had 11 or 12 fate armaments. There were even over a dozen 13-willed god kings. These Yinba clan experts activated their heaven's will power at the same time. The light of heaven's will shot into the sky, and the sky above the plain shook violently. Terrifying air currents appeared one after another. The destructive power enveloped one mountain range after another. Moth Calamity Palm. Now, the experts of the Dark Boar race had unleashed the strongest technique of the Dark Boar race, the Dark Boar Disaster Palm. The Dark Moth Calamity Palm gathered the power of calamities and tribulations to destroy all life and hope. Boom, countless gray palms appeared in the air, crashing down on Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Gray tribulation lightning surged within these gray palms. Apart from the gray tribulation lightning, there were also other tribulations. These tribulations made one feel despair. Of course, the power of the Dark Moth Calamity Palm wasn't limited to just that. Under the effect of the Dark Moth Calamity Palm, one's strength, vitality, and divine force would be constantly weakened. Looking at the thousands of palms crashing down, Liu Yiping remained calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, and a golden bell appeared above his head. The golden bell shone brightly, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved. Primal Chaos Bell Art. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw the bell. Dong, following that, a deafening bell rang. A terrifying sound wave blasted out in all directions. The Dark Moth Calamity Palm instantly exploded, and all the heaven's wills of the Dark Boar race exploded. Thousands of Yinba clan experts exploded as if they had suffered a devastating blow. Even the godly monarchs with 12 heaven's wills were no exception. They exploded into a bloody mist under the impact of the Primal Chaos Bell sound wave. As Xianxia fled in fear, a divine armor appeared on his body. This divine armor had evil spirits coiling around it, and it flickered with a stone radiance. When the Primal Chaos Bell sound wave blasted onto the divine armor shone brightly, resisting most of the Primal Chaos Bell's power. Xianxia was smashed to the ground, and the Dark Boar race's headquarters was smashed to smithereens. However, with the protection of the divine armor, he didn't die. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. Great Mountain Divine Armor. Liu Yiping stared at Xianxia's divine armor and said. The Great Mountain Divine Armor was an extremely powerful divine armor of the Supreme Ancient Heavenly Court. Xianxia laughed proudly, good eyesight. That's right, it's the Great Mountain Divine Armor. With the Great Mountain Divine Armor, you won't be able to break through my defense. Is that so? Lu Yiping's face was indifferent. He broke through the void, and when he arrived in the sky, he punched the ground where Xianxia was. When Lu Yiping punched out, the fist force surged like a river, and the flames were shocking. This punch seemed to have transcended time and space, as though it had condensed the supreme power of heaven and earth, as though it came from a new epoch. Seeing this punch, Xianxia's smile disappeared, and it was replaced by fear, epic divine fist. You're the epic god. You're not the ancient epic sovereign. The epic god was an existence that was even more ancient and terrifying than the ancient epic sovereign. He was an existence from 3 million years ago. Lu Yiping's cold voice resounded, I'm the epic god, and also the ancient epic sovereign. The epic divine fist slammed down. Boom, all of Xianxia's mountain peaks were instantly sunk. The fist force of the epic divine fist blasted Xianxia into the ground, and it continued to blast him deeper into the ground. The fist force of the epic divine fist seemed to be inexhaustible, and it blasted open layers of magma underground. After an unknown period of time, a terrifying fist force of light and flames penetrated through the other side of the plane. It was the epic divine fist. The epic divine fist directly blasted through the plane. Xianxia had already disappeared without a trace, and not even ashes were left. As for the Taishan divine armor of the immemorial celestial court, it was also destroyed beyond recognition. What a pity. It's a good armor. Taurus Longjiao shook his head. The Taishan divine armor was an incredible treasure even in the upper world. Lu Yiping looked at the remaining Yinba clan experts around him, and the chaos bell rang again. This time, the chaos bell sound waves turned into boundless golden airwaves, spreading to the ends of the world. Wherever it passed, the Yinba clan experts perished and disappeared. Taurus Longjiao's heavenly pillar grew longer, and it swept across the world. After a long time, the chaos bell sound wave stopped, and the Yinba clan was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yiping removed the chaos bell incantation, and came to the Yinba clan's treasury with Taurus Longjiao. With a point of his finger, he blasted open the Yinba clan's treasury formation and the door. When the Yinba clan's treasury door was blasted open, the aura of treasures blossomed, and the surging energy of chaos spiritual herbs surged out from the door. It instantly filled the surrounding mountains, and the fragrance of chaos spiritual herbs filled the air. The two of them stepped into the treasury door. Second watch, 5 p.m. Inside the treasury was a vast field of spiritual herbs that stretched as far as the eye could see. On this field were spiritual herbs, and all of them were chaos spiritual herbs. Every kind of spiritual herb was suffused with chaos spiritual qi. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao flew along the field. As they continued to fly, they gradually saw the end of the field. At the end of the field were iron ore veins. These were all primitive ore veins that had yet to be mined. Subsequently, Lu Yiping and the others saw piles of divine armors and various kinds of chaos spirit stones. Above heaven-grade spirit stones were chaos spirit stones. In the lower realm, chaos spirit stones were rare. Even the Heavenly Palace, Massacre God Pavilion, and Qianyuan Sect's treasury did not have many chaos spirit stones. But in front of them, chaos spirit stones were piled up like mountains. Both of them continued to fly deeper. Along the way, there were rare treasures and chaos spiritual veins hanging in the air. There were more than 1,000 of them. Among these chaos spiritual veins, even the smallest one was tens of thousands of miles long. In the depths of the treasury, Lu Yiping found the 7th piece of the Fortune Jade Disc. After Lu Yiping collected the 7th piece of the Fortune Jade Disc, he looked at the mountain of tree chunks. These tree chunks included the foundation tree, Sunfusong tree, and other kinds of divine tree chunks. Beside these tree blocks were lakes filled with various types of chaos water. It was clear that the Dark Boar race was using these chaos water to water the tree chunks, trying to revive them. In the distance, there were many divine trees that the Dark Boar race had revived. However, like the foundation tree and Sunfusong tree, the Dark Boar race could not revive them. To revive the foundation tree and Sunfusong tree, only the spring of life could do it. Lu Yiping immediately sat down cross-legged and summoned the foundation tree. The moment the foundation tree flew out, the tree chunks flew towards the foundation tree like a torrential downpour. They attached themselves to the foundation tree and began to merge with the foundation tree inch by inch. Soon, the foundation tree grew to 100,000 meters tall. When the foundation tree grew to 100,000 meters tall, the black and yellow light in the chaos chi burst out, and the profound yellow chi was finally produced. However, even though the Xianhuang chi was produced, it was only a very small amount. The Jianshu continued to grow. In less than an hour, it had grown to 110,000 meters. When the Jianshu grew to 110,000 meters, the amount of Xianhuang qi gradually increased. In the beginning, the Xianhuang qi was barely visible. However, when the tree grew to 110,000 meters, the Xianhuang qi became visible to the naked eye. 2 hours later, when the Jianshu had grown to 120,000 meters, the Xianhuang qi mixed in with the chaos qi was very obvious. When the Jianshu grew to 140,000 meters, the Xianhuang qi gradually replaced the chaos qi and began to occupy about 40% of the chaos qi. In the end, the Jianshu grew to 150,000 meters, and the Xianhuang qi and the primal chaos qi each occupied half of it. The qi of heaven and earth and the qi of chaos were rolling around the tree of creation, complementing each other. It was a beautiful sight. However, after reaching 150,000 meters, the speed at which the chaotic qi transformed into Xianhuang qi slowed down. When the tree grew to 160,000 meters, the 10th level of the immortal heavenly wood art finally appeared. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged under the Jianshu, comprehending the 10th level of the immortal heavenly wood art. The moment the Jianshu swallowed all the tree pieces in the treasury, it finally broke through to 200,000 meters. The 200,000-meter Jianshu towered between heaven and earth, piercing through the blue dome of heaven as if it wanted to pierce through the blue dome of heaven. At the top of the Jianshu, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, and the Xianhuang qi rolled endlessly. At this time, the Xianhuang qi was more abundant than the chaos qi. The Xianhuang qi occupied 70%, and the chaos qi occupied 30%. Lu Yiping estimated that when the Jianshu grew to 300,000 meters, the chaos qi would completely transform into Xianhuang qi. After comprehending the 10th level of the immortal heavenly wood art, Lu Yiping stood under the Jianshu and looked up. The Jianshu's lush branches extended into the void like an umbrella. When these branches stretched out, the ends of the branches could not be seen with the naked eye. On the branches, the leaves were extremely dense. The split the heavens characters between the leaves embellished the Jianshu, emitting a mysterious light. It was a beautiful and spectacular sight. On the trunk of the Jianshu, patterns of the great Tao filled the air. Taurus Longjiao stood under the Jianshu and looked at the Jianshu in front of him. He smiled and said, "A big tree is good for shade. In the future, even if there are 10 suns, we won't be afraid." Lu Yiping smiled, "In the future, we can eat barbecued meat and drink wine under this Jianshu." Taurus Longjiao said seriously, "In the future, we can even invite girls to admire this tree." The two of them chuckled. Then, Lu Yiping took out Mount Buzhou and merged it with the Mount Buzhou stones in the treasury. Although there were not as many Mount Buzhou stones as the Jianshu, there were still a lot of them. After the Mount Buzhou stones in the treasury were all merged with the Mount Buzhou stones, the 100-meter-tall Mount Buzhou grew to more than 10,000 meters. Buzhou Mountain, which was more than 10,000 meters tall, stood there. Chaotic qi churned, and the mountain shone brightly. Every stone had a pattern of the great Tao, which connected together, vaguely forming a heaven-opening great formation. Although the split the heavens level formation was not complete, it was enough to greatly increase Mount Buzhou's offensive power. As Mount Buzhou grew, the 7-colored gourd roots on top of it also grew. The second purple-red gourd finally matured. This purple-red gourd was known as the 99 soul scattering gourd. It contained the connate red sand. In terms of offensive power, it was much stronger than the first purple-gold gourd. After Mount Buzhou merged with the Mount Buzhou stones, Lu Yiping also had the Sun Fusang tree merge with the Fusang tree pieces in the treasury. Although the Fusang tree's growth was not as shocking as Mount Buzhou and the Jianshu, it still grew to more than 7,000 meters tall. The Sun Fusang tree's golden sun flames surged endlessly, and the qi of the sun spread out like waves. Standing under the Sun Fusang tree, it felt even warmer. Of course, this warmth was only for Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. If other god kings were here, they wouldn't even be able to get close to it. Without further ado, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao started roasting meat under the Sun Fusang tree. Needless to say, the meat roasted with the sun flames was even more tender and smooth, and the taste was even more delicious. Of course, they had to control the intensity of the sun flames. After eating the roasted meat and drinking fine wine, the two of them continued to collect the treasures, chaos spiritual veins, chaos spirit stones, and chaos spiritual herbs in the treasury. After collecting everything in the treasury, the two of them left the treasury. They did not leave immediately, and instead, they continued to stroll around the world surface. After strolling around the world surface and finding nothing else, the two of them left the Een Feather world surface and returned to the Heavenly Palace. Back in the Heavenly Palace, Lu Yiping ordered the heavenly beasts to continue searching for the Jianshu tree pieces, Mount Buzhou stones, and jade plates. At the same time, he ordered them to gather information about the ancient fiend god Changliang. 9:30 p.m. Third update. In the following days, Lu Yiping and Tian Jiaojiao stayed in the Heavenly Palace and continued to cultivate. Sitting under the tree of creation, Lu Yiping cultivated the immortal skywood technique and the art of longevity at night. During the day, he comprehended the creation jade disc and occasionally studied the divine steel. The divine steel was not essential to Lu Yiping. However, the divine steel recorded some of the immemorial heavenly quartz deeds and the primordial ages deeds. It was very important. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. In these thousands of years, the Heavenly Palace used all their forces to search for the creation tree, Buzhou mountain stone, and jade disc. They really did find many of them. However, they could not find the 8th creation jade disc. After thousands of years, the building tree had been fused with the Buzhou mountain stone found by the Heavenly Palace. The building tree had grown to 210,000 meters, while the Buzhou mountain stone had grown to 13,000 meters. Did Changliang enter the upper world? Taurus Longjiao asked. The Heavenly Palace used all their forces to search for thousands of years, but there was still no news of Changliang. Maybe, Lu Yiping said. Another few hundred years passed. There was still no news of Changliang. In these few hundred years, the Heavenly Palace found fewer and fewer creation tree and Buzhou mountain stone. In the end, there were no more creation tree and Buzhou mountain stone for decades. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Yiping decided to enter the upper world with Taurus Longjiao. Tian Shou knew that Lu Yiping and Tian Jiaojiao wanted to enter the upper world, so he begged to follow Lu Yiping and Tian Jiaojiao. In fact, before Lu Yiping and Tian Jiaojiao, he already had the idea of entering the upper world. Once a person had cultivated to a certain level, they would no longer be able to live their lives in the lower realm. Hence, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Tian Shou went to the upper world together. The Heavenly Palace had already taken over the Massacre God Pavilion and Qianyuan sect, becoming the unshakable #1 sect in Heaven's Road. Even if Tian Shou followed Lu Yiping into the upper world, the Heavenly Palace was still the #1 sect in the lower world. As for Tang Ben, he stayed in the Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Su Ting took over the Northern Wilderness Divine Residence. Under the respectful escort of the Heavenly Palace's experts, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Tian Shou stepped into the air and disappeared at the end of the heavenly path. The three of them left the Heavenly Palace and continued to fly towards the deepest part of Heaven's Road. At the end of the Heavenly Road was the entrance to the upper realm. However, the deeper the path, the stronger the flames, lightning, and tornadoes became. Even an ordinary god monarch with 10 wills would have a hard time passing through. Lu Yiping and the other two directly passed through. Several days later. At the end of the heaven's path, Lu Yiping's group of 3 stood in front of a spatial entrance. This spatial entrance emitted a heart-palpitating power. Whimpering sounds constantly came from the spatial entrance. This was the sound caused by the spatial storm tearing through space. Lu Yiping's group of 3 paused for a moment before entering the spatial tunnel in a flicker. What entered his eyes was a chaotic airflow. The airflow was extremely violent, crazily attacking everything within the spatial passageway. If an ordinary god monarch with 10 wills entered the spatial passageway, they would probably be sent flying by the airflow. Although the airflow hit the 3 of them, they did not move an inch. The 3 of them did not circulate their god force to defend themselves as they flew through the air. Tian Shou's true form was a heaven-devouring divine beast. Although he could not compare to Taurus Longjiao, his physical body was still very strong. The three of them continued to fly through the spatial passageway. The spatial passageway was not big, only several dozen meters wide. Chaotic airflow filled the entire passageway. There were no other experts in the spatial passageway, nor was there any sunlight or night. They flew like this for several days. Their eyes lit up when they saw a bright light coming from the end of the spatial passageway. The three of them knew that was the end of the spatial passageway and increased their speed. When the three of them exited the spatial passageway, they felt their bodies lighten and the sunlight in front of them was somewhat blinding. Taurus Longjiao looked up and saw a blue sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. White clouds bloomed and a gentle breeze blew. Taurus Longjiao pulled a white cloud into his hand. He looked at the white cloud in his hand and said, "The clouds in the upper domain are spiritual. They are of a higher level than those in the lower domain." Now, they were in the sky above a sea. Lu Yiping looked at the calm sea below. The surface of the sea was extremely clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. After a while, the three of them flew through the air. This sea was bigger than Lu Yiping and the other two had imagined. The three of them flew forward for several days and nights, but they still did not see land. While flying, they were attacked by some deep-sea sea beasts. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao did not take any action and let the Xianxia deal with them. These sea beasts were not weak. The stronger ones were god monarchs with 11 wills. 6 days later, the three of them finally saw the shore of land. On the shore, there were many fishermen who had stopped their boats to dry their nets. It was obvious that they had just returned from fishing. Lu Yiping and the other two came ashore, attracting the attention of many fishermen. Not far away, there were several children playing. One of the older children, about 7 or 8 years old, walked over and looked at Lu Yiping and the other two with curiosity. "Big brother, are you true gods?" the child asked. In the upper domain, only true gods who had condensed to godhead and above could fly. Lu Yiping smiled. "Little guy, what's your name?" The child looked up and said immaturely, "My name is Chen Tongtu. My grandfather said that I want to be a powerhouse with great abilities in the future, a transparent and real person. You can't be a weakling, and you can't be a hypocrite." Lu Yiping and the other two smiled at the child's words. Just as Lu Yiping was about to say something, a fisherman suddenly shouted in fear, "It's the pirates are here." The group of fishermen fled in a frenzy. In the distance, a huge ship was riding on the wind, and the hull of the ship was engraved with a giant green demon. Seeing the ship, the child Chen Tongtu was also frightened and ran for his life. While the child and the group of fishermen were fleeing in panic, countless wind blades suddenly flew out from the ship. Countless wind blades pierced through the air, cutting across the sea surface, attacking the group of fishermen and the child Chen Tongtu. Just as these wind blades were about to pierce through the group of fishermen and the child Chen Tongtu, they suddenly stopped and scattered without warning. The group of experts on the ship was surprised. Everyone looked around and their gazes finally fell on Lu Yiping and the other two. "Dare to interfere in our Green Devil Gang's business, you're courting death." On the ship's bow, a one-eyed old man smiled indifferent and punched out. Sky Extreme Holy Light Fist. Waves rolled out from the old man's fist, setting off layers upon layers of waves. In the blink of an eye, it was aimed at Lu Yiping and the other two. The heavenly beast was surprised to see the one-eyed old man's fist force. The Sky Extreme Holy Light Fist was one of his heavenly palace's ultimate techniques. Ignoring the one-eyed old man's Sky Extreme Holy Light Fist, the heavenly beast extended his hand and pulled the one-eyed old man in front of him. The Green Devil Gang's group of pirates turned pale with fright. "Which sect are you from? Who taught you the Sky Extreme Holy Light Fist?" Heavenly Beast asked the one-eyed old man. Author's note: the plot twist is a little difficult to write. Please give me a monthly vote or recommendation vote. Brothers with monthly votes, please give me a monthly vote, thank you. After some questioning, Lu Yiping learned that the one-eyed old man was once an abandoned disciple of the Heavenly Palace before he joined the Green Fiend Gang. He was expelled from the Heavenly Palace for committing a crime. Knowing that there was a Heavenly Palace in the upper realm, Tian Shou asked excitedly, "Who is the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master?" The one-eyed old man was surprised. These people didn't know who the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master was. Did they come from another continent? The Heavenly Palace's ancestral master is called Xianxia. Although the one-eyed old man was surprised, he still answered truthfully. Xianxia, as expected, although Tianzhou had already guessed, he was still overjoyed and excited when he got confirmation. It seemed that after his master entered the upper realm, he had also established a heavenly palace in the past 1,000,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly palace's power was not weak. Liu Yiping extracted the old man's memory fragments. After looking through them, he learned their current location. The continent they were on was called the Blood Demon Continent. A continent in the upper realm was extremely large, equivalent to a lower realm star region. Within the continent, there were tens of thousands of regions. Each region was equivalent to a plane in the lower realm. The Heavenly Palace was one of the top sects in the Blood Demon Continent. However, the Heavenly Palace was extremely far away from here. After Liu Yiping had read the other party's memories, he killed the one-eyed old man and the pirates under his command with a single finger. Ancestral Master, shall we go to the Heavenly Palace now? Tianzhou asked Liu Yiping, unable to hide his excitement. Liu Yiping nodded. Now that they had just entered the upper realm, there was no place they needed to go. It would be good to stay in the Heavenly Palace for a while. Thus, Liu Yiping and the other two headed toward the Heavenly Palace. In the lower realm, there were countless star regions and the galaxy was boundless. In the upper realm, there were no star regions, but there were countless continents and a boundless sea. Some of the islands in the sea were even bigger than a plane in the lower realm. In the upper realm, there were countless geniuses and monsters. There were trillions of super sects and powerhouses, as many as the stars. The upper realm was much crueler than the lower realm. Not to mention a sect with 1,000,000 years of history, even many sects with tens of millions of years of history could be destroyed overnight. Liu Yiping and the other two did not fly. Instead, they boarded the Black Dragon flying ship. Liu Yiping and the other two had to cross hundreds of domains to reach the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, Liu Yiping and the other two basically sat cross-legged in the ship's secret room to cultivate. Liu Yiping sat cross-legged under the tree of creation. Saint Qi rolled around him, and the aura of the Great Path filled the air. Before entering the upper realm, he had stayed in the celestial palace for thousands of years. He had comprehended the 7 good fortune jade discs and made great progress. He had already grasped most of the great Daos in the 7 good fortune jade discs. As for the longevity incantation, it had reached the 49th level. His immortal skywood art had also reached the 7th level. As Liu Yiping circulated the immortal skywood art, Liu Yiping and the tree of creation became one, breathing in and out the endless Shenhuang Qi in the void. Previously, the tree of creation's chaotic qi had no effect on Liu Yiping. But now, the tree of creation could produce Shenhuang Qi. The Shenhuang Qi was very helpful to Liu Yiping's cultivation. It was because of the Shenhuang Qi that his longevity incantation could reach the 49th level so quickly. The Shenhuang Qi also played a role in his immortal skywood art reaching the 7th level so quickly. However, just as Liu Yiping was circulating the immortal skywood art, the tree of creation suddenly shook violently. Liu Yiping was stunned and stopped cultivating. The tree of creation was shaking so violently. Obviously, there was a tree of creation nearby. Liu Yiping could not help but stop the Black Dragon flying ship and walk out. Following the direction the tree of creation sensed, Liu Yiping finally arrived in front of an incomparably large city. The cities in the upper realm were built to be very large. The city in front of them was as big as a continent in the lower realm. Battle Watchtower City. Above the city gates were 3 ancient characters. Putting away the flying ship, Liu Yiping led the two into Battle Watchtower City. Inside Doke City, it was bustling with activity. There were many ancient gods coming and going, and they even saw quite a few Heavens-Will God Kings. However, most of them were low-level Heavens-Will God Kings. God Kings with more than 7 Heavens-Will God Kings were rare. Finally, Liu Yiping stopped in front of a merchant house. True Dragon Merchant House. The Tree of Creation was inside the True Dragon Merchant House. The True Dragon Merchant House was not only the largest merchant house on the Blood Devil continent, but also one of the largest merchant houses in the upper realm. The founder of the True Dragon Merchant House was a Dragon Clan expert. The True Dragon Merchant House's branch was built in a magnificent and imposing manner. Merchant houses were generally built in a dazzling manner, as if this was the only way to show off their wealth. Liu Yiping's group of 3 entered the True Dragon merchant house. The merchant house's main hall's stone pillars were engraved with various images of divine dragons. Inside the hall, there were many people doing business. Because there were too many people doing business, no one came to receive Liu Yiping's group of 3. Liu Yiping went straight to the reception desk. Liu Yiping took out a spatial ring and said to the receptionist, "I'm looking for your president to buy something." He then opened the spatial ring's restrictions. Chaos Qi filled the hall in an instant. Everyone in the hall turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. The receptionist stared blankly at the mountain of chaos spirit stones inside the spatial ring. Then, he looked at the blue-robed young man in front of him and stammered, "May I know what Lord wants to buy?" Liu Yiping stretched out his palm, and light condensed into the shape of a tree of creation. The receptionist stared at the tree of creation and was stunned. "Lord wants to buy a tree of creation?" Liu Yiping was not surprised to hear that the receptionist recognized the tree of creation. He said, "That's right, your merchant house has a lot of tree of creation, right?" The receptionist hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Lord, please wait a moment, I will report to the president." Soon, a middle-aged man clad in golden silk robes walked out from the inner hall, escorted by several merchant house experts. This middle-aged man was the True Dragon merchant house's president, Long Tianxi. Long Tianxi's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Liu Yiping's group of 3 in the hall. "This one is the True Dragon merchant house's Fighting Tower Chamber of Commerce branch president, Long Tianxi. I heard that young noble wants to buy a tree of creation?" Long Tianxi approached Liu Yiping and cupped his fists. "That's right." Liu Yiping nodded. Long Tianxi said solemnly, "To be honest with young noble, we do have a lot of tree of creation here, but someone has already reserved them." "Reserved?" Liu Yiping frowned. "Who reserved them? Did they pay the deposit?" Long Tianxi shook his head. "No, the deposit has not been paid. It's the Blood Devil Church's sect leader Li Guang who wants them." The Blood Devil Church was the Blood Devil Continent's #1 sect. As the Blood Devil Church's sect leader, Li Guang's status was obvious. The heavenly beast spoke, "Since the deposit has not been paid, it's not a transaction." Right at this time, a cold voice sounded, "Who dares to snatch our Blood Devil Church's sect leader's things? Are you tired of living?" As the voice rang out, a group of experts in blood-red battle robes walked into the Chamber of Commerce. Seeing this group of experts in blood-red battle robes, the faces of everyone in the hall changed, and they hurriedly moved aside. The leader was a young man. He was Blood Demon Church's Bishop Li Guang's beloved disciple, Zhu Ji. Li Guang had sent Zhu Ji to collect the builder tree block. Liu Yiping glanced at the group of experts from the Blood Demon Church and said to Long Tianxi, "Since the deposit has not been paid, your Chamber of Commerce has the right to sell it to anyone. Whoever wants to buy it will bid. The highest bidder will get it. What do you think, President Long?" Long Tianxi pondered for a while and was about to speak. Indifferent, Zhu Ji looked at Liu Yiping and said, "Brat, which sect are you from? Do you believe that I will crush the 3 of you into paste right now?" However, just as he said that, he was slapped away by Heavenly Beast. When Zhu Ji landed on the ground, his teeth were scattered all over the floor. Everyone was shocked, including the experts from the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Long Tianxi also looked at Heavenly Beast in shock. As Li Guang's beloved disciple, Zhu Ji was naturally not weak. He was an ancient god with 10 totems. However, he was slapped so hard by this blue-robed young man that he could not resist. "Senior brother Zhu Ji." The experts from the Blood Demon Church were shocked. When they came to Zhu Ji's side and helped him up, they saw that Zhu Ji's face was swollen out of shape. Indifferent, Heavenly Beast said, "If you dare to disrespect your ancestor again, you will die." Ancestor? Long Tianxi and the others looked at Liu Yiping. This blue-robed young man was this fierce man's ancestor? Zhu Ji glared at Heavenly Beast and said, "Good, very good." After that, he said to Long Tianxi, "President Long, please consider carefully. Do you want to sell this builder tree block to the Blood Demon Church or to these people?" Long Tianxi's face darkened, and he was unhappy. "It is not up to you to remind me who I want to sell the builder tree block to." As the president of the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's branch, his status was not lower than that of the Blood Demon Church's hierarch. Now that Zhu Ji, a junior, had reminded him, he was naturally unhappy. Zhu Ji's expression fluctuated. Glaring hatefully at Lu Yiping's group of 3, he left with the Blood Demon Church's experts. This time, he did not bring many experts with him to the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Long Tianxi turned around and cupped his fists towards Lu Yiping, saying with a smile, "Young master, how about we enter the inner hall to discuss this?" In other words, as long as the price was right, he would trade the building tree block with Lu Yiping. Thus, Long Tianxi invited Lu Yiping and the others into the inner hall. After Lu Yiping's group of 3 left, the crowd in the main hall buzzed in discussion. They were all discussing the incident just now and guessing Lu Yiping's identity. After entering the inner hall, Lu Yiping, Long Tianxi, and the others sat down. "How should I address you, young master?" Long Tianxi asked Lu Yiping with a smile. Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping did not conceal anything. Long Tianxi pondered, "I believe Master Lu also knows about the building tree block's treasure. We won't hide it from Master Lu." Previously, the Blood Demon Church's hierarch offered 1,000 drops of purple gold chaos water per cubic meter. Purple gold chaos water was of a higher grade than star chaos water. 1 drop of purple gold chaos water was worth 100 drops of star chaos water. 1,000 drops of purple gold chaos water would be 100,000 drops of star chaos water. This price was 1,000 times higher than the price Lu Yiping offered in the lower realm. However, Lu Yiping did not mind. He said, "I'll give you 2,000 drops of purple gold chaos water per cubic meter." The purple gold gourd could produce 1 bucket of purple gold chaos water per day, more than 300 buckets a year. After several thousand years in the lower realm, he now had more than 1,000,000 buckets of purple gold chaos water on him. "You'll give us 2,000 drops of purple gold chaos water per cubic meter?" Long Tianxi was secretly overjoyed. He smiled and asked, "Master Lu, is this true?" 2,000 drops of purple gold chaos water per cubic meter was twice the price offered by the Blood Demon Church. Although it was only 2 times, if there were many building tree blocks, the difference would be shocking. The price Lu Yiping offered was enough to tempt Long Tianxi. "That's right, 2,000 drops of purple gold chaos water," Lu Yiping said. He immediately took out a bucket of purple gold chaos water. In an instant, chaos aura filled the hall. The chaos aura of the purple gold chaos water was much purer than the star chaos water. Subsequently, Lu Yiping took out 9,999 buckets. A total of 10,000 buckets of purple gold chaos water were placed in front of Long Tianxi and the rest. Looking at the 10,000 buckets of purple gold chaos water, even Long Tianxi, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's branch president, was stunned. 10,000 buckets of purple gold chaos water, 300,000 drops per bucket, that was 3 billion drops. A while later, Long Tianxi regained his senses. Looking at Lu Yiping, the expression in his eyes changed. He smiled and said, "Master Lu is so rich, this Long's horizons have been broadened today. Since that's the case, this Long won't be arrogant." Then, he ordered the building tree blocks to be sent over. In the end, the building tree blocks totaled more than 600,000 cubic meters. After transforming into purple gold chaos water, that was more than 1,200,000,000 drops. Lu Yiping paid 1,200,000 drops of purple gold chaos water for the building tree blocks of the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After the transaction was completed, Long Tianxi smiled and said to Lu Yiping, "Is there anything else Master Lu needs?" Lu Yiping stretched out his palm. Light condensed on his palm, forming the shape of the Buzhou Mountain Stone. "Master Lu is looking for the Buzhou Mountain Stone?" Long Tianxi was surprised. Although the building tree and Buzhou Mountain were heaven-opening treasures, they had been destroyed long ago. These tree blocks and stones had lost their vitality long ago. No one in the divine world could cultivate them, and none of the divine fires could refine them. Why did this Lu Yiping only want these useless things? That's right. Lu Yiping said, "If your Chamber of Commerce has the Buzhou Mountain Stone, it will also be 2,000 drops of purple gold chaos water per cubic meter. Also, no matter how many building tree blocks your Chamber of Commerce has, you can sell them to me at the same price as our previous transaction." Long Tianxi smiled brightly, "All right, then I will contact the headquarters and other branches to see if they have the Buzhou Mountain Stone and building tree blocks." Lu Yiping nodded. After chatting with the other party for a while, he put away the purple gold chaos water and left with the Taurus Longjiao and the heavenly beast. Before leaving, Lu Yiping told the other party to look for him in the heavenly palace. Watching Lu Yiping's group leave, Long Tianxi was puzzled. Heavenly palace? Are they experts from the heavenly palace? One of the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's experts guessed. Check their relationship with the heavenly palace. Long Tianxi said solemnly. After leaving the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yiping's group left Battle Watchtower City and continued their journey to the heavenly palace. A few hours later, at the Blood Demon Church headquarters, the Blood Demon Church's Pope Li Guang found Lu Yiping's real name. Lu Yiping? Heavenly Palace? Zhu Ji, who was standing at the side, said with hatred, Master, even if this person isn't an expert from the heavenly palace, he must have a deep relationship with the heavenly palace. We can't just let this matter rest. Li Guang's eyes were cold. Of course we can't just let this matter rest. In a few days, it will be the Heavenly Palace's 1 million-year anniversary. There will be a big banquet for all parties. At that time, our Blood Demon Church will also send them a big gift. As the Black Dragon flying ship flew towards Heavenly Palace, Lu Yiping sat cross-legged in the ship's secret room, letting the Jianshu absorb the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Jianshu tree. When the Jianshu absorbed the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Jianshu tree, it reached 220,000 meters. After breaking through to 220,000 meters, the Dao patterns on the tree became denser, and the amount of Xianhuan qi increased. The profound yellow qi poured down like a waterfall. Taurus Longjiao sat cross-legged under the Jianshu tree, operating his cultivation method and devouring the profound yellow qi. In the last few thousand years, Lu Yiping had cultivated the immortal skywood art to the 7th stage, while Taurus Longjiao's cultivation had also increased thanks to the profound yellow qi. While Lu Yiping, the Dragonhorn Golden Bull, and Tian Shou were making their way towards the Heavenly Palace, inside the Heavenly Palace's main gate, the Heavenly Palace sect master Qin Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard someone report about what happened in Battle Imperial City. Master, this Lu Yiping impersonated our Heavenly Palace's expert and injured Zhu Ji. He even brazenly stole Lord Li Guang's Jianshu tree, causing the Blood Demon cult to vent their anger on us. We must capture him and make amends to the Blood Demon cult to prove Heavenly Palace's innocence. Qin Yuan's eldest disciple, Chen Shuofan, said. Senior brother is right. The second disciple Lin also said angrily, now many sects and families are spreading the rumor that this Lu Yiping is the master of our Heavenly Palace. We must capture this Lu Yiping and take him to Sir Li Guang to explain clearly. Qin Yuan was about to speak when a Heavenly Palace expert rushed in and reported that the Blood Demon cult's Grand Elder, Chongbui Yuan, was outside and wanted to see him. Qin Yuan got up and said to Chen Shuofan and Lin, come with me to greet him. Heavenly Palace was one of the Blood Demon continent's top powers, but it had only been around for 1 million years. It was a far cry from the Blood Demon cult, the #1 sect on the Blood Demon continent. Hence, although the person who came was a Grand Elder of the Blood Demon Church, Qin Yuan did not dare to slight him. Qin Yuan and the rest quickly came out to welcome them. When they arrived outside the sect, they saw a silver-haired elder in a blood-red battle robe. It was the Blood Demon Church's Grand Elder, Chongbui Yuan. Brother Chong has arrived. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. Qin Yuan cupped his fists and smiled when he saw Chongbui Yuan. Quick, invite him in. Chongbui Yuan looked at the smiling Qin Yuan. His expression turned cold as he snorted, Qin Yuan, I'm here on the orders of our sect leader. I have a few words for you. Qin Yuan's heart shook and he said with a smile, Brother Chong, please speak. Qin Yuan is all ears. Let that Lu Yiping go to our Blood Demon Church's headquarters and kneel down. Also, let him obediently hand over all the builder tree pieces to our church master. If his attitude is not bad, our church master might spare his life. Indifferent, Chongbui Yuan continued, otherwise, not only will he and his servants die, but your Heavenly Palace will also be buried with him. Qin Yuan's expression changed and he hurriedly explained, Brother Chong, this is a misunderstanding. This Lu Yiping is not an expert of our Heavenly Palace. He is impersonating our Heavenly Palace's expert. Brother Chong, please explain everything to Lord Li Guang. I will be eternally grateful. Then, he added, however, Brother Chong, don't worry. I will give the order to seal off all regions of the Blood Demon continent and capture this Lu Yiping. We will bring him to Lord Li Guang for him to punish. Then, Qin Yuan ordered someone to deliver a jade box to Chang Buiyuan. Chang Buiyuan opened the jade box. When he saw what was inside, his expression softened. Then, Qin Yuan apologized again and invited Chang Buiyuan to take a seat inside. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged in the flying ship, cultivating. After an unknown period of time, a heavenly beast knocked on the door of Lu Yiping's room, saying that they had arrived at Heaven City. Heaven City was the largest city in the sky domain, and it was also the city closest to the Heavenly Palace. Not far from Heaven City was the Heavenly Palace sect. Lu Yiping stopped cultivating and walked out of the secret room with Taurus Longjiao. Putting away the flying ship, the three of them arrived at Heaven City's gates. There was an endless stream of experts coming in and out of Heaven City. Experts from various forces were discussing the Heavenly Palace's million-year founding celebration tomorrow. I heard that even the Blood Demon cult sent many experts to participate in the Heavenly Palace's million-year founding celebration. Even Lord Li Guang's disciple Zhu Ji is here. The Heavenly Palace has yet to capture that Lu Yiping and his subordinates. The Blood Demon cult's Zhu Ji must be here to denounce them. We don't know where that Lu Yiping came from, but he pretended to be an expert of the Heavenly Palace. It's the Heavenly Palace's bad luck. I heard that the Blood Demon cult's Lord Li Guang gave the Heavenly Palace 3 more months. If they still can't capture that Lu Yiping and hand him over, they will question Qin Yuan. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Taurus Longjiao heard the discussions in the crowd. Only then did the three of them know that the Heavenly Palace's palace master, Qin Yuan, had given the order to capture them and hand them over to the Blood Demon cult. Capture us and hand us over to the Blood Demon cult? Taurus Longjiao snorted. Lu Yiping's expression was normal. He looked in the direction of the Heavenly Palace sect and said, "Let's go." The three of them continued on their way to the Heavenly Palace sect. Tomorrow was the Heavenly Palace's million-year founding celebration. At this time, in front of the Heavenly Palace sect, experts from all sides were rushing to the Heavenly Palace sect. It was lively and festive. Inside the Heavenly Palace's main hall, Zhu Ji and the Blood Demon cult's experts were sitting there carelessly. Zhu Ji looked at Qin Yuan and said with contempt, "Qin Yuan, I'm sure you know what my master means. If your Heavenly Palace still can't capture Lu Yiping after 3 months, then don't blame our Blood Demon cult for being ruthless." Qin Yuan's expression was ugly. At this time, a Heavenly Palace's Grand Elder rushed in and stopped in front of Qin Yuan. He said with a smile, "Palace Master, Heaven City's disciples just sent news that they found a person suspected to be Lu Yiping." What? Qin Yuan and the Heavenly Palace's experts were excited. In the past few days, they had been worrying about finding Lu Yiping, but there had been no news of Lu Yiping. Now that they heard that Lu Yiping was suspected to be in Heaven City, they were all excited. Even Zhu Ji and the Blood Demon cult's experts sat up straight. It's suspected to be Lu Yiping. Zhu Ji's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. That slap, he had been thinking about the true Dragon Chamber of Commerce's slap these days. Where are his subordinates? He sat up straight and asked the Heavenly Palace's Grand Elder. The three of them are together. The Heavenly Palace's Grand Elder hurriedly answered. Good. Zhu Ji stood up, his expression ferocious, "Bring us there now." Last time, there were no God King Tianming experts by his side, but this time, there were many Blood Demon cult's God King Tianming Grand Elders present. Immediately, Qin Yuan, Zhu Ji, and the rest left the main hall, leading a group of experts in the direction of Heaven City. The experts who came to participate in the celebration also followed behind. With Qin Yuan, Zhu Ji, and the rest's speed, they arrived at Heaven City in a short while. Zhu Ji saw Lu Yiping's group from afar. It's really them. Seeing Lu Yiping's group from afar, Zhu Ji laughed excitedly. Chang Buiyuan, who was at Zhu Ji's side, asked, "Zhu Ji, how do you want to deal with this Lu Yiping?" Zhu Ji turned to Chang Buiyuan and the Blood Demon sect's experts, "Uncles, do you have any good suggestions?" Blood Demon sect's Grand Elder Jin Yinqing smiled. "My suggestion is to chop off his subordinates' hands first, then slap Lu Yiping and his subordinates' faces until they turn into meat paste." Smashing them into meat paste sounds good, but that's too light. Chang Buiyuan smiled, let them taste our blood demon sex, blood demon soul refining hand and death god's finger. He listed more than a dozen methods in a row. These were the blood demon sex punishment methods for their enemies. Soon, Zhu Ji and the others arrived in front of Lu Yiping's group of 3 while chatting happily. Lu Yiping also saw Zhu Ji, Qin Yuan, and the others. Zhu Ji stopped in front of Lu Yiping and snickered, surnamed Lu, we meet again. His gaze then landed on the heavenly beast, I've been thinking about you all these days. The heavenly beast glanced at Zhu Ji, what's the matter? What's the matter? Zhu Ji's laughter was laced with hatred, what do you think? Heavenly Palace's Palace Lord Qin Yuan interjected, Brother Zhu Ji, this Lu Yiping's group impersonated our Heavenly Palace's experts and acted recklessly. Why don't we capture them and hand them over to the Blood Demon sect? Zhu Ji smiled, then I'll have to trouble Palace Lord Qin Yuan. The heavenly beast watched Qin Yuan flatter Zhu Ji and snorted, groveling and currying favor, acting like a slave. Do you think you have the right to be Heavenly Palace's Palace Lord? Qin Yuan's face sank, his eyes blazing with anger. The experts who came with them were dumbfounded. Who do you think you are? My master doesn't deserve to be told what to do. Qin Yuan's eldest disciple, Chen Shuofan, pointed his sword at the heavenly beast. Chen Shuofan was Qin Yuan's disciple, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He was the strongest disciple in the heavenly palace, a godly king with 2 wills. With a thrust of his sword, God King Tianming's strength was vast. Seeing the other party's sword piercing toward him, the heavenly beast flicked his finger. Chen Shuofan felt the sword in his hand being struck by a terrifying force. It flew out of his hand and smashed through countless buildings in its path. All the experts present were stunned. Even Qin Yuan was surprised. Even though this disciple of his was only a 3 wills god monarch, his heaven's will was extraordinary. He was at the 12th level and his battle prowess was comparable to many 3 wills god monarchs. But now, he could not even block a single finger from a heavenly beast. The heavenly beast flicked Chen Shuofan away and looked at Zhu Ji, Chang Buiyuan, and the others with indifferent eyes. You said you wanted to cut off my hand and slap me and your ancestor's face? Zhu Ji looked away from Chen Shuofan and sneered, indeed. The heavenly beast may have defeated Chen Shuofan, but he didn't care. Chang Buiyuan and Golden Cloud City's blood demon sect's grand elders were all 7 wills god monarchs. As he spoke, the heavenly beast's left hand reached for him. Chang Buiyuan snorted, you're asking for death. His body glowed and his 7 heavens wills flew out. The power of the 7 heavens wills surged as he slapped at the heavenly beast. The heavenly beast's left hand didn't change and his right hand waved like a fly. Blood demon sect's grand elder Chang Buiyuan was sent flying and his 7 heavens wills exploded. Chang Buiyuan also exploded in the air, turning into a bloody mist. Blood rained down. Under the sunlight, it sparkled. Everyone was stunned. Even Qin Yuan and the blood demon sect's experts were shocked. Zhu Ji, who was brought before the heavenly beast, saw blood demon sect's grand elder Chang Buiyuan explode and his face changed. The heavenly beast glared at Zhu Ji with cold killing intent. I already told you at True Dragon Chamber of Commerce that if you dare disrespect your ancestor again, you will die. With that, he clenched his fist and Zhu Ji exploded into a bloody mist. Blood demon sect's Jin Yunqing's experts were stunned when they saw Zhu Ji explode. The various experts were also stunned by this sudden scene. Kill! Jin Yunqing came to his senses and roared, activating his 7 heavens wills. The other experts of the blood demon sect also activated their heavens wills. Dozens of blood demon sect's experts charged at the heavenly beast. Looking at the dozens of blood demon sect's experts charging at him, the heavenly beast's expression was cold as he punched out. Instantly, his fist shot out a terrifying fist wave that contained a sacred light. Heaven's extreme holy light fist. Seeing the heavenly beast's fist wave, Qin Yuan and the heavenly palace's experts were shocked. Even the blood demon sect's experts were surprised. The heaven's extreme holy light fist's fist wave collided with the blood demon sect's experts. But almost instantly, the heaven's extreme holy light fist's fist wave plowed through the combined power of the blood demon sect's experts, drowning them in an unstoppable force. When the heaven's extreme holy light fist's fist wave reached the edge of Heavenly City, the blood demon sect's experts had already disappeared. In the sky, there were scattered fragments of heaven's wills. In the distance, all the experts looked at the sky full of fragments in shock. Is this a god king with 9 or 10 heaven's wills? One of the experts looked at the heavenly beast in shock. Killing dozens of god kings with 7 heaven's wills in a single punch, only a god king with 9 heaven's wills and above could do so. The heavenly beast looked at Qin Yuan and the heavenly palace's experts. Qin Yuan and the heavenly palace's experts' hearts tightened. Who are you? Why do you know our heavenly palace's extreme holy light fist? Qin Yuan asked solemnly. The heavenly beast did not answer, his face indifferent. Make your move. Let me see how much you've learned as the heavenly palace's master. Qin Yuan's face sank as he stared at the heavenly beast. His body shone brightly as his heaven's wills flew out. They were god kings with 12 heaven's wills, and each of them was at level 13. Extreme holy light fist. Qin Yuan suddenly punched at the heavenly beast. The power of 12 heaven's wills merged with his fist, causing the surrounding cities to tremble. The heavenly beast looked at the incoming extreme holy light fist, but he did not use his heaven's wills. Instead, he punched out with the same extreme holy light fist. The two extreme holy light fists collided. With a loud explosion, the shockwaves from the fist swept out, blasting away the surrounding buildings and roads. Everyone retreated in shock. In the billowing dust, Qin Yuan retreated again and again, crashing through countless buildings. In the end, he slammed into a stone pillar, causing him to vomit blood. The heavenly palace's experts were shocked. Qin Yuan, who had 12 heaven's wills, was sent flying with a single punch. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lu Yiping's subordinate did not use his heaven's wills. A god king with 13 heaven's wills? An ancestor muttered. Even in the vast blood devil continent, there weren't many god kings with 13 heaven's wills. Even Qin Yuan, who was the heavenly palace's palace lord, only had 12 heaven's wills. Author's note: I was so busy before the new year, so I'm accompanying my parents at home. Tomorrow, I'll be going to Xianxia to handle some matters. I'll be back around 6 in the afternoon. If there's no update tomorrow at 8, then there's no need to wait. Who are you? Qin Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood, looking at Heavenly Beast in shock. If this person was already so strong, then what about this blue-robed young man? He was the Heavenly Beast's ex-ancestor. Was he an existence that surpassed the God King Tianming? Lu Yiping stepped forward, looking at Qin Yuan. We're here to look for Song Song. Is Song Song here? Tell him to come out and see me. You're looking for our ancestor? Qin Yuan was stunned, and so were the Heavenly Palace's experts. Why are you looking for our ancestor? Qin Yuan looked doubtfully at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping was too lazy to ask more questions. A suction force pulled Qin Yuan in front of him, then he took out Qin Yuan's memory fragments and studied them. A short while later, Lu Yiping released Qin Yuan. Main Spirit Sea. From Qin Yuan's memory fragments, Huang Xiaolong knew that Song Song had been living in seclusion on an island in the Main Spirit Sea for many years. The Main Spirit Sea was one of the biggest sea regions in the divine world, several hundred times bigger than the Blood Devil continent. It was connected to almost 100 continents. The spiritual energy in the Main Spirit Sea was abundant, thus many experts lived in seclusion in the Main Spirit Sea. Qin Yuan felt his consciousness slip away, falling back to the ground, looking at Lu Yiping in fear. Tell the Blood Devil sect that if they want to find me, they can come to the Main Spirit Sea. Lu Yiping said indifferently, then turned to Taurus Longjiao and Heavenly Beast. Let's go. Just as Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Heavenly Beast were about to leave, the sound of whistling wind reached their ears. You came to my heavenly palace, killed my heavenly palace's honored guest, and injured my heavenly palace's palace lord. Are you going to leave just like that? A cold voice sounded. Qin Yuan and the others were overjoyed. It was the heavenly palace's ancestors. A sword light pierced through the sky from afar, aiming at Lu Yiping's group. This sword light contained shocking flames. Fire law, over God realm. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Over gods were existences that surpassed the God King Tianming. On the Bloodfiend continent, sovereigns were the true overlords. Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly when he sensed the sword light behind him. He swung his golden staff backward and a pillar of golden light instantly destroyed the sword light. With a muffled scream, a person fell from the sky and crashed onto the main peak of the heavenly palace. It's Lord Wangwa. Many experts recognized the great ancestor of the heavenly palace, and they were all shocked. Wangwa was the strongest expert in the heavenly palace after Xianxia. Lu Yiping and the other two leapt through the air. Wangwa smashed into the main peak of the heavenly palace and stood up from the ruins of the main peak. Looking in the direction Lu Yiping and the other two had left, he touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and felt his heart palpitate. In his mind, he kept recalling the various powers contained in that strike. Lord Wangwa. The heavenly palace's patriarchs rushed to Wangwa's side in shock. Wangwa waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." However, after saying that, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. Wangwa was a sovereign of fire, and he had already cultivated 17 types of elemental laws of fire, but he still couldn't block that casual strike. Wangwa took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Moments later, his complexion improved, and he said to the others, "Those three should have gone to the Sovereign Sea to find the Patriarch. I'm going to personally go to the Sovereign Sea and report to the Patriarch. Wait for my news in the Heavenly Palace." After saying this, he didn't wait for the others to respond. He turned into a streak of fiery light and disappeared into the horizon. The Sovereign Sea was vast and boundless. By the time Lu Yiping and the other two arrived at the Sovereign Sea, it was already dusk. Under the evening sun, the Sovereign Sea glowed with a faint glow, exuding a gentle beauty. The sea breeze blew past, but it didn't smell like salty seawater or fish. Instead, it was refreshing and refreshing. The environment of this Sovereign Sea isn't bad. Taurus Longjiao laughed. We might as well occupy an island here and cultivate for a few days. Some of the better islands in the Sovereign Sea have already been occupied by others. Lu Yiping said. Because the Sovereign Sea was rich in spiritual energy, many sect experts from the surrounding continents entered the Sovereign Sea to cultivate. Over the years, some of the better islands had already been occupied by some sect experts, who had built their palaces and residences there. Because many of the islands had sovereign-level experts, they were called the Sovereign Sea. Taurus Longjiao laughed. It doesn't matter if others occupy them. We'll set up a dove's nest. After all, these islands might have been occupied by others. In this world, strength was everything. It was so in the divine world, the lower realm, and even more so in the upper realm. The better islands in the Sovereign Sea were all occupied by strength. Lu Yiping and the other two soared through the air, entering the Sovereign Sea and flying southeast. The island Xianxia occupied was southeast of the Sovereign Sea. They didn't stop. Lu Yiping and the other two continued to fly forward. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, and the three of them would be sent flying. The Sovereign Sea had existed for a long time. Before human experts occupied islands to cultivate, it was a breeding ground for sea beasts. Thus, there were many sea beasts in the Sovereign Sea. A few days later, an island shaped like a giant turtle appeared in Lu Yiping and the other two's line of sight. This island, called the Spirit Turtle Island, was the island where Xianxia lived in seclusion. However, this Spirit Turtle Island was occupied by Xianxia and another expert called Sudongha. The two of them each had half of it. Xianxia's cave abode was south of the Spirit Turtle Island. The Spirit Turtle Island was not big, only 1,000 square kilometers. The three of them headed south of the Spirit Turtle Island. Soon, the three of them saw Xianxia's cave abode. The cave abode was not big, only a few thousand square meters. The materials used were not bad, and there was a big pine tree in front of the cave abode, making the entire cave abode look simple and quiet. At this moment, Xianxia and his disciple Xianfei were sitting in the main hall of the cave abode. Xianfei said angrily, "A few years ago, Sudongha hooked up with Lord Futu. These few years, he's gone overboard. 3 years ago, he asked for 80% of the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir. 2 years ago, he asked for 70% of the Spirit Turtle Island, and now he's asking for all of the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir." He continued angrily, "I think next year, he might ask for all of the Spirit Turtle Island to be his. At that time, he'll kick us out of the Spirit Turtle Island." Xianxia did not speak. He was also angry, but more than that, he felt helpless. At this moment, Song Song's pill apprentice came in and reported, "Lord Sect Master, there are 3 people outside. One of them calls himself Lu Yiping and says he wants to see you." "What did you say? Lu Yiping?" Song Song heard and stood up abruptly. He said in shock, "He's called Lu Yiping?" "Yes, this is his identity medallion." The pill apprentice was surprised to see Song Song's shocked expression. He quickly presented an identity medallion to Song Song. Song Song took the medallion and saw the inscriptions on it. His body shook violently, and he was so excited that he almost rushed out of the main hall. His disciple Shan Fei and the pill apprentice were stunned, but they quickly followed him out. Soon, Song Song came out of the cave abode and saw Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Tian Shou standing in front of the cave abode's entrance. 10:30, Chapter 2. Song Song was surprised to see Heavenly Beast, but when he saw Lu Yiping, his entire body trembled with excitement. He walked up to Lu Yiping and knelt down, kowtowing respectfully. His voice was filled with excitement as he said, "Disciple Song Song greets Master." Dan Fei, who had followed them out, looked at Lu Yiping in shock. This blue-robed young man was his master's master? Wasn't that his grandmaster? At that moment, Song Song bowed respectfully to Taurus Longjiao and said, "Little Song greets Lord Xiaojin." Lu Yiping helped Song Song up. Taurus Longjiao looked at Song Song and grinned. "Little Song, long time no see. You're still as handsome as ever." Hearing Taurus Longjiao's familiar tone, Song Song felt a warm feeling in his heart. He smiled and said, "In terms of handsomeness, Little Song is far from Lord Xiaojin." Taurus Longjiao laughed heartily. "I like hearing that." Heavenly Beast stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Song Song. "Little Tian greets Master." Song Song helped Heavenly Beast up and smiled. "You've grown much stronger than before." Then, he asked Dan Fei to greet Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Heavenly Beast. After Dan Fei greeted the 3 of them, Song Song smiled at Lu Yiping and said, "This little brat is the only disciple I've accepted after ascending to the upper realm." Lu Yiping looked at Dan Fei and said, "Not bad." He could tell that Dan Fei's soul was special. Immediately after, Song Song happily invited Lu Yiping and the other 2 into the cave. After inviting Lu Yiping into the cave, Song Song was embarrassed and said to Lu Yiping, "Every inch of land in the Master God Sea is worth its weight in gold. This cave is a little shabby, and I've embarrassed myself in front of Master and Lord Xiaojin." Taurus Longjiao looked at Song Song and said, "Little Songzi, you've been progressing slowly. Don't tell me you've been spending all these years picking up girls?" Song Song was taken aback. He scratched his head in front of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao like a child who had done something wrong. He said, "In the hundreds of thousands of years after I ascended to the upper worlds, I was busy building the heavenly palace and developing its forces. I neglected my cultivation and failed to live up to the expectations of my master and Lord Xiaojin." Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the cave, "The Heavenly Dipper Divine Palace has come to visit." When Song Song and Dan Fei heard this, they both frowned. The Heavenly Dipper God Matter was Sudongha's abode. A few days ago, Sudongha had suggested that the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir produced annually by the Spirit Turtle Island would belong to his abode. He had asked them to consider it for a few days, and today was the deadline for a reply. Lu Yiping saw Song Song's expression and asked, "This Heavenly Dipper God Matter is Sudongha's abode?" Song Song was taken aback, then nodded, "It is Sudongha's abode." Dan Fei angrily told them about Sudongha's excessive demands in the past few years. Only then did Lu Yiping and the others know that the Spirit Turtle Island had a core that produced several hundred drops of Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir every year. This was the Spirit Turtle Island's most precious treasure. In the past, Song Song and Sudongha had agreed to each take half, but in the past few years, Sudongha's demands had become more and more excessive after he climbed up to the overlord of the Prime Divine Sea, Floating Dragon. "Oh, now they want all the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir." The Heavenly Beast frowned. Dan Fei nodded and said angrily, 3 years ago, they wanted 80% of the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir, and now they want all of it. It's obvious that they want to drive us away and monopolize the Spirit Turtle Island. If we don't have the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir, we might as well return to the Heavenly Palace on the Blood Devil continent to cultivate. Without the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir, there was no need to stay on the Spirit Turtle Island. Let them in, Lu Yiping said. Song Song respectfully acknowledged and immediately opened the abode's grand formation to let the people from the Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter in. The group that came was led by Su Dongha's eldest disciple, Mu Xiaojiang. Mu Xiaojiang brought the Heavenly Dipper Divine Manners experts into the hall and smiled at Song Song. Senior Song Song, today is the last day of my master's proposal, what do you think? Before Song Song could speak, Taurus Longjiao said, in the future, all the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir will belong to the Song Song abode. Mu Xiaojiang and the Heavenly Dipper Divine Manners experts were stunned. Who are you? Mu Xiaojiang's face darkened as he looked at Taurus Longjiao. What did you mean just now? Taurus Longjiao suddenly slapped Mu Xiaojiang to the ground and said, not only the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir, everything in the Spirit Turtle Island will belong to the Song Song abode. Go back and tell your master to scram tomorrow. If he doesn't scram, then I'll make him scram. Mu Xiaojiang felt as if his entire body was flattened by Taurus Longjiao's sudden slap. He was shocked and angry. He was a 13-mandate divine king, the strongest person below the sovereign god of the surrounding hundreds of islands. But now, he was slapped to the ground by this golden retriever and couldn't even move. The dozen or so Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts who came with Mu Xiaojiang were also shocked. However, these Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts were all mandate divine kings and didn't dare to attack. Taurus Longjiao kicked Mu Xiaojiang out of the Song Song abode and rolled all the way to the shore of the Spirit Turtle Island. Sand billowed and seawater splashed. The other Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts fled in panic. Mu Xiaojiang's face was full of resentment, but he didn't dare to say anything and fled back to the Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter. Inside the Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter, Su Dongha was accompanying Wu Hua from the Pagoda Dragon Matter with a smile on his face. Lord Wu Hua has descended upon our Spirit Turtle Island, bringing light to our Spirit Turtle Island. Su Dongha smiled and presented a jade bottle to Wu Hua. This is our Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir, I hope Lord Wu Hua will kindly accept it. Wu Hua opened the jade bottle and looked at the several thousand drops of Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir inside. He smiled and said, that Song Song, do you want me to make him move out of the Spirit Turtle Island? Su Dongha smiled, I already told Song Song that the Spirit Turtle Island's Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir will belong to my Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter in the future. If he knows what's good for him, he will obediently leave the Spirit Turtle Island. On account of our past relationship, I won't make things difficult for him. His eyes narrowed as he said this, however, if he doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me for not taking into account our past relationship. Just as he said this, he saw Mu Xiaojiang and the Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts fleeing back in a sorry state. Su Dongha and Wu Hua were surprised. What happened? Su Dongha looked at Mu Xiaojiang's face, which was completely black from friction, and asked with a dark expression. Mu Xiaojiang explained the matter and repeated Taurus Longjiao's original words. Tell me to scram? The Spirit Turtle Island belongs to the Song Song Matter? Su Dongha laughed in anger. Wu Hua rubbed the jade bottle containing the Spirit Turtle Divine Elixir. Some people are tired of living. He then said to Su Dongha, I'll go with you to the Song Song Matter. Su Dongha stood up and bowed to thank Wu Hua. He then led the group of Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts to the Song Song Matter. Soon, the group arrived at the Song Song Matter. Su Dongha was about to speak when Wu Hua cut him off. No need to go through so much trouble. A giant hammer appeared in his hand and he swung it at the Song Song Matter. When Wu Hua swung his hammer down, a fiery light burst out, and fiery strands of fire law wrapped around the hammer. These fire laws contained a total of 41 types of laws. Between heaven and earth, there were 13 types of origin laws: water, wood, wind, fire, earth, metal, lightning, poison, darkness, light, time, space, and fate. Each type of origin law contained 99 types of energy. Every time one comprehended an additional type of energy, the power of one's origin law attack would greatly increase. Now that Wu Hua had comprehended 41 types of fire law, the power of his hammer could be imagined. If Wu Hua's hammer landed on Song Song's cultivation dwelling, it would definitely be reduced to dust. Although Song Song was the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master, he had only comprehended 35 types of water law. The array formation he set up would definitely not be able to withstand Wu Hua's hammer. Just as Wu Hua's hammer was about to hit Song Song's cultivation dwelling, a giant golden palm appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the hammer. The moment this giant golden palm grabbed Wu Hua's hammer, the 41 types of fire law energy contained in the hammer exploded and disappeared without a trace. Wu Hua, Su Donghe, and the several hundred Heavenly Dipper divine matters experts were stunned. Then, everyone looked at the giant golden palm that appeared out of nowhere. Wu Hua looked at Song Song's cultivation dwelling in shock. Song Song's strength was much lower than his, and this giant golden palm was clearly not Song Song's method. At this time, the giant golden palm emitted a bright light, and the hammer in Wu Hua's hand was knocked out of his hand. Wu Hua's palm exploded from the impact. But this was not the end. The giant golden palm grabbed Wu Hua's neck and pulled him down from the sky, smashing him to the ground. With a loud bang, the giant golden palm dragged Wu Hua into Song Song's cultivation dwelling. Su Donghe and the others were dumbfounded as they watched Wu Hua being dragged into Song Song's cultivation dwelling like a dog. Song Song's cultivation dwelling emitted a bright light as the Grand Array formation opened. Su Donghe looked at Song Song's cultivation dwelling and hesitated for a moment before carefully entering with the Heavenly Dipper divine matters experts. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw Wu Hua, who had just been dragged into the cave like a dog, being held by the neck by a burly golden retriever. Wu Hua's face was as red as violet as he stood there, completely unable to move. He was like a little fish whose strength had been completely suppressed. His mouth was wide open as he tried to breathe, but found it hard to do so. Wu Hua's eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. Su Donghe and the others were greatly shocked. Taurus Longjiao looked at the group of experts from Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter before his gaze landed on Su Donghe. It seems that you're not convinced that I told you to scram from Spirit Turtle Island? Su Donghe stuttered, how should I address you, sir? Lord Wu Hua is a general under Lord Long Futu. Dragon Stupa? Taurus Longjiao laughed. And then? Su Donghe choked. All of a sudden, Taurus Longjiao tightened his grip. Wu Hua's eyes were filled with fear as he tried to struggle, but it was to no avail as he was crushed into pieces. Looking at Wu Hua who was crushed to death, not only Su Donghe, but even Song Song and Shan Fei were shocked. They did not expect Taurus Longjiao to kill Wu Hua so easily. Dragon Stupa was a master god who had comprehended 70 types of wind element laws. He was also the strongest expert in the surrounding several hundred islands. Among these several hundred islands, no one dared to challenge Dragon Stupa's prestige and status, much less kill a general under him. After killing Wu Hua, Taurus Longjiao looked at Su Donghe and the group of Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts. Su Donghe and the group of Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts paled, retreating in fear. However, just as they were about to retreat, the giant golden palm appeared once again. Su Donghe roared, you killed Lord Wu Hua, you won't be able to escape the Master God Sea. But his voice stopped abruptly. With a loud bang, Su Donghe and the group of Heavenly Dipper Divine Matter experts were slammed to the ground by the giant golden palm. None of them managed to escape. Su Donghe and the rest did not even have the chance to attack. Shan Fei found it hard to calm down. Su Donghe and his master Song Song were equally matched in strength, and among the several dozen experts under Su Donghe's command, more than a dozen of them were Master God-level experts. Yet, they were still killed by this Lord Xiao Jin with a single palm. Song Song smiled wryly in his heart. They had not seen each other for nearly 2 million years, but Lord Xiao Jin had not changed at all. He was still as decisive as before. However, thinking about Dragon Stupa and the group of experts on Stupa Island, Song Song felt a little anxious. Song Song and Lu Yiping's disciples were the same. They only knew that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were very powerful, but they did not know what realm they had reached. What is this Dragon Stupa strength? Lu Yiping asked. Song Song straightened his face and said respectfully, Master, this Dragon Stupa is a wind over god. He has already comprehended 70 types of wind element energy. I heard that he is currently comprehending the 71st type of wind element energy. Moreover, some people say that Dragon Stupa is from the Jade Water Palace. Jade Water Palace? Lu Yiping asked. Song Song nodded with a solemn expression. The Overgod Sea is divided into 4 seas. The Jade Water Palace is one of the 3 superpowers of the Southern Sea. The Palace Master of the Jade Water Palace is a lightning overgod. He has comprehended 99 types of lightning element energy. 99 types of lightning element energy. The heavenly beast was shocked. This was already the peak of a master god. Xianxia continued, the Jade Water Palace Master is one of the 3 superpowers of the Southern Sea. He has also obtained the inheritance of a god emperor from the Thunder Division of the ancient heavenly court. Oh, the inheritance of a god emperor from the Thunder Division of the ancient heavenly court. Taurus Longjiao was surprised. Even in the ancient heavenly court, god-ranking experts were overlords. Lu Yiping asked, who was in charge of the divine world now? Xianxia shook his head. Several million years ago, the barbarian dragon overlord fell and the divine world fell into chaos. The barbarian dragon overlord's subordinates split up and declared themselves kings. Taurus Longjiao asked, so, there is no overlord of the divine world now? Xianxia nodded. Yes. Lu Yiping asked a few more questions about the divine world before getting up and heading to Su Dongha's heavenly dipper manor with Taurus Longjiao and Xianxia. There were only a few ordinary overgod guards left in the heavenly dipper manor. Taurus Longjiao cleaned them up and had Xianxia move everything out of the heavenly dipper manor. At the same time, Lu Yiping and the rest made some simple changes to the Spirit Turtle Island. Lu Yiping tore down the heavenly dipper manor and expanded Xianxia's dwelling several times. At the same time, he set up a myriad soul-gathering divine formation. The moment the myriad soul-gathering divine formation was formed, streams of spiritual energy poured into the Spirit Turtle Island like a waterfall from the depths of the void. Danfei couldn't be sure as he looked at the streams of spiritual energy in the depths of the void, is this primeval spiritual energy? Sovereign realm experts used their cultivation techniques to devour primeval spiritual energy. This primeval spiritual energy was hidden in the depths of the divine world and only sovereign realm experts could devour it. While Lu Yiping and the Dragon Horn Golden Ox were modifying Spirit Turtle Island, Dragon Stupa was cultivating in a secret room. Gusts of purple wind gathered around him, constantly evolving. Sometimes, they would condense into various divine beasts, and sometimes, they would condense into gods of the wind element. Each of these wind elemental gods was 100 times stronger than Wu Hua. After a long time, Long Futu stopped cultivating and walked out of the secret chamber. When he walked out, he saw Wei Quan waiting respectfully outside. What is it? Normally, Wei Quan wouldn't come to the secret chamber unless there was something important. My lord, Wu Hua has gone missing. Wei Quan said. Missing? Long Futu looked at Wei Quan in surprise. I wanted to send him to White Tiger Island, but I couldn't contact him. Wei Quan said. Where did he go before he went missing? Long Futu asked. Spirit Turtle Island. Wei Quan said. Long Futu stopped in his tracks. Spirit Turtle Island? Wei Quan nodded. I sent Zhou Jun and Sun Gang over, but just now, I lost contact with Zhou Jun and Sun Gang. Long Futu's expression changed. Both Zhou Jun and Sun Gang were wood sovereigns who had cultivated 52 types of energy. Even the two of them had lost contact? Spirit Turtle Island. Long Futu's eyes flickered. What do you think about this? Wei Quan said solemnly, Wu Hua probably went to Spirit Turtle Island to see Heavenly Dipper Manor's Su Dongha. His disappearance should be related to Su Dongha. I remember that apart from Su Dongha, Spirit Turtle Island also has someone called Xianxia. Long Futu suddenly said. Xianxia. Wei Quan was stunned. My lord, are you saying that Wu Hua's disappearance might be related to this Xianxia? However, I understand this Xianxia's strength. He is only a water sovereign who has comprehended 35 types of water energy. Among the 13 types of sovereigns, water sovereigns were the weakest in terms of attack power. Moreover, Xianxia had only comprehended 35 types of water energy. Check if there are any abnormalities in Spirit Turtle Island recently. Long Futu said thoughtfully. Several days passed in this manner. Lu Yiping sat cross-legged in Xianxia's palace on Spirit Turtle Island, absorbing Jianshu's profound yellow energy. Recently, his immortal heavenly wood art had reached the peak of the 7th level, just half a step away from breaking through to the 8th level. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. Lu Yiping walked out of the palace and saw Taurus Longjiao sitting cross-legged on the shore of Spirit Turtle Island, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod in hand. Lu Yiping could not help but smile when he saw this. This guy is interested in fishing. Lu Yiping took a step forward and arrived beside Taurus Longjiao. Master. Taurus Longjiao grinned and said, the spirit turtle fish in the waters around Spirit Turtle Island are fat and big. It's almost the new year, so I'll catch a few. When the time comes, we'll have a barbecue fish feast. Lu Yiping was speechless. If you have so much free time, you might as well cultivate. Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, anyway, even if the sky falls, Master will hold it up. My half-assed cultivation base is more or less enough. Song Song walked over from afar and said with a smile, Lord Xiaojin is too humble. He came in front of the two and greeted them, saying, Master, it's almost the new year. It's rare that Master and Lord Xiaojin are here, so I plan to buy some New Year goods. This year, our Spirit Turtle Island will be lively. Lu Yiping smiled and said, that's good too. During the thousands of years in the heavenly palace in the lower realm, he had been cultivating in seclusion and did not spend the new year with Xianxia and the others. Where are you going to buy New Year goods? We'll go with you and take a look around the main God Ocean, Lu Yiping said. It'll be great if Master and Lord Xiaojin go together. There's a market on Carefree Godly Island, one of the biggest markets in our main God Ocean. There's a lot of stuff there, Song Song said. We plan to take a look at Carefree Godly Island. Then let's go to Carefree Godly Island, Lu Yiping said with a smile. A moment later, they left Spirit Turtle Island. However, as soon as they left Spirit Turtle Island, they ran into Wanghua, who had rushed over from the Blood Demon Continent's heavenly palace. Wanghua had originally come to see Song Song and report to him about Lu Yiping, but when he saw Song Song and Lu Yiping together, and Song Song calling Lu Yiping master, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After Wanghua greeted Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Tian Shou, Song Song smiled and said, Wanghua, you came at the right time. We're planning to go to Carefree Godly Island to buy New Year goods. Let's go together. Thus, the six of them headed towards Carefree Godly Island. Carefree Godly Island was not close to Spirit Turtle Island, so Lu Yiping increased the speed of the Black Dragon flying ship. The six of them did not stop, and several days later, they arrived at Carefree Godly Island. Carefree Divine Island was one of the largest islands in the main Divine Ocean. It was half the size of the Blood Demon Continent, and one couldn't see the end of it. Looking from afar, one could see all kinds of spaceships shuttling back and forth in the waters around Carefree Divine Island. These flying ships came from various forces in the main God Ocean. Some of the flying ships even came from the continents around the main God Ocean. Carefree Godly Island had the biggest trading market in the main God Ocean. Therefore, sects and families from the continents around the main God Ocean would come to Carefree Godly Island to purchase materials. The Black Dragon flying ship flew into Carefree Godly Island's airspace, attracting many people's attention. Find out which family that flying ship belongs to. In the distance, a young man standing at the bow of a Golden Crow flying ship looked at the Black Dragon flying ship and asked his subordinate. His subordinate acknowledged respectfully. One day later, Lu Yiping's group of six arrived at Carefree Godly Island's main city, Carefree City. The trading market was inside Carefree City. Lu Yiping put away the Black Dragon flying ship. However, just as the six of them were about to enter Carefree City, they saw a large group of experts walking out of the city. They were from the Blood Demon Church, and they had probably come to Carefree City to purchase items. They had just finished shopping and were about to leave Carefree City. It's Liu. Wang's expression changed when he saw the group from the Blood Demon Church. Liu was the Blood Demon Church's founder, and also the sect master of the Blood Demon Church, Li Guang's Grand Master. He was also the #1 expert on the Blood Demon Continent. Following behind Liu, Li Guang was surprised to see Wanghua, Song Song, and the others. When he saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao standing beside Song Hua, his eyes turned cold. Heavenly Palace. He said to Liu, Grand Master, that blue-robed young man should be Lu Yiping. Liu looked at Lu Yiping and led the group of Blood Demon Church's experts towards Lu Yiping, Song Song, and the others. When they arrived in front of Lu Yiping's group, Liu looked at Lu Yiping, then at Song Song and Wanghua. Indifferent smiles appeared on his face as he said to Lu Yiping, You're Lu Yiping? You're the one who killed more than a dozen of our Blood Demon Church's grand elders and my grand disciples? Before Lu Yiping could say anything, the heavenly beast spoke, I was the one who killed them. Liu looked at the heavenly beast, it's good that you dare to admit it. He then looked at Song Song. Song Song, you've got guts. They killed more than a dozen of my blood demon church's grand elders and my grand disciples. Not only did your heavenly palace not capture them, you're even chatting and laughing with them. It seems like your relationship with them is pretty good. Song Song looked at Liu and said, "This is my Grand Master." He was referring to Liu Yiping. Grand Master? Liu, Li Guang, and the rest of the Blood Demon Church's experts were stunned. Liu sneered, "So that's how it is. In that case, there's no need for your heavenly palace to exist anymore." He then turned to the Blood Demon Church's experts and said, "Kill the 6 of them, don't let a single one escape. We'll destroy the heavenly palace when we get back." Blood Demon's hand. Flame Demon's blood print. Over 20 overgods of the Blood Demon Church and several dozen god kings worked together, causing the world to shake violently. Destructive energy blasted towards Liu Yiping's group of 6. The experts in the surroundings all retreated in shock. It's the Blood Demon Church. The Blood Demon Church was the most powerful force on the Blood Demon continent. Even in the Overgod Sea, they were very famous. Just as the destructive power of the Blood Demon Church's experts was about to strike Liu Yiping and the others, Liu Yiping waved his sleeves casually and the space collapsed. The destructive power of the Blood Demon Church's experts exploded in midair like fireworks. Afterwards, the Blood Demon Church's experts were all sent flying as if they had suffered a heavy blow, smashing into the walls of Carefree City. There was a loud boom. The walls of Carefree City shook violently, on the verge of collapsing. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The young man on the Golden Crow spaceship, who had asked his subordinates to investigate the Black Dragon spaceship, saw this scene from afar and was shocked. The 20-odd master gods of the Blood Demon Church were not ordinary master gods. The weakest among them had comprehended 15 types of power, while the strongest had comprehended 40 types of power. They were actually sent flying by this blue-robed young man. Most importantly, this blue-robed young man had only waved his hand gently. He had not used any law origin energy. "Elder Yan, can you tell what law origin energy the blue-robed young man used when he attacked?" The young man asked an old man beside him. Elder Yan shook his head with a solemn expression. "This young man is very strong. He's probably no weaker than Liu of the Blood Demon Church." "No weaker than Liu? That can't be, right?" Some of the experts on the Golden Crow flying ship did not believe it. Liu was the most powerful expert on the Blood Demon continent. Liu and Li Guang looked at the experts of the Blood Demon Church who had been sent flying. They were also shocked and surprised. Liu looked at Liu Yiping, and his gaze gradually changed. Liu stared at Liu Yiping. "Sir, you are not weak. I have underestimated you. Looks like you are a late overgod." Those who had comprehended more than 70 types of law origin energy were late overgods. Liu Yiping said indifferently, "I am an ancient god. I can kill you too." Everyone was stunned by Liu Yiping's words. The Golden Crow youngsters also frowned. Ancient gods could kill master gods? This blue-robed young man is too preposterous. No matter how powerful an ancient god is, they can only kill a god king with 1 or 2 wills. I've never heard of an ancient god being able to kill a god king with 4 wills or more, let alone an overgod. A beautiful woman beside the young man shook her head. Hearing this, Liu laughed out loud. "An ancient god can also kill me? Make your move." Liu Yiping's expression was indifferent. Liu's eyes turned cold. Light surged from his body as origin source laws shot into the air and wrapped around him. These origin source laws shone with a dazzling golden light. 72 types of metal elemental energy. The Golden Crow youngster was astonished. Fate, space, time, light, darkness, poison, lightning, metal, earth, fire, wind, wood, and water. Among the 13 origin laws, the laws of metal were ranked 8th. The offensive power of the law of gold far surpassed the laws of earth, fire, wind, wood, and water. The stronger the law, the harder it was to comprehend. Liu's comprehension of the 72 types of metal elemental energy shocked the surrounding experts. Liu activated the 72 types of metal elemental energy and suddenly sent a palm strike towards Liu Yiping. Great Golden Buddha Palm. When the palm struck out, a golden Buddha's palm broke through the air. Within the golden Buddha's palm, there was a faint shadow of a huge golden Buddha. The Buddha's light illuminated the entire Carefree Divine Island. All the experts in Carefree City were alarmed. Many experts rushed out from Carefree City. It's the Blood Demon Church's ancestral master, Liu. When they saw that the attacker was the Blood Demon Church's ancestral master, many experts were shocked. The Golden Crow youngster looked at the ordinary Great Golden Buddha palm and narrowed his eyes. This is the Great Golden Buddha palm from the ancient era? The ancient era's Golden Buddha temple was famous across the divine world. It's the Great Golden Buddha palm. Elder Yen nodded. The Great Golden Buddha palm is powered by Liu's 72 types of metal elemental energy. Its power is no weaker than the Great Golden Buddha palm used by the ancient era's experts. Let's see how this blue-robed young man deals with it. Everyone's attention was on Liu Yiping. Just as Liu's Great Golden Buddha palm was about to hit Liu Yiping, heaven and earth trembled violently. It was like the entire Carefree City's space was about to explode. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. As soon as his words fell, everyone saw an incomparably huge shadow breaking through the air. When this huge shadow rose, huge waves rolled out, and the ground shook. The entire Carefree City quaked. This is a totem? Elder Yen was dumbfounded as he looked at the incomparably huge shadow breaking through the air. Totem. It's a totem. The Golden Crow youngster and the surrounding experts were also dumbfounded. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Even in the divine world's upper worlds, this was the first time the god kings and overgods had seen such a huge totem. Even Liu and Li Guang were shocked. Is this really a totem? An ancestor in the crowd exclaimed. Is he really going to fight Liu with his ancient god strength? Amidst the commotion, another black shadow of the same size flew out. Then, before everyone's eyes, totem after totem flew out. 14 totems. When the 14 totems flew out, everyone was shocked. Just as everyone was shocked, the 15th totem flew out. 15 totems. The Golden Crow youngster exclaimed, could he be like Sui Tai and the others, able to condense more than 20 totems? In the divine world's upper worlds, there were some eternal monsters that could condense more than 20 totems. However, these eternal monsters were extremely rare. Every time an eternal monster with more than 20 totems appeared, it would shock many mainlands in the divine world. The Sui Tai mentioned by the Golden Crow had already condensed 24 totems when he was still an ancient god. Soon, 16 totems, 17 totems, 23 totems. When Liu Yiping's 23 totems flew out, everyone held their breaths. Sui Tai was the Sui family's eternal monster genius. Would this blue-robed young man be like Sui Tai, condensing 24 totems? While everyone was still holding their breaths, heaven and earth shook once again, and 24 totems flew out. Just when everyone thought it was over, heaven and earth shook again, and 25 totems flew out. 25 totems. Everyone was shocked. He wouldn't be like Wen Yufeng, condensing 26 totems, would he? An expert stuttered, uttering the name of a monstrous genius that resounded throughout the divine world. Wen Yufeng had condensed 26 totems, and each totem was shockingly large, hailed as the divine world's strongest monstrous genius in the last 3 million years. Before everyone's eyes, 26 totems flew out. But 27 totems followed closely behind, appearing in everyone's line of sight. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy family reunion and good health. 27 totems. Everyone looked at the 27 totems in a daze. The Golden Crow youth said, 27 totems? Wen Yufeng, known as the strongest monstrous genius of the divine world in the last 3 million years, had condensed 26 totems. But this blue-clothed youth had condensed 27 totems. Liu was also stunned. But everyone saw another totem fly out. 28, then, 29, 30, 31, totem after totem flew out. Everyone looked at the totems that covered the sky, and their minds went blank. 40 totems. The Golden Crow youth trembled. When Liu Yiping's 40 totems flew out, everyone was shocked beyond words. In the end, the 49 totems stood tall in the 9 heavens. The radiance of the 49 totems illuminated the cities and the entire free unfettered divine island. Even the sea around the island was illuminated by the radiance of the 49 totems. The waves of energy rolled up by the totems tumbled like the sea, crashing into every corner of Carefree God Island, crashing into the tens of thousands of miles of sea around Carefree God Island. The world was as dark as an abyss. In the nearby seas, thousands of waves rolled up, as if they were about to flip over. Carefree City was the main city of Carefree Island, and also the largest city. But in front of the 49 totems, it was still much smaller. When the 49 totems flew out, the air currents froze. Liu Yiping suddenly punched out. Fist light shot out. Gods, immortals, and Buddhas appeared. This fist seemed to gather all the strength of the world. This fist seemed to come from another era. This fist had already surpassed the strength of everyone's understanding. The fist waves howled, and Liyu's great golden Buddha palm was instantly pierced through. The Buddhist light that filled the sky suddenly stopped. The golden Buddha phantoms in the great golden Buddha palm also disappeared without a trace. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion spread throughout Carefree God Island. After the fist waves pierced through the great golden Buddha palm, they instantly arrived in front of Liu. Liu roared in shock. Golden light burst out from his body as he frantically punched out with both fists, trying to block the fists of the gods, immortals, and Buddhas. However, in the next moment, he felt an unimaginably powerful force rushing towards him. He was instantly sent flying like a withered leaf by a violent storm. Liu smashed into the wall of Liberty City. Liberty City exploded, and the city wall hummed. Centered at the place where Liu hit, cracks began to appear. The cracks expanded non-stop and covered the city wall one after another. Liu Yiping's fists, on the other hand, hit the city wall of Liberty City. In a deafening explosion, the shockwave spread out, raising a sandstorm that lasted for a long time. Some cities that were extremely far away were also rumbling from the impact of the fist waves. After a long time, the sandstorm stopped. Everybody who had retreated far away in fear looked over, only to discover that the ground around Liberty City had been razed and dented. Many spaceships failed to escape in time and were blown thousands of kilometers away. Liu himself, on the other hand, was lying at the foot of the wall of Liberty City like a dead dog. His body had been torn apart beyond recognition, and the bloodstains on his body were appalling. Everybody was astounded. Liu, an overgod who had comprehended 72 types of metal elemental powers, had been defeated by an ancient god. This blue-robed young man had really defeated an overgod with the power of an ancient god. Moreover, it was an overgod who had mastered 72 types of metal elemental powers. Everybody was astounded, in disbelief, shock, and fear. Besides Song Song, Wang Gua, and Dan Fei were equally astounded. As Song Song's master, Liu Yiping should also be an overgod. However, he had defeated an overgod who had mastered 72 types of metal elemental powers just by using the power of an ancient god. If Liu Yiping had used the power of an overgod, how strong would he have been? Although the heavenly beast was shocked, it wasn't too surprised. Back in the lower realms, when Liu Yiping was fighting for the primal chaos heaven's will, he had used the strength of the 49 totems to kill hundreds of millions of ancient gods and 10 million heaven's will's god kings. Although Liu was an overgod who had mastered 72 types of metal elemental powers, it was impossible for him to kill hundreds of millions of ancient gods and millions of divine kings of destiny with one punch. Overgods were much stronger than divine kings of destiny by hundreds or thousands of times. They could kill tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of divine kings of destiny with one punch. However, it was impossible for them to kill millions of divine kings of destiny with one punch. 49 totems to defeat an overgod of 72 types of metal elemental powers, a miracle since ancient times. The Golden Crow young man exclaimed, "If this person doesn't die, he will definitely become a sovereign lord." Sovereign lord, hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Not to mention a sovereign lord, even an ordinary sovereign lord was in existence that could shake the heavens. A genius even more monstrous than Sui Tai and Wen Yufeng has appeared. I'm afraid the divine world is going to be rocked by great waves. Elder Yen sighed. Liu struggled to stand up, trembling. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Liu Yiping with fear in his eyes. Liu Yiping walked towards Liu. Liu retreated in fear, but there was nowhere to run. Behind him was Carefree City's city walls. At this time, a huge flying ship broke through the air. Seeing this huge flying ship, everyone hurriedly retreated. Extraordinary Divine Sect. The Golden Crow young man was shocked when he saw the flying ship. The Extraordinary Divine Sect, Jade Water Palace, and Upper Origin Mansion were the three major forces in the Overgod Sea, and the Extraordinary Divine Sect was the leader of the three. Not only was the Extraordinary Divine Sect the strongest force in the Overgod Sea, but it was also one of the four major forces in the Overgod Sea. The Extraordinary Divine Sect had as many Overgod experts as clouds in the sky, and it was said that there were more than 10,000 of them. Li Yu was overjoyed when he saw the flying ship, and he ran towards it with all his might. Seeing this, Li Guang also followed behind Li Yu, running towards the Extraordinary Divine Sect's flying ship. A young man stood at the head of the Extraordinary Divine Sect's flying ship. He was the Extraordinary Divine Sect's young sect master, Xianxia. Xianxia and the Extraordinary Divine Sect's experts originally planned to come to Carefree God Island to buy some things, but when they saw the 49 totems from afar and felt the shocking power of the 49 totems, they couldn't help but increase their speed and rush over with the Extraordinary Divine Sect's experts. Young Sect Master Xianxia, please save me. Li Yu rushed to the front of the flying ship and knelt down with Li Guang. The Blood Demon Church was a subordinate force of the Extraordinary Divine Sect, and Li Yu and Xianxia had a close relationship. Xianxia and the Extraordinary Divine Sect's experts were stunned when they saw Li Yu's tattered body. They didn't expect Li Yu to be the one who attacked them. Moreover, Li Yu was beaten to such a state by the 49 totems' ancient god. Xianxia looked at Lu Yiping. When he saw Lu Yiping's 49 totems above the Jiutian Divine Sects, his heart trembled. Originally, he came here to get to know this monstrous genius with 49 totems, but when he saw Li Yu kneeling in front of him, he couldn't help but hesitate. The Blood Demon Church was a subordinate force of the Extraordinary Divine Sect, and Li Yu was a general under his father's command. Li Yu had made great contributions to his father, and this was something that everyone in the Master God Sea knew. Could it be that he was going to watch Li Yu be killed by the other party? If news of this spread out, the Extraordinary Divine Sect would be spurned by the Master God Sea and the surrounding continents. Who would dare to submit to the Extraordinary Divine Sect in the future? Second update. On New Year's Eve, I wish everyone a happy new year, and wish you all the best in everything. Various thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. Looking at Lu Yiping, he cupped his fists and said, "This one is the young sect master of the marvelous divine sect, Xianxia. I wonder if there is any enmity between Li Yu and your excellency? Xianxia is one of my father's subordinates. If your excellency can give my marvelous divine sect some face and let Li Yu go, my marvelous divine sect will be eternally grateful." Xianxia's attitude was extremely sincere and polite. Who was Xianxia? He was the young sect master of the marvelous divine sect, one of the four great forces in the Overgod Sea. It could be said that if he wanted wind, if he wanted rain, he could get rain. Even if he was facing a peak Overgod realm master, he didn't need to be so polite. But now, he was being polite and sincere to Lu Yiping. Everyone turned to look at Lu Yiping, including the Golden Crow youth. However, Lu Yiping didn't look at Xianxia, nor did he respond. He continued to walk towards Li Yu. Xianxia and the others from the Marvelous God Sect frowned. At this time, Lu Yiping suddenly punched out. 49 totems were activated, and fist waves rolled out, piercing through the sky as it shot towards Li Yu. Li Yu's face paled as he fled towards Xianxia's flying ship. At the same time, he shouted, "Young sect master, save me." Beside Xianxia, the marvelous divine sect's grand elder Lin Qing was enraged when he saw the fist waves flying towards Li Yu. He suddenly punched out to meet Lu Yiping's fist waves, wanting to block Lu Yiping's fist waves. Boom, the two fist waves collided. However, Lu Yiping's fist waves instantly blasted Lin Qing's fist waves away before slamming into Li Yu's body with unstoppable force. Li Yu was smashed into the marvelous divine sect's flying ship, causing it to sway from the impact. At the same time, Li Yu's body exploded, his flesh and blood flying everywhere. The marvelous flying ship was filled with Li Yu's flesh and blood. Many of the marvelous divine sect's experts couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying by the fist waves. Lin Qing, who wanted to block Lu Yiping's fist waves, was sent flying out of the marvelous divine sect's flying ship. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia was pushed back by the shockwave. After he steadied himself, he glared at Lu Yiping angrily. At this time, Li Guang soared into the air, wanting to escape. Just as Li Guang flew up, he saw a gigantic golden pillar slamming down from the sky. Li Guang was directly blasted into the ground by the golden pillar. The golden crow young man looked at the golden pillar that was tens of thousands of feet tall and looked like a mountain of gold. He was shocked and doubtful. A Khanate cardinal treasure? Above acquired spiritual treasures were acquired cardinal treasures, Khanate spiritual treasures, and Khanate cardinal treasures. Even in the upper realm, innate supreme treasures were rare. For example, the Origin Wondrous Divine Sect, one of the four great forces in the Prime Spirit Sea, only had one innate supreme treasure, the Wondrous Diagram. Taurus Longjiao reached out and grabbed the heavenly pillar. The heavenly pillar shrank and returned to his hand. Everyone looked at Taurus Longjiao. At this time, a loud bang rang out as Lin Qing, who had been sent flying out of the Extraordinary Wonder ship, crashed to the ground. Lin Qing vomited blood as he glared at Lu Yiping in shock and anger. He was a wind element overgod who had comprehended 90 types of wind element force, yet he couldn't withstand a single punch from Lu Yiping. Several hundred Origin Wondrous Divine Sect experts were about to step forward, but Yang Su hurriedly ordered them to retreat. In the end, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's group of 6 left by stepping on air. After Lu Yiping's group left, Yang Su also left with the Origin Wondrous Divine Sect. The Golden Crow young man looked at Lu Yiping's departing figure and said, "This person's battle strength is probably comparable to a peak over God." Someone who had cultivated all 99 types of power to the limit would be known as a peak lord of a particular power. Although Lin Qing had comprehended 90 types of wind element force, compared to a peak over God with 99 types of wind element force, the difference in battle strength was huge. A peak over God? That's impossible, right? An expert beside the Golden Crow young man said. Elder Yan looked at Lu Yiping's departing figure and said, "I'm afraid it's more than that." More than that? The Golden Crow young man and the Golden Crow clan experts were shocked. Overgods had a lifespan of tens of millions of years, and some overgods cultivated 2 types of laws. Elder Yan was saying that this blue-robed young man called Lu Yiping had battle strength comparable to an overgod who cultivated 2 types of laws. After Lu Yiping's group entered Liberty City, they went straight to the material market. However, Wang Gua and Dan Fei, who were following behind Lu Yiping, were still thinking about the scene of Li Yu being killed by the 49 totems. Wang Gua and Dan Fei were both Heavenly Palace experts who had grown up on the Blood Demon continent. It could be said that they had grown up listening to Li Yu's legends. To the experts of the various sects and clans on the Blood Demon continent, Li Yu was an insurmountable mountain. However, just now, this insurmountable mountain had been killed by Lu Yiping's ancient god power with a single punch. After arriving at the material market, Lu Yiping's group bought the materials they needed for the new year, then strolled around for a while before leaving Liberty City. By the time Lu Yiping's group left Liberty City, the news of Li Yu's death had already spread. The Overgod Sea and the 100 or so continents around the Overgod Sea were in an uproar. Li Yu was the #1 expert on the Blood Demon continent. His death was already shocking news, not to mention that he had been killed by an ancient god with 49 totems. After leaving Liberty City, Lu Yiping's group was in no hurry to return to Spirit Turtle Island. They walked and stopped along the way. By the time they returned to Spirit Turtle Island, the new year was near. Wang Gua, Dan Fei, Song Song, and Tian Shou redecorated Spirit Turtle Island. Spirit Turtle Island was in a festive mood. Just as Wang Gua, Dan Fei, and Song Song were about to light a bonfire, Lu Yiping said there was no need. He then summoned the Sun Fusang tree. Song Song and the others were stunned as they looked at the Sun Fusang tree burning with sun fire. "This is the Sun Fusang tree?" Wang Gua stuttered, his voice trembling. "Didn't they say that the Sun Fusang tree had been chopped down in ancient times?" "Let's use the sun fire to roast something later," Lu Yiping said. "Use the sun fire of the Sun Fusang tree to roast something," Song Song and the others gulped. Taurus Longjiao took out a large bucket of spirit turtle fish that he had caught earlier. Then, he picked up the biggest and fattest one and threw it up. The big and fat spirit turtle fish was thrown into the sun fire of the Sun Fusang tree. It fell down in the blink of an eye. When it fell down and extinguished, the fish's body emitted a fragrant aroma and a hint of golden fire. It was already cooked. Song Song and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the spirit turtle fish that was already cooked. Is this even possible? Taurus Longjiao casually picked up another one and threw it up. As if he was juggling, he threw the fish up one by one. His movements were very practiced. In the several thousand years in the lower realm's heavenly palace, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had used sun fire to roast things many times. Therefore, Taurus Longjiao's movements were very practiced. While Taurus Longjiao was skillfully throwing the spirit turtle fish into the sun fire, Futu Island's dragon Futu glared at Wei Quan. What did you say? That brat in the ice prison escaped? Yes. Wei Quan lowered his head, not daring to look at Dragon Futu. Then why aren't you looking for him? Dragon Futu roared, if we can't find that brat and the higher-ups blame us, we will all die. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I wish everyone a prosperous new year, good health, and good luck. Yes, Lord. Wei Quan hurriedly added, don't worry, Lord. I've already sent out experts to search for him. He can't have gone far. Floating Dragon ordered solemnly, seal off the surrounding sea region. Also, warn the divine palaces on the surrounding islands. Whoever dares to hide that kid, don't blame me for slaughtering them. Above a certain sea region southeast of Floating Dragon Island, a figure was dodging the Floating Dragon Island's experts' search. This figure was none other than the ancient evil god Chang Liang, who had gone missing in the lower realm. Chang Liang's robe was tattered, and the evil god blade was nowhere to be seen. A voice sounded from afar, kid, the surrounding sea region has been sealed off by our Floating Dragon Island. You can't escape. You'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, when we catch you, you'll suffer. It was Floating Dragon Island's Wei Quan's voice. Chang Liang did not utter a word, continuing to fly with his aura concealed. Although Chang Liang was flying with his aura concealed, he was still discovered by Floating Dragon Island's experts. A group of Floating Dragon Island's master gods attacked, forcing Chang Liang to flee. While fleeing, Chang Liang saw a tortoise-shaped island in the distance. Just as he was about to fly toward the island, a flying blade whistled through the air. It was none other than his evil god blade. Chang Liang was alarmed. He tried to dodge, but he was a step too late. The evil god blade struck his back. The powerful force from the evil god blade propelled him forward. His throat heated up and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Chang Liang ignored his injuries and continued to flee. After the evil god blade struck Chang Liang, it spun in the air and returned to Wei Quan's hand. During the time Floating Dragon Island had imprisoned Chang Liang, Wei Quan had erased the evil god's divine sense from the evil god blade and reforged it into his own divine weapon. Indifferent, Wei Quan looked at Chang Liang, who was vomiting blood and running away. He sneered, kid, let's see where you can run to now. Then, he and the Floating Dragon Island's experts continued their pursuit. Chang Liang continued to flee, falling onto the tortoise-shaped island. By the time he landed on the island's surface, he was already at the end of his rope. He didn't even have the strength to crawl. Wei Quan and the Floating Dragon Island's experts rushed to the Spirit's Turtle Island. However, Wei Quan and the Floating Dragon Island's experts stopped. No one dared to enter the island. News of what had happened in Liberty City had already spread. Naturally, the experts of Futu Island had also heard about it. Lord Wei Quan, what should we do? One of the experts from Futu Island asked hesitantly. Wei Quan could not help but hesitate when he saw Chang Liang fall to the ground. He could tell that Chang Liang was already at the end of his rope. He had completely lost the ability to fight back. As long as they entered Spirit Turtle Island, they would be able to capture Chang Liang and bring him back. He was unwilling to give up just like that. He muttered, we've only been on the island for a few breaths. As long as we bring this kid out, there shouldn't be any problems. Afterwards, he said to an overgod beside him, go in and take this kid out. Don't stay on Spirit Turtle Island any longer. The overgod nodded and snuck into the island. Afterwards, he flew towards Chang Liang, who had fallen on the ground. Inside the pine cavern, Taurus Longjiao, who was continuously throwing fish into the fire of the sun, suddenly stopped and said, someone came in. Lu Yiping opened his eye of lightning punishment. When he saw Chang Liang, who had fallen on the beach outside Spirit Turtle Island, he was stunned. Chang Liang. Taurus Longjiao was stunned. He also opened his heavenly eye and was overjoyed. It really is Chang Liang. His figure flashed and he disappeared from where he was. Lu Yiping also tore through the void, bringing Wanggua, Shanfei, and the others with him. Wanggua, Shanfei, and the others only felt the scenery before them change. They had already arrived at the shore outside Spirit Turtle Island. Taurus Longjiao arrived beside Chang Liang and helped him up. Chang Liang, who was already at the end of his rope, was about to fall asleep when he suddenly heard Taurus Longjiao's voice. He could not help but tremble. He struggled to open his eyes. When he saw that it was really Taurus Longjiao, he was filled with disbelief. Senior Xiao Jin. His eyes were filled with joy. Then, he saw Lu Yiping. Lord, you've also come to the upper realm. He did not expect that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao would also come to the upper realm. Moreover, he would run into Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao here at the Master God Sea. Seeing that Chang Liang was already at the end of his rope, Lu Yiping sent a green light into Chang Liang's body. In an instant, the green light enveloped Chang Liang's body, and the wound on his back healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lu Yiping summoned the Divine Tree of Life. The vitality energy within the Divine Tree of Life surged into Chang Liang's body. The Fudo Island's experts, who were cautiously stepping into Spirit Turtle Island, suddenly saw Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Song Song appear. They were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks. When he saw that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were acquainted with the kid they were trying to capture, his face turned ashen. Although he had never seen Lu Yiping before, he could guess that the blue-robed young man in front of him was the same Lu Yiping who had killed Li Yu with 49 totems. In the distance, Wei Quan and the Fudo Island's experts paled when they saw that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were acquainted with Chang Liang. This kid that they had imprisoned on Fudo Island was acquainted with Lu Yiping. However, when they saw Lu Yiping's Divine Tree of Life, their attention was drawn to the Divine Tree of Life. Such terrifying vitality energy. Could it be the Divine Tree of Life? One of the Fudo Island's experts exclaimed in shock. The Divine Tree of Life, everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the name. In the past, the barbarian dragon sovereign had issued a bounty for the Divine World's experts to find the Divine Tree of Life. The bounty was 1,000,000,000,000 Chaos Spirit Stones. Before the barbarian dragon sovereign had fallen, the Divine World had set off a frenzy to find the Divine Tree of Life. After the barbarian dragon sovereign had fallen, the frenzy to find the Divine Tree of Life had gradually died down. The Divine Tree of Life that the Divine World's experts had been searching for was now in Lu Yiping's hands. After the Divine Tree of Life's vitality energy flowed into Chang Liang's body, color returned to Chang Liang's face. His breathing stabilized, and his vitality returned to normal. Sensing Chang Liang's transformation, Wei Quan and the others were even more certain that it was the Divine Tree of Life. Lord, they are the Dark Boar race's experts. Chang Liang, who had returned to normal, said to Lu Yiping, referring to the Fudo Island's experts. Lu Yiping's eyes turned frosty at Chang Liang's words, and he looked at the Fudo Island's experts. Wei Quan's face tightened, and he ordered the Fudo Island's experts, quickly retreat. However, just as the Fudo Island's experts were about to retreat, rays of light shot out from the Fudo Island, enveloping the surrounding sea in an instant. An invisible wall of qi surrounded the Fudo Island, isolating them from the outside world. Just as one of the Fudo Island's experts was about to break through the wall of qi, chaos qi shot out from the wall of qi, and that Fudo Island's expert was sent flying back while vomiting blood. Could it be the heaven-confusing chaos grand formation? Wei Quan was shocked. The heaven-confusing chaos grand formation was famous for its prowess. It was the Divine World's hegemon, the heaven-confusing divine sex divine formation. That's right, the heaven-confusing chaos array. Lu Yiping stood with his hands behind his back as he walked towards Wei Quan and the Stupa Island's experts. Hearing Lu Yiping say that it was the heaven-confusing chaos array, Wei Quan and the Stupa Island's experts were shocked. Although Fudo Island wasn't weak in the main God Sea and could be considered an overlord, compared to the Divine World's behemoth, Fudo Island wasn't even an ant. They were nothing more than dust. This Lu Yiping in front of them knew how to use the heaven-confusing chaos array. Could it be that this Lu Yiping was an expert from the heaven-confusing divine sect? Moreover, the heaven-confusing chaos array was the heaven-confusing divine sect's most important divine formation. You're a disciple of the heaven-confusing divine sect? Wei Quan retreated in shock, but the heaven-confusing chaos array's walls blocked his path. Heaven-confusing divine sect? Lu Yiping was baffled. If you're not a disciple of the heaven-confusing divine sect, then how do you know how to use the heaven-confusing chaos array? Wei Quan asked doubtfully. Lu Yiping raised his hand and a suction force pulled Wei Quan in front of him. Wei Quan, who possessed 50 elements of lightning element, stared at Lu Yiping in fear. Lu Yiping retrieved Wei Quan's memory fragments and studied them one by one. When he was done, a streak of golden sun fire flew out from his finger and landed on Wei Quan's body, incinerating him in an instant. Even his godhead, totem, and heavens will were reduced to ashes. Taurus Longjiao stepped forward and punched out. A single punch could destroy everything in its path. Waves rolled out from his fist, rising to the sky and swallowing the Stupa Islands experts whole. The Stupa Islands experts didn't even have the time to circulate their heavens will or origin energy before they were hit by Taurus Longjiao's fist. Taurus Longjiao's fist covered the sky, and everything in its path crumbled. After the Stupa Islands experts were swallowed whole, the light from the fist wave lingered for a long time. A long time later, when the light dissipated, the Stupa Islands experts were all gone, completely gone, they had completely disappeared. Tian Shou, Wang Gua, Dan Fei, and even Song Song were all stunned. There were several hundred overgods on the island. Some weren't as strong as Wei Quan, but they weren't that much weaker. The rest were at least god monarchs with 10 wills or more. However, Taurus Longjiao annihilated them with a single punch. Even Chang Liang was shocked. He was well aware of how difficult it was to break through to the Master God realm. These Master Gods were experts who had cultivated for millions of years in the God world above. However, several hundred Master Gods and tens of thousands of God Kings with more than 10 heavenly wills were unable to withstand a single punch from Taurus Longjiao. At this moment, on Futu Island, Long Futu was pacing back and forth, feeling a little restless. Wei Quan and the others still haven't sent back any news. Long Futu asked his subordinate. Don't worry, my lord. Lord Wei Quan and the others have already sealed off the surrounding waters. Given the strength of Lord Wei Quan and the other party will definitely not be able to escape. The subordinate laughed respectfully. After waiting for a while, Long Futu asked his subordinate to contact Wei Quan. However, what made his subordinate stunned was that they were unable to contact Wei Quan. Long Futu's face sank when he learned that he couldn't contact Wei Quan. Right at this time, a loud boom resounded on Futu Island, as if it had suffered a devastating blow. The island shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Long Futu and his subordinates were shocked. They shot into the air and arrived above the Futu Divine Manor. When they arrived, they saw an unforgettable scene. High in the air, a blue-robed young man suddenly punched down. An incomparably huge fist imprint blazing with golden flames blasted apart the Futu Island's grand formation and restrictions. Then, it smashed onto the island like a falling star. Boom, Futu Island exploded. The fist imprint struck the Futu Divine Manor at the center of Futu Island. The Futu Divine Manor that spanned tens of thousands of miles was blasted away in an instant. The terrifying fist imprint plowed through the layers of Futu Island's ground, piercing through Futu Island and smashing into the bottom of the Master God Sea below. The Master God Sea exploded 10 million feet below. Even though they were separated by 10 million feet of water, the earth-shaking explosion still caused pain in the ears of Long Futu and the remaining experts on Futu Island. They lost their sense of hearing. The destructive force slammed into the bottom of the Master God Sea. Tens of thousands of waves soared into the sky. The sea water within several miles of Futu Island seemed to be boiling as it roiled endlessly. Layers upon layers of waves slammed into the islands far away, causing the islands to shake. The exploding waves carried a shocking force as they slammed into the group of experts on Futu Island. Some of the Master God experts on Futu Island reacted in shock. However, the power of origin laws shone brightly in the sky. The force of the explosive waves far exceeded their imagination. The experts on Futu Island were all sent flying by the waves. Long Futu and a few of his subordinates continuously dodged the exploding waves in fear. When the waves and the terrifying explosions finally stopped, Long Futu and the others stabilized themselves. Looking over, they saw that the Futu Divine Manor at the center of Futu Island had been completely pierced through, turning into a huge black hole. Seawater was gushing out from that black hole. After Futu Island was completely pierced through, seawater was gushing out from the bottom of the sea along the black hole. Looking at the turbulent seawater gushing out from the black hole, Long Futu and the remaining experts on Futu Island couldn't help but tremble in fear. Especially Long Futu. His face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. The underground of Futu Island was made of the god world's hardest diamond. It was abnormally sturdy. Moreover, the Futu divine manor had been thoroughly tempered by him for 3 million years. The ground around it was extremely sturdy and its defense was astonishing. He knew that even if he attacked with his full strength, he wouldn't be able to shake the Futu divine manor. But now, it was directly pierced through by this blue-robed young man. He looked at Liu Yiping. When he saw Chang Liang beside Liu Yiping, he became even more flustered, frightened, and uneasy. Liu Yiping looked at Long Futu coldly as he walked towards him. Long Futu knew that there was no hope for him to escape, so he didn't try. He suppressed the fear in his heart and cupped his fists towards Liu Yiping. I am Long Futu, a general under the Jade Water Palace Master. How should I address you? What business do you have on my Futu Island? Hearing Long Futu mention the Jade Water Palace, Liu Yiping's face was indifferent. He pulled the other party to his front. Long Futu, who possessed 70 types of wind element energy, was powerless before Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping repeated the same process and extracted Long Futu's memory fragments. After going through Long Futu's memories, Liu Yiping's eyes turned cold. He raised a finger and a finger force exploded Long Futu's body. As for the other people on Futu Island, Liu Yiping left them to Taurus Longjiao, Song Song, and Chang Liang. Of course, most of them were handled by Taurus Longjiao. Song Song, Chang Liang, and the others were only helping to clean up the mess. Liu Yiping had Song Song move the Futu Divine Manor's treasury away. He then returned to the Spirit Turtle Island with Taurus Longjiao, Song Song, and Chang Liang. After Liu Yiping's group left Futu Island, some of the experts from other islands in the distance turned pale with fright when they saw the destroyed Futu Island. Author's note: I've been visiting friends and relatives for the past few days. Not long after Liu Yiping's group returned to Spirit Turtle Island, news of Futu Island's destruction reached the Jade Water Palace. When Palace Master Zhao Tao heard the news, he frowned and asked his subordinate, the blue-robed young man who destroyed Futu Island was Liu Yiping? Yes, Palace Master, his subordinate quickly replied. Why? Zhao Tao's face darkened. We still don't know why Liu Yiping attacked Futu Island. His subordinate shook his head and hesitated. Palace Master, Futu Island is a subordinate force of our Jade Water Palace. It's impossible for Liu Yiping to not know. Could Liu Yiping be targeting our Jade Water Palace by doing this? Targeting our Jade Water Palace? Zhao Tao's daughter Zhao Yunyan's face turned cold. We have the Jade Water chilling sky array left behind by Lord Tianhong. If Liu Yiping dares to come, he's courting death. Tianhong was an over-god expert who comprehended the laws of wind, fire, and water. Moreover, each law contained more than 90 types of energy. Zhao Tao pondered, although we have the Jade Water chilling sky array left behind by Lord Tianhong, we still have to be careful. Send more people to strengthen the Jade Water Palace's defenses. Also, I'll see if I can contact Lord Tianhong. Also, check if the brat imprisoned by Lord Tianhong on Futu Island is dead. In a few days, Lord Kongling of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect will come. We have to make preparations to welcome him. The Thousand Souls Divine Sect was a colossal existence like the Heaven Confusion Divine Sect. Whether it was the Prime God Sea or the hundreds of continents around it, they were all ruled by the Thousand Souls Divine Sect. The Thousand Souls Divine Sect controlled tens of thousands of continents and endless seas. Kong Ling was a core disciple of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect. There was no need to doubt his status. After Liu Yiping's group returned to Spirit Turtle Island, Liu Yiping asked about ancient demon god Chang Liang's situation. It turned out that Chang Liang discovered the Imba race's experts and chased them all the way to the Heaven's Path. When he saw them enter the higher world, he followed them. Later on, he chased the other party to the Master God Sea, where he was imprisoned by the experts of Futu Island. However, the strange thing was that Futu Island only imprisoned him and did not kill him. Jade Water Palace. Liu Yiping read aloud. From the memory fragments of Floating Dragon, he knew that the Master God Ocean Jade Water Palace was one of the external forces of the Yin-Yang Bora race. In the lower realm, the Purple Extreme Demon clan had submitted to the Yin Bora clan. In the upper realm, other than the Purple Extreme Demon clan, many other ancient clans had submitted to the Borer clan. There were countless external forces like the Jade Water Palace in the Dark Borer race. In the upper realm, the Dark Borer race was even more powerful. However, Liu Yiping wasn't in a hurry to head to the Jade Water Palace. In any case, the people of the Jade Water Palace couldn't escape. Several days passed. After several days of recuperation, Chang Liang's injuries had completely healed. In the past few days, Heavenly Beast had successfully comprehended the water maxim and broken through to Lord level. Early in the morning, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Spirit Turtle Island and headed to the Jade Water Palace. Song Song, Chang Liang, and the rest stayed behind. While the two of them were heading to the Jade Water Palace, Palace Master Zhao Tao was leading a group of Jade Water Palace's experts to welcome Kong Ling. Under Zhao Tao, Zhao Yunyan, and the others welcoming, Kong Ling entered the Jade Water Palace's Jade Water Island. Kong Ling noticed that the number of guards patrolling the Jade Water Island had increased significantly compared to the last time he was here. Moreover, they looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. Zhao Tao then told him about Liu Yiping's matter. What, 49 totems? Kong Ling was shocked, and the experts accompanying him had a look of disbelief on their faces. The Sui family's Sui Tai only had 24 totems. Even so, it was enough to shock countless mainlands. In the past, when Sui Tai had condensed 24 totems, even their Thousand Souls Divine Sex Patriarch had personally visited the Wan family. After a discussion, he accepted Sui Tai as his legacy disciple on the spot. A legacy disciple's status was even higher than a direct disciple's. After Sui Tai was accepted as a legacy disciple by their Thousand Souls Divine Sex Patriarch, he had received the full support of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect and the Wan family. His cultivation had rapidly increased, and he had even condensed 24 Chaos Heaven's will. Now, his status in the Thousand Souls Divine Sect was simply beneath a single person. He had already been recognized as the next patriarch of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect. But now, a monstrous genius with 49 totems had appeared. Isn't this just a rumor? An expert beside Kong Ling asked in surprise. In this world, it's impossible for someone to condense 49 totems. Even the ruler of the divine world, the barbaric dragon sovereign, only managed to condense 26 totems when he was at the ancient god realm. It's absolutely true. Zhao Tao said. At that time, many masters of Carefree Island witnessed it with their own eyes. Even the young sect master of the exquisite divine sect, Yang Su, and the other masters of the exquisite divine sect also witnessed it. They even exchanged blows with Liu Yiping. He also spoke of how the exquisite divine sect's Lin Qing, who possessed 90 different powers of the wind attribute, had been sent flying by Liu Yiping. An ancient god actually sent a sovereign of 90 different powers of the wind attribute flying. Kong Ling and the other masters beside him were shocked. It wasn't easy for an ancient god to defeat an ordinary god king, but now, Liu Yiping had actually defeated a sovereign of 90 different powers of the wind attribute. Where is this Liu Yiping now? Kong Ling's eyes flashed. If such a monstrous genius could be taken in by his master, then his master's status in the Thousand Souls Divine Sect would inevitably rise. He's at Spirit Turtle Island, Zhao Tao said. Have someone lead the way. I want to go to Spirit Turtle Island and personally meet this Liu Yiping, Kong Ling said. At this moment, a miserable scream rang out. What's going on? Zhao Tao's face sank. It's Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping is here. One of his subordinates rushed in and reported. Liu Yiping, Kong Ling and the others were stunned. Turning around, they saw a blue-robed young man and a golden-haired brawny man walking through the air. Wherever they passed, the Jade Water Palace's disciples were sent flying by an invisible force. Kong Ling's eyes narrowed. This is the Heavenly Divine Sect's formless force. An expert beside Kong Ling exclaimed. Kong Ling frowned. How could this Liu Yiping know the Heavenly Divine Sect's formless force? The Heavenly Divine Sect and the Thousand Souls Divine Sect had always been like fire and water. The two sects had been fighting for several million years, and the enmity between them was deep. Could it be that Liu Yiping was a secret genius nurtured by the Heavenly Divine Sect? Kong Ling's original intention of recruiting Liu Yiping disappeared. If Liu Yiping was a member of the Heavenly Divine Sect, he definitely couldn't let him leave alive. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived in front of Kong Ling, Zhao Tao, and the others. Kong Ling looked at Lu Yiping and asked, "You're Lu Yiping? I heard from Zhao Tao that you have 49 totems. What you used just now was the Heavenly Divine Sex Formless Force?" Lu Yiping ignored Kong Ling and looked at Zhao Tao, Jade Water Palace's palace master, Zhao Tao. Zhao Tao looked at Lu Yiping, but he didn't answer Lu Yiping's question. Instead, he introduced to Lu Yiping, this is the Thousand Souls Divine Sex Lord Kong Ling. Lord Kong Ling is a core disciple of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect, and he's also the personal disciple of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect's Grand Elder, Lord Wuxi. Lord Wuxi is a supreme expert. 8 p.m. Second Watch, above the Master Gods were the God Emperors, above the God Emperors were the God Ancestors. Above the God Ancestors were the Paramount Gods, above the Paramount Gods were the Sovereigns. The Paramount Gods were the strongest under the Sovereigns of the Divine World. A Paramount God could cause countless continents to tremble with just a stomp of his foot. Not to mention a Paramount God, even an ordinary God Emperor could easily destroy a Master God Sea and the hundreds of continents around it. The power of a God Emperor was unimaginable, not to mention a God Ancestor or a Paramount God. Hearing Zhao Tao say that Kong Ling's master was a paramount god, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao remained calm. Taurus Longjiao looked at Zhao Tao with cold eyes. "My master hates dogs that submit to the Dark Boar race the most. Anyone who submitted to the Dark Boar race must die." Kong Ling was stunned. Dark Boar race? He couldn't help but look at Zhao Tao. Clearly, he didn't expect Zhao Tao to be a member of the Dark Boar race. Zhao Tao said to Kong Ling, "Lord Kong Ling, this Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao are talking nonsense. Don't listen to them." Kong Ling nodded. Zhao Tao's daughter, Zhao Yunyan, suddenly shouted, "Activate the Jade Water Chilling Sky Array." As soon as Zhao Tao's daughter finished speaking, rays of light shot into the sky from every corner of the Jade Water Palace. Giant pillars of jade water rose into the sky, exuding a frightening cold energy. In an instant, cold energy swept through the entire Jade Water Palace, enveloping Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. This cold energy wasn't ordinary cold energy, but the 9 underworlds energy in the sea below the Jade Water Island. This 9 underworlds energy came from the depths of the 9 underworlds, the pinnacle of cold energy. Its power far surpassed other cold energy. The 9 underworlds energy shook the sky above the Jade Water Island, causing the clouds in the sky to sway. Under the Jade Water Chilling Sky Array's power, the Jade Water Palace's space felt like it was about to freeze. The surrounding sea was frozen into ice. The water that was floating just a moment ago had completely turned into ice, emitting a frightening cold mist. "Kill!" Zhao Yunyan shouted sternly. White mist surged out from her body and she emitted a shocking cold aura. Zhao Yunyan also cultivated the laws of water, but her laws of water had mutated and she now possessed the energy of cold. Once the power of water mutated and gained the power of ice, the power of the laws of water would increase greatly. Originally, of the 13 laws of water, wood, wind, fire, earth, metal, lightning, poison, darkness, light, time, space, and fate, the law of water was the weakest. But once the law of water mutated, its offensive power would surpass that of the wood and wind laws. Within Zhao Yunyan's water laws, various types of energy constantly surged forth, shockingly reaching a total of 87 types. With 87 types of water laws, Zhao Yunyan was definitely one of the strongest over-God sea experts of her generation. Her strength was close to the older generation of over-gods like Lin Qing from the Wonder Divine Sect. Zhao Yunyan's water-type cold energy poured into the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array, and the cold energy within the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array erupted like a volcano. The water law over gods of the Jade Water Palace also urged the law of water in their bodies and poured it into the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array. The cold energy of the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array surged, enveloping the entire sea region around the Jade Water Palace. Under the urging of Zhao Yunyan and the others, the cold energy of the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array condensed into ice dragons that roared as they charged towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. "Young master, should we stop them?" An expert beside Kong Ling asked. Kong Ling shook his head, "No need." He then said, "I also want to see how powerful Lu Yiping's 49 totems are." With several hundred water overgods of the Jade Water Palace working together, even if it was just an ordinary attack, the power would be unparalleled. Even a palace master like Zhao Tao would not be able to withstand the joint attack of several hundred water overgods. It must be known that the majority of these water overgods of the Jade Water Palace had comprehended more than 50 types of energy. Moreover, these hundreds of water overgods of the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array's attack was much more powerful than an ordinary attack. The countless ice dragons condensed from the cold energy of the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array were about to attack Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, but Lu Yiping remained unmoving. Suddenly, Taurus Longjiao's entire body trembled with golden light. His golden hair, in particular, emitted a dazzling golden radiance. Space trembled abnormally. A surge of primal chaos energy surged out from Taurus Longjiao's body. Under this surge of energy, the frozen surface of the sea began to shatter once more. The deathly green cold energy of the Jade Water Palace that had frozen space began to dissipate. Kong Ling, Zhao Tao, and the others were bewildered. What was this surge of primal chaos energy? Just as they were wondering what it was, they saw an incomparably resplendent, incomparably enormous primal chaos energy fly out. This primal chaos energy was larger than any of the primal chaos energy they had seen in the past, reaching 130,000 li, no, to be exact, it was 139,999 li. Primal chaos energy, a grade 13 primal chaos energy. Kong Ling, Zhao Tao, and the others shuddered. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary primal chaos energy, but a peak grade 13 primal chaos energy that was close to 140,000 li. A peak grade 13 primal chaos energy was the strongest primal chaos energy. Even some sovereigns in the divine world might not necessarily be able to integrate a grade 13 primal chaos energy when they were god kings. As for sovereigns who had integrated a peak grade 13 primal chaos energy, they were even rarer. It seemed that only the barbarian dragon sovereign had integrated a primal chaos energy when he was a god king. The moment Taurus Longjiao's primal chaos energy flew out, it shattered the surrounding ice completely, causing the cold energy of the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array to stagnate. At this time, another primal chaos energy flew out. It was still 139,999 li. The surrounding frozen sea continued to crumble. Subsequently, the third primal chaos energy flew out. The fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. 6 primal chaos wills, all of which were 139,999 li. The 6 primal chaos wills spanned across the sky, completely covering the Jade Water Island and the surrounding sea. Streaks of primal chaos energy that carried lightning energy attacked the surrounding area. These streaks of primal chaos energy condensed into primal chaos lightning dragons that collided with the ice dragons of the Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array, instantly destroying them. The primal chaos lightning dragons blotted out the sky and flooded toward the Jade Water Palace. The Jade Water Chilling Sky Grand Array's water pillars were instantly shattered by the primal chaos lightning dragons. Zhao Yunyan and the other overgods of the Jade Water Palace paled at the sight of the primal chaos lightning dragons that blotted out the sky. Zhao Tao roared in fear, "All overgods of the Jade Water Palace, attack!" With that, he circulated the 99 types of lightning energy and attacked the primal chaos lightning dragons with all his might. First update at 4 p.m. tomorrow. However, it was useless. Zhao Tao's 99 types of lightning-attributed energy bombarded the primal chaos lightning dragon's body. With a loud boom, the primal chaos lightning dragon shot out layers upon layers of primal chaos lightning dragon. Zhao Tao's 99 types of lightning-attributed energy were completely useless in front of the primal chaos lightning dragon. When the experts of the Jade Water Palace saw that their palace master's 99 types of lightning-attributed energy were completely useless in front of the primal chaos lightning dragon, they couldn't help but be shocked. Amidst their shock, the 10,000 overgod experts of the Jade Water Palace frantically activated the laws within their bodies and bombarded the primal chaos lightning dragon. Zhao Yunyan and the water-attributed overgods even activated the Jade Water Chilling Sky Formation with all their might, attacking the primal chaos lightning dragon as if their lives depended on it. They attempted to stop the primal chaos lightning dragon's advance. However, it was still useless. The 10,000 overgod experts of the Jade Water Palace gathered the laws of water, earth, wind, metal, and lightning and bombarded the primal chaos lightning dragon. The primal chaos lightning dragon only trembled slightly, but it still continued to flood the Jade Water Palace. The primal chaos lightning dragon was like a vast ocean, while the attacks of the Jade Water Palace's 10,000 over-god experts were like boulders smashing into the ocean. They were completely useless. Zhao Yunyan and the water-attributed overgods activated the Jade Water Chilling Sky Formation to condense an ice dragon once more and collided with the primal chaos lightning dragon once more. Lightning exploded and ice shards flew all over the sky. The ice dragon exploded once more, while the primal chaos lightning dragon continued to bombard the Jade Water Palace with unstoppable momentum. The experts of the Jade Water Palace turned pale with fright as they watched the unstoppable primal chaos lightning dragon. Lord Kong Ling and the Lords of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect, please help us. Zhao Tao roared in terror, the Jade Water Palace will definitely remember this great kindness. Kong Ling hesitated for a moment, then shouted at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, the Jade Water Palace is subordinate to my Thousand Souls Divine Sect. Please stay your hands. However, Taurus Longjiao turned a deaf ear to him, controlling the primal chaos lightning dragon to continue bombarding the Jade Water Palace. Rumble, the primal chaos lightning dragon slammed into the Jade Water Chilling Sky Formation's energy barrier. A loud explosion that shook the sky. The Jade Water Chilling Sky Formation shattered instantly. The primordial chaos lightning dragon roared and blasted into the Jade Water Palace. The sovereigns of the Jade Water Palace fled in terror, but they were instantly devoured by the primordial chaos lightning dragon. Zhao Tao looked at the primal chaos lightning dragon and an umbrella appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed on the umbrella, and it was covered with all kinds of lightning runes. Thunder Mirror Umbrella. With Zhao Tao's lightning attribute energy, the lightning mirror umbrella spewed out lightning and formed a lightning mirror in front of him. At the same time, he shouted at his daughter, Zhao Yunyan, use the lightning escape divine talisman. Zhao Yunyan came back to her senses, and a divine talisman appeared in her hand. She crushed the lightning escape divine talisman, and the power of the lightning escape divine talisman enveloped her and Zhao Tao. It tore apart the void around them and brought them away. However, the two of them discovered that the torn space had suddenly solidified and was actually mending itself. The chaotic thunder dragon struck the thunder mirror umbrella. When the lightning mirror umbrella opened, Zhao Tao and Zhao Yunyan felt their bodies stiffen as they were thrown into the air. The primordial chaos lightning dragon roiled and devoured all the experts of the Jade Water Palace. Then, it plowed through the air above the Jade Water Palace and blasted towards the other side of the Jade Water Island. On the other side, huge waves rose up from the sea. It was as if a huge path had been plowed through the sea, leading to an extremely distant island. In the end, the primordial chaos lightning dragon slammed into the island. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The island, which was like a small continent, crumbled and turned into countless rocks that sank to the bottom of the overgod sea. Because the primordial chaos lightning dragon wasn't attacking Kong Ling and the experts of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect, Kong Ling and the experts of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect barely managed to dodge the primordial chaos lightning dragon's attack. Even so, Kong Ling and the experts of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect were scared out of their wits when they saw the primordial chaos lightning dragon roiling past them and felt the terrifying primordial chaos lightning dragon's aura. After a long time, the shattered island finally sank to the bottom of the sea. Occasionally, dust and smoke would rise from the bottom of the sea. Apart from Zhao Tao and Zhao Yunyan, the other experts of the Jade Water Palace had disappeared. There were only a few fragments of divine armors on the surface of the sea. Under the power of a peak rank 13 primordial chaos mandate, the overgods of the Jade Water Palace were annihilated. Even their totems and heavenly wills were blasted to smithereens. Kong Ling and the experts of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect couldn't help but shudder when they saw the overgods of the Jade Water Palace being annihilated. Although the overgods of the Jade Water Palace were only overgods who had comprehended a single element of power, they were still genuine overgods. Yet, they were annihilated in a single blow. Kong Ling's expression turned ugly at the same time. Lu Yiping pulled the lightning mirror umbrella to him with a single hand. The lightning mirror umbrella was a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure that was infinitely close to an innate supreme treasure. Its power wasn't weak at all. Moreover, judging from the lightning symbols on it, it should be a lightning attribute divine artifact of the primordial heavenly quartz lightning division. It was a pity that Zhao Tao was too weak to fully utilize the lightning mirror umbrella's power. Before Lu Yiping could do anything, Zhao Tao and Zhao Yunyan were brought before Lu Yiping. Zhao Yunyan glared at Lu Yiping in shock and anger. Lu Yiping, the Yinba race is far stronger than the Thousand Souls Divine Sect. Even 10,000 Souls Divine Sects wouldn't be a match for the Yinba race. You will regret this. Lu Yiping raised a finger and pointed at Zhao Yunyan. Zhao Yunyan and the space around her were blasted into nothingness. Zhao Tao glared at Lu Yiping with hatred in his eyes. Lu Yiping took out a fragment of Zhao Tao's soul, studied it, and crushed him to death. Kong Ling watched as Zhao Yunyan and Zhao Tao were killed by Lu Yiping. Zhao Yunyan's last words proved that the Jadewater Palace's people were from the Yinba race. No one knew how strong the Yinba race was, but in the past tens of millions of years, the divine world had seen many great wars, and the shadow of the Yinba race was always behind them. In the divine world, if there was a race strong enough to influence the entire divine world, it was the Yinba race. Half a day later. Inside the extraordinary divine sect's main hall. Xianxia stared at the report in disbelief. According to the report, half a day ago, the Jadewater Palace was destroyed by Lu Yiping and his golden retriever subordinates. His subordinate, Lin Qing, was also shocked after reading the report. Although the Jadewater Palace was weaker than the extraordinary divine sect, it was still one of the three major forces in the Overgod Sea. The Jadewater Palace had 10,000 Overgod realm experts, and even the extraordinary divine sect didn't dare to say that they could destroy the Jadewater Palace because of the Jadewater freezing sky formation. Do you know what happened during the battle? Xianxia asked one of his subordinates. That expert stammered. According to the people on the surrounding islands, they saw 6 incomparably huge chaos heavens wheels, and each one was 139,999 li long. You mean to say that Lu Yiping's heavens wheels are 139,999 li long? Xianxia couldn't believe it. Are you sure it's 139,999 li long? 8 p.m. second update, 139,999 li. The expert replied with certainty. Many experts around the Jadewater Palace saw it and confirmed it repeatedly. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, it's not Lu Yiping's mandate, but Lu Yiping's subordinate, the Golden Retriever. What? Lu Yiping's subordinate, the Golden Retriever's mandate, is a rank 13 Chaos mandate. Moreover, it's a peak rank 13 Chaos mandate. Xianxia couldn't believe it. Yes. The expert stammered. At that time, Lu Yiping's subordinate used 6 rank 13 Chaos mandates to activate the Chaos Lightning Dragon and annihilate all the Overgods in the Jadewater Palace. Even with Zhao Tao's Lightning Mirror Umbrella, he couldn't stop the 6 Chaos Wills. Xianxia, Lin Qing, and the rest were stunned for a long time. A peak rank 13 Chaos mandate had appeared in the divine world, but the opponent was Lu Yiping's subordinate. This Lu Yiping's mandate can't be a peak rank 13 Chaos mandate as well, right? Lin Qing stuttered. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing quickened. If Lu Yiping's mandate was also a peak rank 13 Chaos mandate, then wouldn't this master and servant have 2 peak rank 13 Chaos mandates? The news that Lu Yiping had destroyed the Jadewater Palace and the dragon-horned Golden Bull's 6 Chaos Wills quickly spread. The Overgod Sea was naturally shaken. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao destroyed the Jadewater Palace, they didn't destroy the palace itself. Instead, they expanded and strengthened the Jadewater Palace's grand formation. At the same time, they set up a myriad things divine gathering formation to gather primordial spiritual energy. Afterward, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stayed in the Jadewater Palace and had Song Song, Tian Shou, Chang Liang, and the rest move their caves to the Jadewater Island for them to cultivate. The Jadewater Island was undoubtedly many times better than the Spirit Turtle Island. Nightfall. In the dead of night, Lu Yiping stood in the air above the Jadewater Palace, gazing at the night sky. The night sky was deep and twinkling with stars. The sea around Blue Water Island was illuminated by the starlight, tranquil and dreamy. From Zhao Tao's memory fragments, Lu Yiping learned that the person who connected the Jadewater Palace and the Yinyang Bora race was a person called Tian Hong. Tian Hong was a sovereign of fire, wind, and water. However, Zhao Tao was not very clear about Tian Hong's identity. Every time Tian Hong came to see him, his entire body was enveloped in demonic light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Zhao Tao only knew that Tianhong came from the Fanyu continent. The Brahma Moon continent was vast and boundless. The main God Ocean was equivalent to hundreds of Blood Devil continents, but the Brahma Moon continent was many times bigger than the main God Ocean. The headquarters of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect was located in the Brahma Moon continent. The Brahma Moon continent was huge. Finding a person was like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Lu Yiping decided to stay on Jadewater Island and wait for Tianhong. Tianhong would come to the Jadewater Palace every few days. In the following days, Lu Yiping spent almost every day in the Jadewater Palace comprehending the Jade Disc of Fortune and cultivating the immortal Skywood art and longevity art. While Lu Yiping was comprehending the Jade Disc of Fortune, experts from all over the main God Ocean came to visit. They just wanted to get to know Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping did not meet the experts who came to visit. He only let Song Song deal with them. On this day, Lu Yiping came to the Jadewater Palace's treasury. Zhao Tao had obtained the lightning mirror umbrella from a lightning sea 1,000,000 years ago. At the time, Zhao Tao had also obtained a piece of lightning jade. Zhao Tao could not find anything from it, so he had kept it in the Jadewater Palace's treasury. The lightning mirror umbrella was a divine artifact of the ancient heavenly court. Therefore, that piece of lightning jade might have recorded some information about the ancient heavenly court. The Jadewater Palace was one of the three major forces in the Southern Sea. Naturally, its treasury was rich. However, Lu Yiping did not care about the treasures, chaos spirit stones, and other materials in the treasury. He walked straight to the piece of lightning jade. The lightning jade was several zhang tall and several meters wide. Its surface was smooth, and there were no runes on it. However, there were traces of lightning qi inside the jade. It was as if there was a world of lightning inside the jade. Lu Yiping looked at the lightning jade in front of him. He activated his Eye of Lightning Punishment and directly penetrated the restrictions on the surface of the lightning jade. He arrived at the world of lightning inside the jade. The world of lightning inside the jade was huge. Lightning flashed everywhere, and Huang Xiaolong could not see the end of it. Lu Yiping's Eye of Lightning Punishment pierced through the layers of lightning and reached the deepest part of the world of lightning. Lightning dragons swam in the deepest part of the world of lightning. These lightning dragons were formed from various kinds of lightning runes. After Lu Yiping's deduction, these lightning dragons combined and arranged themselves, forming a series of lightning runes. Half an hour later, Lu Yiping retrieved the Eye of Lightning Punishment. 7 Treasures Island. Lu Yiping read aloud. The lightning runes recorded on this piece of lightning jade were left behind by the strongest leader of the ancient Heavenly Court's lightning division. However, there were 2 pieces of lightning jade, and this was only one of them. In the past, this piece of lightning jade was found by Zhao Tao in a certain lightning sea on the 7 Treasures Island. Lu Yiping speculated that there should be another piece of lightning jade on the 7 Treasures Island. The lightning jade mentioned Jianshu and the Buzhou Mountain. Therefore, Lu Yiping wanted to make a trip to the 7 Treasures Island. Lu Yiping refined the lightning jade and stored it in the universe cauldron. The next day, he left the Jadewater Palace with Taurus Longjiao. The 7 Treasures Island was the number 1 island in the main Spirit Sea. On the 7 Treasures Island was the number 1 force in the main Spirit Sea, the 7 Treasures Divine Sect. By the time Lu Yiping and Zhao Tao arrived at the 7 Treasures Island, it was already late at night. Although it was late at night, the 7 Treasures Island was still bustling with activity. People came and went, carriages shuttled through, and flying ships came and went. The Lightning Sea was the inner sea of the 7 Treasures Island, located to the south of the island. As they approached the Lightning Sea, the number of people they encountered gradually decreased. Lightning storms frequently occurred in the Lightning Sea, and the lightning beasts in the Lightning Sea multiplied. Therefore, very few experts entered the Lightning Sea. However, they would occasionally run into some over-god experts who went there to train. I heard that several hundred disciples of the 7 Treasures Divine Sect died. The 7 Treasures Divine Sect has been searching for the culprit, but the culprit escaped into the Lightning Sea. What? There was such a thing? Who is the culprit? The culprit is wearing a black robe and a ghost mask. He's about 180 centimeters tall. It's very likely that he's an expert from the Purple Extreme Demon tribe. However, the 7 Treasures Divine Sect can't be 100% sure. In the distance, several experts who came out of the lightning sea discussed. Purple Extreme Demon Tribe. Hearing this, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao approached the experts in front of them and asked them about the culprit. After asking around, Lu Yiping and Zhao Tao entered the lightning sea. Although they couldn't confirm that the culprit was an expert from the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe, Lu Yiping still used the Eye of Lightning punishment and spiritual force to search for the culprit. If this person was really an expert from the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe, then it was extremely important to him. In the lower realm, the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe searched for building tree blocks for the Yinyang Bora race. In the upper realm, the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe would probably also search for building tree blocks for the Yinyang Bora race. Perhaps, the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's nest also had a large number of building tree blocks. However, to Lu Yiping's disappointment, they failed to find the Purple Extreme Demon clan's culprit after a day had passed. In the end, Lu Yiping arrived at the place where Zhao Tao had found the lightning jades. In front of them was a tall mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was filled with surging lightning. Lu Yiping and Zhao Tao discovered that the entire mountain peak was made of lightning crystal iron ore. Lightning crystal iron ore was a type of lightning attribute ore that was extremely hard and heavy. This lightning crystal iron mountain peak seemed to have fallen from the sky and pierced deep into the lightning sea. Moreover, there were shocking restrictions on its surface. Lightning firmament formation. Taurus Longjiao said as he looked at the flickering lightning on the mountain peak. The lightning firmament formation could devour the world's lightning qi and was passed down from ancient times. As Lu Yiping had already refined the first thunder jade, he quickly sensed the location of the other thunder jade when he arrived near the mountain peak. The first lightning jade was found by Zhao Tao at the outermost area at the foot of the mountain peak, but through his senses, he found that the other lightning jade was halfway up the mountain, at the core of the lightning firmament formation. Just as Lu Yiping and Zhao Tao were about to reach the middle of the mountain peak, sounds of whistling wind could be heard in the distance as a large group of experts flew in their direction. There were both men and women in this large group of experts, all of them were from the Seven Treasures Divine Sect. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao ignored them and headed straight for the middle of the mountain peak. One of the Seven Treasures Divine Sect's experts shouted, "Hey, did you see a 180-meter-tall young man wearing a black robe running over here?" Clearly, this group of Seven Treasures Divine Sect's experts had chased the culprit all the way here. However, this Seven Treasures Divine Sect's expert spoke with a condescending tone that made others feel extremely uncomfortable. Taurus Longjiao turned around and chuckled, "I didn't see a young man wearing a black robe, but I did see 70 little bastards wearing green robes." The Seven Treasures Divine Sect's experts all wore green robes. The Seven Treasures Divine Sect's experts could tell that Taurus Longjiao was mocking them, calling them little bastards. Reckless fool. The Seven Treasures Divine Sect expert was stunned for a moment before becoming furious. A large halberd appeared in his hand as he suddenly stabbed towards Taurus Longjiao. The power of wind roared. This person was a sovereign of wind, and he had unleashed all 32 types of wind-type energy right off the bat. The halberd emitted a cold light that resembled starlight. Taurus Longjiao didn't even look at the incoming halberd and directly slapped out. The Seven Treasures Divine Sect expert was slapped to the point where he was spinning like a top. He actually kept spinning non-stop, creating terrifying wind blades. As for the halberd, it shot backward and entered a mountain, causing it to collapse. Lord Chen Kai. The experts of the Seven Treasures Divine Sect were shocked. An expert from the Seven Jewels Divine Sect wanted to save this expert. However, before he could get close, he was blown away by the spinning wind blades. His divine armor was cut open, leaving scars all over his body. Zhongzhong of the Seven Treasures Divine Sect was even more shocked. The second expert from the Seven Treasures Divine Sect was one of the ancestors of the Seven Treasures Divine Sect. He possessed 56 types of metal-type energy, but he couldn't even get close before being blown away by the wind blades. From this, one could see how powerful the wind blades were. "Who are you?" A Seven Treasures Divine Sect expert looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in bewilderment, saying, "We are from the Seven Treasures Divine Sect. Junior brother Chen Kai acted rashly and I apologize to you on his behalf. I hope that you won't hold a grudge against this lowly person and let him go." Taurus Longjiao sneered, "Let him go?" His halberd attack just now contained 32 types of wind-type energy. If I were an ordinary sovereign of heaven's mandate, I would have been killed by him long ago. Another expert from the Seven Treasures Divine sect couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Taurus Longjiao looked at the Seven Treasures Divine sect expert who was still spinning and sneered, he will stop in a month's time. With that, he and Lu Yiping continued flying towards the mountainside. Of course, in a month's time, his divine veins, totems, and heaven's mandate will all be shattered. In the end, even his divine soul will be shattered. Zhongzhong of the Seven Treasures Divine sect was shocked and furious. If his divine veins, totems, and heaven's mandate were all shattered, he would become a cripple. If his divine soul was shattered, he would die without a doubt. Not only did this golden retriever want to kill their Seven Treasures Divine sect's ancestor, Chen Kai, he also wanted to cripple him before he died. However, looking at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao leaving, the Seven Treasures Divine sect experts didn't dare to stop them. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao passed through the thunder firmament array and entered the mountain. Their figures disappeared into the lightning on the mountain. Quick, report to Lord Xingqing. Xingqing was the strongest expert from the Seven Treasures Divine sect who came to the Violent Sea. He was a dual element overgod of water and fire. He had comprehended 61 types of water element energy and 73 types of fire element energy. Somewhere in the Violent Sea, Xingqing was leading another group of Seven Treasures Divine sect experts to search for the culprit. While they were searching with their divine souls, they received a distress signal from Chen Kai's group. When Xingqing saw the distress signal, he couldn't help but be surprised. The Golden Retriever's muscular man? What's wrong? Zhang Yun, who was standing beside Xingqing, asked. Xingqing handed the signal to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's face sank when he saw it. 1 month later, he shattered junior brother Chen Kai's divine veins, totems, and heaven's mandate? Finally, he shattered his divine soul? His eyes were filled with killing intent. This person is courting death. Xingqing said, even junior brother Lu, who has 56 types of metal element energy, couldn't break that wind blade. This person's strength is definitely not simple. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the culprit. We can't be careless. Zhang Yun frowned. Then what do we do now? Go save Chen Kai first? Stop searching for the culprit? Let the other teams continue searching for the culprit. Xingqing pondered for a moment, then added, we'll go take a look at Chen Kai. Thus, Xingqing and Zhang Yun led the Seven Treasures Divine sect's disciples in the direction of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. An hour later, Xingqing, Zhang Yun, and the others arrived and saw Chen Kai still spinning on the spot. Xingqing and Zhang Yun exchanged a glance as they watched Chen Kai's spinning body surrounded by wind blades. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Xingqing and Zhang Yun stepped forward, stopping in front of Chen Kai. Zhang Yun's energy surged as the power of Earth Law gathered around his body, forming waves of earth. Then, he walked towards Chen Kai. However, the moment he got close to the wind blades, the waves of earth around him were sliced apart, and the terrifying wind blades rushed towards him. Zhang Yun dodged in a panic, retreating again and again. By the time he had retreated to a safe distance and barely dodged the wind blades, he felt a chill on the top of his head. Strands of hair fell to the ground as a large chunk of his head was sliced off. Xingqing's face turned solemn. Although Zhang Yun was only an earth element overgod, he had comprehended 87 types of earth element energy. Yet, even Zhang Yun couldn't break through the wind blades. The power of the wind blades exceeded Xingqing's expectations. This wind blade contains 90 types of wind element force? One of the Seven Treasures Divine sect's experts guessed. Xingqing shook his head, I'm afraid it's more than that. More than that, everyone was bewildered hearing this. Although the Seven Treasures Divine sect was the #1 sect in the main Spirit Sea realm, there weren't many ancestors who possessed more than 90 types of wind element force. Which direction did they go? Xingqing asked, pointing at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Lord Xingqing, they entered that mountain peak. One of the Seven Treasures Divine sect's experts quickly reported. Xingqing and Zhang Yun looked at the thunder crystal iron mountain in front of them. This mountain peak is made of purple water lightning iron? Zhang Yun asked doubtfully. Xingqing also looked at the mountain peak in front of him with doubt. This mountain peak seemed to be made of purple water lightning iron, but it also didn't seem to be. He flew towards the mountain peak, trying to get close to it. Suddenly, the lightning energy on the mountain peak turned violent, turning into a sea of lightning, striking at him. Xianxia was startled, the long sword in his hand slashed out. Lightning flashed. Xianxia staggered back from the impact. His palm hurt, and the long sword in his hand almost flew out. Xianxia only managed to stop after retreating several hundred meters. The Seven Treasures Divine Sex experts were shocked. This is the Firmament Lightning Formation. Zhang Yan's face tightened. Firmament Lightning Formation? Could it be the Firmament Lightning Formation from the Primordial Era? Another ancestor exclaimed. But we clearly saw that when those two people entered the mountain peak, they were not attacked by the Firmament Lightning Formation. One of the Seven Treasures Divine Sex experts said. What did you say? When they entered the mountain peak, the Firmament Lightning Formation did not attack them? Xianxia was stunned. Yes. The Seven Treasures Divine Sex expert nodded, then recounted the scene of Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entering the mountain peak. Xianxia, Zhang Yun, and the rest were baffled. They could see that the Firmament Lightning Formation was one with the mountain peak. As long as they approached the mountain peak, they would be attacked by the formation. But why didn't it attack Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao? Lord Xianxia, what do we do now? Zhang Yun asked Xianxia. A Seven Treasures Divine Sect expert suddenly said, the blue-robed young man, he can't be Lu Yiping, right? Everyone's expression changed. Including Xianxia. Lu Yiping. Xianxia stuttered. Ever since Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had destroyed the Jade Water Palace, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had basically become a taboo for the various major powers in the Overgod Sea. Even a sect as strong as the Seven Treasures Divine Sect did not dare to disregard Lu Yiping and Lu Xian. At this moment, a light flashed on the mountain peak, and two figures, one blue and one gold, walked out. Upon seeing Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, Xianxia, Zhang Yun, and the others instinctively retreated. Xianxia suppressed the shock in his heart and stepped forward with cupped fists. He respectfully asked Lu Yiping, may I ask if you are Lord Lu? Taurus Longjiao looked at the restless Xianxia and the others and said, what? Do you want revenge? Cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead as he waved his hand repeatedly, Lord misunderstands. Xianxia and the others didn't know Lord's identity and offended Lord. They deserved to die, we had no intention of offending Lord. Lu Yiping suddenly asked, have you caught the murderer? Xianxia was stunned, he did not expect Lu Yiping to suddenly ask about the murderer. Not yet. Xianxia answered cautiously, guessing Lu Yiping's intention for asking about the murderer. I heard that the murderer might be an expert from the Purple Extreme Devil race. Lu Yiping asked. Purple Extreme Devil race? Xianxia finally understood that Lu Yiping wanted to know more about the Purple Extreme Devil race. It should be the Purple Extreme Devil race, but we can't be sure. Xianxia answered respectfully. Are you familiar with the Purple Extreme Devil race? Lu Yiping asked about the Purple Extreme Devil race. Xianxia shook his head, a million years ago, the Purple Extreme Devil race suddenly went into hiding, leaving no traces behind. Suddenly, he added, maybe, Old Monster Black Wind knows something about the Purple Extreme Devil race. Old Monster Black Wind? Lu Yiping was confused. Yes. Xianxia quickly explained, I heard that Old Monster Black Wind's master is one of the Purple Extreme Devil race's ancestors. Xianxia then told Lu Yiping about Old Monster Black Wind, telling Lu Yiping everything he knew in detail. A short while later, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stepped into the air and left. Before leaving, Lu Yiping uprooted the entire lightning crystal mountain and put it away. Xianxia, Zhang Yun, and the rest watched as Lu Yiping and Old Monster Black Wind left. Xianxia looked at Xianxia who was still spinning. He hesitated for a moment, then took out his communication talisman and reported to the Seven Treasures Divine Sect chief. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left, they did not leave the Lightning Sea. Instead, they continued to search for the Seven Treasures Divine Sect's murderer. The next day, in a lightning valley, Lu Yiping finally found the culprit. However, to Lu Yiping's disappointment, the culprit only cultivated a devil race cultivation method similar to the Purple Extreme Devil races, but not the Purple Extreme Devil races. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao then returned to the Jade Water Palace. On the way, Liu Yiping refined the second lightning jade he found, and the lightning rune was finally complete. In this complete lightning rune, other than the records related to Jianshu and Mount Buzhou, it also recorded the purple firmament lightning grand extinguishing formation and many lightning element formations from the primordial era. There were also the cultivation experiences of the primordial heavenly quartz thunder division's strongest leader. These cultivation experiences were not bad, but they were of no use to Liu Yiping. However, although there were records related to Jianshu and Mount Buzhou in the lightning rune, they were only fragmentary words. Therefore, Liu Yiping could not deduce the exact location of Jianshu and Mount Buzhou's main body. Even so, Liu Yiping learned from this lightning rune that the primordial heavenly quartz destruction was related to the Yin Bora race. However, other than the Yin Bora race, there was also the primordial Tongbi divine ape race. The Tongbi divine ape race. Liu Yiping muttered. The Tongbi divine ape race was the strongest demonic beast race in the primordial era. They possessed boundless strength and astonishing defense. Subsequently, Liu Yiping contacted the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Battle Tower branch's president Long Tianxi, asking him to inquire about Old Monster Black Wind's whereabouts. A month later, Long Tianxi replied to Liu Yiping that he had found Old Monster Black Wind's whereabouts. Fanue Continent, Rong Family. The True Dragon Chamber of Commerce had found out that Old Monster Black Wind was currently hiding in the Rong family. The Rong family, like the Sui family, was one of the few superfamilies in the Fanue continent. Since they knew that Old Monster Black Wind was hiding in the Rong family, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Jade Water Palace and headed to the Fanue continent. The two traveled without stopping. After crossing the Master God Sea and dozens of continents, they finally arrived at the Fanue continent's Rongzhou city. Rongzhou City, the Rong family's main residence. It was already noon when Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived. When Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao explained their purpose of visit to the Rong family's guards, the guards looked at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in confusion. "You're looking for Captain Bai?" Old Monster Black Wind was hiding in the Rong family. His alias was Bai Fei, and he was now a captain of the Rong family's guards. Liu Yiping didn't bother to ask any more. His eyes flashed as he controlled the guard's mind. Soon, he found out where Black Wind Old Monster Bai Fei was. Red Moon Forest. From the guard, he learned that Black Wind Old Monster Bai Fei had gone to Red Moon Forest with Rong Ping yesterday to hunt beasts. Immediately, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao went to Red Moon Forest. Red Moon Forest was the largest forest in the Fanue continent. Demonic beasts thrived there, and it was a good place for many disciples to hunt beasts. Rong Ping often went there to hunt beasts. Occasionally, she would invite some friends to hunt beasts together. This time, she invited Sui Zihan from the Sui family. Sui Zihan had a high status in the Sui family. He was Sui Tai's nephew and also one of the most talented disciples in the Sui family. Somewhere in the Red Moon Forest, Sui Zihan suddenly struck out with his palm and sent a tiger-shaped beast flying. When the tiger-shaped beast landed on the ground, it was already a charred corpse. Rong Ping clapped and smiled. "Brother Zihan, you must have cultivated your fire element to perfection, right?" No matter which element, comprehending 99 types of power was considered perfection. Sui Zihan smiled. "A few years ago, I was lucky enough to be taught by Uncle Tai and cultivated my fire element to perfection." When Rong Ping heard Sui Tai, her face was full of admiration. "Lord Tai must have cultivated 10 elements to perfection, right?" Sui Zihan smiled. "I'm not sure. Uncle Tai hasn't fought in a long time. However, my father said that Uncle Tai should have cultivated water, wood, wind, fire, earth, metal, lightning, poison, darkness, and light to perfection. Now, he has comprehended the time element." Rong Ping said, "In the current God realm, in terms of talent, I'm afraid only Wen Yufeng can be compared to Lord Tai. With Lord Tai's talent, he can probably cultivate all 13 laws to perfection and enter the realm of perfection. If one cultivated all 13 elements to 99 types of power, they would be called perfection. However, from the immemorial era until now, there were less than 10 overgods who could cultivate to perfection in 100 million years. How many geniuses were born in a continent in 100 million years? How many monstrous geniuses were born in the god realm? However, there were no more than 10 people who had managed to cultivate all 13 laws to 99 powers. This showed just how difficult it was to cultivate all 10 laws to 99 powers. Not to mention the fact that all 13 elements had been cultivated to the 99th level. Even those who had cultivated the first 10 elements to the 99th level could be counted on one's fingers. Swazihan smiled and said, "Uncle will definitely be able to cultivate 13 elements to perfection." When one was at the Master God realm, the higher one's cultivation of the laws, the more one would have. The moment one stepped into the God Emperor realm, the number of avatars one could condense would increase, and each avatar would be stronger. Rong Ping and Sui Zihan hunted a few more demonic beasts before they stopped and rested on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. While the two of them were resting, they suddenly saw two figures, one blue and one gold, walking over from the ground in the distance. The two of them didn't walk quickly, but in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Rong Ping, Sui Zihan, and the others. Rong Ping and Sui Zihan were stunned. Although they didn't know why these two people were looking for them, they could tell that they were here for them. The Rong family and Sui family's guards immediately stepped forward, blocking Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's path. "Who are you? What business do you have with us?" Sui Zihan stood up, staring fixedly at Lu Yiping and Sui Zihan. Lu Yiping didn't answer. His gaze fell on one of the guards beside Rong Ping, asking, "You're Bai Fei?" No one expected Lu Yiping to be looking for the captain of Rong Ping's guards. Bai Fei looked at Lu Yiping in confusion. "I am Bai Fei, who are you? What business do you have with me?" "Your old monster Black Wind, right?" Taurus Longjiao grinned, alias Bai Fei, hiding in the Rong family as the captain of the guards. "You've concealed yourself well, at least the Rong family didn't discover your identity." Bai Fei's face sank. "You're mistaken, I'm not the old monster Black Wind you're talking about. I'm just someone the Rong family rescued from the roadside to repay their kindness." Rong Ping looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, barking, "I don't care who you are, or what grudges you have with Bai Fei in the past, Bai Fei is now my Rong family's captain of guards. You can leave now. If you don't blame us for being rude." However, just as her words fell, Taurus Longjiao reached out his hand, grabbing Bai Fei. Rong Ping's face sank at this. Seeing Taurus Longjiao make a move, the Rong family's guards also made a move. These guards weren't weak. Although they were all over gods of one law, they had comprehended more than 70 kinds of laws. Their strength wasn't below dragon pagodas. 30 people made a move at the same time, their power of law surging. Taurus Longjiao ignored these Rong family guards and continued to grab Bai Fei. Bai Fei's face turned cold as he slashed out with the saber in his hand. The power of wind whistled, and within the power of wind, the power of darkness surged. This Bai Fei was a wind over god and a darkness over god. This was where the name Old Monster Black Wind came from. Moreover, he had cultivated to 90 kinds of laws in both laws. He was close to perfection in both laws. Taurus Longjiao looked at Bai Fei's incoming saber and casually flicked it. The power of wind and darkness in the saber exploded, and the saber shattered into countless pieces. Bai Fei was caught by Taurus Longjiao. The attacks of the 30 over-god guards landed on Taurus Longjiao at the same time. A loud boom rang out. Taurus Longjiao's body was covered in lightning, but he didn't move an inch. The 30 over-god guards were sent flying by a powerful force, smashing into the mountain behind. What? Rong Yiping, Sui Zihan, and the Sui family guards were shocked when they saw the group of Rong family guards being sent flying. Taurus Longjiao grabbed Bai Fei and brought him in front of him. Bai Fei looked at Taurus Longjiao with fear in his eyes. "Let's go," Lu Yiping said and was about to leave with Taurus Longjiao. However, just as Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were about to leave, a figure flashed and blocked their path. It was Sui Zihan of the Sui family. Sui Zihan looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. "It's not appropriate for the two of you to take him away like this. I am Sui Zihan of the Sui family, and Sui Tai is my uncle." However, before he could finish, Lu Yiping flicked his finger and sent him flying. Looking at Sui Zihan, who had fallen to the end of the flat ground, Rong Ping and the Sui family's experts were stunned. When they came back to their senses, the Sui family's guards were enraged. They rushed up and attacked Lu Yiping. Taurus Longjiao saw this and casually punched out. All of a sudden, the Sui family's guards suffered a heavy blow, and all of them were sent flying like broken leaves, vomiting blood. Taurus Longjiao looked at Rong Ping. Rong Ping stood there alone, her face pale. However, Lu Yiping and Bai Fei did not attack again. They left with Black Wind and Bai Fei. Long after Lu Yiping and Bai Fei left, Sui Zihan crawled up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shocked, angry, and furious. Courting death. These two pieces of trash are courting death. He hissed. His voice was low, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. As Sui Tai's nephew and one of the most talented disciples of the Sui family, he was highly valued by the ancestors of the Sui family. With the Sui family's status in the Brahma Moon continent, he had never suffered such humiliation. Young Lord Zihan, are you all right? A group of Sui family guards came from afar. They came to Sui Zihan and asked in a trembling voice. Rong Ping also came over and asked about Sui Zihan's injuries. Sui Zihan said to Rong Ping, "Don't worry, little sister Ping. These two won't be able to escape. I will report this to my father and have the Sui family seal off the Red Moon Forest and the surrounding mountains." He took out a communication talisman and crushed it to report to his father. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left with Bai Fei, they asked Bai Fei about the Purple Extreme Demon race. However, Bai Fei was not a direct disciple of the Purple Extreme Demon race, so he did not know much about them. Zimingji. Lu Yiping muttered. He learned from Bai Fei that his master was called Zimingji. However, he was not an ancestor of the Purple Extreme Demon race. He was just one of the people in charge of the Purple Extreme Demon race in the Brahma Moon continent. He was an overgod who comprehended the 5 laws of darkness, lightning, wind, water, and earth. However, Bai Fei did not know where Zimingji was hiding. Usually, Zimingji would take the initiative to contact him. He was hiding in the Rong family under Zimingji's orders. Night fell. Red Moon Forest. A red moon hung in the deep night sky above the forest. This red moon was strange, mysterious, and eerie. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat around the bonfire, drinking myriad worlds wine. Since Zimingji had taken the initiative to contact Bai Fei, Lu Yiping did not kill him. Instead, he let him go and only left a mark on his soul. As long as Zimingji contacted Bai Fei, Lu Longjiao, he would know about it. Lu Yiping took out Mount Buzhou and saw the 7-colored spirit chi rolling around the 7-colored gourd. Had scored s red gourd was sss had long red gourd was scored. Was ss without the spring of life, the rainbow gourd's roots grew slowly over the past few thousand years. The fountain of life. Lu Yiping frowned. Divines gods. The god, if. The of the goddess of life of God. Unfortunately, Longjiao's spring of life was too rare. Even the Thousand Souls Divine Sect and Heaven Maze Divine Sect only had a few drops. A few drops of Longjiao's spring of life was of no use. From the 2 lightning jades lightning runes, Huang Xiaolong knew that the Heavenly Court's Heavenly Emperor had Longjiao's spring of life. The Heavenly Emperor's spring of life was stored in one of his chaos spiritual treasures, the world cleansing bottles. As long as he could find the world cleansing bottles, he would be able to find the Heavenly Emperor's spring of life. However, the world cleansing bottles had disappeared along with the Heavenly Court's destruction. Where could he find them? Retrieving Buzhou Mountain, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat cross-legged under the Tree of Creation and started cultivating. The Tree of Creation's profound yellow chi roiled like the sea, pouring into Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's bodies. However, the Tree of Creation's chaos chi had yet to be converted into profound yellow chi. These chaos chi and profound yellow chi were mixed together. Therefore, when Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao absorbed the profound yellow chi, it was unavoidable. The night passed. Lu Yiping stopped cultivating. Lu Yiping looked at the primal chaos chi within the Shenhuang chi. This primal chaos chi wasn't of much use to him, but devouring it would affect his cultivation of the longevity art and immortal skywood art. Therefore, he had to find more pieces of the builder tree as soon as possible so that the builder tree could grow to 300,000 meters. At that time, the remaining chaotic chi would all be converted into Shenhuang chi. That way, he would not have to worry about devouring the chaotic chi. I wonder how far the tree will grow before it bears fruit. Taurus Longjiao sighed as he looked at the towering tree in front of him. The Jianshu had now grown to 210,000 meters, but there was still no sign of it bearing fruit. Liu Yiping was one with Jianshu, so he knew about Jianshu's growth. He said, about 400,000 meters. What? It has to grow to 400,000 meters to bear fruit? The dragonhorn golden bull was shocked. Liu Yiping nodded. The builder tree was the #1 divine tree in the myriad worlds. Once it bore fruit, its fruit would be earth-shattering. Liu Yiping was also looking forward to the day when the builder tree bore fruit. After putting away the builder tree, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stood up and planned to head to the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Burning Moon Continent branch. Although he had already asked Long Tianxi to help him find the builder tree and Buzhou Mountain Stone, Long Tianxi was only the president of a small fighting K-City branch. He didn't have enough power and status. Therefore, he planned to go to the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Burning Moon Continent branch. The Burning Moon Continent was the main continent of the God World's upper world. It was the most important continent among the tens of thousands of continents and countless seas. The president of the Burning Moon Continent branch led all of Long Tianxi's branches. If he went to the Burning Moon Continent branch, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce would place more importance on his request. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Red Moon Forest and headed toward Red Moon City. The True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Burning Moon Continent branch was in Red Moon City. Red Moon City was very big and prosperous. Not only did the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Burning Moon Continent branch in Red Moon City, but many other chambers of commerce's branches in the Burning Moon Continent were also in Red Moon City. When Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao appeared in Red Moon City, Sui Zihan received a report. Red Moon City. Sui Zihan smiled indifferent, then led a group of experts from the Sui family to Red Moon City. After he told his father about the Red Moon Forest yesterday, his father Sui Juanru had sent a large group of Yi family experts over. Among these experts, the weakest was a 3-element over god. There were even 4-element over gods and 5-element over gods. After Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entered the city, they went straight to the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce. When they arrived, they didn't waste any time and went to the front desk to state their purpose. After Liu Yiping displayed his shocking wealth, the person in charge immediately reported it to their president. Soon, the president of the Burning Moon Continent, Xianxia, came out and invited Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao into the inner hall. Not long after Xianxia invited Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao into the inner hall, Sui Zihan led several hundred experts from the Sui family into the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce. When the disciples in the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's main hall saw Sui Zihan leading 400 to 500 Sui family's experts in an aggressive manner, their faces tightened. The other families and sects' disciples in the main hall quickly moved away when they saw the Sui family's experts swarming in. It's Sui Zihan. He brought so many master gods here, what's going on? Some of the experts were trying to guess Sui Zihan's intentions. Young Master Zihan. A True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's steward hurried over, cupping his fists at Sui Zihan. May I know what business young Master Zihan has with the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce? What do you want to buy? Although the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce was a powerful dragon, they were still wary of the Sui family, the local tyrant of the Brahma Moon continent. Therefore, they were extremely polite to Sui Zihan. Sui Zihan glanced at the steward and asked coldly, "Where's the blue-robed young man and the golden retriever man who came in just now?" The blue-robed young man and the golden retriever man? The steward was stunned, then he thought of Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao who were invited into the inner hall by their president. May I know why young Master Zihan is looking for them? The steward asked with a smile. Sui Zihan's face sank. So, you know where they are now? Tell them to come out. If I don't see them in 5 minutes, I'll smash your True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's main hall. The steward was stunned, but he could tell that Sui Zihan wasn't joking. If he said he would smash their main hall, he would really do it. If it were an ordinary Sui family's disciple, he would have already ordered them to leave, but Sui Zihan wasn't an ordinary Sui family's disciple, he was the Sui family's core disciple and Sui Tai's nephew. The steward told Sui Zihan to wait for a while, then turned around and entered the inner hall. He couldn't make the decision on this matter, so he could only report it to their president. In the inner hall, Xianxia, Liu Yiping, and Taurus Longjiao were chatting happily when the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's steward came in, reporting that Sui Zihan had led a large group of Sui family's experts to meet Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. He said that if he didn't see them in 5 minutes, he would smash the Chamber of Commerce's main hall. Sui Zihan. Xiaoyun frowned and looked at Lu Yiping and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull. Lu Yiping said to the Dragonhorn Golden Bull, "Let's go out and take a look." Then he and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull walked towards the hall. Xiaoyun's experts of Dragon Hall were of Sui, Sui's of Sui families of 100 and Sui families experts Sui of 1,000 families as family SSS. Had Zihan of 9 experts behind Sui. Seeing Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao come out, Sui Zihan's face was filled with anger. "You're finally out." Taurus Longjiao looked at Sui Zihan's angry face and said, "In the Red Moon Forest, my master didn't kill you, you brat, you should be glad. You actually wanted to find people to seek revenge." He then looked at the Sui family's experts behind Sui Zihan, "But, you only brought these ugly melons and dates?" Ugly melons and dates, Sui Zihan and the Sui family's experts were enraged. One of the Sui family's experts couldn't help but step forward, sending a punch at Taurus Longjiao. Blue waves surged to the sky, a sea of flames surged, and a storm swept out. Layers of lightning turned into lightning snakes, and giant green vines coiled around them. This Sui family's expert was a water, fire, wind, lightning, and wood over god, water, fire, wind, lightning, and wood elemental energy had reached 70 different types. Lightning elemental energy had reached 90 different types. The main hall shook. Even with the true Dragon Chamber of Commerce's defensive formation, it still felt like it was about to collapse. Facing the Sui family's 5 elemental overgod's attack, Taurus Longjiao didn't even look at it. He directly sent out a palm, and the Sui family's water, fire, wind, lightning, and wood elemental attack collapsed. The Sui family's expert only felt a terrifying force coming at him. His eyes widened in shock, and he wanted to retreat, but he was too slow. He was instantly struck by Taurus Longjiao's palm, and he exploded on the spot. A 5 elemental overgod, dead, everyone was stunned. Although this Sui family's 5 elemental overgod hadn't cultivated all of his elemental energy to perfection, he had cultivated over 70 different types of energy in each elemental energy, and had even cultivated 90 different types of lightning elemental energy. His strength was absolutely shocking, comparable to an ordinary 6 elemental overgod. However, he had exploded with a single palm. True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's President Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed. Taurus Longjiao hadn't used any Heaven's Mandate energy, nor did he use any Origin Law energy. That palm strike just now seemed to be the strength of Taurus Longjiao's physical body. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to kill a 5 elemental overgod. Sui Zihan and the Sui family's experts were stunned for a moment before they reacted. "Uncle Tating!" Sui Zihan cried out in grief as he looked at the Sui family's expert who had exploded. The one who had just been killed by Taurus Longjiao was a Sui family's grand overgod, one of Sui Zihan's uncles, and also Sui Tai's younger brother. Kill them for me!" Sui Zihan roared with bloodshot eyes. The Sui family's experts were enraged, and they all rushed forward to attack Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly as he looked at the 400 Sui family's overgods charging at him. The Sui family's experts felt their hearts tremble, and in the next moment, heaven and earth shook violently as one giant chaos fate after another flew out. Each chaos fate was 139,999 li long. There were 13 in total. Peak level 13 chaos fate. And there were 13 of them, everyone exclaimed when they saw the 13 peak level 13 chaos fate in the sky. Whether it was Sui Zihan, Xiaoyun, or the other experts, they were all shocked. The 13 chaos fate shone brightly, and layers of chaos G turned into thousands of chaos lightning dragons that charged at the Sui family's overgods. The chaos G formed by the 13 chaos fate was far stronger than the Sui family's experts had imagined. Wherever the chaos lightning dragons passed, the Sui family's overgods were all blasted away, and they were all blasted into smithereens. Explosions rang out in the main hall as the Sui family's overgods were blasted apart. When the chaos lightning dragons finally stopped, none of the Sui family's 400 overgods were left standing. To be more precise, none of them were alive. The ground was covered in blood. The surrounding space was filled with the power of totems, chaos fate, and laws. Of the Sui family's experts, only Sui Zihan was left. Taurus Longjiao looked at Sui Zihan. Sui Zihan's expression changed drastically, and fear filled his eyes. Taurus Longjiao struck out with his palm, and the ground shook violently. Sui Zihan was pressed into the ground by Taurus Longjiao's palm, and he was blasted apart just like the Sui family's experts. The experts in the surroundings shuddered when they saw Sui Zihan's corpse. Lu Yiping turned to Xia Yun and said, "Since it's all cleaned up, President Xia, let's continue our discussion in the inner hall." Seeing Sui Zihan and the Sui family's overgods being slapped to death, Xia Yun came back to his senses and said with difficulty, "All right, Master Lu, please." Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were invited back into the inner hall by Xia Yun. When Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Xia Yun disappeared, the hall was in an uproar. The Sui family was the undisputed #1 family in the Brahma Moon continent. Not to mention several hundred overgods, even the death of several hundred heavens will god kings would shock the Brahma Moon continent, not to mention that Sui Zihan was also killed. However, what shocked them even more was the 13 peak level 13 chaos wills. Everyone's mind was filled with the scene of 13 peak level 13 chaos wills in the sky. Sui Tai loved his nephew, Sui Zihan, and often went back to the Sui family to teach him. Now that Sui Zihan is dead, what do you think Sui Tai will do? Since Sui Zihan was killed, the Sui clan will definitely not let it go, right? Everyone discussed. In the Sui family, Sui Juanru opened the message talisman and was stunned for a long time. Then, he cried out, "Zihan." Half an hour later, Sui Juanru knelt in front of the Sui family's patriarch, Sui Kuiwen, and the other ancestors. His eyes were red as he kowtowed. "Patriarch, please avenge Zihan." Sui Kuiwen didn't say anything and the hall was silent. The strongest ancestor of the Sui family, Sui Yukuan, said, 13 peak level 13 chaos wills is a miracle. We have to be careful and investigate this person's identity. Sui Juanru was stunned. "Ancestor, you mean that the Sui family will forget about Zihan's death?" Sui Kuiwen sighed, "Juanru, Zihan is a genius of our Sui clan. Everyone here loves Zihan, and we're all saddened by Zihan's death. We want to crush the other party to death, but Lu Yiping's background is unknown. Moreover, he possesses a peak level 13 chaos fate. Our Sui clan has to be cautious." Sui Juanru's face paled. At this time, Sui Tai of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect clenched his fist and crushed the message talisman. Smashed into meat paste. Red Moon City. Sui Tai's eyes were red as he said in a low voice, "Zihan, don't worry. Uncle won't let you die in vain." With that, he flew into the sky and disappeared. Sui Tai's divine armor flickered as his figure flashed in the void at an astonishing speed. The divine armor he was wearing was an upper-grade Khanate supreme treasure forged by the Thousand Souls Divine Sect, called the Taishian Divine Armor. The mysterious divine armor had a time divine formation carved into it. Sui Tai had activated the time divine formation of the mysterious divine armor to travel through time and space towards Red Moon City. After staying for half an hour, and Longjiao S. and Taurus Long. After leaving the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yiping did not immediately leave Red Moon City. Instead, he stayed in Red Moon City with the Dragon Horn Golden Bull. Lu Yiping had branded Black Wind Old Monster by Face Soul. Therefore, he was currently waiting in Red Moon City for Zimingji of the Purple Extreme Devil Race to come and find Bai Fei. This time, Lu Yiping had not only asked the True Dragon Merchant Guild to search for the Builder Tree and Buzhou Mountain Stone, but also to inquire about Tian Hong. Though he didn't know Tian Hong's identity, he knew Tian Hong's physical characteristics from Zhao Tao's memory fragments. Tian Hong was tall, almost 2 meters in height. His palms were abnormally thick, and there was a green spot in his left eye. Although it was difficult to identify Tian Hong based on these physical characteristics, it was better than nothing. Several days later, the Sui family also heard that Lu Yiping had killed the Blood Demon Sect's patriarch Liu with 49 totems. The Sui family was shocked to learn that Lu Yiping had 49 totems. Early morning. The sun was bright. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were cultivating in a mansion. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the Red Moon City. It was Sui Tai from the Thousand Souls Divine Sect. Sui Tai appeared in the sky above the Red Moon City. He didn't hide his aura, and it enveloped the entire city. It's Sui Tai from the Sui family. It's Sui Tai. When the experts recognized the person in the sky, they were all shocked. After Sui Zihan's death, everyone was guessing if the Sui family and Thousand Souls Divine Sect would send experts. Xiayun of the True Dragon Merchant Guild was also surprised when he heard that Sui Tai had come. Mysterious divine armor. Xiayun was shocked when he saw the armor on Sui Tai's body. The Thousand Souls Divine Sect used all their resources to forge this armor, and it's really given to Sui Tai. When the Thousand Souls Divine Sect used all their resources to forge this armor, it shocked the entire Brahma Moon continent. Everyone guessed that the armor was for the Thousand Souls Divine Sect master, but now, it was given to Sui Tai. From this, one could see how much the Thousand Souls Divine Sect valued and protected Sui Tai. I heard that Sui Tai has already comprehended 10 laws, and each of them has comprehended 99 types of energy. An expert of the True Dragon Merchant Guild said, with Sui Tai's battle prowess, I'm afraid that many 11 or even 12 overgods wouldn't be his match. After a pause, he continued, I wonder if Lu Yiping and the others can contend with Sui Tai. Xiayun was also curious about Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's true strength. He could see that Taurus Longjiao's strength wasn't his true strength. Lu, come out. I know you're still in the Red Moon City. Sui Tai scanned the Red Moon City and his cold voice resounded in the sky. Every corner of the Red Moon City could hear his voice. As soon as Sui Tai finished speaking, 2 figures, one blue and one gold, appeared in the sky. Seeing Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao appear, Sui Tai walked towards them. High-grade innate cardinal treasure. Lu Yiping looked at the mysterious divine armor on Sui Tai's body and said. With a flash of light, a spear appeared in Sui Tai's hand. The spear was pitch black, and it emitted a black light that made one's heart palpitate. This spear was called the Divine Spear of Darkness, and it was a mid-grade innate cardinal treasure. Sui Tai's gaze landed on Taurus Longjiao. You're the one who killed my nephew, Sui Zihan? That's right. Taurus Longjiao said, I killed the several hundred overgods of the Sui family. Then you can die. Sui Tai's voice was low as he stabbed out with the spear in his hand. Water, wood, wind, fire, earth, metal, lightning, poison, darkness, and light, a total of 999 types of energy surged out. Darkness swallowed the sky, and light shone. Waves surged to the sky. Hurricanes tore through the world. Amidst the darkness and light, a pale green light shone out. This was the power of the law of poison. Just as the 999 types of energy surged out, the spear suddenly crossed through layers of space and arrived in front of Taurus Longjiao. It's the power of the law of space. Seeing Sui Tai's spear cross through layers of space, Xiayun's eyes narrowed, and he's already comprehended 99 types. 1089 types of energy. Seeing the divine spear of darkness carrying 1089 types of energy, Taurus Longjiao raised his hand. When Taurus Longjiao raised his hand, it was as if his palm was covered in the world's most dazzling golden light. Rays of golden light shot out, piercing the eyes of the Red Moon City's experts. Even Xiayun and Sui Tai had never seen such a dazzling golden light. Taurus Longjiao's palm met the divine darkness spear. When everyone saw this, they could not help being stunned. He can't be thinking of blocking the divine darkness spear with his palm, right? An expert from the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce exclaimed. Xiayun was also surprised. The divine darkness spear was a mid-grade innate artifact. The golden retriever beside Lu Yiping actually wanted to block the divine darkness spear's spear light with his bare hands. Sui Tai sneered seeing this. His strength increased once more, and the divine darkness spear's light became even more dazzling. A wave of law energy similar to the space law surged out. Of course, it was only similar and not space law energy. It's time law. An expert shouted. Moreover, it was the 99 types of time law energy. Sui Tai had also comprehended 99 types of time law energy. Xiayun didn't expect Sui Tai to not only comprehend the first 10 types of laws to perfection, but also time and space laws to perfection. All 12 types of laws reached perfection, a total of 1,188 types of energy. The spear shot towards Taurus Longjiao. Zheng, the divine darkness spear carried 1,188 types of energy as it slammed into Taurus Longjiao's palm. The sound of the impact wasn't loud, but everyone's heart shook. This attack seemed to have struck their souls and hearts. Rays of light burst out. The divine darkness spear's various types of law energy exploded. However, the divine darkness spear didn't pierce through Taurus Longjiao's palm like everyone had expected. Taurus Longjiao stood there, his palm was like a golden mountain that supported the Jyotian mountain. The divine darkness spear on top of his palm shot out rays of light, but it didn't budge. Everyone saw that Taurus Longjiao's palm didn't even break the skin. Xiaoyun was stunned. Sui Tai had a look of disbelief on his face. His attack, which contained 12 laws and 1,188 origins powers, was actually unable to break through a single palm of the golden retriever. The golden retriever man's palm stood there, as if no amount of power could cross it. While Sui Tai was still in disbelief, the world suddenly trembled violently. Chaos fates flew out one after another. The 26 chaos wills almost completely covered the sky above Crimson Moon City. When Taurus Longjiao's 26 primal chaos wills flew out, Crimson Moon City trembled violently. The ground began to crack as if 26 primal chaos mountains were pressing down from the sky. Crimson Moon City couldn't withstand this power. Red Moon City's experts felt their bodies sink. The weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground by the terrifying power passed down from the space. Even Sui Tai's heart sank. 26 chaos fates. Xiaoyun and the experts of Red Moon City were shocked when they saw the 26 peak level 13 chaotic fate beasts in the sky. The 26 chaos fates buzzed. Chaos Chi roared, lightning condensed, and thousands of divine dragons flew out. Chaos Lightning Chi and Chaos Dragon Chi rained down like 26 waterfalls. Even Sui Tai's 12 origins and 1,188 origins couldn't compare to the power of these 26 waterfalls. Sui Tai was terrified. He frantically activated the Arcana Divine Armor on his body, causing layers of arrays to shine. The armor had a total of 81 arrays. When all 81 arrays were activated, the power of the arrays caused the surrounding space to tremble. The power of the time array directly tore through the void. Sui Tai waved the dark divine spear in his hand, and the 12 origins clashed with the Chaos Lightning Chi and Chaos Dragon Chi. This time, Sui Tai's 12 origins included the Chaos Force. It's the Chaos Force of the Chaos Fate Beasts, someone said. When a Chaos Fate Beasts broke through to the Overgod realm, their law power could fuse with the Chaos Fate Beasts to produce Chaos Force. The higher the level of the Chaos Fate Beasts, the stronger the Chaos Force. When Sui Tai was still a Destiny Beasts, although the Chaos Fate Beasts he fused with wasn't Taurus Longjiao's peak level 13 Chaos Fate Beasts, it was still a level 12 Chaos Fate Beasts. Moreover, there were 24 of them, so the Chaos Force produced was still shocking. After Sui Tai attacked, he used the power of the Arcana Divine Armor's time array to escape. With a loud boom, Taurus Longjiao's Chaos Lightning Chi and Chaos Dragon Chi clashed with Sui Tai's 12 origins and Chaos Force. The world shook, and Crimson Moon City trembled. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. Chaos Chi shot out. The 12 origins beasts intersected with each other. The space and buildings in the upper world were 10,000 times more stable than in the lower world. However, under the impact of Taurus Longjiao and Sui Tai's power, the surrounding buildings were lifted up and spatial cracks spread out. Many of the god kings and overgods who had hidden extremely far away felt their scalps prickle when they saw this. The shockwave struck Sui Tai, who was escaping with the help of the Time Divine Array. The Taishan Divine Armor on Sui Tai's body trembled, and Sui Tai was pushed back for hundreds of miles. Sui Tai stood still, and he felt his blood boiling. His throat heated up, and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Taurus Longjiao with shock and anger. Looking at the 26 peak level 13 Chaos Fate Beasts above Taurus Longjiao, he couldn't hide his shock. He had fused with a level 12 Chaotic Fate, but the gap between his power and a peak level 13 Chaotic Fate was so huge. His 24 level 12 Chaotic Fate and 12 Law Origins were still unable to fend off 26 peak level 13 Chaotic Fate. If it weren't for the Arcana Divine Armor, he would have been heavily injured. Peak level 13 Chaos Fate Beasts are so strong, an expert from the Sun Moon Palace exclaimed. The Sun Moon Palace was a sect second only to the Thousand Souls Divine Sect. Probably only an over-god at the Great Perfection 13 Elemental Great Perfection over-god can block the 26 peak level 13 Chaos Fate Beasts, Xianxia exclaimed. While everyone was discussing, the Dragonhorn Golden Bull looked at Sui Tai, who was pushed back, and said, "You're not weak." However, that was just a warm-up. Just a warm-up. Everyone became restless when they heard that. The attack from the 26 peak level 13 Chaos Fate Beasts was just a warm-up. Then, what kind of attack would come next? Everyone saw Taurus Longjiao raise his hands. His palms shone with golden light as the law of metal surged out. However, everyone's eyes widened when they saw Taurus Longjiao's law of metal. Taurus Longjiao didn't have 99 types of law of metal, but 100 types of law of metal. What was going on? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Xia Yun and Sui Tai's eyes widened. Everyone knew that there were 13 types of laws in this world, and each type had 99 types of energy. Even the barbarian dragon ruler had 99 types of energy. No one had ever heard of anyone comprehending 100 types of energy from one type. While everyone was in disbelief, Taurus Longjiao's lightning energy surged from his palms. 99 types. After 99 types of lightning energy, another type of lightning energy surged out. 100 types. Seeing that Taurus Longjiao also had 100 types of lightning energy, everyone was shaken once more. Moreover, they could sense that whether it was Taurus Longjiao's 100th type of metal energy or lightning energy, they were both extremely terrifying. They were even more terrifying than the previous 99 types combined. Taurus Longjiao struck out with both palms. 100 types of the law of metal and 100 types of the law of lightning roared out, turning into an ocean of metal and an ocean of lightning. Chaos energy surged within the sea of metal and lightning. It was the chaos energy produced after the metal and lightning laws merged with the 26 peak level 13 chaos wills. All 26 of them were at the peak of the 13th level. The primal chaos force produced by these 26 primal chaos wills was extremely vast. The sky above Crimson Moon City began to crumble inch by inch. Layers of space were constantly being shattered. The Golden Ocean and the Lightning Ocean instantly arrived in front of Sui Tai with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Sui Tai panicked and didn't have time to think. He activated all the arrays in his Taishan divine armor and frantically retreated. At the same time, he struck out with the Dark Divine Spear. The power of the 12 laws shone brightly. Along with his chaos destiny, the chaos force collided with the Metal Ocean and the Lightning Ocean. But this time, his 12 types of laws and chaos energy were instantly blasted away by the sea of metal and lightning. The sea of metal and lightning didn't stop and continued to attack him. Unable to retreat, Sui Tai roared in anger and a blood-red mist ignited on his body. Clearly, he was using the Thousand Souls Divine Sex Forbidden technique to temporarily increase his strength. As the blood-red mist rose, Sui Tai's Taishan divine armor shone brightly and the power of the 81 arrays increased once more. Numerous large array runes twined around his body, forming a supreme mystic defensive barrier. When the Taishan defense enchantment was formed, the Golden Ocean and the Thunder Ocean crashed onto the Taishan divine armor. A hissing sound exploded. The Taishan spirit barrier was like a layer of ice. After being hit by 2 huge meteors from Jiutian, the Taishan spirit barrier collapsed and exploded. One by one, the formation runes exploded in the air like ice shards. The mysterious divine armor, which had been shining brightly, suddenly dimmed. All 81 great formations stopped operating. Sui Tai felt his body tremble. He was like a kite with its string cut as he was sent flying. After smashing through countless buildings in Red Moon City, he fell into a pile of ruins. The experts in Red Moon City were shocked beyond words when they saw the law of metal and law of lightning surrounding Taurus Longjiao. 100 types of metal elemental laws of nature. 100 types of law of lightning. The power was so strong that even the Taishan divine armor couldn't withstand it. The Golden Bull ignored the crowd and pulled Sui Tai, who was on the verge of death, out of the ruins in the distance. Then, it pulled off the mysterious divine armor on Sui Tai's body. He's not going to kill Sui Tai, is he? Feeling the chill from Taurus Longjiao, the true Dragon Chamber of Commerce's expert stuttered. As soon as he said that, he saw Taurus Longjiao pierce Sui Tai's body with a finger. Sui Tai was sent flying. In midair, he turned into a rain of blood that fluttered about. The experts from Red Moon City and the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce were stunned when they saw Sui Tai's body turn into a rain of blood. Sui Tai is dead? Many experts from various sects and clans stared at the rain of blood in disbelief. Sui Tai was known as the most monstrous genius in the history of the Sui clan, as well as the most monstrous genius in the history of the Fan Yu continent. He had the potential to become a supreme ruler in the future. He was worshipped by countless disciples of the Fan Yu continent, but now, he had died in Red Moon City. Thinking of the terrible consequences of Sui Tai's death, even Xianxia, the president of True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Brahma Moon City branch, paled. Xianxia didn't know when Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left. He stood there in a daze, thinking of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect and the Sui family's wrath and razing Red Moon City to the ground. The experts of True Dragon Chamber of Commerce and Red Moon City also thought of the same thing. Their faces paled and their eyes were filled with fear. Now, they didn't have the time to think about how Taurus Longjiao comprehended the 100 types of law of metal and law of lightning. President, should we leave Red Moon City first? One of the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's experts stuttered. If the Sui family and the Thousand Souls Divine Sect were enraged, everyone in Red Moon City would be buried with them. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I will report this to the higher-ups and see what they say. He took out the communication talisman and contacted the higher-ups. Soon, he received a reply. After reading the reply, Xianxia said solemnly, order all True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's disciples to leave Red Moon City. Almost at the same time, many families and sects in Red Moon City also gave the order to leave Red Moon City. The crowd rushed out of Red Moon City in a rush. Sui family. The strongest ancestor of the Sui family, Sui Yukuan, looked at the communication talisman in his hand. His eyes were blank and his body was stiff. His hands trembled as he said, he's dead. Sui family's patriarch, Sui Kuiwen, had a bad feeling when he saw Sui Yukuan holding the communication talisman with trembling hands. Ancestor, what are you doing? Sui Kuiwen asked. Many ancestors in the hall were puzzled. Sui Yukuan looked at Sui Kuiwen and the others in the hall. His eyes were blank and lifeless. His voice seemed to come from another world. Tai is dead. Tai was dead. Sui Yukuan's voice resounded in the ears of Sui Kuiwen and the Sui family's ancestors. Dead? Sui Kuiwen's voice trembled. Sui Yukuan handed the communication talisman to Sui Kuiwen. Sui Kuiwen took it and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more his hands trembled and his face turned paler. His killing intent grew stronger and his eyes turned redder. The Sui family's ancestors came over and looked at the communication talisman. In an instant, the Sui family's main hall was filled with killing intent. Kill. After a long while, the strongest ancestor of the Sui family, Sui Yukuan's voice was filled with hatred and killing intent. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect, a voice filled with hatred and killing intent rang out, kill. Soon, figures exuding powerful auras rushed into the sky from the Sui family's main hall. The Thousand Souls Divine Sect's army was even more majestic. Killing intent filled the air as they rushed towards Red Moon City. Tomorrow, 3 watch, although there were only 101 people from the Sui family, every one of them had surpassed the over-god realm. God Emperors. All of them are God Emperors. When the experts from the Sui family were on their way to Crimson Moon City, they alerted many cities along the way. Some of the old ancestors were shocked when they sensed the aura of the experts from the Sui family. In some of the smaller continents, like the Blood Demon continent, Liu was only an over-god. But now, the Sui family had sent 100 God Emperors. No, the leader is a God Ancestor. God Ancestor Qianlong from the Sui family. Many experts recognized the old man from the Sui family. God Ancestor Qianlong was a figure from more than 10 million years ago. 10 million years ago, his name had spread across the Brahma Moon continent and the surrounding continents. Everyone was shocked to see that the Sui family had sent a God Ancestor. A God Ancestor was the ancestor of all gods. Even in the vast divine world, a God Ancestor was an overlord. After reaching the God Ancestor realm, they rarely showed themselves. While the experts from the Sui family were on their way to Crimson Moon City, the Thousand Souls Divine Sect's army shocked the experts from the other cities. The Thousand Souls Divine Sect's army consisted of 1,000 god emperors, 10 god ancestors. When the experts from the Sui family and the Thousand Souls Divine Sect arrived at Crimson Moon City, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were cultivating under the Tree of Creation. Lu Yiping's body was surrounded by profound yellow qi and saint light. Suddenly, Lu Yiping, who was cultivating, stopped. He had left a mark on Bai Fei's soul. Just now, he sensed that Zimingji from the Purple Extreme Demon clan had come to contact Bai Fei. Lu Yiping had been waiting for Zimingji to appear. Immediately, Lu Yiping put away the Tree of Creation and left Crimson Moon City with Taurus Longjiao. Soon after Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left Crimson Moon City, an expert reported to Sui family's god ancestor, Sui Qianlong. Lu Yiping escaped? Sui Qianlong's face turned cold. Pass down the order to seal the Fanui continent. I want to see how they escape. The experts of the Thousand Souls Divine Sect also ordered the Brahma Moon continent to be sealed off. At this moment, in a mansion in Rongzhou City, Rong Ping, the fifth daughter of the Rong family, was having a banquet with some friends to play the zither and discuss Taoism. Sitting across from Rong Ping was Lan Chuxin, a direct disciple of one of the Sun Moon Palace's ancestors. Lan Chuxin stopped playing a song and suddenly sighed with emotion. In the past, there were always 5 of us. Now that brother Zihan isn't here, it feels much quieter. A beautiful woman sitting beside Rong Ping snorted coldly, Zihan will not die in vain. That Lu Yiping and his subordinates will not be able to escape. The beautiful woman was the daughter of the Divine Snow Phoenix Sect Master, Yu Yan. I don't know where this Lu guy came from. I didn't expect him to have 26 peak level 13 chaotic fate beasts. He's also comprehended 100 types of metal and lightning laws. Lan Chuxin frowned. Even Lord Tai died at his hands. I really don't know how his subordinates comprehended 100 types of power. If his subordinates can comprehend 100 types of power, then Lu Yiping must have comprehended 100 types of power as well. Rong Ping recalled the scene in the Red Moon Forest and said hatefully, it's too bad that I'm too weak. Otherwise, I would have trampled Lu Yiping and Bai Feifei to death. Lan Chuxin looked at Rong Ping and said, I heard that your Rong family has a guard captain who is from the Purple Extreme Demon race? Rong Ping shook her head. Our Rong family has already investigated clearly. Bai Fei is not from the Purple Extreme Demon race. It's all Lu Yiping's nonsense. At this time, somewhere in Rong Ping's mansion, Bai Fei was respectfully kneeling before an expert in a black robe and a ghost mask. Master, this is what you're looking for. Bai Fei respectfully presented a silver stone to Zimingji. It was because of this silver stone's importance that Zimingji was so anxious to see Bai Fei. He was wearing the Purple Extreme Demon race's special robe that concealed his aura. Therefore, he wasn't worried about being discovered by Rong Ping's experts. Zimingji received the silver stone. After carefully inspecting it, his face lit up with joy. Well done. Bai Fei smiled, it's all thanks to Master's nurturing. Just as Zimingji was about to speak, he looked up and saw 2 figures, one blue and one gold, appear in the air above the mansion without any warning, walking towards the 2 of them. Zimingji was stunned. The 2 figures were none other than Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Since Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao did not conceal their auras, when Lu Yiping and Bai Fei appeared, Rong Ping, Lan Chuxin, Yu Yan, and the others also noticed Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Lan Chuxin and the others didn't recognize Lu Yiping, but when Rong Ping saw Lu Yiping, her face tightened. Her eyes turned frosty as she spat, Lu Yiping. Lan Chuxin, Yu Yan, and the others were dumbfounded. He's Lu Yiping? Yu Yan's gaze turned frosty. She turned to the 2 experts beside her and said, Elders, please kill him. The 2 Divine Snow Phoenix Sect elders complied respectfully and leaped into the air. When the 2 of them flew into the air, the energy in their bodies was fully circulated, shocking waves of energy swept out. Both of them were God Emperor realm experts. A God Emperor was above the Master God realm, the Emperor of Gods. Subsequently, 2 avatars that looked exactly the same as them flew out from their bodies. These were the avatars of God Emperor realm experts. Both avatars were 3,000 zhang tall. One was shrouded in lightning, while the other was surrounded by raging tornadoes. Clearly, one was a lightning element avatar, and the other was a wind element avatar. When one was a god king and master god, the stronger the heavenly mandate they integrated with, the stronger the law they comprehended. Thus, when they broke through to God-Emperor realm, the stronger the avatar they condensed would be. An ordinary God-Emperor realm expert's avatar would only be several dozen zhong tall, whereas these two divine Snow Phoenix sect elders' avatars were 3,000 zhong tall. The two elders summoned their avatars, and the long swords in their hands slashed at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. When the two elders' longswords slashed at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, the two elders' avatars attacked at the same time. The two elders' avatars were no weaker than their main bodies, and it was equivalent to 4 people attacking at the same time. At this time, Zimingji knew that his identity had been exposed, so he activated the divine robe on his body and turned into a streak of purple light, wanting to escape. Lu Yiping stared at the two elders of the divine Snow Phoenix sect as his expression turned cold. Lightning flashed around his body, causing the space to tremble. Behind him, a towering figure appeared. When this figure appeared, the heavens and earth darkened. Countless bolts of lightning surged around this figure, and he held a lightning hammer in his hand. Just the lightning hammer in his hand alone was 100,000 zhong long. A terrifying lightning tribulation aura swept through the world. All the experts in Rongzhou City were alarmed. Many figures flew out of the Rong family's headquarters. When the experts of the Rong family's headquarters saw the towering figure, they were all shocked. This is an avatar? The Rong family patriarch trembled. An ordinary god emperor's avatar would only be several dozen zhong tall. The avatars of the divine Snow Phoenix sect elders could be considered strong if they were 3,000 zhong tall. 1,000 zhong tall avatar was rare. In the past, the barbaric dragon sovereign's avatar was only 10,000 zhong tall. 6 o'clock second update. According to the records, the primordial heavenly emperor's avatar was only 100,000 feet tall. As for 100,000 feet tall avatar, the Rong family patriarch and the rest had never heard of such a thing. Rong Ping, Lan Chuxin, Yu Yan, and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw the 10,000 feet tall figure behind Lu Yiping. Even Zimingji, who was running away, felt his legs trembling when he turned around to look at the darkening sky. At this time, the 10,000 feet tall figure behind Lu Yiping slammed down with a lightning hammer. Boundless divine lightning rained down like an apocalyptic tsunami. The two divine Snow Phoenix sect elders' sword chi was shattered in an instant. The terrifying power penetrated through the layers of space, smashing down from the sky. The two divine Snow Phoenix sect elders turned pale with fright. They didn't even dare to resist as they fled frantically. They even executed the divine Snow Phoenix sect's strongest escape technique, the Phoenix Cry Jiutian. The two divine Snow Phoenix sect elders turned into 2 streaks of white divine flames, trying to escape from the lightning hammer's attack range. However, just as they turned around to flee, they felt the space around them tremble. Terrifying lightning chi engulfed them. The two divine Snow Phoenix sect elders fell from the sky like falling stones. Even after the two divine Snow Phoenix sect elders were hit by the terrifying lightning chi, the 100,000 feet tall lightning hammer continued to smash down with devastating power. Rong Ping's residence was huge, spanning 100 miles, but it seemed so small in front of the lightning hammer. Looking at the descending lightning hammer, Rong Ping, Lan Chuxin, Yu Yan, and the rest paled. "Young lord, run!" The guard behind Lan Chuxin roared. At the same time, he grabbed Lan Chuxin's shoulder and dragged him out of the residence. The guard behind Rong Ping also carried Rong Ping away. Yu Yan also did the same. As for the other guards in the residence, they were also fleeing in panic. The residence was in chaos. Before the lightning hammer landed, the residence's buildings were smashed into smithereens by the surging lightning chi. Rumble, the lightning hammer finally landed on the ground. The two divine Snow Phoenix sect elders felt their bodies stiffen and they lost consciousness. The divine Snow Phoenix sect chief's daughter, Yu Yan, was also smashed into the ground by the lightning hammer. When the lightning hammer smashed into the ground, Rongzhou City trembled. The entire mansion had already disappeared, and the surrounding buildings were also blown away by the rolling thunder chi, turning into dust. Rong Ping, Lan Chuxin, and the others who had escaped from the manor were also blown away by the lightning chi's remnant energy. When they crashed to the ground, they vomited blood. Everyone was aghast. Looking from afar, the surroundings of the residence were filled with rolling sand and lightning. Sand and dust flew everywhere, covering an unknown distance. Lu Yiping put away the thunder hammer, and with a suction force from his hand, he pulled the fleeing Zimingji back. Zimingji looked at Lu Yiping, who was right in front of him. He looked at Lu Yiping's figure that was still surging with lightning. He felt his entire body stiffen and his heart stop beating. Lu Yiping took Zimingji and didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Rong family's headquarters. "Does anyone else want to make a move?" Lu Yiping's voice was indifferent. However, there was no response from the Rong family's mansion. The Rong family's god ancestors didn't say anything. Even the Rong family's patriarch, who was a supreme god, didn't say anything. Lu Yiping stood there for a while, and after a while, he and Taurus Longjiao flew away with Zimingji, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Rong Ping, Lan Chuxin, and the others crawled out from the ruins. When they saw that the mansion had completely disappeared and was replaced by a giant hammer-shaped pit, their faces turned pale and they trembled uncontrollably. "Yu Yan is dead?" Rong Ping's hands were shaking, and she couldn't hear anything around her. She came to the original location of the mansion and stood at the edge of the pit. Looking down, she saw that the thunder chi was still rising from the pit. Through the layers of thunder chi, she saw that there were only a few pools of blood at the bottom of the pit. Lan Chuxin and the others looked at the bottom of the pit, and they were all stunned. What happened in Rongzhou City spread quickly. Sui Qianlong, the god ancestor of the Sui family, was shocked when he heard the report. 1,000,000 feet lightning element avatar? The 100 god emperors of the Sui family also looked at each other. "Lord Qianlong, should we report this to the old ancestor?" One of the god emperors of the Sui family said weakly, pointing at Sui Yukuan. 1,000,000 feet lightning element avatar, what kind of concept was that? For every 10 feet the avatar grew, its battle strength would increase. How terrifying would 1,000,000 feet avatar's battle strength be? They couldn't imagine. If Lu Yiping really had 1,000,000 feet lightning element avatar, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Even 1,000 god emperors wouldn't be able to kill Lu Yiping, let alone 100. Although Sui Qianlong was a god ancestor, he wouldn't be able to kill Lu Yiping with 1,000,000 feet avatar. Sui Qianlong's expression changed. In the end, he took out a message talisman and reported to Sui Yukuan. The experts of the Thousand Souls Divine sect did the same. After leaving Gloryfoot City, Lu Yiping learned about the Purple Extreme Demon Race's nest on the Brahma Moon continent from Zimingji's memory fragments. Immediately, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao headed to the Purple Extreme Demon Race's nest. A few days later, Lu Yiping and Sui Yukuan appeared in the sky above a primitive forest. The Purple Extreme Demon Race's nest on the Brahma Moon continent was in this primitive forest. Lu Yiping covered the area with his soul, and very soon, he discovered the location of the Purple Extreme Demon clan's lair. This lair was only a small branch of the Purple Extreme Demon clan. There were not many people, only 300 or 400 of them. Moreover, there were no experts, and they were basically all over gods. However, to Lu Yiping's surprise, there were a lot of Tree of Creation in this nest. The Tree of Creation in his body was vibrating. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived in the sky above the Purple Extreme Demon Race's nest. The heavenly pillar appeared in Taurus Longjiao's hand, and it turned into a giant peak that slammed down. After annihilating the Purple Extreme Demon Race's experts, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at the nest's treasury. They pushed open the treasury's door and saw a mountain of Tree of Creation and Chaos Spirit stones. The number of Tree of Creation in this nest was no less than the number of Tree of Creation in the Purple Extreme Demon Race's treasury in the lower realm. This was just a small nest of the Purple Extreme Demon Race in the upper realm, yet they had collected so many Tree of Creation. It was obvious that there were more Tree of Creation in the upper realm than in the lower realm. Lu Yiping didn't hesitate. He sat down cross-legged and summoned the Tree of Creation. He began to merge with the Tree of Creation here. The Tree of Creation that was 210,000 meters grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it grew to 211,000 meters. By the time the Tree of Creation devoured all the Tree of Creation here, it had grown to 232,000 meters. After reaching 232,000 meters, the Tree of Creation's branches extended further into the surrounding space. Its leaves were lush, and the amount of black and yellow chi increased. The grand Tao patterns on the tree of creation emitted a mesmerizing light. Lu Yiping looked at the tree of creation that had grown by another 20,000 meters. He was one step closer to 300,000 meters. Anticipation grew in his heart. When he reached 300,000 meters, all the chaos chi would transform into black and yellow chi. At that time, he would be able to cultivate the immortal heavenly wood arts and secret longevity secret art faster. 9 p.m. Third update, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao exited the primordial forest and arrived at a nearby city. The barbaric dragon sovereign's cave dwelling has appeared, is it true? I'm afraid it's true. Many experts are heading towards the Dragon Cauldron Mountain. Even the Thousand Souls Divine Sect, Sui Family, Sun Moon Palace, and Snow Phoenix Divine Sect are heading there. After entering the city, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao could hear the various sects' disciples talking about the cave dwelling. The barbaric dragon sovereign's cave dwelling has appeared? Taurus Longjiao's eyes lit up. The ruler of the divine world, the barbaric dragon ruler, was the descendant of the primordial heavenly emperor. This was a secret that many sovereigns in the divine world did not know, but Lu Yiping and the dragon horn golden bull did. Therefore, the barbaric dragon sovereign's cave dwelling might contain some records about the primordial heavenly court or even the primordial heavenly emperor. Without further ado, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao rushed towards the Dragon Cauldron Mountain. The Dragon Cauldron Mountain was the largest mountain range in the Brahma Moon continent. When Lu Yiping arrived, Dragon Cauldron Mountain, which stretched as far as the eye could see, was filled with spaceships and people. Lu Yiping looked around and saw that some sects had brought more than 1 million people. The barbaric dragon sovereign was the ruler of the divine world, so the treasures in his cave dwelling were unimaginable. Therefore, when the barbaric dragon sovereign's cave dwelling appeared, almost all the sects had come. The Sui family's old ancestor, Sui Yukuan, is also here. There are more than 30 supreme gods from the Sui family. The Thousand Souls Divine Sect's Thousand Star Brilliance is also here. There are more than 50 supreme gods from the Thousand Souls Divine Sect. As Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao followed the crowd into the Dragon Cauldron Mountain, they overheard the discussions of many experts. Sui Yukuan, Thousand Star Brilliance, without a doubt, the two of them were the strongest in the Brahma Moon continent. Looking at the flying ships flying around him, Lu Yiping took out the Black Dragon flying ship and boarded it. As he flew deeper into the Dragon Cauldron Mountain, Lu Yiping could feel an intense tremor in the depths of the mountain. Very soon, Lu Yiping and Xianxia saw a huge entrance in the sky above the depths of Dragon Cauldron Mountain. The violent vibrations originated from this entrance. Powerhouses from all over the world were rushing to enter the spatial entrance. Lu Yiping steered the Black Dragon flying ship towards the spatial entrance. However, just as Lu Yiping's Black Dragon flying ship was about to enter the spatial entrance, a huge flying ship suddenly appeared from behind. This huge flying ship was tens of thousands of feet long. It was even bigger than the Black Dragon flying ship. The body of the flying ship was branded with a huge golden blade. It's the Golden Blade spaceship. When the crowd saw the spaceship, they all stepped aside in shock. The Golden Knife Divine Sect was not from the Brahma Moon continent, but from the other main continent of the God realm, the ancient demon continent. The Golden Knife Divine Sect was the #1 sect on the ancient demon continent. Its status on the ancient demon continent was equivalent to the Thousand Spirits Divine Sect on the Brahma Moon continent. The continents controlled by the Golden Knife Divine Sect were connected to the continents controlled by the Thousand Spirits Divine Sect. Standing at the front of the Golden Knife flying ship was a young man clad in golden robes. Behind him were a group of Golden Knife Divine Sect's experts. It's the Golden Knife Divine Sect's young lord, Jing Guanglia. Jing Guanglia has 4 avatars, and each avatar is over 3,000 feet long. He once killed the Greenwood Divine Emperor who had 5 avatars with a single punch. Seeing Jing Guanglia at the front of the flying ship, one of the family's ancestors exclaimed in shock. The Golden Knife flying ship tore through space and arrived at the spatial entrance in the blink of an eye. Some of the flying ships that were unable to dodge in time were sent flying. Some of the experts flying alone were smashed into a bloody mist. Jing Guanglia stood at the front of the flying ship with an indifferent expression. The Golden Knife flying ship's momentum did not decrease as it charged towards Lu Yiping's Black Dragon flying ship. The Black Dragon flying ship was 1,000 feet long, while the Golden Knife flying ship was 10,000 feet long. Just as everyone thought that the golden knife flying ship was about to collide with the black dragon flying ship, the black dragon flying ship suddenly emitted a bright light. The black dragon flying ship flew out and coiled around the golden knife flying ship. A dragon's roar reverberated through heaven and earth. The moment the golden knife flying ship collided with the black dragon flying ship, golden knife god Zhongzhong and the others felt a violent tremor. It was as if the world was spinning. The golden knife flying ship that had pierced through space with an unstoppable momentum was sent flying back. The terrifying vibrations caused the golden knife god Zhongzhong and the others to shudder. Some of the weaker disciples even vomited blood and were sent flying out of the golden knife flying ship. Screams filled the air. Shockwaves swirled in the surrounding space. Whether it was the experts from the Brahma Moon continent or the other continents, all of them were dumbfounded. Although this golden knife flying ship was not the golden knife divine sect's strongest flying ship, it was still a mid-grade innate supreme treasure. Taurus Longjiao looked at the golden knife flying ship that was sent flying and snorted coldly. He suddenly punched out, and a terrifying fist wave blasted through the layers of shockwaves on the Dragon Cauldron Mountain, directly hitting the golden knife flying ship that was still spinning. The golden knife flying ship that was still spinning was sent flying again, like a broken leaf, crashing into a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak collapsed. Inside the flying ship, the experts of the Golden Knife Divine Sect were sent flying out of the flying ship, crashing into the surrounding mountain peaks. Jin Guanlia himself was buried inside a mountain peak, buried under the rubble. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everyone felt their hearts twitch. Other than the sound of the mountain peak collapsing in the distance, there was no other sound. Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent as he drove the black dragon flying ship and entered the space with Taurus Longjiao, disappearing from everyone's sight. However, for a long time, no one dared to enter the space. Long after Lu Yiping and Jin Guanlia entered the space, the Golden Knife Divine Sect's experts who were smashed into the surrounding mountain peaks crawled out from the rubble. Ignoring their injuries, they blasted away the rubble that buried Jin Guanlia and finally found him under layers of rubble. Jin Guanlia was lying under layers of rubble, his body was a bloody mess, and he was no longer breathing. Taurus Longjiao's punch was mainly aimed at Jin Guanlia. Jin Guanlia did not escape the destructive force of that punch. Not only was his main body's vitality completely destroyed, even his 4 avatars were completely destroyed. It could be said that all of them were dead. Young Lord. The Golden Knife Divine Sect's experts stared at Jin Guanlia's dead body in disbelief. They were dumbfounded, and their cries of agony shook the surroundings. The surrounding experts were also dumbfounded looking at Jin Guanlia's dead body. Jin Guanlia was dead? Who was that blue-robed young man and the Golden Retriever's brawny man? Someone asked in surprise. Everyone came back to their senses. That looks like Lu Yiping. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. In an instant, a commotion broke out. The Lu Yiping who killed Sui Tai? That's him. I've seen him at Red Moon City's True Dragon Chamber of Commerce, but Sui Tai was killed by his subordinate, the Golden Retriever's brawny man. Rongzhou City's Lu Yiping has a million Zhang avatar, is this true? The Golden Knife Divine Sect's experts were stunned listening to the commotion around them, and the killing intent on their faces lessened. Although they had not been in the Brahma Moon continent for long, they had heard of Lu Yiping's name. I didn't expect Lu Yiping to come to the Dragon Cauldron Mountain. Lu Yiping killed Sui Tai and Yu Yan. Now, the Sui family, Thousand Souls Divine Sect, and Snow Phoenix Divine Sect are all looking for him. Unbeknownst to Lu Yiping, after entering the space with Taurus Longjiao, the Fortune Jade disc in his body suddenly vibrated. Lu Yiping was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. There was a Fortune Jade disc in the barbaric dragon sovereign's cave dwelling? This was a pleasant surprise. Without further ado, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao flew towards the direction of the Fortune Jade disc. Soon, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived at a towering mountain peak. When they reached the peak, they landed in front of a group of palaces. When Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao landed in front of the palaces, there were already many experts from various families present. After passing through the palaces, they arrived in front of a dragon palace. The dragon palace was majestic, and the stone pillars in front of the dragon palace were engraved with all kinds of divine dragons. The divine dragons were lifelike, and they exuded the might of dragons. However, there were dozens of experts standing guard in front of the Dragon Palace. Judging from their attire, they were from the Taihong Divine Sect. Although the Taihong Divine Sect wasn't as strong as the Thousand Souls Divine Sect, they were still a hegemon in the Brahma Moon continent. They weren't any weaker than the Sun Moon Palace, Snow Phoenix Divine Sect, or Sui family. Just as Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were about to enter the Dragon Palace, the Taihong Divine Sect's experts standing guard stopped them. My Taihong Divine Sect was the first to discover this palace. Please go somewhere else. One of the Taihong Divine Sect's experts said indifferently. It was clear that the Taihong Divine Sect wanted to monopolize this place. Your Taihong Divine Sect was the first to discover this place? Taurus Longjiao sneered. According to what you said, if I was the first to discover the divine world, does that mean it's mine now? The Taihong Divine Sect's experts were stunned. If the two of you don't want to die, I'd advise you to scram as far as you can right now. The face of the Taihong Divine Sect's expert darkened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao waved his hand and sent him flying. The cultivator from the Taihong Celestial Sect smashed through the gate of the Dragon Palace. The gate of the Dragon Palace was broken into countless pieces. The experts of the Taihong Divine Sect who were guarding the entrance were stunned. You're courting death. The experts of the Tai Flood Celestial Sect glared at Taurus Longjiao with murderous intent in their eyes. Most of the experts from the Taihong Celestial Sect were God Emperors. Only a few of them were over-gods. More than 30 God Emperors and 4 Master Gods of 10 elemental laws or above attacked at the same time. Space held as all kinds of origin energies covered the sky and earth. Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly. Light surged behind him, and 26 figures appeared. Each of the 26 figures was over 10,000 zhang tall, emitting a tremendous godly aura. Lightning flashed across the heavens and earth, and the cries of millions of heavenly dragons formed a sea of dragons. 26 avatars. The experts of the Taihong Celestial Sect were shocked when they saw the 26 avatars behind Taurus Longjiao. The 26 avatars behind Taurus Longjiao attacked at the same time. Space buzzed. 26 terrifying waves of light blasted out. The waves of light blasted the experts of the Taihong Celestial Sect away at a frightening speed. Then, without stopping, the waves of light blasted through the gate of the Dragon Palace and into the deepest part of the Dragon Palace. Rumbling sounds continued to echo in the air. Lu Yiping and Jian Wushuang entered the Dragon Palace in a flash and headed deeper into the Dragon Palace. Finally, they arrived at a great hall in the deepest part of the Dragon Palace. The great hall was as big as a small city. There were 49 stone pillars erected in the hall. Ancient runes were written all over the stone pillars. At the same time, a divine artifact was sealed on each pillar. There were axes, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, armors, and gloves. There were 18 kinds of divine artifacts. When Lu Yiping and Jian Wushuang arrived, they saw the experts of the Taihong Celestial Sect attacking the seals on the stone pillars. It was obvious that they were trying to break the seals and retrieve the divine artifacts. The experts of the Taihong Celestial Sect who were trying to retrieve the divine artifacts saw Lu Yiping and Jian Wushuang rushing in. Their faces darkened. One of them stopped and took a step forward, arriving in front of Lu Yiping and Jian Wushuang. Without saying a word, he punched out. When he punched out, a world appeared behind him. This world was 10,000 miles wide. There were mountains, rivers, trees, and all kinds of divine beasts and god tribes. Shocking energy surged out from this world and merged with the fist force. Then, it blasted towards Lu Yiping and Jian Wushuang. This world was the god domain of a god ancestor expert. When a god emperor broke through to the god ancestor realm, they would be able to open up a domain that belonged to them. Furthermore, they would be able to merge the energy of the domain with them to attack their opponents. The energy of a god domain far surpassed the origin energy of the 13 types of laws. Similarly, it was far stronger than a god emperor's god force. The bigger the god domain, the stronger the energy of the domain. Furthermore, once the god domain was opened, it could suppress the opponent's strength within a certain range. The stronger the god domain, the stronger the suppression. Seeing the Taihong Celestial Sect's expert unleashing the power of a god domain, Lu Yiping remained calm. He didn't activate Tianming, his avatar, or his god domain. Instead, he pointed a finger forward. When Liu Yiping pointed his finger forward, 2 rays of light, one black and one red, appeared. The 2 rays of light transformed into a world of darkness and a world of light. Boundless energy of darkness and light roared out. When the energy of darkness and light surged out, heaven and earth shook. The Dragon Palace shook, and all the buildings outside the Dragon Palace shook. In the end, the entire mountain peak shook. Even the ground around the mountain peak started to crack. Radiant Dala Finger. The god ancestor from the Taihong celestial sect saw Liu Yiping's finger and thought of a supreme art. He couldn't help but turn pale. The radiant Dala Finger was the supreme art of the barbaric dragon sovereign, the ruler of the divine world. The other experts from the Taihong celestial sect who were attacking the stone pillars also turned around in shock. Then, they saw Liu Yiping's finger force pierce through the god ancestor's fist force. Then, it went through the god ancestor's body and finally broke through the god's domain behind him. A huge hole was blasted open in the domain of divinity. From the hole, dense cracks spread out and quickly covered the entire domain of divinity. The god's domain was like a fragile piece of glass. With a crack, it shattered into countless pieces. As the godly domain collapsed, the godly ancestor was devoured by the power of light and darkness. His body started to dissipate. A single finger had killed a god ancestor. The several hundred experts from the Taihong celestial sect froze in shock. The hall fell into silence. A moment later, one of the experts from the Taihong celestial sect walked out. His aura surged out like a wave, and the energy contained in the wave surpassed the god ancestor's god force. He was a paramount god, 9 o'clock at night, second update. The paramount god was none other than Chen Tianming, the ancestor of the Taihong divine sect. Chen Tianming walked over to Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. His gaze was fixed on Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao as he asked, "May I know your names? What's your relationship with the barbaric dragon sovereign?" There was no killing intent or enmity in his eyes. Instead, there was only a burning desire to fight. Liu Yiping had executed the Radiance Dala Finger, and he had grasped the essence of the Radiance Dala Finger. It was clear that Chen Tianming believed that Liu Yiping was the barbaric dragon sovereign's successor. Liu Yiping didn't answer Chen Tianming's question. Instead, he looked at the front of the hall. There was a jade box on the stage, and the 8th piece of the fortune jade disc was inside it. Liu Yiping reached out to grab the jade box. Both the stone pillar and the jade box were sealed with restrictions. However, these restrictions were useless against Liu Yiping. The moment Liu Yiping touched the jade box, the restrictions on the jade box dissipated. The jade box flew into Liu Yiping's hand. The Tai Flood Divine Sect's experts were stunned. They had tried to take the jade box from Huang Xiaolong earlier, but the seal on the jade box was too strong. It was completely integrated with the stage, and they couldn't move it at all. But now, Liu Yiping was able to take it out with ease. Even Chen Tianming looked at Liu Yiping with a solemn expression. Even when Liu Yiping killed a god ancestor with the Radiance Dala Finger, Chen Tianming didn't show such a solemn expression. There was also a seal inside the jade box. Liu Yiping sent a surge of energy into the jade box to disperse the seal. When he opened the lid, he saw a jade disc emitting a mysterious light. It was the 8th piece of the fortune jade disc. The 8th piece of the fortune jade disc was finally in his hands. Liu Yiping kept the 8th piece of the fortune jade disc into the universe cauldron for the time being. Chen Tianming was shocked. Was that the fortune jade disc? However, he wasn't sure if that was the case. He had once read about the heaven-opening divine artifact, the Jade Disc of Good Fortune, in a divine canon. The Jade Disc of Fortune recorded the 3,000 great Daos that created the universe. It was the origin of all the laws and powers in the universe. His heart trembled. If that was really the Good Fortune Jade Disc, its value was self-evident. "Yes, it's the Good Fortune Jade Disc," Liu Yiping said without concealing anything. Of course, he was not worried that Chen Tianming and the others would leak the information. Chen Tianming and the several hundred experts from the Tai Flood Divine Sect were shocked when they heard Liu Yiping's words. They quickly surrounded Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Liu Yiping's expression didn't change at all when he saw the several hundred experts from the Tai Flood Divine Sect surrounding him. Suddenly, a terrifying power gushed out from Chen Tianming's body. This power was formless and intangible, however, it caused one's soul to feel as if it was being crushed. It was as if one's soul was being crushed by millions upon millions of mountains. This was the will of a paramount god. When a god ancestor broke through to the paramount god realm, their soul and psyche would undergo a shocking transformation. Their psyche would merge with heaven and earth, forming a special kind of will. This was the will of a paramount god. The will of a paramount god came from heaven and earth. It was formless and intangible, and it could kill people without form. A paramount god didn't even need to lift a finger to kill a god ancestor or a god emperor. Chen Tianming's will of a paramount god rose to the sky and crashed down on Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. The will of a paramount god was omnipresent. Therefore, his opponents couldn't dodge it. Wang, under Chen Tianming's will of a paramount god, space buzzed. However, to Chen Tianming's astonishment, Liu Yiping and the dragon horn golden bull stood there under the bombardment of his supreme will. Their expressions were normal, and they were completely fine. Chen Tianming's face darkened as he pushed his will of a paramount god. The power of his will of a paramount god rose again. Shocking wrinkles appeared in space, like the strings of a zither that was stretched to the limit and could snap at any time. However, Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were still standing there calmly. Chen Tianming was dumbfounded. Liu Yiping looked at the dumbfounded Chen Tianming. Your will of a paramount god isn't even at the destabilizing level. It's too low, too weak. Paramount god wills were divided into strong and weak. From low to high, they were divided into ordinary, super, and above super were the destabilizing, terrifying, vast, and invincible levels. Chen Tianming's will of a paramount god was only at the super level. It wasn't even at the destabilizing level. Suddenly, a strand of will of a paramount god erupted from Liu Yiping's body. When this strand of will of a paramount god appeared, Jiutian was shaken. The entire space of the barbarian dragon cave trembled violently. At this moment, all the experts who entered the cave could feel the terrifying will of a paramount god. In a certain corner of the cave, Sui family Sui Yukuan and the Thousand Souls Divine Sect's Thousand Star Brilliance turned to look in the direction of the Dragon Palace. The Sui family's patriarch, Sui Kuiwen, exclaimed, could it be an invincible level will? An invincible level will was the strongest will of a paramount god. It was said to be invincible under the sovereign realm, capable of destroying all souls. Sui Yukuan spoke, it's not invincible level. It's not, Sui Kuiwen stuttered, old ancestor, you mean? Sovereign. Sui Yukuan repeated slowly. Sovereign, the Sui family's experts were shocked. For a moment, none of the Sui family's experts dared to speak. At this time, in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, Chen Tianming and the several hundred experts of the Tai Flood Divine Sect felt their bodies sink as they were forced to their knees by a terrifying force. They stared at Liu Yiping in shock. You, a sovereign? Chen Tianming's voice trembled. A sovereign was the strongest existence in the divine world. Every time a new sovereign was born, it would shake the divine world's continents. Sovereign? Taurus Longjiao snorted, even the barbaric dragon sovereign is nothing in front of my master. The ruler of the divine world, the barbaric dragon sovereign, was nothing in front of Huang Xiaolong. Chen Tianming and the experts of the Tai Flood Divine Sect stared at Liu Yiping in disbelief. The ruler of the divine world, the barbaric dragon sovereign, was a peak late-stage sovereign, the strongest in the divine world. How could he be nothing in front of this blue-robed young man? Who are you? Chen Tianming's mouth went dry. At this time, the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared in Liu Yiping's hand. The cauldron of heaven and earth shone brightly above Liu Yiping's palm. Chen Tianming's eyes widened when he saw the cauldron of heaven and earth. Cauldron of heaven and earth? You're the saint of heaven and earth? You're the master of the bewildering heaven sovereign? The bewildering heaven sovereign was the founder of the bewildering heaven sect. In the lower realm, Liu Yiping had many titles, such as the master of Saint Devil, the ancestor of lightning punishment, the supreme of the ancient era, and the god of the epic. In the upper realm, Liu Yiping also had many titles, one of which was the saint of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the cauldron of heaven and earth flew into the air, turning into a giant cauldron that supported the heavens. Chen Tianming fell to his knees and kowtowed respectfully. This lowly one has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive this lowly one for offending your excellency. His eyes were filled with fear. Forgive? Lu Yiping's expression remained impassive as the cauldron of heaven and earth continued to descend. Chen Tianming and the other experts of the Tai Flood divine sect watched as the cauldron of heaven and earth came crashing down. They cowed out and begged for mercy. "My lord, I'm willing to be at your beck and call until my death," Chen Tianming cried out. However, the cauldron of heaven and earth continued to descend. "You're just a paramount god. If you were a sovereign, my lord might consider it," Taurus Longjiao said. Chen Tianming couldn't help but despair at the sight of the cauldron of heaven and earth. He wanted to flee, but he realized that the space around him had been completely frozen. Even a paramount god like him couldn't move. He was confident that he could even escape from a terrifying expert. But now, he didn't even have the slightest hope of escaping. As for the other godly ancestors and overgods of the Tai Flood divine sect, there was no need to even mention them. Before the cauldron of heaven and earth came crashing down, some of the weaker overgods were already reduced to a bloody mist. A thunderous boom rang out. At the same time, the consciousnesses of Chen Tianming and several hundred godly ancestors and overgods of the Tai Flood divine sect dissipated. After killing Chen Tianming and several hundred godly ancestors and overgods of the Tai Flood divine sect, Lu Yiping retrieved the cauldron of heaven and earth. Lu Yiping looked at the divine artifacts sealed within the 49 stone pillars. All of them were high-grade innate supreme treasures. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yiping plucked all of them out of the stone pillars and put them away. Lu Yiping left the dragon palace and the mountain peak. Normally, a cave abode would have a formation core. Once the core was refined, one would be able to control the entire cave abode. Therefore, Lu Yiping planned to look for the formation core in the barbarian dragon cave abode first. As for the other treasures in the cave abode, they were secondary. Lu Yiping activated the Eye of Lightning Punishment and began searching for the formation core. While Lu Yiping were searching for the formation core, an expert from the Sui clan discovered Lu Yiping's whereabouts and reported it to Sui Yukuan. "Oh, he's heading southeast?" Sui Yukuan's expression turned cold. "He flew into the air and headed southeast. I will go alone. You guys continue to collect the treasures here. Also, pass down the order to seal the spatial entrance. I want him to be able to enter but not leave. This barbarian dragon cave will be the burial ground of this master and servant." Sui Yukuan's cold voice transmitted down from the clouds. The Sui family's patriarch, Sui Kuiwen, and the others respectfully acknowledged. A short moment later, in another direction of the barbarian dragon cave, a ray of light soared into the sky and flew towards the southeast. It was none other than the strongest ancestor of the Thousand Souls divine sect, Thousand Star Brilliance. Not long after, the old ancestor of the divine Snow Phoenix sect, who had received the news, led the sect master of the divine Snow Phoenix sect and other experts to fly towards the southeast. In the end, after learning that his son, Jin Guanlia, had been killed, the Golden Blade divine sect master led a group of experts and rushed towards the southeast. Lu Yiping has appeared. Lord Kuiwen, Lord Thousand Star Brilliance, Sect Master Snow Phoenix, Sect Master Golden Saber, and a group of divine Snow Phoenix sect and Golden Saber sect experts are all here to kill Lu Yiping. When the Sun Moon Palace Master heard the news, he also rushed towards Lu Yiping's location. Soon, the news spread throughout the barbarian dragon cave, and many experts rushed towards Lu Yiping's location. Lu Yiping had 49 totems, and every single one of them was shockingly large. On top of that, he also had a 1,000,000 feet avatar. This news had already spread throughout the Brahma Moon continent. Therefore, experts from various forces wanted to see with their own eyes if Lu Yiping really had 49 totems, and if the totems were really that big. Or if it was really a 1,000,000 feet avatar. At the same time, there were also people guessing if Lu Yiping's Heaven's Mandate was the same as his golden-haired subordinate, a peak level 13 Chaos Heaven's Mandate. There were even people guessing if Lu Yiping was a God Ancestor expert. If Lu Yiping was a God Ancestor expert, then how big was Lu Yiping's God domain? Was it 100,000 miles wide? Or was it the same as the Barbarian Dragon Sovereign's God domain? However, even if Lu Yiping is a God Ancestor with a 1,000,000 miles wide God domain, he won't be able to escape from the Barbarian Dragon Cave. The Sun Moon Palace Master shook his head. This was because the one besieging Liu Yiping this time was Sui Yukuan. It was the Thousand-Star Brilliance, two sovereigns. The Thousand-Star Brilliance was a peak early-stage sovereign expert who had cultivated for 50 million years. Peak early-stage sovereigns like the Thousand-Star Brilliance were famous in the divine world for tens of millions of years. Even in other mainlands, the mere mention of the Thousand-Star Brilliance's name was enough to make people pale. Not to mention a god ancestor. Even if Liu Yiping is a paramount god, even if he has an invincible will, he won't be able to escape death. The Sun Moon Palace Master shook his head. An invincible paramount god was said to be invincible below sovereigns. However, that was only true for paramount gods, god ancestors, god emperors, and master gods. Even an invincible paramount god was fragile in front of a sovereign. If a sovereign wanted to kill a paramount god, it would be as easy as blowing away dust. The Rong family also received the news, and the Rong family's patriarch rushed over with their experts. Just as Sui Yukuan, the Thousand-Star Brilliance, the Snow Phoenix Divine Sect, and the Golden Blade Divine Sect's experts rushed over. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao also received the news that Sui Yukuan, the Thousand-Star Brilliance, the Snow Phoenix Divine Sect, and the Golden Blade Divine Sect were rushing over. With such a big commotion, it was impossible for the two of them not to know. Two sovereigns. Two decent ones have finally arrived. Taurus Longjiao laughed when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. A bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes as he said, "Master, leave Sui Yukuan and the Thousand-Star Brilliance to me. I haven't warmed up in many years." Ever since he had secluded himself in the lower world's holy forest, he hadn't warmed up in the past million years. Liu Yiping smiled and nodded. He didn't mind Taurus Longjiao's words. He activated the Eye of Punishment and continued searching for the formation core. The barbarian dragon's cultivation dwelling was huge. With the barbarian dragon sovereign's methods, the formation core was hidden well. Even a late-stage sovereign realm expert would have a hard time finding it. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Liu Yiping. After searching for a while, Liu Yiping finally arrived at a large mountain. The formation core was inside this mountain. There were countless mountains inside the cultivation dwelling. The mountain in front of Huang Xiaolong was inconspicuous, but the Eye of Punishment could see through the surface of the mountain. There was a huge space inside the mountain. Inside the space, runes danced in the air, forming divine dragons. This was the barbarian dragon sovereign's strongest barbarian dragon divine formation. It was also one of the strongest divine formations in the divine world since ancient times. As long as Huang Xiaolong refined this barbarian dragon divine formation, he would be able to gain control of the barbarian dragon's cultivation dwelling. Just as Liu Yiping was about to enter the formation space, a boundless divine might rushed towards them like a torrential sea. A figure sped across the horizon at shocking speed. It was none other than the Sui family's Sui Yukuan. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao stopped in their tracks. When Sui Yukuan arrived, a sky full of stars appeared in another direction. It was as if heaven and earth had fallen into a boundless starry night. Under the dazzling starry sky, a figure appeared in the sky. The Thousand Souls Divine Sect's Thousand-Star Brilliance, 8 p.m. Second Watch. When Sui Yukuan arrived, there was a faint shadow of a primordial divine beast behind him. This primordial divine beast was shaped like a qilin, exuding overwhelming pressure. Nian Beast. Taurus Longjiao said, looking at the shadow of the primordial divine beast behind Sui Yukuan. Nian beasts were comparable to qilins and true dragons among the myriad of beasts. However, Nian beasts were even rarer than qilins and true dragons. From the primordial era until now, Nian beasts had appeared less than 10 times in the divine world. Unlike the dragon race, although rare, one could still run into a few occasionally. This Sui Yukuan clearly had the Nian beast's bloodline. Compared to Sui Yukuan, Thousand-Star Brilliance's aura was stronger. Stars floated around him, and there were faint images of astrological gods. These astrological gods were extremely powerful, no more, no less. There were a total of 108 of them. In the blink of an eye, Sui Yukuan and Thousand-Star Brilliance arrived in front of Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Seeing Thousand-Star Brilliance, Sui Yukuan cupped his fists and greeted, "Brother Star Brilliance." Thousand-Star Brilliance glanced at the shadow of the primordial divine beast behind Sui Yukuan and smiled. "Brother Yukuan's Nian beast bloodline has reached ancestral awakening?" Sui Yukuan smiled. A few years ago, I found some heaven-splitting treasures, and with the help of these heaven-splitting treasures, I was lucky enough to reach ancestral awakening. Congratulations, congratulations. Thousand Star Brilliance laughed. Brother Yukuan's Nian Beast bloodline has reached ancestral awakening, greatly increasing your battle power. I'm afraid I'm not Brother Yukuan's opponent. Sui Yukuan waved his hand and laughed. My little bit of strength can't even be compared to Brother Star Brilliance. The two of them chatted merrily, treating Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao as heir. Perhaps, in their minds, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were turtles in a jar, and killing them was only a matter of time. There was no rush. While Sui Yukuan and Thousand Star Brilliance were chatting merrily, another large group of experts flew over from afar. This group was the Snow Phoenix Divine Sex experts, 3,000 to 4,000 people. Soon after, the Golden Blade Divine Sex sect chief led the Golden Blade Divine Sex experts over. This time, the Golden Blade Divine sect did not send many people, only about 700 of them. Following the arrival of the Snow Phoenix Divine Sect and the Golden Saber Divine Sect, the Sun Moon Palace, the Rong family, the Brahma Moon Continent, the Ancient Devil Continent, and the other major continents experts also hurried over. Greetings, Lord Sui, Lord Qian. The Sect Master of the Snow Phoenix Sect, the Sect Master of the Golden Saber Sect, the Sun Moon Imperial Hall, the Patriarch of the Rong clan, and other experts were startled when they saw Yukuan and the Thousand Star Brilliance. They hurried forward and bowed respectfully. In the face of Sui Yukuan and the Thousand Star Brilliance, the Snow Phoenix Sect Master and the other paramount gods didn't dare to act rashly. Thousand Star Brilliance looked at the Snow Phoenix Sect Chief, Golden Saber Sect Chief, and the others, nodding, "You're all here." He then turned to Golden Saber Sect Chief, "How is your ancestor?" "The last time I sparred with Brother Boyi, 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye." The Golden Saber Sect Master quickly replied, "Grandfather is doing well. He often misses Lord Qian and says that if there is a chance, he would like to find Lord Qian to spar and discuss the Tao." Thousand Star Brilliance laughed. "After this trip to the Barbarian Dragon Cavern, I'll make a trip to the Ancient Devil Continent." The Golden Saber Sect Master was delighted. The Golden Saber Sect awaits Lord Qian's arrival. Go to the Ancient Devil Continent? Taurus Longjiao stroked his golden hair. "Do you think you'll be able to leave the Barbarian Dragon Cavern?" Taurus Longjiao's words stunned everyone. Everyone turned to look at Taurus Longjiao. Sui Yukuan and Thousand Star Brilliance also turned to look at Taurus Longjiao. "I can't leave the Barbarian Dragon Cavern?" Thousand Star Brilliance laughed. "You talk big. From the sound of it, you intend to keep me here?" Taurus Longjiao took a step forward and said, "The two of you can attack together." Everyone was surprised. Sui Yukuan's face sank. "Why do the two of us need to kill you and your servant? I'll give you a chance to attack." His aura rose sharply. However, just as his aura rose, a figure flickered and appeared in front of Sui Yukuan. Sui Yukuan was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as if he was hit by a terrifying hammer, and he was sent flying. Sui Yukuan's speed was too fast. When he was sent flying, he tore through space, creating shockwaves like a hurricane. Rumble, Sui Yukuan smashed through a mountain peak in the distance. Then, he continued to smash through mountain peak after mountain peak. After smashing through countless mountain peaks, Sui Yukuan finally came to a stop. Dust and sand billowed in the sky. Thunderous booms resounded in the air. Thousand Star Brilliance was stunned. The Snow Phoenix Sect Master, Golden Saber Sect Master, and the other experts were dumbfounded. They looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock. The one who attacked was none other than Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao sent Sui Yukuan flying with a punch. His expression was calm as he said, "Early Sovereign Realm, nothing more than this." Although Sui Yukuan was a Sovereign Realm expert, it had only been several million years since he broke through to Sovereign Realm. Thousand Star Brilliance looked at Taurus Longjiao with a solemn expression. His body was tense, and it was obvious that he was very nervous. Taurus Longjiao looked at the tense Thousand Star Brilliance, and he slowly walked over. "Make your move." Thousand Star Brilliance took a deep breath and circulated his god force. The starlight around him grew brighter and brighter as the 108 gods of astrology condensed and grew larger. In the end, each of the 108 gods of astrology was close to 10,000 zhang tall. 1,000-star brilliance punched out. Following his punch, the 108 astral gods punched out at the same time. Waves of starlight surged out, shattering heaven and earth, as if they wanted to drown the entire barbarian dragon matter. The sky was shaking. The earth was crumbling. The surrounding mountain peaks crumbled, turning into dust. At the same time, shocking wills covered the sky, attacking Taurus Longjiao from all directions. A sovereign realm expert's will was undoubtedly more terrifying than a paramount god's will. Looking at the surging waves of starlight, Taurus Longjiao casually punched out, and millions of divine dragons flew out. These divine dragons formed a strange dragon formation. World Dragon Formation Fist. 1,000-star brilliance's expression changed when he saw Taurus Longjiao's punch. Who are you to the Lord of the Dragon World? Among the myriad of worlds, the immortal world, divine world, dragon world, devil world, monster world, devil world, and ghost world were the strongest. The Lord of the Dragon World's status was comparable to the barbarian dragon sovereign of the divine world. This World Dragon Formation Fist was one of the Lord of the Dragon World's secret techniques. 1,000-star brilliance's exclamation shocked the Golden Saber Sect Master, Snow Phoenix Sect Master, Sun Moon Palace Master, and the other experts. What, this is the Lord of the Dragon World's World Dragon Formation Fist? Could this Golden Retriever be the successor of the Lord of the Dragon World? The Golden Saber Sect Master and Snow Phoenix Sect Master were even more shocked. The Lord of the Dragon World was the ruler of an entire world. Even if the Golden Saber Sect and Snow Phoenix Sect also had sovereigns, in front of an existence like the Lord of the Dragon World, they were nothing more than ants. Amidst everyone's shock, the World Dragon Formation Fist instantly pierced through 1,000-star brilliance's starlight waves and sent him flying with lightning speed. Even if 1,000-star brilliance managed to open the Star God world in the end, it was useless. As for 1,000-star brilliance's sovereign realm will, when it slammed into Taurus Longjiao's Soul Sea, it didn't even cause the slightest ripple in Taurus Longjiao's Soul Sea. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., the first update at 11 a.m. tomorrow, Taurus Longjiao sent the 1,000-star brilliance flying with a World Dragon Formation Fist. In a single step, he appeared above the 1,000-star brilliance. Just as Taurus Longjiao was about to punch the 1,000-star brilliance into the ground, the rocks in the distance exploded, and a figure rushed out, arriving behind Taurus Longjiao in the blink of an eye. An astonishing fist force was aimed at Taurus Longjiao's back. Taurus Longjiao did not retaliate. Light surged from his body, and dragon scales appeared in the space around him. These dragon scales were tightly linked together, becoming one with the surrounding space, forming a dragon barrier. The astonishing power of the fist slammed into the dragon scale barrier, and with a loud bang, the dragon scale barrier did not budge, and the person who had attacked was sent tumbling back. The attacker was Suiyu Kuan. Suiyu Kuan was sent flying. Looking at the dragon scale barrier, he exclaimed, "Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier." Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier? Golden Saber Sect Chief, Snow Phoenix Sect Chief, Sun Moon Palace Master, and other experts were shocked. The Ancestral Dragon was the ancestor of all dragons in the myriad of worlds. He was also the master of the Dragon World's Lord. The Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier was the Ancestral Dragon's supreme defensive technique. It was said that even the Dragon World's Lord was unable to learn the Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier. However, Lu Yiping's subordinate knew the Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier. Taurus Longjiao took Suiyu Kuan's punch and turned around. Suiyu Kuan's expression changed. The Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier was the Dragon Clan's strongest defensive technique. Forget him, even if 100 of him joined hands, they wouldn't be able to break this barrier. Suiyu Kuan looked at Taurus Longjiao with regret in his heart. Not only did this Golden Retriever know the World Dragon Formation Fist, but he also knew the Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier. He must be related to the Dragon World's Lord. Although Sui Taiyu was the Sui family's most monstrous genius, it wasn't worth offending the Dragon World's Lord for him. More importantly, this Golden Retriever's strength was terrifying. Also, Lu Yiping was the owner of the Golden Retriever. What was his identity? At this time, 1,000-star brilliance also broke through the air from under the rubble. The battered 1,000-star brilliance looked at Taurus Longjiao with shock, fear, and suspicion. Clearly, like Sui Yukuan, he was trying to guess the identities of Taurus Longjiao and Lu Yiping. Taurus Longjiao looked at Sui Yukuan and the thousand-star dazzle, stroking the meticulous golden retriever. The golden retriever shone brighter and brighter. Attack together. It's been a long time since someone played with me. Everyone choked. Let the two sovereigns play with him? Could it be that this golden retriever guy was just playing around? Yukuan and Thousand Star Brilliance's expressions turned ugly. Thousand Star Brilliance hesitated for a moment, then cupped his fists and asked, "May I know your name? What is your relationship with the Lord of the Dragon World?" However, just as his words fell, Taurus Longjiao raised his hand to the sky. Above the blue dome of heaven, endless divine lightning poured down, bombarding Thousand Star Brilliance. Looking at the endless divine lightning pouring down on him, Thousand Star Brilliance thought of a secret art comparable to the World Dragon Formation Fist. The Lord of the Lightning World, lightning shaking the 9 worlds. The Lightning World was one of the strongest worlds among the myriad of worlds. The Lord of the Lightning World had a status comparable to the Lord of the Dragon World. Thousand Star Brilliance's face was filled with fear as he frantically tried to escape. However, the endless divine lightning completely covered the space around him, leaving him nowhere to run. Following a loud rumble, Thousand Star Brilliance was once again smashed into the ground by the endless divine lightning. The endless divine lightning continued to bombard the ground even after Thousand Star Brilliance was smashed into the ground. Dust billowed from the ground, and rocks were sent flying for miles. Everyone was stunned. Looking at Taurus Longjiao, the fear in Sui Yukuan's heart grew stronger. What was the identity of this golden retriever? First, he knew the Lord of the Dragon World's World Dragon Formation Fist, then the Ancestral Dragon's immovable barrier, and now the Lord of the Lightning World's lightning shaking the 9 worlds. Could it be that he had a close relationship with the Lord of the Lightning World? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw endless divine lightning falling from the blue dome of heaven. Just as Sui Yukuan reacted, he was smashed into the ground by the endless divine lightning, just like Thousand Star Brilliance. Divine thunder rolled, and the sound of thunder continued for a long time. The ground trembled, collapsing piece by piece. The power of lightning swept across, causing everyone to flee in horror. Fleeing far away, the experts of Golden Saber Divine Sect, Snow Phoenix Divine Sect, Sun Moon Palace, and Rong family trembled as they looked at the endless divine lightning. Especially the experts from Golden Saber Divine Sect and Snow Phoenix Divine Sect Zhongzhong who had planned to kill Lu Yiping and Thousand Star Brilliance. Their faces were drained of blood. They wanted to run, but their feet were pressed down by mountains, making it hard for them to move. Looking at Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan who were smashed into the ground by the violent lightning, an expert stammered, "Lord Thousand Star Brilliance and Lord Sui, they wouldn't be dead, right?" This was because they couldn't sense Thousand Star Brilliance and Lord Sui Yukuan's aura under the violent lightning energy. Taurus Longjiao's hands reached out, pulling Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan out from the ground. Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan's faces were beyond recognition. They looked like 2 charred bodies, charred black, and their pores were spewing out lightning. The golden bull with dragon horn looked at the 2 of them and punched them again, sending them flying. Then, it pulled them back and punched them again, sending them flying again. Then, it pulled them back and punched them again. Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan were being used as practice targets by Taurus Longjiao. Golden Saber Divine Sect Master, Snow Phoenix Sect Master, and the rest of the experts' minds went blank. They were speechless. After more than a dozen times, Lu Yiping finally spoke, "Enough, stop playing around. There are more important matters, kill them." "Yes, Master." Taurus Longjiao finally stopped and answered. Earlier, no one thought much of it, but now, hearing Taurus Longjiao calling Lu Yiping Master, everyone's hearts were shaken. Anyone could tell that Taurus Longjiao was a late-stage sovereign, or even a peak late-stage sovereign, yet he still called Lu Yiping Master. What was Lu Yiping's strength? Taurus Longjiao's god force circulated in his body. Streaks of lightning shot out from his eyes as he punched Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan's bodies. Bang! 2 loud explosions sounded at almost the same time. Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan's bodies exploded with lightning, and they were sent flying all the way to the horizon. However, Taurus Longjiao smiled wryly and said to Lu Yiping, "Master, it's better if you do it." Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan were lying on the horizon, barely breathing. They were still alive. Although he was a peak late-stage sovereign and could kill Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan, it would take him a lot of effort. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan in one strike, Lu Yiping would be the one to do it. Lu Yiping took a step forward, arriving in front of Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan. Light flickered above his head, and layers of auspicious clouds bloomed. This is an auspicious cloud. Sage, he's a Tao-confirming sage. Seeing the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head, Sect Master Golden Saber turned pale with fright. For 30 p.m. second update, not only Sect Master Golden Saber, but the Snow Phoenix Sect Master, Sun Moon Palace Master, and Rong family's patriarch also paled when they saw the cloud above Lu Yiping's head. Plop. The Snow Phoenix Sect Master, Sun Moon Palace Master, and Rong family's patriarch all knelt down. Tens of thousands of experts knelt down, causing the ground to shake. Even when they saw Taurus Lonjiao's terrifying strength, they didn't kneel. But now, they all knelt down, forming a dark mass. Thousand Star Brilliance and Yukuan, who were lying on the ground on the verge of death, struggled to open their eyes when they heard the crowd's exclamations. When they saw the auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head through the gaps in their eyes, they were shocked. A saint. So he's a saint. Thousand Star Brilliance muttered to himself. Suddenly, all the resentment and unwillingness in his heart vanished. Instead, a serene smile appeared on his face. This was the smile of an honor to be able to die in the hands of a saint. With the cloud above Lu Yiping's head, the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared in his hand. Cauldron of heaven and earth, you're the saint of heaven and earth from the exalted immortal world. Thousand Star Brilliance hissed when he saw the cauldron in Lu Yiping's hand. Lu Yiping's expression didn't change when he heard this. In the ancient times, he and Taurus Lonjiao had roamed the myriad worlds. Many experts thought that he was from the exalted immortal world. Lu Yiping slammed the cauldron of heaven and earth in his hand. The cauldron carried layers of Saint Qi as it slammed into Thousand Star Brilliance and Sui Yukuan. Dong, the barbarian dragon cave trembled. All the experts who were searching for treasures in the cave felt the terrifying power of this attack. They all looked in Lu Yiping's direction with fear. The group of Sui family's experts who were happily collecting the treasures stopped as well, looking at Lu Yiping with fear in their eyes. It's from the southeast. Lord Patriarch, do you think it's the old ancestor and the others? One of the Sui family's old ancestors stuttered. Sui Kuiwen said, don't worry, the old ancestor has been in the sovereign realm for millions of years. His sovereign realm has long since stabilized. Nothing will happen to the old ancestor. Just now, the old ancestor and Lord Thousand Star Glory should have joined forces to kill Lu Yiping and his servant. The experts of the Sui family nodded. Right at this moment, Sui Kuiwen's communication talisman vibrated. Feeling strange, Sui Kuiwen took it out to take a look. When he saw the contents of the communication talisman, Sui Kuiwen's face paled. Shock, astonishment, grief, and even despair filled his face. Ancestor! Sui Kuiwen shouted and suddenly knelt down, crying bitterly. The dignified clan lord of the Sui clan, a paramount god with near invincible will, burst into tears. The Sui clan is finished. Sui Kuiwen screamed hoarsely as if he were possessed. The experts of the Sui family were stunned. They were at a loss for what to do when their patriarch suddenly knelt down. At the same time, they felt a burst of panic in their hearts. Is the Sui family finished? What did he mean? Could it be? The old ancestor of the Sui family couldn't help but ask Sui Kuiwen nervously, Lord Patriarch, the old ancestor, who is he? Sui Kuiwen didn't answer. The old ancestor picked up the communication talisman from the ground and looked at it. His body stiffened. A Tao-confirming saint? The heaven and earth saint of the great Luo immortal world? His eyes were filled with fear as he slumped to the ground. At the scene, the cauldron of heaven and earth struck Thousand Star Glory and Sui Yukuan. The two were directly blasted into the ground, and the ground around them caved in. It was as if a deep abyss had appeared out of nowhere. Earth chi spewed out, and dust flew and rolled down. The cauldron of heaven and earth flew back to Lu Yiping's hand. Lu Yiping didn't look at Thousand Star Glory and Sui Yukuan. Instead, he looked at the experts of the Golden Saber Divine Sect and the Snow Phoenix Divine Sect. The experts of the Golden Saber Divine Sect and the Snow Phoenix Divine Sect were kneeling on the ground with fear on their faces. There was no need for Lu Yiping to make a move. Taurus Longjiao's sky pillar swept across them, and the experts of the Golden Saber Divine Sect and the Snow Phoenix Divine Sect disappeared without a trace. Lu Yiping looked at the Sun Moon Palace Master, Rong family's patriarch, and the others who had come to watch the show. The Sun Moon Palace Master and Rong family's patriarch lowered their heads, trembling. Retrieving the cauldron of heaven and earth, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao turned around and passed through the mountain peak, entering the space inside the barbarian dragon formation. After a long time, the Sun Moon Palace Master, Rong family's patriarch, and the others finally dared to raise their heads when they saw that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had already left. Only then did they dare to breathe a sigh of relief. A gust of cold wind blew over, and they felt cold. A short while later, after confirming that Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were no longer around, the group left in fear and trepidation. When they left, no one dared to make the slightest noise. When Lu Yiping arrived at the space inside the barbarian dragon formation, he was immediately attacked by the divine dragons formed by the formation's runes. These divine dragons surged over like a tidal wave. Their attacks were so strong that even sovereign realm experts like Yukuan and the Thousand-Star Brilliance couldn't withstand them. However, Lu Yiping only needed to casually point his finger, and these divine dragons were repelled. Lu Yiping opened his palm and froze these divine dragons in place. With a flick of his finger, runes filled the sky and entered these divine dragons' bodies. It didn't take long for these divine dragons to become obedient, and they swam happily around Lu Yiping. After Lu Yiping took control of the barbarian dragon formation, his divine sense seeped into the formation's eye. Every corner of the cultivation dwelling was clearly imprinted in his mind. Without further ado, Lu Yiping activated the barbarian dragon formation. In the blink of an eye, the barbarian dragon cave space lit up, flooding every corner like a tidal wave. Wherever the light passed, all the treasure-seeking experts in the cavern were sent flying out of the cavern space. After the experts from the Brahma Moon continent, Ancient Devil continent, and other continents were sent out of the barbarian dragon cave, Lu Yiping closed the entrance to the cultivation dwelling, then sat down cross-legged and began refining the 8th piece of the fortune jade disc. Many of the experts who were sent out of the cultivation dwelling were puzzled. What happened? How did we get out? A commotion broke out. A formation expert muttered, "Someone found the cultivation dwelling's formation eye and has already refined it." Everyone was sent out of the cultivation dwelling. "I heard that Lord Thousand-Star Brilliance and Lord Sui Kuiwen are dead," someone said in a low voice. How is that possible? Where did you hear that?" Many experts were filled with disbelief. Because the Sun Moon Palace and Rong family's experts did not spread the news after they left, many experts in the cultivation dwelling were unaware of Thousand-Star Brilliance and Sui Kuiwen's deaths. Lu Yiping didn't know about the discussions going on outside. After refining the 8th piece of the fortune jade disc, he didn't leave the cultivation dwelling immediately. Instead, he stayed inside the cultivation dwelling to comprehend the grand Tao contained in the 8th piece of the fortune jade disc. Other than the first piece of the fortune jade disc that contained 1,000 grand Tao, the other pieces all contained 100 grand Tao. This 8th piece of the fortune jade disc also contained 100 grand Tao. Red Moon City, True Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Xiaoyun was astounded looking at the message in his communication talisman. Lu Yiping is a Tao-confirming saint? The saint of heaven and earth. Suddenly, his communication talisman vibrated. It was a message from the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce headquarters. 8 p.m. Third update. The message from the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's headquarters was for him to make preparations to attend the True Dragon Conference. A super chamber of commerce like the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce would hold a True Dragon Conference every 100 years, gathering all branches' presidents to attend. Xiaoyun sucked in a deep breath after reading the contents of the message. With trembling hands, he began to write down everything that happened in the barbarian dragon cave. Xiaoyun carefully checked every word, and only after confirming that there were no problems did he send the message to the higher-ups. When Xiaoyun told the higher-ups about what happened in the barbarian dragon cave, the higher-ups quickly passed it to the higher-ups, and the higher-ups passed it to the higher-ups, and finally to the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's headquarters president. The True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's headquarters President Xie was chatting with the Heaven Divination cult's patriarch, Wu Yang, about the barbarian dragon ruler's death, the divine world's lack of a ruler, and the chaotic battle between various forces. Suddenly, he received a message from one of his subordinates. Looking at the flickering message talisman, Xie frowned. The subordinate should know that he was meeting with Wu Yang. Why would he send a message to disturb him? Wu Yang saw the flickering message talisman in Xie hand and put down his teacup, smiling. President Xie, since it's a message talisman from one of your subordinates, you can take a look. It should be an urgent matter. Xie nodded with a smile and apologized. He then took out the message talisman and opened it. Reading the message talisman, Xie eyes widened in shock, and his breathing quickened. Watching Xie reaction, Wu Yang felt strange and asked, President Xie, what's the matter? What matter could make Xie, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's president, so shocked? Xie didn't conceal anything and passed the message talisman to Wu Yang. After all, with the Heaven Divination cult's influence, it wouldn't take long for them to find out about the barbarian dragon cave on the Fanue continent. Wu Yang doubtfully received the message talisman, and when he read it, he reacted the same way as Xie, unable to conceal the shock on his face. The Heavenly Saint has appeared? Wu Yang felt his heart thumping madly. Several million years ago, the Heavenly Saint had appeared in the divine world. As the Heaven Divination cult's patriarch, he had a deep memory of this matter. Xie took a deep breath and did her best to suppress the excitement in her heart. She stood up and sighed with emotion. I wonder if the Heaven and Earth Saint's appearance in the God realm is a blessing or a curse. To many experts of the God world upper realm, the God world meant the upper realm. 100 years passed in the cave of the barbarian dragon. In the past 100 years, Lu Yiping had been sitting cross-legged under the tree of creation, comprehending the good fortune jade disc and cultivating the immortal skywood technique. Xianxia had already grown to more than 230,000 meters. With the help of Xianxia's Qi of Heaven and Earth and the Qi of Great Tao, Lu Yiping had almost fully comprehended the 8th jade plate of good fortune in the past 100 years. As for the immortal skyward art, it had already broken through to the 8th level. Back then, when Xianxia and Sui Yuquan died, the Fanue continent was shaken. But after 100 years, the matter of the barbarian dragon cave gradually calmed down. Other than the occasional expert mentioning the matter, it was no longer as shocking as it was 100 years ago. On this day, while Lu Yiping was cultivating, he received a message from Xie Yun from the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It turned out that he had asked Xie Yun to help him find Tian Hong's whereabouts. In the past 100 years, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce had been working hard to find him. And now, in the vast Fanue continent, they had finally found the Tian Hong that Lu Yiping had mentioned. Blue Phoenix sect, Yuze, nearly 2 meters tall, abnormally thick palms, and a green spot in his left eye. Lu Yiping read aloud. This was the result of the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's investigation. From the results of the investigation, this Yuze of the Blue Phoenix sect was the Tian Hong that Lu Yiping had been looking for. Other than sending the results of the investigation to Lu Yiping, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce also explained the situation of the Blue Phoenix sect to Lu Yiping in detail. The Blue Phoenix sect wasn't a superpower of the Fanue continent, but a first-rate power. The strongest expert there was the previous sect master of the Blue Phoenix sect, a paramount god with terrifying will. On the surface, this Yuze was a god emperor with 6 clones. As for his true battle prowess, the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce couldn't determine it. Blue Phoenix sect. Lu Yiping stopped cultivating. After 100 years, it was time for him to go out for a walk. And so, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the Grand Formation, left the Barbarian Dragon Cavern, and headed towards the Blue Phoenix sect. However, when they arrived at the Blue Phoenix sect, Taurus Longjiao seemed dispirited. Seeing Taurus Longjiao's dispirited appearance, Lu Yiping asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you thinking of your Xianxia again?" Taurus Longjiao was usually laughing, and rarely showed such an expression. Taurus Longjiao shook his head and sighed, becoming a saint is too difficult. Although he was at the peak of the late-stage sovereign realm, comparable to the ruler of the divine world, the barbarian dragon cavern, and was invincible in the divine world, he was much weaker in front of Lu Yiping. That was why he had been cultivating diligently all these years in an attempt to become a saint, but he had never succeeded. Above the peak of the late-stage sovereign realm was the saint realm, and above that was the true saint realm. Once one became a saint, there was hope for the Tao. If one couldn't become a saint, they would never be able to reach the true saint realm. If one couldn't become a saint, they would always be an ant. Liu Yiping said, although it's difficult to become a saint, you have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and the lightning ancestor. One day, you will become a saint. The divine world was filled with geniuses. Since the primordial era, there had been countless monstrous geniuses, but none of them could become a saint. Even the ruler of the divine world, the barbarian dragon cavern, had no hope of becoming a saint. However, Taurus Longjiao had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and the lightning ancestor. There was still hope for him to become a saint. Moreover, for millions of years, Taurus Longjiao had swallowed many good things and obtained many great opportunities by following him. Taurus Longjiao's accumulation was almost there. No matter how difficult it is to become a saint, I won't give up. Taurus Longjiao's eyes shone brightly, and he said, I will do my best to follow in Master's footsteps. He suddenly added, after becoming a saint, the golden retriever on my head will shine even brighter. Liu Yiping was speechless. One day later, the two of them arrived at the Azure Luan sect. The founder of the Azure Luan sect was a divine beast Azure Luan, so it was named the Azure Luan sect. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the Azure Luan sect, the disciples guarding the gate stopped Liu Yiping and asked what the two of them were doing. Is Elder Yuzhe of the Azure Luan sect here? Liu Yiping said, I have something to ask him. Or, you can ask your sect master to come out. Speaking of this, he casually pointed his finger. A dong-dong wave light column blasted into a mountain in the distance, piercing through it. After piercing through dozens of mountains, the dong-dong wave light column flew out of the 39th mountain. The disciples guarding the Azure Barbarian sect were stunned. They were shocked and hurriedly reported it to their superiors. After a while, a large group of masters of the Azure Luan sect flew out of the sect. There were tens of thousands of them. The leader was the sect master of the Azure Luan sect, a peak late-stage god ancestor. Zhongzhong of the Azure Luan sect soon arrived. The sect master of the Azure Luan sect looked at Liu Yiping in confusion. He had never seen this blue-robed young man before, but he felt a sense of familiarity. He looked at the mountain peaks that were destroyed by Liu Yiping's finger, and his eyelids twitched. He cupped his fists at Liu Yiping and asked, May I know why you two are looking for my Green Phoenix sect's Elder Yuzhe? At this time, Taurus Longjiao released a portion of his aura. Instantly, heaven and earth rumbled, and the mountains shook. The Green Phoenix sect's main gate seemed to be hit by an invincible force, and the sect's grand protective formation rumbled as if it was about to explode. The Green Phoenix sect master and the tens of thousands of experts' faces changed. Suddenly, several figures rushed out from the Green Phoenix sect's ancestral ground, rushing over. The Green Phoenix sect master noticed that the person leading them was his master, the previous sect master of the Green Phoenix sect. Master! The Green Phoenix sect master and the others quickly went up to greet him. However, his master ignored him and went straight to Taurus Longjiao, saying in fear and trepidation, Li Shen greets the Lord. I didn't know that the Lord was coming to my Green Phoenix sect, so I didn't go out to greet you. Please forgive me. The other Green Phoenix sect's ancestors also went up to greet him in fear and trepidation. The Green Phoenix sect master was shocked. His master was a paramount god with terrifying will, then who was this golden retriever man? A sovereign, Taurus Longjiao looked at the group of Green Phoenix sect's ancestors and said, There's no need to go out to greet me. Is your Green Phoenix sect's Elder Yuzhe here? The group of Green Phoenix sect's ancestors looked at the Green Phoenix sect master. The Green Phoenix sect master quickly went up and said, Yuzhe is cultivating in the secret territory, I'll order him to come over. Yuzhe's talent was very good, and he was one of the elders that the Green Phoenix sect focused on. Therefore, he was arranged to cultivate in the secret territory. At this time, Yuzhe and the others who were cultivating in the secret territory also felt Taurus Longjiao's terrifying sovereign aura, and they were all shocked. Yuzhe's communication talisman vibrated. Taking it out, he found that it was his sect master's communication talisman, telling him to go to the sect's main gate, saying that a senior was looking for him. After reading the communication talisman, Yuzhe felt uneasy. After leaving the secret territory, he didn't go to the sect's main gate. Instead, he used all his strength and fled to the back mountain. Very quickly, the Azure Phoenix sect master received a report saying that Yuzhe was escaping towards the back of the mountain. He's escaping? The sect master's face. The expressions of his master and the Blue Phoenix sect's ancestors also changed. Seal the back of the mountain and bring Yuzhe here. His master shouted. The sect master of the Azure Phoenix sect respectfully complied, and quickly ordered to seal off the back mountain and capture Yuzhe. After sealing off the back of the mountain, Yuzhe was finally captured and brought to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Sirs, may I know what business you have with me? Yuzhe was brought before Lu Yiping and asked in a trembling voice. What's the matter? Taurus Longjiao asked coldly, You're from the Bora race, right? What? The experts of the Blue Phoenix sect looked at Yuzhe in shock. Yuzhe was from the Bora race. Taurus Longjiao didn't waste any more words with the other party. He immediately sealed the other party's divine power and left with Yuzhe and Lu Yiping. Seeing Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao take Yuzhe away, no one from the Zhongzhong sect dared to stop them. Sect master, that young man in blue seems to be the Saint Lu Yiping. Behind the sect master of the Blue Phoenix sect, a grand elder suddenly said. Lu Yiping? The sect master of the Blue Phoenix sect and the other ancestors were shocked. Are you sure? The sect master of the Blue Phoenix sect asked the grand elder. It should be. 100 years ago, in the barbarian dragon cauldron, he killed 1,000 star brilliance and Lord Yukuan with one cauldron. But it was too far away, and I only caught a glimpse. Plus, the heaven and earth cauldron Saint Chi was surging, so I wasn't sure. The grand elder stammered. After Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left with Yuzhe, they soon learned about the Bora race from Yuzhe. The Bora race's lair is in the Tianshui continent. Taurus Longjiao frowned. He originally thought that the Bora race's lair would be in the Fanhui continent. The Tianshui continent was far from the Fanhui continent, and Yuzhe only knew that it was in the Tianshui continent, but he didn't know where it was. Lu Yiping raised his finger and killed Yuzhe. In that case, let's go to the Tianshui continent. Lu Yiping didn't mind. It's been a while since I last saw little Tian. It's a good time to see him. The little Tian he mentioned was the maze ruler, the founder of the Maze Divine sect, and one of his 4 direct disciples. The Maze Divine sect was in the Tianshui continent. Hearing Lu Yiping mention little Tian, Taurus Longjiao smiled. It's been a while since I last saw little Tian. I didn't expect him to be a ruler already. If I don't become a saint soon, I'm afraid he'll catch up to me in a few million years. This kid must be cultivating on a chaos ship. He's so fast. Lu Yiping smiled. His 4 direct disciples were all monstrous geniuses. Of course, those who could become his direct disciples were also monstrous in other aspects, such as their Tao heart and comprehension. Are you saying that your cultivation speed is slow? Lu Yiping asked with a smile. Taurus Longjiao had only cultivated for a few million years. In the myriad of worlds, there were only a handful of people who could reach the peak of the late-stage sovereign realm in a few million years. Taurus Longjiao scratched his head and smiled. Of course it's slow compared to you, my lord. Lu Yiping smiled. The two of them headed for the Tianshui continent. After crossing several hundred continents, they finally arrived at the Tianshui continent. Like the Fanhui continent and the ancient Devil continent, the Tianshui continent was the main continent of the divine world. It was huge and had countless sects and clans. However, compared to the Fanhui continent, the Tianshui continent was different. There were many ancient races on the Tianshui continent, including the fairy race, the dwarf race, and the Tianxiang race. Lu Yiping's Tianxiang divine hell fist was created by the Tianxiang race. After arriving at the heavenly water continent, Lu Yiping saw a heavily injured expert from the celestial phenomenon race and decided to save him in passing. Through their conversation, the two of them learned that this expert was called Xiangyuan, and he was an overgod of 4 elements. Xiangyuan warmly invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao to visit the Tianxiang race. Do you know your Tianxiang race's Xiangqing? Lu Yiping suddenly asked. Xiangyuan was surprised. My lord knows our old ancestor Xiangqing? Lu Yiping nodded. Xiang Yuan said, Lord Xiangqing broke through to the paramount god realm several tens of thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, he was heavily injured by the Six Stars Gate's old ancestor, Zhou Xiaoping. His roots were injured, and he was unable to recover. Injured his roots? Taurus Longjiao frowned. It was indeed difficult for a paramount god to recover from an injury to his roots. Even a sovereign would be helpless. If he couldn't recover, it would be difficult for him to advance in his cultivation. Yes. Xiang Yuan said, back then, Lord Xiangqing found a chaos treasure in the Tianshui secret domain. Zhou Xiaoping saw him and tried to snatch it away. Lord Xiangqing was no match for him and was heavily injured. The chaos treasure was also snatched away. Because of this, our Tianxiang race negotiated with the Six Stars Gate many times. He shook his head and continued, however, our Tianxiang race is not as strong as the Six Stars Gate, so the matter was left unsettled. Is the Six Stars Gate very strong? Lu Yiping asked calmly. Xiang Yuan nodded with a solemn expression. Very strong. The Six Stars Gate is one of the strongest super sects in our heavenly water continent. Their strength is second only to the Heavenly Divine Sect. They have 2 sovereigns. Oh, 2 sovereigns. Taurus Longjiao smiled evilly. Why does the Six Stars Gate have so many sovereigns? Xiang Yuan didn't notice the hidden meaning in Taurus Longjiao's words. He nodded solemnly. The Heavenly Divine Sect only has 1 sovereign, while the Six Stars Gate has 2 sovereigns. They have the most sovereigns in our heavenly water continent. Our Tian myriad race has tried to negotiate with the Six Stars Gate many times, but the Six Stars Gate didn't even bat an eyelid. The old ancestors who went to negotiate with them were beaten beyond recognition and thrown out of the Six Stars Gate. If it weren't for our good relationship with the Elf race, Dwarf race, and Golden Lion race, the old ancestors who went to negotiate with the Six Stars Gate would have been beaten to a pulp. Xiang Yuan's face was filled with anger, but there was also a deep sense of helplessness and unwillingness. Several days later, Lu Yiping's group of 3 arrived at the Tian myriad race's territory. Although the Tian myriad race wasn't one of the super sects in the heavenly water continent, they weren't weak either. They had dozens of paramount gods, so their territory wasn't small. Xiang Yuan was a 4-element overgod and a direct disciple of the Tian myriad race. His bloodline was pure, so his status in the Tian myriad race wasn't low. He had a decent residence in the Concealed Sword City. The Concealed Sword City was one of the best cities in the Tian myriad race. The residence was given to Xiang Yuan by the Tian myriad race. Xiang Yuan brought Lu Yiping and Xiang Yuan into the Concealed Sword City. Then, he had the people in the residence come out to greet Lu Yiping and Xiang Yuan. That night, a banquet was held for Lu Yiping and Xiang Yuan to thank them for saving him. If I remember correctly, Xiangqing's residence used to be in the Concealed Sword City. Taurus Longjiao spoke during the banquet. Xiang Yuan paused for a moment, then laughed. Lord Xiaojin, you might not know this, but after Lord Xiangqing broke through to the paramount god level, he moved to Celestial Phenomenon City tens of thousands of years ago. He hesitated for a moment before he continued, however, ever since Lord Xiangqing's foundation was severely injured by the Six Stars Gate's ancestor, Zhou Xiao, he closed his mansion and hasn't left it for several tens of thousands of years. He only sees the patriarch and a few ancestors who are on good terms with him. He doesn't see anyone else. Xiang Yuan sighed and said, after Lord Xiangqing's core was injured, even Lord Yan Yuyan of the elf race didn't come over. Yan Yuyan? Lu Yiping asked. Xiang Yuan explained, Yan Yuyan is a great beauty of the elf race. She's also one of the most talented experts in the elf race. She has been dating Lord Xiangqing since several 100,000 years ago. However, ever since Lord Xiangqing's foundation was injured and he couldn't recover, Yan Yuyan no longer came to Sky Phenomenon City. Meicham, Lu Yiping's countenance was calm. Tomorrow, bring us to Tianxiang City. Just like how it should be. After the banquet was over, Xiang Yuan arranged the best courtyard for Lu Yiping and Huang Xiaolong. Lu Yiping stood in the courtyard, not cultivating. Instead, he was thinking about something. After refining the Barbarian Dragon Grand Formation and gaining control of the Barbarian Dragon's cultivation dwelling, he learned that the Barbarian Dragon had several dozen cultivation dwellings in the Divine World. The barbarian dragon's cultivation dwelling on the Brahma moon continent was only one of them. Moreover, the barbarian dragon's cultivation dwelling on the Brahma moon continent wasn't the main cultivation dwelling. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't know where the main cultivation dwelling was located. Huang Xiaolong took out a token with a sky dragon carved on it. This token was the barbarian dragon token he had obtained from the barbarian dragon's cultivation dwelling. He had already refined this token, and as long as he was within a certain range, he would be able to sense the other cultivation dwellings of the barbarian dragon. The barbarian dragon's cultivation dwelling on the Brahma moon continent had the fortune jade disc, and there might be more in the other cultivation dwellings. A while later, Lu Yiping kept the token into the heaven and earth cauldron and sat cross-legged under Jian Shu to cultivate the longevity incantation. All these years, with the help of Jian Shu's Xianhuang Qi, his cultivation of the longevity incantation was not bad. However, there was still a long way to go before he reached the 49th level. Under the operation of the longevity incantation, Jian Shu's Xianhuang Qi rolled down and poured into Lu Yiping's body. The auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head emitted rays of auspicious light. The auspicious cloud could only be obtained after entering the Saint Realm. If one had only entered the Saint Realm, they would only have Saint Qi and wouldn't be able to condense the auspicious cloud. However, Lu Yiping's auspicious cloud was white. It was white and flawless, without a trace of impurities. After the Xianhuang Qi entered Lu Yiping's body, under the operation of the longevity incantation, the Xianhuang Qi was continuously converted into Saint Qi. The gods had divine Qi, and the Saint Realm had Saint Qi. Great Daos twined around Lu Yiping's body, emitting a strange light. Among them, the colors of the 1,000 great Daos were the most dazzling. The 700 great Daos contained in the last 7 jade plates were faintly discernible, but their colors were lighter. This was because Lu Yiping hadn't completely comprehended the 700 great Daos contained in the last 7 jade plates. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. Lu Yiping stopped cultivating and walked out of the courtyard with Taurus Longjiao. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw Xiang Yuan already waiting there. When Xiang Yuan saw Lu Yiping and Jian Shu come out, he quickly walked over and bowed. Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, "You look good. It seems that not only have you recovered from your injuries, but you've also made a small breakthrough." Xiang Yuan smiled gratefully and said, "It's all thanks to your divine pills and pointers that I was able to make a breakthrough." Originally, he had only comprehended 81 types of lightning elemental laws. However, after receiving the divine pills and pointers from Lu Yiping and Jian Shu, he had comprehended another type of lightning elemental law. Work hard. There's still hope for you to reach the peak in the future, Taurus Longjiao said. As for becoming a sovereign, it was difficult. In order to become a sovereign, one not only needed talent, but also great opportunities. Hence, Xiang Yuan brought Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao out of the manor and headed towards Tianxiang City. Tianxiang City was a little far from Fusword City. Not long after Lu Yiping and the other two left Fusword City, they came across a flying ship. Seeing the 6 shining stars on the body of the flying ship, Xiang Yuan's face changed. "It's the 6 Stars Gates flying ship." The 6 Stars Gates flying ship was extremely fast. It flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiang Yuan looked in the direction the flying ship disappeared and said, "Are they going to Tianxiang City too?" "Why are they going to Tianxiang City?" One day later, Lu Yiping and the other two arrived at Tianxiang City. As soon as they entered the city, they heard many Tianxiang race's disciples discussing the 6 Stars Gate's arrival. "The 6 Stars Gate is too much. They're here to borrow our Tianxiang race's Tianxiang ring." "What? Borrow our Tianxiang race's Tianxiang ring? That's our Tianxiang race's most precious treasure. Tens of thousands of years ago, they injured our old ancestor Xiangqing and many of our experts who went to negotiate with them. Now, they still have the face to borrow our Tianxiang ring. I heard that Zhou Xiao is here too. However, with how overbearing the 6 Stars Gate is, they definitely won't return the Tianxiang ring." But this time, the 6 Stars Gate sent many paramount gods. It seems like they are determined to borrow the astronomical bracelet. Lu Yiping and the other two overheard the discussion of the Tian elephant race's disciples. Xiang Yuan was furious when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. "How is the 6 Stars Gate borrowing? They are clearly robbing." They are trying to steal our astronomical bracelet. Don't worry, they won't be able to steal it. Taurus Longjiao said coldly. Xiangyuan shook his head. The Six Stars Gate is too powerful. Since they sent so many paramount gods, they must have already calculated the strength of the ancestors guarding our ancestral land. Before long, the three of them arrived at Xiangqing's residence. As a paramount god, Xiangqing's residence was located in the center of Tian Elephant City. It was very grand, and there were no guards at the entrance. A faint array formation enveloped the entire residence. Just as Xiangyuan was about to shout, Lu Yiping said, "No need." With a flick of his finger, a thumb-sized divine dragon flew out and entered the residence's array formation. It entered the residence without any hindrance and flew towards the secret chamber in the deepest part of the residence. Xiangyuan's heart trembled. The array formation in the residence was personally set up by their lord Xiangqing. Even an ordinary paramount god would find it difficult to enter. However, the divine dragon condensed from Lu Yiping's energy easily passed through the residence's array formation. Moreover, the array formation didn't react at all. There wasn't even the slightest reaction. At this time, Xiangqing was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber in the deepest part of the residence. He was circulating his cultivation technique. Rays of light surged around him, and his god force fluctuated. A celestial phenomenon appeared behind him. But a moment later, the celestial phenomenon behind him collapsed. Xiangqing's body trembled, and he stopped circulating his cultivation technique. His face was pale, and there was disappointment in his eyes. In the past tens of thousands of years, he had tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail. His astronomical phenomenon bloodline had been severely damaged by Zhou Shao, and now, he couldn't even condense a celestial phenomenon. All of a sudden, he saw a small black shadow pass through his secret chamber's restriction and fly towards him. Xiangqing was shocked, and just as he was about to dodge, the small black shadow stopped in front of him. At this moment, he finally saw that this small black shadow was a small divine dragon. However, Xiangqing's eyes gradually widened when he saw the little divine dragon. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He stretched out his hand and the little divine dragon landed on his palm and turned into a character. The character was an ancient road character. Xiangqing's hands trembled when he saw the word Lu. Holding the word, his figure flashed and he shot out of the mansion. Outside the mansion, Xiangyuan was still surprised that Lu Yiping's small divine dragon could pass through Xiangqing's mansion's grand formation without any hindrance. Suddenly, he saw a person rushing out of the mansion. That person was too fast. Before Xiangyuan could react, that person had already arrived before the three of them. When Xiangyuan saw the person rushing out of the mansion, he was shocked. Lord Xiangqing. He was a core disciple of the Tian elephant race and had met Xiangqing once during the Tian elephant race's general assembly. When Xiangqing arrived before the three of them, his eyes were fixed on Lu Yiping. His face was filled with excitement and his eyes were red. He walked towards Lu Yiping and suddenly knelt down. He said respectfully, "Xiangqing greets the Lord." However, he was too excited and his voice was trembling. Xiangyuan was stunned when he saw Xiangqing kneeling in front of Lu Yiping and trembling in excitement. Xiangqing was a paramount god of the Tian elephant race. Even if he met a paramount god of the same cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to kneel down in front of him. Lu Yiping looked at the excited Xiangqing and reached out to help him up. He smiled and said, "It's been a few hundred years and you've already become a paramount god. Not bad." After being helped up by Lu Yiping, Xiangqing revealed a smile. "It's all thanks to the Lord's guidance and the divine pellet that you left behind. Otherwise, Xiangqing wouldn't be where I am today." Then, he saluted Taurus Longjiao respectfully, "Lord Shaojin." Taurus Longjiao patted Xiangqing's shoulder and smiled. "My master and I have heard about what happened to you. Don't worry, my master and I will help you get back at him." Xiangqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that Taurus Longjiao was referring to the matter of his origin being injured by Zhou Shao. Then, Xiangqing invited Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao into his residence. Xiangyuan followed behind them and his mind was in a mess. After entering the residence, Lu Yiping said, "Let's go to the secret chamber. I'll treat your injuries first." Xiangqing complied respectfully and brought Lu Yiping to his secret chamber. As for Taurus Longjiao and Xiang Yuan, they waited in the main hall. At this time, in the Tian Elephant Race's main hall, Patriarch Xiangli and the group of Tian Elephant Race's ancestors were glaring angrily at Zhou Xiao's group. What? Not only do you want to borrow the constellation ring, but you also want to borrow the constellation divine armor? Ancestor Xianggan glared at the group of 6 Stars Gates experts. Those were the Tian Elephant Race's only 2 treasures, and now, the 6 Stars Gate wanted to borrow both of them. Other than the constellation ring, they also wanted the constellation divine armor. Zhou Xiao looked at the group of Tian Elephant Race's experts and took a sip of tea. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please don't be angry. We're only borrowing it for 100 years. After 100 years, we'll return it to the Tian Elephant Race." What? You want to borrow it for 100 years? Patriarch Xiang Li's face turned ugly. Initially, they thought that the 6 Stars Gate would only borrow the constellation ring for a short period of time. But now, they wanted to borrow it for 100 years. Xiang Gan and the group of Tian Elephant Race's ancestors also had ugly expressions on their faces. "Your 6 Stars Gate, don't go too far." Xiang Gan raged. "The constellation ring and constellation divine armor are our Tian Elephant Race's most precious treasures. We will never lend them to outsiders, much less for 100 years." Zhou Xiao ignored Xiangli, Xianggan, and the others' anger. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Although we're borrowing the constellation ring and constellation divine armor for 100 years, we're not doing it for free. We will pay 100 million Chaos Spirit Stones to the Tian Elephant Race every year." 100 million Chaos Spirit Stones was definitely not a small sum to the Tian Elephant Race. 100 years was equivalent to 10 billion Chaos Spirit Stones. Xianggan snorted coldly, "Pay 100 million Chaos Spirit Stones every year? Your 6 Stars Gate's wishful thinking is quite good. You want to buy our constellation ring and constellation divine armor for 10 billion Chaos Spirit Stones? Then, I'll also borrow the 6 Stars sword from your 6 Stars Gate for 100 years, and I'll pay 100 million Chaos Spirit Stones every year." Zhou Xiao and the group of 6 Stars Gates experts' faces sank. Indifferent, another 6 Stars Gates expert sitting beside Zhou Xiao sneered, "I'll make it clear to you today. Even if you don't want to, you have to lend us the constellation ring and constellation divine armor." His will surged out, shaking heaven and earth. "Invincible realm will." Xianggan stared at the 6 Stars Gates expert in shock. At this time, Zhou Xiao's will also surged out. Xianggan and the group of Tian Elephant Race's ancestors felt their bodies grow heavy. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on their souls. "You've already broken through to the Invincible realm?" One of the Tian Elephant Race's ancestors who had fought with Zhou Xiao stared at Zhou Xiao in shock. The group of Tian Elephant Race's experts' faces tightened. They hadn't expected the 6 Stars Gate to send 2 Invincible Realm Supremes. Invincible paramount gods were said to be invincible beneath the Sovereign Lord level, capable of sweeping aside terrifying and even vaster paramount gods. As for the Celestial Mammoth clan, they only had one invincible overgod, Mammoth Gon. The patriarch of the Tian Myriad race, Xiangli, took a deep breath and said, "Even if you have 2 paramount gods with you, it won't change anything. The Tian Myriad race will not lend the Tian Myriad divine armor and the Tian Myriad ring to the 6 Stars Gate." Zhou Xiao's expression turned frosty. "I gave you face, but you don't want it. You're courting death." After speaking, his will blasted towards Xiangli. Although Xiangli wasn't weak, he was only an ordinary paramount god. How could he possibly withstand the will of an invincible expert? He felt as if a mountain had slammed into him, and blood sprayed out of his mouth and nose. The group of ancestors from the Tian Elephant race didn't expect Zhou Xiao to suddenly make a move. Moreover, he did it in front of everyone in the main hall. "You're too arrogant, Zhou Xiao." Enraged, Mammoth Gon unleashed a barrage of willpower toward Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao activated his willpower and clashed with Xianxia. Formless willpower exploded. Waves of air billowed. The Tian Myriad race's experts retreated in shock. Zhou Xiao and Xianxia both retreated at the same time. The two of them were evenly matched. "I can't believe your willpower is so strong." Xianggan took several steps back, looking at Zhou Xiao in surprise. Logically speaking, Zhou Xiao had just broken through to the invincible realm, so it was impossible for him to compete with him. However, Zhou Xiao's willpower just now was not weaker than his at all. Zhou Xiao looked at Xianxia and chuckled, "Xianxia, I advise you to hand over the Constellation Ring and Constellation Divine Armor. Otherwise..." Then, he swept his gaze over the group of Heavenly Elephant Race's experts in the main hall. "Otherwise, don't blame our 6 Stars Gate for bullying the weak." The other invincible overgod of the 6 Stars sect suddenly sent his willpower toward the group of experts of the Celestial Phenomenon clan. In the Great Hall, the experts from the Tian Myriad race were shocked. They circulated their wills of will, but they only felt their soul seize rumbling as they staggered back, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. One strike, more than 40 ancestors of the Tian Myriad race suffered soul injuries. This was how terrifying the will of an invincible overgod was. Stop. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from the horizon and arrived at the main hall in the blink of an eye. Seeing who it was, Zhou Xiao smiled. "So it's you, trash." The newcomer was none other than Xianxia. "What's wrong, you piece of trash? Back then, I severely injured your foundation. Now, you want to experience it again?" Zhou Xiao laughed. The experts of the 6 Stars sect smiled. Xianxia glared at Qin Wendian. A celestial phenomenon appeared behind him, and a terrifying will gushed out. Looking at the celestial phenomenon behind Xianxia, Zhou Xiao was stunned. "Your injuries have healed?" Xianggan and the other experts from the Tian Myriad race were also surprised. They were well aware of Xianxia's injuries. Over the past tens of thousands of years, they had tried all kinds of spiritual medicines and methods on Xianxia, but none of them worked. A few years ago, their patriarchs had even joined forces to treat Xianxia, but it was to no avail. Now, his injuries had actually recovered. Moreover, looking at the celestial phenomenon behind Xianxia, his injuries had completely healed. Suddenly, the celestial phenomenon behind Xianxia emitted layers of golden light. "It's the light of a celestial phenomenon." Xianggan and the others exclaimed in surprise. The light of a celestial phenomenon only appeared when one's bloodline had reached the pinnacle of purity. However, there were only a handful of people in the Tian Myriad race who had reached the pinnacle of purity. One was their Tian Myriad race's primal ancestor, and the other was one of their primal ancestor's sons. Thus, the Tian Myriad race's experts were ecstatic when they saw the light of a celestial phenomenon. "Oh, the light of a celestial phenomenon." Zhou Xiao was surprised. He looked at Xianxia and sneered, "Brat, it seems like you've had a fortuitous encounter. Not only have your injuries healed, but your bloodline's purity has also reached the pinnacle. But so what? You're still an ordinary expert. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my hand." Saying this, Zhou Xiao's invincible will pressed down on Xianxia. However, when Zhou Xiao's will reached Xianxia, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if there was an invisible abyss around Xianxia that devoured Zhou Xiao's will. Not only Zhou Xiao and the 6 Star Sect's experts, but even the Tian Myriad race's experts were stunned. The other invincible supremacy god from the 6 Star Sect also circulated his will to suppress Xianxia. But the same thing happened. When his will reached Xianxia, it disappeared without a trace. Everyone was bewildered. Suddenly, Zhou Xiao punched out. Fist waves rolled out and arrived in front of Xianxia in an instant. Just as the fist waves were about to swallow Xianxia whole, 2 figures, one blue and one golden, appeared beside Xianxia. No one saw how these 2 figures appeared. When the golden figure arrived, he directly punched out. In an instant, a terrifying golden fist light whistled through heaven and earth as it collided with Zhou Xiao's fist waves. Zhou Xiao's fist waves were instantly dispersed. After which, the golden fist light broke through space, directly piercing through Zhou Xiao's chest. Zhou Xiao screamed in agony as he slammed into the stone pillar of the Celestial Phenomenon Race's Great Hall. Zhou Xiao fell from the stone pillar and vomited blood. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. They turned to look at the 2 figures that appeared. Their gazes were fixed on the burly man from the Golden Retriever who sent Zhou Xiao flying with a single punch. Of course, the 2 figures were none other than Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. "Who are you?" Zhou Xiao looked at Taurus Longjiao in fear. Taurus Longjiao reached out and pulled Zhou Xiao to his front. Zhou Xiao, right? Taurus Longjiao grinned. His hand tightened, and Zhou Xiao heard the sound of bones breaking. Just as the other invincible overgod from the Six Stars Gate was about to attack, Taurus Longjiao flicked his finger. The invincible overgod from the Six Stars Gate was sent flying and turned into a rain of blood. Watching the invincible overgod from the Six Stars Gate turn into a rain of blood, the ancestors from the Six Stars Gate were dumbfounded. Even Xiangan and the other experts from the Tian myriad race turned pale with fright. Taurus Longjiao remained indifferent. He couldn't kill Thousand Star Brilliance or Sui Yukuan, but crushing a overgod to death was a piece of cake for him. Zhou Xiao's face turned pale when he saw the invincible overgod from the Six Stars Gate being killed. Even an ordinary Sovereign Realm expert wouldn't be able to kill an invincible overgod so easily. Taurus Longjiao punched out. Torrential lightning surged into Zhou Xiao's body, destroying every inch of Zhou Xiao's body. Zhou Xiao screamed in agony. The ancestors from the Six Stars Gate were horrified, but none of them dared to make a sound or step forward. When the lightning dissipated, Zhou Xiao's body was torn apart. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and fear filled his eyes. You destroyed my stellar sea source. Taurus Longjiao threw Zhou Xiao to a corner of the hall. He then looked at the other ancestors from the Six Stars Gate. This time, the Six Stars Gate had sent a total of 30 overgods. Other than the 2 invincible overgods, there were 10 vast overgods. Seeing Taurus Longjiao looking at them, the remaining ancestors of the Six Stars Gate paled, including the 10 cosmic overgods. Lord, our Six Stars Gate has already submitted to Lord 8 Desolation. Please spare us for Lord 8 Desolation's sake. One of the Six Stars Gate's cosmic overgods pleaded. The other ancestors of the Six Stars Gate were submissive. 8 Desolation Overlord? Xianxia exclaimed in shock. Xiangqing and the Tian myriad race's experts were shocked. The 8 Desolation Overlord was one of the strongest war gods under the Barbarian Dragon Overlord. After the Barbarian Dragon Overlord fell, the 8 Desolation Overlord established himself as the Overlord and divided the divine world with 3 other overlords. He had trillions of troops under his command and countless experts spread across countless continents. Who would have thought that the Six Stars Gate would submit to the 8 Desolation Overlord? Oh, the 8 Desolation Overlord? Taurus Longjiao's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled. You mean that octopus? Octopus, everyone was stunned. Then, they recalled that the 8 Desolation Overlord's true form was an 8-clawed golden octopus. For a moment, the ancestors of the Six Stars Gate didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, a divine talisman flew out from one of the Six Stars Gate's cosmic overgods. The divine talisman emitted 7-colored starlight that wrapped around his body. That's the 7-colored star divine talisman of the Six Stars Gate's founder. It can travel through time. Xianxia exclaimed. The founder of the Six Stars Gate was the Heavenly Water Continent's #1 expert in array formations. The 7-colored star divine talisman could travel through time and space. It was the #1 divine talisman for escaping. At the same time, another 7-colored star divine talisman flew out from the Six Stars Gate's other cosmic overgod. Just as the power of the 7-colored star divine talisman was about to bring the 2 of them away, the crowd saw that the 7-colored star divine talisman, which was originally emitting layers of starlight, suddenly stopped. The light disappeared, and like a piece of paper, it suddenly burned and turned into ashes. The Six Stars Gate's experts were stunned. Why did the 7-colored star divine talisman suddenly burst into flames? Taurus Longjiao didn't make a move just now. At this time, Taurus Longjiao struck out with his palm. Lightning engulfed heaven and earth, engulfing the Six Stars Gate's group of ancestors. All of them were sent flying into the sky, and a rain of blood splattered everywhere. When the Tianxiang race saw the Six Stars Sect's ancestors turned into a rain of blood, they were shocked beyond words. These were 28 overgods, and yet, Taurus Longjiao had casually slapped them to death with a single palm strike. They hadn't been able to fight back at all. Taurus Longjiao looked at Zhou Xiao, who had been tossed into a corner. Of the 30 paramount gods who had come to the Six Stars Gate, only Zhou Xiao was left. Who are you? Zhou Xiao looked at Taurus Longjiao and suppressed the fear in his heart. He said, actually, we, the Six Stars Gate, are only following orders to borrow the astronomical bracelet and astronomical divine armor. Acting on orders? Xianxia and the others were surprised. Zhou Xiao nodded, that's right, we are here on Sir Qin Hong's orders to borrow the constellation ring and constellation divine armor. Sir Qin Hong is one of the 64 war generals under Sir 8 Desolations. Qin Hong? Xianxia and the others were shocked. The 8 Desolations sovereign was one of the 4 strongest sovereigns in the divine world. He had 64 war generals under his command, and every one of them was a mid-stage sovereign realm expert. Everyone knew that Qin Hong was a peak mid-stage sovereign realm expert. Xianxia, Xiangli, and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect Qin Hong to send the 6 Stars Gate to borrow the Heavenly Horn Bracelet and Constellation Divine Armor. The Tianxiang race's experts couldn't help but panic. Oh, Qin Hong. Lu Yiping, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Zhou Xiao said, that's right, Sir Qin Hong. Sir Qin Hong is in my 6 Stars Gate right now. Taurus Longjiao raised a finger, and a bolt of lightning struck Zhou Xiao, turning him into ashes. With that, all 30 paramount gods from the 6 Stars Gate had died. The Tianxiang race's experts stared at Zhou Xiao, who was the last to die, in silence. No one dared to speak. After calming down, Xiangqing introduced Lu Yiping to Xianxia, Xiangli, and the others. Old ancestor, let me introduce you. This is Lord Cosmos Saint. Xiangqing introduced to Xianxia. Lord Cosmos Saint. Xianxia and the Tianxiang race's experts shuddered when they heard that the blue-robed young man in front of them was the Cosmos Saint. Xianxia stuttered, Lord Cosmos Saint. At this time, in the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall located far away from the Tianxiang race's headquarters, Qin Hong sat on the throne at the center of the hall and asked the founder, Tao Yuan, is there still no news from Zhou Xiao? Tao Yuan hurriedly replied, rest assured, Lord. Zhou Xiao and the others will definitely bring back the Heavenly Horn Bracelet and Constellation Divine Armor. The Tianxiang race won't dare to not hand them over. After a moment of hesitation, Tao Yuan asked, Lord, what about the Heavenly Divine Sect? When he led the 6 Stars Gate to submit to the 8 Desolations Sovereign, the 8 Desolations Sovereign had promised to help him sweep across the Heavenly Water Continent and eliminate the Heavenly Confusion Divine Sect. This time, the 8 Desolations Sovereign had sent Qin Hong over to help him deal with the Heavenly Confusion Divine Sect. Qin Hong glanced at Tao Yuan and said, don't worry, it's just the Heavenly Confusion Divine Sect. With me around, what are you worried about? When the Heavenly Horn Bracelet and Constellation Divine Armor are brought back, I'll go with you to the Heavenly Confusion Divine Sect and deal with that brat Tian. Tao Yuan laughed, with Lord Qin Hong around, I'm naturally not worried. I'm just worried that brat Tian would escape after hearing the news. Qin Hong didn't mind Tao Yuan's words, he can escape from the Heavenly Water Continent, but he can't escape the Divine World. Indifferent added, that brat Tian doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to reject Lord 8 Desolations. He will know the consequences of rejecting Lord 8 Desolations. Another hour passed. Qin Hong got up from his throne and paced around the hall. He stopped after a while and said to Tao Yuan, contact Zhou Xiao. Tao Yuan nodded and contacted Zhou Xiao. However, even after a long time, there was no reply. Tao Yuan frowned and tried to contact the other invincible paramount god who had gone with Zhou Xiao, but he still didn't get a reply. Tao Yuan's face darkened. He summoned the sect master of the 6 Stars Gate and asked him to contact the other paramount gods. However, no matter who he contacted, he didn't get a reply. Tao Yuan's brows were tightly locked together. Qin Hong looked at Tao Yuan and the others, and he said solemnly, it seems like something happened. He was referring to Zhou Xiao's group. Tao Yuan said, the Tianxiang race only has one invincible paramount god. With the Tianxiang race's strength, it's impossible for them to be a match for Zhou Xiao's group. Qin Hong was also puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, send someone to investigate what happened. Tao Yuan nodded. Right at this time, 2 figures, one golden and one blue, appeared in the air above the 6 Stars Gate's main hall. They were none other than Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Because Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao did not conceal their auras, Qin Hong, Tao Yuan, and the others raised their heads and saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao at the same time. Who are you two? Why did you come to my 6 stars gate? Tao Yuan looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao with suspicion. Lu Yiping didn't look at Tao Yuan. Instead, his gaze fell on Qin Hong. You are 8 Desolations subordinate, Qin Hong? I heard that 8 Desolations is cooperating with the Dark Boar race to unify the divine world. Is that right? One of the ancestors beside Qin Hong was enraged when he heard Lu Yiping calling out the 8 Desolation ruler's name. His palm struck out at Lu Yiping and the ancestor. How dare you disrespect Lord 8 Desolation? You're courting death. Lu Yiping didn't even bat an eye at the ancestor's palm strike. A giant golden bell appeared above Lu Yiping's head, spinning rapidly. Above the golden bell, the sun, moon, and stars, earth, wind, water, and fire, all emitted dazzling rays of light. Chaos energy roiled endlessly. Bang! The ancestor's palm strike landed on the golden bell and was sent flying by the rotating force. However, the palm strike did not dissipate after being sent flying. Instead, it shot back at an even faster speed. Qin Hong was shocked, and both he and the ancestor attacked at the same time. Qin Hong staggered back from the impact, while the ancestor beside him was sent flying like a broken kite. When he crashed to the ground, blood spurted from his mouth and he fainted. What? Tao Yuan and the 6 Stars Gates experts were shocked. Who was Qin Hong? Qin Hong was one of the 64 generals under the 8 Desolation ruler's command. His cultivation had reached the peak of mid-stage sovereign realm, yet he couldn't withstand that palm strike. Moreover, that palm strike was merely repulsed by the other party's force. How could it be so much stronger the moment it was repulsed? Qin Hong was pushed back quite a distance before he managed to stop. He felt his blood and qi roiling, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He touched the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand with disbelief. He looked at Lu Yiping and asked, "You are?" Lu Yiping raised his palm, and a giant golden palm appeared in the air, grabbing at Qin Hong. Looking at the giant golden palm descending from the sky, Qin Hong retreated in shock. At the same time, he roared, "Activate the 6 Stars Grand Formation." Tao Yuan was jolted awake, and he frantically activated the 6 Stars Gates Grand Formation, the 6 Stars Grand Formation. In an instant, the Grand Formation's light soared to the sky. Rays of starlight swept across heaven and earth, forming a boundless sea of stars. 6 giant stars flew out from the sea of stars. These 6 giant stars were found by Tao Yuan in the star boundary. They were a type of ancient godfall star iron, and after nearly 10 million years of refinement, they became the array eyes of the 6 stars great array. 6 gigantic stars, carrying an astonishing amount of star power, flew towards Lu Yiping's giant golden palm. However, the 6 gigantic stars that seemed to possess astonishing power were instantly slapped down by the giant golden palm. When the 6 stars smashed into the 6 Stars Gate, the huge golden palm descended. Bang! With a loud bang, the sea of stars formed by the 6 stars great array was instantly shattered by the golden palm. Then, the giant golden palm continued to grab at Qin Hong. Qin Hong retreated in a panic, and a huge saber appeared in his hand. The saber was pitch black, and he drew on all the god power in his body. His peak mid-stage sovereign lord power filled the saber, causing it to shine with dazzling light. Qin Hong brandished his black broadsword and slashed forward. Tao Yuan and the other 6 Stars Gate sovereign also attacked the giant golden palm at the same time. Lu Yiping's face was cold as he watched Qin Hong, Tao Yuan, and the other 2 resisting. His palm force continued to fall. Rumble, a thunderous explosion shook the heavens. Qin Hong, Tao Yuan, and the other 6 Stars Gate sovereign were sent flying back. Tao Yuan and the other 6 Stars Gate sovereign smashed through the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall and crashed into a mountain peak in the distance. Qin Hong, on the other hand, was smashed into the ground. Under the giant golden palm's force, the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall and the surrounding mountain peaks were reduced to dust. No one saw how Lu Yiping moved, but Qin Hong, who was smashed into the ground, was lifted up and landed in front of Lu Yiping. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Yiping sealed Qin Hong's god power and threw him into the heaven and earth cauldron. Then, he raised his palm toward the sky. Above the firmament, thunderclouds gathered and spread out. In the blink of an eye, the thunderclouds covered the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall. Tao Yuan, who was smashed into the mountain peak, was alarmed when he sensed the terrifying lightning energy contained in the thunderclouds. He screamed, "Run!" Then, he turned around and ran for his life. The 6 Stars Gate's disciples were frightened, and all of them tried their best to escape. While the 6 Stars Gate's disciples were fleeing, a buzzing sound echoed in the air. Streaks of dazzling lightning flashed across the sky, and endless lightning water poured down from the thunderclouds, submerging the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall. Many of the 6 Stars Gate's ancestors were submerged by the lightning water before they could escape. This lightning water was the origin of chaos divine lightning, and it was the origin of all lightning energy in the world. After a long time, the lightning water stopped and gradually dissipated. The 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall had completely disappeared. The 6 Stars Gate was the heavenly water continent's second largest force, second only to the heavenly Me divine sect. Many of its cities were also reduced to dust. Some of the 6 Stars Gate's disciples, who were lucky enough to escape, looked at the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall, and their minds went blank. Half an hour ago, the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall was filled with countless palaces, tens of billions of disciples were patrolling, and tens of millions of flying ships were shuttling back and forth. Half an hour later, the 6 Stars Gate's Great Hall had turned into ruins. No, it wasn't even ruins. It had turned into a wasteland. Tao Yuan and the other sovereign realm expert of the 6 Stars Gate had just escaped when they saw a giant cauldron falling from the sky. Tao Yuan and the other sovereign realm expert were about to dodge when the giant cauldron struck them. Both of them exploded into countless pieces. Lu Yiping retrieved the cauldron of heaven and earth and left with Taurus Longjiao. After leaving the 6 Stars Gate, they arrived at a wasteland. Lu Yiping threw Qin Hong out of the cauldron of heaven and earth. "You're the saint of heaven and earth." After being thrown out of the cauldron of heaven and earth, Qin Hong looked at Lu Yiping with fear in his eyes. Lu Yiping didn't waste any time. He directly extracted Qin Hong's memory fragments and started to read about the Yinba clan. Since 8 Desolation had cooperated with the Yinba clan, as one of 8 Desolation's generals, Qin Hong should know something about the Yinba clan. After a while, after reading Qin Hong's memory fragments, Lu Yiping killed Qin Hong with a finger. Then, he and Taurus Longjiao headed to the land of Black Devils in the Heavenly Water Continent. From Qin Hong's memory, Lu Yiping learned that the Yinba clan's lair in the Heavenly Water Continent was in the land of Black Devils. Lu Yiping came to the Heavenly Water Continent mainly to find the Yinba clan's lair. It was a pleasant surprise that he learned about the Yinba clan's lair from Qin Hong's memory. The land of Black Devils was at the northern end of the Heavenly Water Continent, and beyond it was the endless ocean. Taurus Longjiao looked at the land of Black Devils, which was filled with surging devil chi, and said with a smile, "It seems that when we find the Yinba clan's lair in the future, we should look for dangerous places where no one comes." Lu Yiping smiled. It made sense. The Yinba clan's lair was all set up in these dangerous places where no one came. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao broke through the devil chi of the land of Black Devils and entered the land of Black Devils. Lu Yiping didn't use the Eye of Thunder punishment. He paid attention to Jianshu's movements as he moved forward. Sure enough, not long after they entered the land of Black Devils, Jianshu shook violently. Lu Yiping flew in the direction that Jianshu sensed. Finally, the two of them arrived in front of a swamp. The nest of the Yinyang Boar race was under the swamp. At the same time, in the alternate space under the swamp, the Dark Boar race's leader, Yin Qi, asked his subordinate, "Is Qin Hong in the 6 Stars Gate?" "Yes." The subordinate quickly answered, then asked, "Lord, is the Holy Lord really going to help Ba Huang unify the divine world?" Yin Qi sneered, "Do you think Ba Huang can unify the divine world?" The subordinate was stunned. Yin Qi said, "Saint Lord asked Ba Huang to hold the God World's Conference of Myriad Clans in a few years. Saint Lord did say that he would help Ba Huang eliminate the Myriad Clans and Dewey during the Conference of Myriad Clans so that he could unify the God World. However, do you really think that we would let an outsider like Ba Huang sit on the throne of the God World's master?" The subordinate smiled, "This subordinate understands." He then added that Brat Qin Hong has been in the Heavenly Water Continent for a few days, but he hasn't contacted the Holy Lord. Ba Huang's subordinates are getting more and more disrespectful. Yin Qi sneered, "In a few years, Ba Huang will die in the convention, and his subordinates will also be thrown into the heaven-suppressing coffin by the Holy Lord, and refined into heavenly corpses." Right at this time, a loud explosion resounded, and the alien space beneath the swamp shook violently, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Destructive energy struck every corner of the alien space, and some of the weaker Yin Bora race experts were blasted to smithereens by this destructive energy. Xianxia and his subordinates were shocked, and they flew out from the main hall. The moment they left the main hall, they saw the surrounding cities crumbling, and the ground cracking. Their Dark Bora race experts were running for their lives, screaming in pain. "Who is it?" Xianxia roared in anger. Two figures, one blue and one gold, walked out from the void. "Who are you?" Xianxia's face was cold. Taurus Longjiao looked at Xianxia and the others below, and he laughed, "The people who will kill you. You talk big." Xianxia laughed indifferent, and he flew up to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, and he struck out a palm at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Like Qin Hong, Xianxia was a peak mid-stage sovereign realm expert. When he struck out with his palm, a frigidine energy roared. This was the Yin Bora race's Yin Bora power. The Yin Bora clan was born with an extremely cold Yin Bora power in their bloodline. It was one of the strongest cold Yin Bora powers in the myriad worlds. Taurus Longjiao smiled when he saw Xianxia's palm coming towards him. He waved his palm and met the attack head-on. Taurus Longjiao's palm did not seem to contain any power, but Xianxia was like snow in a furnace, instantly dissipating. Xianxia only felt a terrifying and invisible force rushing towards her. Xianxia's face changed. She changed her palm into a fist and punched out with both fists. When he punched out with his fists, his arms doubled in size. His fists turned pitch black, and the power of the Yin Bora soared. But in the next moment, an enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded. Xianxia felt her entire body stop, and it seemed as if she'd been struck by an enormous chaotic mountain. She was blasted flying and smashed fiercely into the city below, causing the city to be blasted into powder. Xianxia's subordinates were dumbfounded. At this time, Taurus Longjiao took a step forward and arrived in front of Xianxia's several hundred subordinates. He punched out, and lightning flashed across the sky. Numerous lightning gods formed in the sky. Xianxia's subordinates were shocked. They hurriedly attacked, but they were all sent flying by Taurus Longjiao's fist force. Even Xianxia, a peak mid-stage sovereign realm expert, could not withstand his punch, let alone these paramount gods. In the Yin Bora race's nest, other than Xianxia, there were only paramount gods, god ancestors, and god emperors. Taurus Longjiao's body flickered continuously. Every time he punched out, blood would splatter into the sky. After a long time, Xianxia crawled out from the ruins of the city. She saw that the several hundred subordinates had been killed by Taurus Longjiao. Xianxia looked at Lu Yiping in the sky. Her figure flickered, and she suddenly grabbed at Lu Yiping. Looking at the approaching Xianxia, Lu Yiping did not move, allowing the other party to grab him. When Xianxia grabbed Lu Yiping, before she could rejoice, she was blasted away by a terrifying force. Her arm was blasted off, and she fell to the ground. She looked at Lu Yiping in fear. This young man was even more terrifying than the golden retriever. Was he a paramount god? There were differences in strength between peak late-stage sovereigns. Some peak late-stage sovereigns could defeat other peak late-stage sovereigns. They were called paramount gods. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Xianxia suppressed her fear and asked angrily. Taurus Longjiao walked over and said, "How did we find this place?" "Of course, it was Qin Hong who told us." "Qin Hong?" Xianxia's face sank. She looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao and said, "The two of you." But before she could say anything, Lu Yiping pulled her in front of him. Lu Yiping held her neck and began to look through her memory fragments. Soon, Lu Yiping squeezed her neck and crushed her. "Flying Dragon Continent," Lu Yiping muttered. From Xianxia's memory fragments, he knew that the Flying Dragon Continent was the Dark Bora race's headquarters in the Divine World. Back then, the barbarian dragon ruler's heavenly court was established on the Flying Dragon Continent. Although the barbarian dragon ruler had already fallen and his heavenly court had long since collapsed, the Flying Dragon Continent could still be said to be the most prosperous and strongest continent in the god realm. Not only was the Dark Bora race's headquarters on the Flying Dragon Continent, but the True Dragon Chamber of Commerce's headquarters and the 8 Desolation Heavenly Court's headquarters were also on the Flying Dragon continent. Many other superpowers' headquarters were also on the Flying Dragon continent. After knowing that the Dark Boar race's headquarters was on the Flying Dragon continent, Liu Yiping was not in a hurry to go there. Instead, he went to the treasury and entered. Inside the treasury, there were all kinds of treasures, chaos spiritual herbs, and chaos-grade materials. There was no end in sight. Liu Yiping found the building tree in the depths of the treasury. There were more building tree pieces in the Dark Boar race's treasury than the Purple Extreme Demon race's treasury on the Brahma Moon continent. Looking at the endless building tree pieces, Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, after devouring all of these tree pieces, the building tree should be able to grow to 300,000 meters, right? Currently, the building tree had grown to 230,000 meters, 60,000 meters away from 300,000 meters. Once it grew to 300,000 meters, all of the chaos chi would transform into black and yellow chi. Liu Yiping shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's not enough. Although there were many building tree pieces here, it was still difficult for it to grow to 300,000 meters. After all, the further it grew, the harder it was to grow. Liu Yiping immediately sat down cross-legged and summoned the building tree. In an instant, the building tree shone brightly, and all of the building tree pieces in the treasury flew toward the building tree. They attached themselves to the building tree and began to merge with it. Soon, the building tree reached 240,000 meters. Half a day later, it reached 250,000 meters. 2 days later, it reached 260,000 meters. However, when the building tree reached 280,000 meters, its growth slowed down. When all of the building tree pieces were absorbed, the building tree stopped at 280,000 meters. Liu Yiping wasn't disappointed when he saw that Xianxia had grown to over 286,000 meters. Although Xianxia was still 10,000 meters short, as long as he could find the Dark Boar race's headquarters in the Flying Dragon continent, Xianxia would definitely grow to 300,000 meters. Moreover, Liu Yiping had learned from the Xianxia's memories that the Dark Boar race was also looking for the Fortune Jade Disc. There might even be a Fortune Jade Disc in the Dark Boar race's treasury. Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao collected all the treasures in the treasury before leaving the Dark Devil race's lair. After leaving the Dark Devil race's lair, they headed straight to the Heavenly Divine Sect. There were still a few years before the Divine Worlds Convention of Myriad Races began. Thus, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a hurry to rush to the Flying Dragon continent. When the convention began, the Dark Boar race's leader in the upper world would appear. However, when Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao passed by some cities on their way to the Heavenly Divine Sect, they overheard some disciples discussing the Heavenly Divine Sect. I heard that something happened to the Heavenly Ruler in the Flying Dragon continent a few days ago. He competed with the Heaven Stabilizing Ruler in array formation and was trapped by the Heaven Stabilizing Ruler's Blood Sea Chaos Demon array. Heaven Stabilizing Ruler. The Heaven Stabilizing Ruler is one of our Divine World's top 10 array masters. Isn't Heavenly Ruler courting death by competing with him in array formation? It seems like the Heaven Stabilizing Ruler's disciple injured Heavenly Ruler's disciple. Taurus Longjiao frowned when he heard this. Trapped by the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array. He knew that the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array was created by a Supreme Devil Lord in the ancient times. Several days later, the two arrived at the Heavenly Divine Sect. The Heavenly Divine Sect was the #1 sect in the Heavenly Water continent. Compared to the past, the Heavenly Divine Sect was a little desolate. The Heavenly Divine Sect's disciple was standing guard at the entrance with a listless expression. Seeing Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao approaching, the Heavenly Divine Sect's disciple cupped his fists and said, "May I know what business you have in coming to my Heavenly Divine Sect? Our Heavenly Divine Sect has already announced to the outside world that we are temporarily declining all visitors." Liu Yiping glanced at the disciple and said, "My name is Liu Yiping. I have something to discuss with your sect master." Liu Yiping? When the Heavenly Divine Sect's disciple heard the name, he didn't think too much about it, but he felt that the name was familiar. The other Heavenly Divine Sect's disciple's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Liu Yiping excitedly. "You're the Great Ancestor." Grand Ancestor. The other Heaven Mystic Divine Sect's disciples trembled. At this time, the atmosphere in the Heavenly Maze Divine Sect's main hall was heavy. The Heavenly Maze Divine Sect Chief Chen Ruweifeng's brows were tightly furrowed, and the ancestors of the Heavenly Maze Divine Sect sat in the main hall. Not a single one of them spoke. Qiao Ruwei sighed and said, "What do you all think we should do about the ancestors' matter?" Qiao Ruwei was an invincible paramount god, the second strongest expert of the Heaven Maze Divine Sect. The Heaven Mystic Divine Sect Master Chen Ruweifeng said solemnly, "I'll make a trip to the Flying Dragon Continent personally." Qiao Ruwei shook his head, "Even if all of us go to the Flying Dragon Continent, it's useless. Even the Great Ancestor couldn't break the Blood Sea Chaos Demon Array, it's pointless for us to go." While everyone was frowning, a Grand Elder rushed into the hall with an excited expression on his face. He was panting heavily as he said, "Sect Master, Lord Qiao Ruwei, the Great Ancestor is here." Chen Ruweifeng, Qiao Ruwei, and the others were stunned for a moment before jumping to their feet. "What did you say? The Great Ancestor is here?" Chen Ruweifeng couldn't believe it. "It's the Cosmic Saint, the Great Ancestor?" "Yes, it's the Cosmic Saint, the Great Ancestor." The Grand Elder exclaimed excitedly, "The Great Ancestor is right outside. Quick! Everyone, come with me to welcome the Great Ancestor." Qiao Ruwei shouted excitedly, and he was the first to rush out of the hall. Chen Ruweifeng and the other ancestors also rushed out of the hall. Just as Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the other ancestors were rushing out of the hall, the other Grand Elders, and core disciples of the Heaven Maze Divine Sect also rushed out after hearing the news. Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others were rushing towards the entrance. From afar, they could see the blue-robed figure standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others became even more excited. However, Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others descended from the sky, not daring to fly in front of the Great Ancestor. Finally, Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others arrived 100 meters away from Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others stopped 100 meters away, not daring to get any closer. All of them knelt on the ground, prostrating. "Heaven Maze Divine Sect Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, greet the Great Ancestor." "Great Ancestor, long live the Great Ancestor." The cheers of the Heaven Maze Divine Sect's ancestors, Grand Elders, and core disciples reverberated through the Jiutian skies, shaking the Jiutian clouds. This was the sound of excitement, the sound of hope. "Rise." Lu Yiping spoke, and without any movement, the Heaven Maze Divine Sect Zhongzhong and the others felt an invisible force lifting them up. "Great Ancestor, you're finally here." Qiao Ruwei couldn't suppress his excitement, and his eyes turned red. "I heard some things on the way here, let's go in first," Lu Yiping said. Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others complied respectfully. Under the welcoming of Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the other experts, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao entered the Heaven Maze Divine Sect's entrance. Upon arriving at the Heaven Maze Divine Sect's main hall, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao sat down and asked about the Heaven Maze Sovereign. Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others didn't dare to hide anything, and reported everything they knew to Lu Yiping. On the way here, Lu Yiping had only heard about the Heaven Maze Sovereign from hearsay, thus he wasn't very clear about what had happened. After listening to Qiao Ruwei, Chen Ruweifeng, and the others' reports, he finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the Heaven Maze Sovereign's disciple, Feng Hui, had received orders from the Heaven Maze Sovereign to head to the Flying Dragon Continent to purchase a batch of Chaos Spiritual Herbs. At the Flying Dragon City's market, Feng Hui had encountered the Heaven Maze Sovereign's disciple, Feng Yujie. Feng Hui and Feng Yujie had a grudge against each other in the past. Feng Yujie and his subordinates had attacked Feng Hui, and they had crushed all the Chaos Spiritual Herbs Feng Hui had purchased. The Heaven Maze Sovereign had rushed to the Flying Dragon Continent, and that was why he had competed with the Heaven Maze Sovereign. "Where's Feng Hui?" Lu Yiping asked. Qiao Ruwei stammered, "He was detained by Feng Yujie in the Flying Dragon City. That's why the ancestor rushed to the Flying Dragon Continent. We don't know if he's dead or alive." "Detained in the Flying Dragon City, and we don't know if he's dead or alive." Taurus Longjiao's eyes turned frosty. Qiao Ruwei hesitated for a moment, then said, "There's news that the Heaven Maze Sovereign has a close relationship with the Lord of the Immortal World." "Oh, the Lord of the Immortal World." Lu Yiping didn't bat an eyelid. The immortal world was the leader of the myriad worlds, stronger than the divine world, dragon world, demon world, and devil world. The lord of the immortal world could be said to be the strongest person in the myriad of worlds. Lu Yiping patted his robe, stood up, and said to Taurus Longjiao, "Let's go to the Flying Dragon continent." Initially, Huang Xiaolong had planned to stay at the Heaven Maze Divine Sect for a few days, but since this matter had happened, he and Taurus Longjiao no longer had the mood to stay. Hearing that Lu Yiping wanted to leave the Flying Dragon continent, Chao Rui, Qin Ruifeng, and the others hurriedly opened their mouths and said that they would lead the way for Lu Yiping. "No need." Lu Yiping shook his head, "Just the two of us will be enough. The two of you can stay in the Heavenly Divine Sect and wait for news." Chao Rui, Qin Ruifeng, and the rest didn't dare to disobey and could only comply. Under the escort of the Heavenly Divine Sect's experts, Lu Yiping and Huang Xiaolong tore through space and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Qin Ruifeng looked in the direction in which Lu Yiping had disappeared and said, "Great Ancestor will definitely be able to rescue Great Ancestor." Chao Rui's eyes were filled with worry. He said, "Rumor has it that the Great Ancestor is very decisive when it comes to killing. I hope he doesn't kill the Sky Dominator. If he does, he will definitely offend the Lord of the Immortal Realm." When Qin Ruifeng and the others heard this, their hearts sank. Although their great ancestor was known as the Saint of Heaven and Earth, the Lord of the Immortal World was known as the number one person in the myriad of worlds. His cultivation was unfathomable. There was no saint in the God realm, but the Immortal Realm, the leader of the 10,000 realms, had a saint. The Lord of the Immortal Realm was also a Tao-confirming sage. Moreover, the ruler of the immortal world controlled the immortal world's heavenly court and had countless experts under his command. The barbaric dragon sovereign of the past couldn't compare to him. Every time the meeting of the myriad worlds was held, the world lords would have to pay respects to the ruler of the immortal world. Although the barbarian dragon sovereign was the ruler of the divine world, he still had to be respectful to the ruler of the immortal world. After Lu Yiping and Huang Xiaolong left the Heavenly Divine Sect, they did not stop to rest. Soon, they left the Heavenly Water mainland and arrived at the ancient Devil continent. Not long after, the two crossed the ancient Demon continent and approached the Flying Dragon continent. The Flying Dragon continent, as the strongest, most central, and largest continent in the Divine Realm, was the most prosperous place in the Divine Realm. Therefore, the closer one was to the Flying Dragon continent, the more prosperous it was. Lu Yiping no longer suppressed his cultivation. Reversing time and space, he crossed a world with each step. Taurus Longjiao was carried along by Lu Yiping's holy power, and he felt that the world around him was constantly changing. While Lu Yiping and Huang Xiaolong were on their way to the Flying Dragon continent, news of the 8 desolate sovereigns gathering came from the divine world. When the news spread, the countless main continents of the divine world were shaken. Although it was said to be a convention of myriad races, all the superpowers with rulers were invited by the 8 Desolation Overlord. Therefore, it was not just the myriad races that were invited. When the news spread, countless main continents in the realm of the gods were shaken. At the same time, the patriarchs of the various super sects led their experts and rushed to the Flying Dragon continent. For a moment, a storm was brewing. Lu Yiping, who was rushing to the Flying Dragon continent, also heard the news. "Isn't the convention set for 4 years later?" Taurus Longjiao muttered, "What trick is Ba Huang playing? Could it be that the Yinyang Bora race has changed their plans and asked him to hold the convention in advance?" Hold the convention in advance? Lu Yiping did not mind. That's good too. To him, it did not matter whether the convention was held in advance or not. Just as Lu Yiping and the Dragonhorn Golden Bull rushed to the Flying Dragon continent, the heaven-stabilizing ruler in the Flying Dragon city also learned that the 8 Desolation ruler was gathering the myriad races and holding a convention of the myriad races. The sky-stabilizing ruler's disciple, Feng Yujie, said to the sky-stabilizing ruler, "Master, the 8 Desolation sovereign is not playing any tricks, right?" The sky-stabilizing ruler's face was calm as he said, "I received news that he has the support of the Yinyang Bora race. He wants to use the convention to sit on the throne of the realm of the gods." Feng Yujie was shocked. The Yinyang Bora race. The sky-stabilizing ruler smiled indifferent. So what if he has the support of the Yinyang Bora race? Does he think he can sit on the throne of the realm of the gods? What a joke. Feng Yujie laughed. you're right. Master, you're a person of virtue and prestige. Not only are you a peak late-stage sovereign, but you're also one of the Divine World's top 10 array masters. You're also the president of the Divine World's Array Master Association. Now that you have the support of the Lord of the Immortal World, only you are qualified to sit on the throne of the realm of the gods. The sky-stabilizing ruler stood up, and runes appeared all over his body. These runes flickered with the aura of the Grand Tao. This is a Grand Tao array. Feng Yujie exclaimed in surprise. Master, you've broken through again? The sky-stabilizing ruler smiled. That's right. In fact, I broke through 100 years ago when I was in seclusion. In the past 100 years, I've completely consolidated my Grand Tao array realm. Feng Yujie quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through. Then he smiled. With Master's Grand Tao array realm, you're now the Divine World's #1 array master. When Master reveals his Grand Tao array realm during the convention, it will definitely shake the Divine World. The sky-stabilizing ruler laughed heartily. Feng Yujie hesitated for a moment before asking, Master, should we release that sky-stabilizing ruler? Then he added, I heard that 100 years ago, the Heaven and Earth Saint appeared in the Brahma Moon continent. The sky-stabilizing ruler didn't seem to mind. It's just the Heaven and Earth Saint. That Lu Yiping is just a true saint who entered the true saint realm a few million years ago. What's there to be afraid of? Then he said, prepare well in the next few days. Come with me to welcome Lord Zhu Ling. Lord Zhu Ling. Feng Yujie exclaimed excitedly. Master, you're saying that the Golden Lightning Saint, Lord Zhu Ling, is coming to the Divine World? The Golden Lightning Saint, Zhu Ling, was one of the strongest subordinates of the Lord of the Celestial World. He was also a true saint. The sky-stabilizing ruler smiled. That's right, Lord Zhu Ling is coming to the Divine World. The Lord of the Celestial World has already learned that the convention is going to be held in 8 Desolation. That's why he sent Lord Zhu Ling here. Feng Yujie was shocked, then he laughed happily. With Lord Zhu Ling here, Master, you'll definitely be able to sweep through the 8 Desolaces and Dewey in this convention and become the Lord of the Divine World. The sky-stabilizing ruler laughed. As the convention drew closer, the Flying Dragon continent was bustling with activity. Experts from all over swarmed over, and the sect masters of super sects that were rarely seen appeared one after another. News of the arrival of rulers spread across the Flying Dragon continent. The Yin-Yang ruler is here. He's already at South Wind City. Not just the Yin-Yang ruler, even the Great Luo ruler is here. What, the Great Luo ruler? The expressions of the various experts changed when they heard that the Great Luo overlord had come. Even the rulers who had already arrived on the Flying Dragon continent were shocked when they heard that the Great Luo ruler was here. The Great Luo ruler was the oldest ruler in the Divine World. He was even older than the barbaric dragon ruler and was also a supreme ruler. The Great Luo ruler is here. How many years has it been since the Great Luo ruler appeared? He's actually here to participate in the convention? I heard that he was invited by the Great Luo ruler. Do you think it's possible that the Great Luo ruler has already become a true saint? The arrival of the Great Luo ruler shook the Flying Dragon continent. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was shining brightly. Somewhere in the sky above the Flying Dragon continent, 2 figures, one blue and one gold, appeared. The 2 newcomers were none other than Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao looked at the bustling Flying Dragon continent and said, I didn't expect that old man Grand Luo to come as well. Lu Yiping's expression remained unchanged as he said, let's go to Bright Volcano. The location of the battle between Ruler Bewildering Heaven and Overlord Steadfast Heaven wasn't in Flying Dragon City, but Bright Volcano outside of Flying Dragon City. Thus, Ruler Bewildering Heaven was currently trapped in Bright Volcano. Soon, Bright Volcano came into view. When Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao arrived, the area around Bright Volcano was filled with experts and disciples from various super sections. There were probably tens of thousands of people. Lord Steadfast Heaven's Blood Sea Chaos Demon Array is indeed worthy of its reputation. Even the fire of the radiant volcano has been completely suppressed. One of the patriarchs exclaimed. This Ruler Bewildering Heaven probably won't be able to lead this Blood Sea Chaos Demon Array for the rest of his life. However, a mid-stage ruler like him dares to challenge Lord Steadfast Heaven? He deserves it. This Blood Sea Chaos Demon array is capable of messing with one's mind. Even late-stage rulers would find it difficult to resist it. When the inner demons appear, they will go crazy. Look, Ruler Bewildering Heaven's aura is already unstable, and his face is filled with pain. It seems like his inner demons are about to act up. The experts and disciples gathered around Bright Volcano pointed at the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array and whispered among themselves. Ruler Bewildering Heaven, who was sitting cross-legged inside the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array, was like a monkey being watched. Some of them even sneered at his misfortune. The Blood Sea Chaos Demon array actually has more than 1 million blood devils. Ruler Steadfast Heaven's array has probably reached the level of Grand Tao array. An ancestor suddenly said. What? Grand Tao array? Doesn't that mean Ruler Steadfast Heaven is the #1 array master in the divine world? Doesn't that mean no one can break the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array? The crowd was in an uproar. Lu Yiping and Jian Wushuang pushed through the restless crowd and walked in. They saw the Mount Radiant Volcano sea of blood churning and demons dancing wildly. In the middle of the sea of blood, a square-faced middle-aged man in sky-blue battle armor was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were closed and from time to time, he would show a pained expression. Obviously, he was using all his strength to resist the power of the blood demons in the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array. Looking at the millions of blood fiends in the Blood Sea, Lu Yiping continued walking towards the Blood Sea Chaos Fiend array. Because the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation was so thick that even ordinary sovereigns couldn't get close to it. Everyone was watching from afar. When they saw Lu Yiping walk out of the crowd and walk towards the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation, they were stunned. Many experts noticed Lu Yiping. What is this person trying to do? Don't tell me you want to test how strong the Blood Devil Chi in the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array is? A White Sun Divine Sect expert laughed. Maybe he wants to go in and test the power of those blood devils. Another Terminus Divine Sect ancestor laughed. The two's mocking laughter caused many people in the crowd to laugh as well. Amidst the crowd's mocking laughter, Lu Yiping continued walking towards the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation. Finally, he reached the edge of the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation and walked straight into it. When the White Sun Divine Sect expert saw that Lu Yiping really wanted to enter the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation, he sneered, "Is this kid an idiot? He's courting death." The Terminus Divine Sect ancestor also shook his head. However, just as Lu Yiping walked into the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation, the roaring Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation actually retreated. It was retreating to both sides. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the White Sun Divine Sect and Terminus Divine Sect experts. Lu Yiping continued to walk forward, and the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation continued to retreat towards them. With every step forward Lu Yiping took, the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation retreated to both sides. Everyone was dumbfounded by this strange scene. What's going on? Does this person have a supreme divine artifact on him? A supreme divine artifact that repels both nefarious and devil aura? Someone exclaimed. A divine artifact that repels both nefarious and devil aura. There were indeed such divine artifacts in the divine world. Standing among the crowd was a peerless beauty. Her beautiful eyes were also looking at Lu Yiping with uncertainty. This woman came from the immortal world, the daughter of a supreme expert. She had followed the Golden Lightning Saint to the divine world, and her name was Meng Qiantong. "Miss, does this person really have such a divine artifact on him?" A woman beside Meng Qiantong couldn't help but ask. The Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation's power was shocking. A divine artifact that could repel the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation's evil aura had most likely surpassed a supreme grade innate treasure. Meng Qiantong stared at Lu Yiping and didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. This person didn't have any energy fluctuations, but he was able to repel the Blood Sea and Demon Chi of the Blood Sea Chaos Demon Grand Formation. Could it be that he really had a divine weapon that could repel the evil Chi and Demon Chi? Amidst the crowd's discussion, Lu Yiping walked step by step towards the depths of the Blood Sea. At this time, the million blood fiends in the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation attacked Lu Yiping. Looking at the incoming blood fiends, Lu Yiping didn't move. A giant golden bell appeared above his head. On the bell's surface, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers shone brightly. Chaos energy poured down like a waterfall. The golden bell spun, and the chaos energy formed a giant vortex. When the blood devils attacked, they were all blown away by the huge vortex formed by the golden bell. Everyone was shocked. "This is the bell of chaos?" The terminating divine sex ancestor exclaimed in shock. "What, the bell of chaos?" The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Even Meng Qiantong was shocked. The bell of chaos was a chaos treasure. And a supreme-grade chaos treasure at that. "He really does have the bell of chaos," the woman next to Meng Qiantong exclaimed. In her opinion, only someone with the bell of chaos could condense the shape of the bell of chaos with their own power. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to condense the shape of a supreme treasure of chaos like the bell of chaos? Everyone looked at the bell of chaos above Lu Yiping's head. Other than shock, their eyes were burning with desire. That was a supreme-grade chaos treasure, Taurus Longjiao sneered when he heard the crowd's exclamations. As Lu Yiping walked deeper into the blood sea, more and more blood fiends appeared. However, no matter how many blood fiends there were, they were all repelled by Lu Yiping. But there were too many blood fiends. After they were repelled, new blood fiends formed in the blood sea. Lu Yiping was soon surrounded by blood fiends from all directions. Looking at the endless number of blood fiends, Lu Yiping's body surged with light. The bell of chaos vibrated, and golden light burst out, scattering the blood fiends. With a single step, Lu Yiping arrived beside Ruler Mitian. Ruler Mitian's eyes were still closed, and a pained expression was plastered on his face. Lu Yiping placed a hand on his shoulder and brought Ruler Mitian out of the blood sea. They arrived above the blood sea chaos demon array. Then, the bell of chaos above his head flew up and expanded again, turning into a 1,000,000 zhang tall mountain. Light swirled around it as it slammed down on the blood sea chaos demon array. 9 p.m. Second update. When the bell of chaos slammed down on the blood sea chaos demon array, the blood-red light in the array soared into the sky. The blood sea roared and soared, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and the earth. The shocking demonic chi roared, and the roaring sound caused intense pain in everyone's ears. The earth quaked as if it was about to collapse. The radiant volcano trembled. Demonic chi blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It could be seen even from 100,000 miles away. However, the bell of primal chaos instantly dispersed the blood-red light that shot into the sky. Then, with a loud bang, the sea of blood that roared for thousands of miles exploded. The blood sea exploded into countless blood fragments. The demonic chi that blotted out the sky also exploded, splashing out countless miles. The surrounding experts, who had been watching Ruler Mystic Heaven like a monkey, saw the sea of blood explode and the demonic energy splatter in all directions. Their faces were filled with fear as they fled. However, the blood sea and demonic chi that had been blasted apart were shockingly fast and powerful. Many experts from the various sects were hit by the blood sea and demonic chi before they could escape. Miserable screams rang out. The two from the White Sun's Divine Sect and Terminus Divine Sect were also blasted away by the blood sea and demonic chi. They crashed into a mountain peak in the distance, causing it to collapse. In the immortal world, Meng Qiantong and her maidservant relied on their divine weapons to escape. They barely dodged the impact of the blood sea and the splashing demon chi. After escaping, they were drenched in cold sweat. They were still in a state of shock. After the bell of chaos destroyed the blood sea and demonic chi, its power didn't diminish. It slammed into the eye of the blood sea chaos demon formation. With a loud boom, the earth quaked. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Destructive chaos energy swept across the land as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone retreated in shock. After a long time, when the dust finally dissipated, the power of chaos finally stopped. Everyone looked over and saw that the blood sea and the millions of heavenly demons were all gone. And at the center of the blood sea chaos demon formation, there was a huge bell-shaped abyss. Inside the abyss, earth chi rose and earth wind blew. Streaks of divine fire floated out from the ground, but they seemed a bit lonely. It's open fire. Previously, the radiant volcano's flames had been suppressed by the blood sea chaos demon formation and had disappeared. But now, the blood sea chaos demon formation had been completely destroyed. The flames once again floated out from the ground, but they were somewhat scattered. As for the bright volcano, it had already disappeared. Lu Yiping brought He Gem and Mystery Heaven with him as he tore through space and left. Taurus Longjiao followed closely behind. The three of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tell Ding Tian that I will personally wring his neck during the convention of a myriad races. Lu Yiping's voice came from the horizon and clearly entered the ears of all the powerhouses present. Everyone was shocked. What arrogant words. What a reckless fool. He only broke a Blood Sea Chaos Demon array that no one is operating, and he dares to say that he will wring the neck of the heaven-stabilizing ruler in the convention of a myriad races. An expert from the Penta-Divine sect laughed indifferent. The power of the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array when no one was operating it was completely different from when someone was operating it. As one of the sovereigns and the president of the Divine World's Formation Master Guild, Lord Steadfast Heaven had many factions under his command, including the pentacentric divine sect. Could that person be the Cosmos Saint? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The Cosmos Saint, the expert from the pentacentric divine sect, choked. The words Heaven and Earth Saint seemed to have supreme magic, suppressing everyone present into silence. Meng Qiantong looked in the direction Lu Yiping had left and muttered to herself, the Cosmos Saint? The Cosmos Saint's reputation in the immortal world was just as great. The heaven-stabilizing ruler quickly learned that the Blood Sea Chaos Demon array had been broken. The celestial ruler was sitting in his residence with the Golden Lightning Sage, Zhu Ling. He was listening to the Golden Lightning Sage's holy words. When he heard that the Blood Sea Chaos Demon formation had been broken and that Lu Yiping was going to snap his neck, his expression darkened. The Golden Lightning Sage, Zhu Ling, remained calm. Don't worry. With me here, Lu Yiping won't be able to harm a single hair on your head. Because he had come in secret, he hadn't alerted the various factions of the divine world. Thus, they were still unaware of the Golden Lightning Sage's arrival. The heaven-stabilizing ruler stood up and bowed to Zhu Ling. Lord Zhu Ling, don't worry. If I can become the ruler of the divine world, I will definitely live up to the immortal master's expectations. The Golden Lightning Sage nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry. With me here, the Imba race is nothing to fear. As for Lu Yiping, he's just a little saint who has been cultivating for several million years. After Lu Yiping left with Lord Mysterious Heaven, he and Taurus Longjiao arrived at a certain valley. They casually set up a large formation around them and began to expel the Blood Devil Chi from Lord Mysterious Heaven's body. Aside from the Blood Devil Chi, Lord Mysterious Heaven had also been heavily injured by the heaven-stabilizing ruler. Thus, after expelling the Blood Devil Chi from Lord Mysterious Heaven's body, Lu Yiping began to treat his injuries. Lord Mysterious Heaven's injuries weren't light. Not only were his heaven's will, domain of divinity, will, and sea of soul heavily injured. With his injuries, it would take him tens of thousands of years to recover. Even for Lu Yiping, it would take him several days to fully recover. Lu Yiping had an auspicious cloud above his head. Saint Chi surged around him and enveloped Lord Mysterious Heaven. At the same time, Lu Yiping summoned the Tree of Life. Life energy poured down and entered Lord Mysterious Heaven's body. As time passed, the pale and bloodless Lord Mysterious Heaven's face gradually regained its color. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Lord Mysterious Heaven's aura had completely stabilized. Previously, his sea of soul was almost dried up and cracked like the earth. But now, his sea of soul was brimming with life energy and glowing with auspicious light. Lu Yiping not only healed his sea of soul, but also used his saint power to reconstruct it. In the future, even if Lord Mysterious Heaven met Lord Stabilizing Ruler again, Lord Stabilizing Ruler would have a hard time shaking his sea of soul. Lord Mysterious Heaven woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Yiping in front of him. He knelt down emotionally and called out, Master. Lu Yiping nodded with a smile and helped Lord Mysterious Heaven to his feet. Then, Lord Mysterious Heaven bowed to Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao patted him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Not bad. You're a big shot of the God realm now. Lord Mysterious Heaven scratched his head, embarrassed. I'm not skilled enough. I've embarrassed Master and Lord Xiaojin. Taurus Longjiao shook his head. Ding Tian has been a supreme ruler for many years. It's normal that you're not his match. Then, his eyes turned cold. Ding Tian knows that you're Master's disciple, but he still dares to treat you like this. He really thinks that Master won't dare to touch him just because he has the Lord of the Celestial Realm behind him. Lu Yiping's eyes were also cold. Tomorrow is the convention of the myriad races. Master will seek justice for you. Then, the master and disciple had a long talk. The night was long, but it eventually passed. The sun rose, illuminating the valley with golden light. Liu Yiping and the other two soared into the air and headed toward Flying Dragon City. When Liu Yiping's group of 3 arrived at Flying Dragon City, the place was bustling with activity. Flying ships from various super sects were parked all around the city. This was the first time the convention of myriad races had been held in the divine world since the fall of the barbaric dragon ruler. The convention of myriad races was held once again after several million years. The Yin-Yang ruler has arrived. The 7th leaf ruler has arrived. The starry sky ruler has arrived. News of the arrival of sovereigns could be heard in the sky above Flying Dragon City. The experts who came to participate in the convention of myriad races were shocked when they heard the names of the sovereigns. Some of these sovereigns had made their names tens of millions of years ago, while others hadn't appeared in the world for 1 or 2 millennia. Yet, they were here to participate in the convention of myriad races. For example, the starry sky ruler and the barbaric dragon ruler couldn't even invite them when they ruled the divine world. Many sovereigns who hadn't appeared in the world for 1 or 2 millennia suddenly appeared in the world. Many sects patriarchs, and ancestors sensed that something was amiss. The Great Overlord Dewey and Great Overlord have arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The bustling convention of a myriad races instantly quieted down. The Great Overlord Dewey and Great Overlord had arrived together. The Great Overlord Dewey, like the 8 Desolation ruler, used to be the barbaric dragon ruler's right-hand man. Now, he had an army of trillions and divided the divine world with the 8 Desolation ruler, ruling over countless continents. Not long after the Great Overlord Dewey and Great Overlord Dewey arrived, the same voice rang out again. This time, it was trembling. The immortal world's golden lightning sage, Lord Zhu Ling, and the sky ruler have arrived. The sovereigns who had already arrived in the convention of myriad races rose to their feet in shock. What? The immortal world's golden lightning sage, Lord Zhu Ling? Moreover, he had come with the sky ruler, even the 8 Desolation ruler, Great Overlord Dewey, and Great Overlord Dewey rose to their feet in shock. However, the 8 Desolation ruler and Great Overlord Dewey's expressions darkened. The Sky Ruler and the Golden Lightning Sage's arrival undoubtedly meant that they had the support of the immortal world. This cast a shadow over their hearts. The 8 Desolation ruler sucked in a deep breath. The sovereigns. After he finished speaking, he left the palace side by side with Hegemon Dewey and Hegemon Big Luo. The other hegemons followed closely behind them. Just as they exited the main hall, they saw a figure walking through the air from the north gate of Flying Dragon City. Auspicious light bloomed, and heavenly dragons coiled around him. It was the Golden Lightning Saint, Zhu Ling. Behind Zhu Ling were the heaven-dominating ruler and close to 100 experts. These experts were all rulers. When the 8 Desolates hegemon and the traveling hegemon saw the nearly 100 hegemons behind the fixed hegemon, their hearts sank. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the 2 of them quickly stepped forward to greet the Golden Lightning Saint, Zhu Ling. When they arrived before Zhu Ling, the 2 of them and the sovereigns of Grand Luo all bowed. The Golden Lightning Holy Zhu Ling looked at Ba Huang, Dewey, Big Luo, and the others, and said with a smile, "I heard that the divine world is holding a convention of myriad races. Zhu Ling came uninvited, you won't mind, right?" The 8 Desolation ruler hurriedly waved his hand. "It's the God Realm's honor to have Lady Zhu Ling here. We can't be happier." Zhu Ling smiled. "That's good." Then, under the invitation of the many rulers, he arrived at the site of the convention of 1,000 races, entered the main hall, and sat on the main seat. Only after Zhu Ling sat down did the others dare to sit down. Due to Zhu Ling's arrival, everyone spoke cautiously. For a time, the atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat tense. A while later, it was time for the convention to begin. One of the 8 Desolation ruler's subordinates came up behind Ba Huang and said carefully, "My lord, it's time for the convention to begin, but Lord Tianyu hasn't arrived yet." The Tianyu he spoke of was ruler Tianyu. Like the 8 Desolation ruler, Dewey, and Ding Tianyu, he was one of the barbarian dragon ruler's right-hand men. Together with the 8 Desolation ruler and the others, he occupied the countless continents in the north of the divine world. The 8 Desolation ruler frowned. Since Tianyu hasn't come, there's no need to wait for him. The convention will begin as scheduled. His subordinate respectfully acknowledged. The 8 Desolation ruler stood up and bowed to Zhu Ling with cupped fists. Lady Zhu Ling, it's time for the convention to begin. Let's have Lady Zhu Ling start this convention. Zhu Ling waved his hand and smiled. This convention is your divine world's convention. It's not appropriate for me, someone from the immortal world, to start it. It's better for you all to do it. Then, he added, I think Ding Tian should be the one to host this convention of myriad races. The 8 Desolation ruler's smile froze, then turned ugly. At the same time, anger welled up in his heart. He was the one who gathered the myriad races to hold the convention, but now Zhu Ling was asking Ding Tian to start the myriad cluster convention. Everyone turned to look at Ding Tianyu. Ding Tian stood up and bowed with a face full of smiles. Ding Tian obeys Lady Zhu Ling's order. Zhu Ling nodded with a smile. His gaze swept across the 8 Desolation ruler, Du Yi, and Deluo ruler. Millions of years ago, the barbarian dragon ruler fell, leaving the divine world without a ruler. The immortal master is concerned about the divine world and wishes for the divine world to choose a new ruler. I think Ding Tianyu is suitable. What do you all think? Zhu Ling's words silenced the hall. No one dared to say anything. The 8 Desolation ruler squeezed out a smile and said, Lady Zhu Ling, the divine world has been without a ruler for many years. It is indeed time for a new ruler. However, I think that the new ruler should not only have integrity and talent, but his strength must also be recognized by everyone. Zhu Ling smiled at his words. You mean to say that we should hold a competition, and the strongest person will be the ruler of the divine world? That's how it should be. The 8 Desolation ruler smiled, and a battle stage appeared in his hand. When the battle stage appeared, chaos chi filled the air, lightning flashed, and earth, wind, water, and fire roiled. A supreme great innate artifact, the endless battle stage. The starry sky ruler exclaimed. That's right, this is the endless battle stage of the ancient heavenly court. The 8 Desolation ruler smiled. Once the endless grand formation is activated, this battle stage can withstand the power of a sovereign. Even sovereigns will be fine if they fight inside. He then tossed the battle stage into the air. The endless battle stage floated above the flying dragon city. It expanded to 100,000 li in radius, and the might of a supreme great innate artifact spread out. Lightning, wind, and all kinds of other energies swept through heaven and earth. Zhu Ling looked at the heaven-stabilizing ruler, Dewey ruler, and Origin immortal ruler, and asked, What do you all think? The heaven-stabilizing ruler smiled and said, The 8 Desolation ruler is right. To become the ruler of the divine world, one must be recognized by everyone. I agree with the 8 Desolation ruler's suggestion. Dewey ruler, Origin immortal ruler, Starry sky ruler, and Yin Yang ruler nodded. Zhu Ling smiled and said, In that case, I will be a fair judge for all of you. You can use all kinds of methods in the competition, and only the winner and loser will matter. Who will compete first? The heaven-stabilizing ruler soared into the air and landed on the endless battle stage. He stood proudly and said, I'll go first. Light surged from his body as he released his sovereign aura, enveloping heaven and earth. At the same time, the aura of the great Tao around him condensed into array talismans. Seeing the array talismans formed from the heaven-stabilizing ruler's aura, whether it was the 8 Desolation ruler, Du Yi, or Origin immortal ruler, their expressions changed. Great Tao Array. 9:30 p.m. Second update, the expressions of the Starry Sky ruler, the Yin Yang ruler, the Seven Leaf ruler, and the hundreds of other rulers present also changed. In the past, the barbarian dragon sovereign had ruled over the divine world and was hailed as the divine world's #1 formation master. However, even the barbarian dragon sovereign's formations had not reached the level of Grand Tao formations. Now that the Heavenlock sovereign's formation had reached the level of a Great Tao formation, didn't that mean he was even stronger than the barbarian dragon sovereign? Right at this moment, the fixed heaven god's body suddenly glowed with a strange light. Everyone's expression changed again when they saw the strange light that suddenly appeared on the heaven-stabilizing ruler's body. Holy light! Immediately afterward, streaks of colorful gas flew out of the fixed heaven ruler's body and circled around him. Holy chi! The 8 Desolation Sovereign, Dewy Sovereign, Starry Sky Sovereign, and the other sovereigns exclaimed in shock when they saw the colorful gas. Holy light, holy chi, only by entering the Saint Realm could one have holy light and holy chi. Now, the heaven-stabilizing ruler was radiating with holy light and holy chi. Didn't that mean that the heaven-stabilizing ruler was a saint? The 8 Desolation ruler's expression was as gloomy as still water. He hadn't expected the sky ruler to have not only reached the great Tao formation realm, but also the saint realm. If the heaven-stabilizing ruler had merely stepped into the grand Tao formation realm, then there was still hope for him to suppress the heaven-stabilizing ruler with the Yinba race's regenerative ability and the chaos spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by the Yinba race. However, if the heaven-stabilizing ruler had stepped into the saint realm, then there was no hope for him at all. His eyes flashed. Lord Steadfast's ability to become a saint definitely had something to do with the master of the immortal world. However, he didn't think that the master of the celestial world would be willing to invest so much in nurturing the Sky Dominator in order to push him onto the throne of the God world. Even with the strength of the immortal world's heavenly court, they had to pay a great price to cultivate a Saint Realm master. The 8 Desolation ruler glanced at Zhu Ling. No wonder she was so confident. She'd already predicted Lord Firmament would win. Landing on the no-beginning battle stage, the fixed heaven ruler's gaze swept across 8 Desolation, Grand Luo, Du Yi, and the others. A confident smile appeared on his face as he said, "Not bad, not only have my array formation skills reached the level of Grand Dao Array, my cultivation has also entered the Saint Realm. Everyone, who wants to come up and fight me first?" The sovereigns of 8 Desolation, Grand Luo, Du Yi, Starry Sky, and Yin Yang remained silent. 8 Desolation wanted to take a step forward when he saw the heaven-stabilizing ruler on the supreme battle platform, but he stopped himself. After a long while, there was still no movement. Noticing that the 8 Desolation, Grand Luo, Du Yi, and the other Sovereign Realm sovereigns had yet to make a move, Sky-stabilizing sovereign chuckled and asked, "Is no one going to accept the challenge?" The Golden Lightning Sage Zhu Ling spoke, "If no one comes forward to accept the challenge, then it will be deemed that everyone has given up on the challenge. Ding Tian will be the next ruler of the divine world. Let me." The 8 Desolation ruler couldn't help but step forward. He rose from the ground and landed on the supreme battle platform. The Sky Dominator wasn't surprised to see the 8 Desolation ruler accept the challenge. "Brother 8 Desolation, please." The 8 Desolation ruler harumphed coldly and released his chi. Instantly, the ground shook, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and a hurricane raged. Sensing the 8 Desolation sovereign's aura, the Starry Sky ruler said solemnly, "Peak Peerless Sovereign." Peak sovereigns were invincible below the Saint Realm. He was only half a step away from the Saint Realm. A halberd appeared in the Octaterra ruler's hand. The halberd was 4 meters long, and it was dark golden color, flashing with a cold black light. When the 8 Desolation ruler poured his power into the halberd, it buzzed and emitted a dark gold light. Waves of energy swept out. A golden qilin appeared on the halberd, roaring and shaking the flying dragon city. "Chaos treasure, golden qilin halberd." The Sky Dominator looked at the halberd with burning eyes. The 8 Desolation ruler charged forward, arriving in front of the Sky Dominator and thrusting his halberd forward. Golden halberd shadows filled the sky and enveloped the Sky Dominator. Each of these halberd shadows was powerful enough to injure an ordinary late-stage sovereign. Looking at the sky full of halberd shadows, Lord Dingtian's expression was normal. He raised his hand, and his palm glowed with auspicious light. Saint power gushed out, and wherever the saint power passed, the halberd shadows were instantly destroyed. The 8 Desolation ruler's expression changed. He hurriedly flew into the air and tried to dodge, but he was a step too late. The Sky Dominator's holy power slammed into him. The 8 Desolation ruler crashed into the supreme battle platform's barrier like a broken kite. With a loud boom, the supreme battle platform shook violently. Even though they were far away, the loud noise still caused everyone's ears to hurt. The 8 Desolation ruler fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Seeing the 8 Desolation sovereign sent flying with a single blow, and unable to even take a single blow from the sky-stabilizing overlord, everyone's hearts sank. Du Yi, Big Luo, and the others were solemn. The strength of a saint was far beyond their imagination. The 8 Desolation ruler was a peak sovereign, only half a step away from becoming a saint. Even with the Chaos Treasure golden Qilin halberd, he couldn't withstand a single blow from a saint. After sending the 8 Desolation ruler flying with a single blow, the Sky Dominator stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. "Who else wants to fight me?" "It's me." Right at this moment, a cold voice resounded. Everyone was stunned. They looked over and saw 3 figures approaching from the horizon. One blue, one golden, and one yellow. Ruler Enigma. The Sky Dominator's eyes narrowed when he saw Ruler Enigma. Then, his gaze landed on Lu Yiping. "Saint of Heaven and Earth." Big Luo blurted out when he saw Lu Yiping. "Saint of Heaven and Earth. It's the Saint of Heaven and Earth." The crowd was in an uproar. The sovereigns in the starry sky were alarmed. The Golden Lightning Saint Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed as he stood up. In the Flying Dragon City, all the experts from the various great sects and clans of the various continents looked at the blue-robed figure who was walking in the air. Lu Yiping didn't move quickly, but he arrived in the sky above Flying Dragon City in the blink of an eye. When Lu Yiping saw the arrogant Heaven Dominator standing on the battle stage with his hands clasped behind his back, he pointed a finger at the Heaven Dominator. A ray of light pierced through the void, piercing through the walls of the battle stage and shooting towards the Heaven Dominator. The Sky Dominator was shocked. He roared and slapped out with both palms. Auspicious light reappeared, and his holy power roared as he met Lu Yiping's finger attack. However, Lu Yiping's finger attack pierced through his roaring holy power and continued towards the Sky Dominator. Sensing the destructive power of Lu Yiping's finger attack, the Sky Dominator panicked. He retreated again and again while shouting, "Lord Zhu Ling, please save me." The Golden Lightning Saint Zhu Ling took a step forward and arrived in front of the Supreme Battle platform, blocking the Sky Dominator's path. He punched out with a punch that could destroy eternity, causing the sun and moon to fall. A deafening explosion shook the heavens. Heaven and earth flickered. The boundary wall of the Endless Battle stage exploded and the Endless Battle stage dimmed. This attack seemed to strike the depths of everyone's soul. Everyone felt their soul sea tremble. End of chapter 393. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.